Okay, friends, I gotta mute that for you. The Palisades community meeting is starting. I'm so sorry. I'm sick, guys. I feel like I'm coming down with something. My webcam has gone AWOL. Hello, I'm on webcam. This is the Palisades live community meeting. Hey, J Cat, welcome. Got some funky music, which I gotta mute because I don't want to get another one of those copyright strike things. Hey, guys. I'm sorry. I've been feeling under the weather, guys. I may just do this community meeting and roll back to 4 p.m. when we did an Eaton. And they did an Eaton community meeting. Hi. Yesterday I had every intention of streaming. I was ready to go all yesterday and was at my computer for the most part after my doctor appointment, but I started feeling bad. Yeah, I really hope I'm not coming down with something, but my eyes are so itchy and scratchy. I thought it was allergies at first. We have stagnant air in Portland. I can't see. Everything's blurry. I can't make tears. So I'm blinking like a million miles an hour. I don't know if it's because I watched too many screens, you know. Hey guys, hi, welcome Grumpy and everybody. Hey Braden. No, thank you guys for helping me, friends. I'm so sorry to fade on you, but I kept thinking to myself, do I go live and keep exhausting myself and losing my voice potentially? But Santa Ana's are coming back, so do I just rest? So I decided that I would be on standby until we had something. Yeah, J.E. Cat says you're allowed 5 seconds of music without a copyright strike. I know, it's so stupid. It's so stupid. I even tweeted just now that I wasn't going to be live, but they had a delay in starting this meeting, so we're still waiting. It's supposed to start 7 minutes ago. Welcome, friends. This is the Palisades, not press conference, but that's from yesterday's. This is their live community meeting. Let me get you guys the link if you want to watch it on your own. You guys can bookmark the page and like it. You know, the LA County of Los Angeles official page. So I got the notifications with the ringing bell, and that's how I just got notified it was live. I've been in bed most of the day, but all the words and stuff are blurry because I can't make tears. There's something wrong with my eyes. So don't ask me why, but if you stop blinking as much when you look at screens. So maybe that's what I was doing, just looking at screens like all day, every day. Like the first stream we had was 27 hours in a row. I don't know if it's eye strain or what. I just hope it's just simple eye strain. But how are you, friends? I hope you're doing acceptably well under the circumstances. I find it strange that here there's some funky xylophone music guys going, which I have to mute. But there's a QR code where you're supposed to submit your own photos to LA County of the Palisades fire. It doesn't specify under what circumstance or why. And some people are frustrated. How can I scan this QR code if it's already on my phone? How do I take a picture of my own phone? You don't have to. Once you screenshot it, like an Android, it's hold down, volume down, and the power button at the same time. How do you screenshot your own phone with the iPhone, guys? Okay, it's starting. It started on my phone? But why is it not started on my actual stream?
2-minute warning. Let's find our seat, and we'll get this party started so that we
what?
Delay.
This one says 21 people watching now. The other one says 248 people watching now. Am I on the wrong channel? We're on the wrong channel. What's going on? I mean, the wrong stream? What's going on? All right, this is the same one that we're watching. So, I'm very confused. Wait, yeah, it's still 263 watchers. I was looking at. See, I can't see, guys. I didn't notice that on my phone. It's weird, blurry vision sucks. Having no tears. That's the amount of subscribers, not watchers. Jeez. Okay. So yeah, 12 likes. But on my phone, they just said, everybody, there's a 2-minute mark, everybody settle down. I don't know if they rescheduled it for 6:45 or what. But see, this was hard to do, hard to stream too. I can't see. It's hard to do anything with not being able to make tears and blink properly. Oh, I'm definitely gonna order some Visine or something. Okay. Okay, yeah, let's get this meeting started. Take your seats, friends. Finally, the xylophone music is off, and I can
I'm not
try to sort the audio here. A little bit of a troubled thing. Hey, ACB,
Good
how are you?
evening. Welcome to Sinai Temple. I'm Rabbi Erez Sherman, along with Rabbi Nicole Guzik and Rabbi David Wolpe. We are the co-senior rabbis and Rabbi Emeritus of Sinai Temple. On behalf of our community, we want to welcome you this evening and thank CAL FIRE for convening all of us here this evening. Our synagogue and our sister synagogues have been directly impacted by the wildfires, and as rabbis and faith leaders, we have witnessed devastation, but we also have witnessed hope in action.
Elie Wiesel, Holocaust survivor, teaches, one must wager on the future and sing the heroic acts of our firefighters, our police officers, our first responders, watching fellow Angelinos open up their homes and open up their hearts and experiencing the righteousness exhibited within this very community. Hope is personified. We continue to pray for the physical and emotional security of each person impacted by these fires. We pray for the return of each firefighter safely to their homes. And ultimately, we must continue to foster hope, which we know will lead to a future in which we can experience peace yet again.
According to the sages, the founder of our tradition, Abraham, saw the world like a palace that was doleket. Doleket in Hebrew can mean full of light or full of flame. That sometimes the world seems unbelievably beautiful and wondrous and miraculous, and sometimes it seems empty and devastating and painful. Both of those things have been true over these past several days, and all of us take it as our mission and our hope and our prayer that we turn the flames to light, the loss to hope, and our shattered community to a community as one, moving together into a common future.
Is that a Holocaust survivor who just spoke? I'm sorry, I just sort of spaced out there. I was typing and linking that I was tweeting we were live. Wow.
Good evening, and thank you so much for joining us
Okay.
on this Thursday, January 16th, for the community meeting and press event for the Palisades fire. We have a lot of folks in attendance. Thank you guys so much for making it out here, and we have a lot of folks watching online as well. A quick reminder that we do these meetings every night virtually at 6:30, so going forward tomorrow, you'll be able to join us at 6:30 online. Some quick figures for this incident. The fire is currently at 23,713 acres. As of this evening, we're at 27% containment, and we have over 5,000 firefighters out here fighting this incident, 5,276 to be exact. The format of this program is going to go like this. We have our agency representatives. They're going to be talking about fire information. We're going to get an ops overview. We're going to hear from our incident meteorologist, and then hear from our agency representatives to talk about their part in this wider firefight. We're then going to open it up to community question and answer. We want to hear your questions. We have cards in the back. Hopefully some folks wrote questions as they walked in. We'll also be taking questions from the online audience. So we'll gather all that. We'll deliver it to the most appropriate representative. And then we're going to move into our dignitaries, our elected officials, our folks who are representing us on the big stage, supporting us in this firefight. And then we're going to move into the media question and answer portion, where our media partners will have the ability to ask questions and get answers to some of the questions that they are hearing from the community. So a packed schedule. We're going to try to keep things moving. We want to value your time. And we want to hear from you, and we want to get those questions answered. I should mention that if you have a question that didn't get answered, we will be available afterwards. You can see we've brought a lot of people out here intentionally. We want to make sure that we're available for you, meeting out in the lobby and making sure that you've left with your questions answered. And if we don't have the answers to your questions, we're going to get them. So we'll go ahead and kick it off with our operations section chief. They're going to give an overview of the current fire conditions and the operational situation.
Good evening. My name is Christian Litz. I'm a battalion chief with LA County Fire, and I'm partnered with Cal Fire Team 2 as an operations section chief here on the Palisades Fire. Today, we used aircraft that used infrared technology that allows us to find isolated heat sources along the fire's perimeter and within the structures. That helps ground units pinpoint those locations and mitigate that and produce a farther secured line as we move deeper into the perimeter. So along the top half of the fire, along that fire's edge where it met the vegetation, resources are still working all along that line and securing it and improving it where they can, and utilizing that infrared technology to find those heat sources deeper into the perimeter to limit any possibility of any kind of escape along that line. Also, we have resources in the communities of Montanito, Fernwood, along the areas of Topanga Oaks, Sylvia Parks, along the top of Dirt Mulholland and into Mandeville Canyon. Those resources are getting within those structures, making sure that we don't have any fire damage within those structures. Still, again, looking for those isolated heat sources and mitigating those. Along the east side or the right side of the fire and along the coast, where the structures are more prominent, we still have resources, again, looking for those isolated heat sources, moving around the structures, concentrating into the structures that are still standing, and making sure there's no more additional damage or possibility of damage to those structures. Those communities that we're talking about from the right side of the map down along the PCH is Mandeville, Westridge, coming into the Pacific Palisades where it borders Santa Monica. And along the coastline, we have the Pacific Palisades, Temescal Canyon, Topanga Canyon, Big Rock, and the Malibu communities. Still maintaining a heavy presence in there and making sure that we take care of the public that we serve. Also along PCH and into the communities, we have the utility companies that are now working on the infrastructure and working on making the area safe again for when the time that the public can return home. We do have resources in the areas where we used heavy equipment along the ridge systems that they were able to cut and give us preparation for if there is any more fire growth. Now that things are being more and more secure, they are in there working on returning the land back to the specifications detailed out by forestry and resource advisors. Thank you.
Next up, our incident meteorologist.
All right, good evening, everybody. Rich Thompson, incident meteorologist with the National Weather Service, assigned to the Palisades incident. Last week when this fire broke out, the area was experiencing one of the strongest Santa Ana wind events we've seen in recent memory. Those strong Santa Ana winds combined with very critically dry fuels led to a very extremely critical fire weather environment, and when the fire ignited, it spread very quickly and explosively. Now, since those first couple of days of the fire, we've been under a persistent Santa Ana wind pattern up till today. Finally today, that Santa Ana pattern broke, and now for today through the weekend, we're going back into a more normal mid-January sort of pattern. Got on those onshore sea breezes moving across fire. Going to bring, cooler temperatures to the area, higher humidities, and all that's going to be very good for the firefighting efforts. Unfortunately, as we go into the beginning of next week, beginning Sunday night and continuing through most of next week, those Santa Ana winds are going to be returning to the area. Right now, probably expecting weak to moderate Santa Anas sometime during next week, especially on Tuesday and Wednesday. And with those Santa Ana winds, it's going to be very, very dry out there. So there's going to be probably a return of more critical fire weather conditions to the area. So we have a little respite for the next couple of days through the weekend, but then the Santa Anas do come back beginning of next week.
We'll now move into our incident commanders and agency administrators. CAL FIRE.
Of course they're coming back.
Well, good evening. My name is Jim Hudson. I'm the incident commander of CAL FIRE Incident Management Team 2 and part of the Unified Command for this incident. Unified Command is a term that I think you're going to hear a few times tonight, and I think it's important that everybody understands the concept of that. Obviously, this is a very complex incident that touches multiple jurisdictions. All of the priorities and objectives, the decisions that are made are done collaboratively. Our unified command structure for this incident includes the Los Angeles County Fire Department, Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, Los Angeles City Fire Department, and LAPD. We are working collaboratively, and this is all hands on deck, and that has been part of some of the successes that we've had on this incident to date. When I say successes, I realize that this is a devastating incident, but we have made some gains. One of those gains that we've made is this fire has not grown in the last 72 hours. We've been able to keep it within its footprint. And most of the growth that we did see was prior to Saturday. That is a testament to the hard work of the firefighters that have been on the line, working around the clock, multiple shifts, and their dedication to all of you. So I think that's important that we recognize that. I'm not going to I in no mean and by no means underscore what is left ahead, but I want you to know that we are 100% committed, all the agencies that are represented. You heard the fire is 27% contained, and we get questions, what does contained mean? 27% contained of a 24,000 acre fire, almost 24,000 acre fire in 9.5 days is good progress. It might not sound like it, but it is. What containment means is we are 100% completely confident that that fire is not going to cross the line. What I spoke about in the containment we gained in stopping the forward progress, doing a Santa Ana wind event, was challenging, but we were able to do that. And with the weather changes, we do expect the containment to grow over the coming days. And we will keep you updated on that as well. On top of the firefight that we've been undertaking now for almost 10 days, other functions are taking place on this incident. Our damage inspection teams continue to work as fast as possible to provide you information on what may have occurred in your community or your property. We'll be continuing to update that regularly. Our watershed emergency response teams, which do analysis and modeling of burns or soils burn severity, which they analyze what is the potential or risk management for flooding or debris flows. They've been out there working tirelessly, and we expect that report to be completed as well. We're going to continue to reinforce the lines. We're going to continue to extinguish hot spots around structures. We're going to continue to make right-of-ways safe, and that is our priority right now. You heard that we're using infrared technology as well as boots on the ground. We're using everything at our disposal to get this thing completely cooled off, and we are committed to that. You heard we have 5,000 people still assigned to this incident, over 5,000. We have all the aircraft at our disposal available, including 40 firefighting helicopters that are assigned to this incident. I don't remember the last time I saw 40 firefighting helicopters on an incident, so you have the full breadth of our air assets that are available to us. You have firefighters across the state of California. You have firefighters from across the western United States. And you have firefighters and incident management team personnel from British Columbia, Mexico, and firefighters from Israel who arrived today. Obviously, these are unprecedented circumstances in January. Just for perspective, across the region, what we've seen. To date in California, there have been 164 vegetation fires between CAL FIRE and the U.S. Forest Service, totaling 40,695 acres. This date last year in 2024, there were 68 fires for 3 acres.
Okay, this date last year was torrential downpours, so this is stupid statistic. It's not unprecedented. There's plenty of dry Januaries. They just occur every once in a while, every couple of years. Comparing this to last year is just not right. I just have to say that.
So obviously, challenging conditions. We're continuing to be prepared for it. CAL FIRE has resources pre-positioned in Southern California, all over Southern California. We have resources staged to mobilize to any new fires in this area and assist us if necessary. So we'll be prepared for that. So we'll continue to provide you information. If you would like to go to the CAL FIRE page for updated information, simply go to fire.ca.gov, and that'll be the most information we have. Thank you.
Yeah, I really don't understand why they're talking about, last year was flooding. Remember that, guys? The torrential flood year down in Southern California. Remember Oxnard was, waist deep. Why the hell are they talking about comparing the amount of fires this year to last year during a flood? Okay, we just got to keep going.
Next up, Los Angeles City Fire Department.
Yeah, Crowley, here's our girl. I like her. She warned everybody about this last month.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Kristen Crowley, and I stand before you as a humble public servant. I have the honor to wake up every single day and represent the 3,779 sworn in civilian members of the Los Angeles City Fire Department. It is an absolute honor to be standing here representing our people. I just want to take a brief moment with a couple statements, and I'll pass it off to our Assistant Chief Everett here, but I felt it was really important that I spend a little time sharing just a few stories with you. And when I talk about our LAFD firefighters, they're your LAFD firefighters. They work in your communities. They love you as our community members, and they wouldn't want to be anywhere else in the world. With that, we will remain steadfast and dedicated from day one, when that fire started, all the way through to the end. I promise you that, as your chief, that the LAFD will stand with you as you continue to clean up and rebuild your communities. I want to share with you, I had the opportunity to spend time with our firefighters that were first on scene. Fire Station 23 and 69 that serve the Palisades. And what I can tell you, same thing I told them, is to hold your heads up high. You served the communities that we love to the greatest capacity. And I want to make sure that you understand that our firefighters who were there that day and throughout the rest of this event, they feel your pain. They are going to continue to support you. And these are your LAFD firefighters, and that will never, ever change. So as we move forward, I can tell you, second by second, breath by breath, together, and I mean together, The LAFD is not going anywhere. We will continue to uplift you. We will continue to support you. We're not going to give up on you, and we stand by our Palisades community. We love you, and thank you.
Thank you, Chief Crowley, and thank you for your leadership during this. My name is Joe Everett. I'm the Assistant Chief for Operations West Bureau for the LAFD, and that area includes Hollywood, Bel Air, Brentwood, Palisades, all the way down to the ocean, and a little bit of the airport. I work under the command of the Deputy Chief of West Bureau, who's here tonight, who works directly under the command of Chief Crowley. Just a little bit more about me, and maybe it doesn't matter, but I think it does. I'm a third-generation firefighter, and my grandfather's first assignment in 1937 was Fire Station 69. And I'll just tell you a little bit more about that story. He loved the Palisades so much that he rented a house on Monument, a small house. Then he found a piece of property on Bester, and he raised his family there. And that house burned down the other day. Anyways, my father later retired as a Captain 2 at a Fire Station 69. And my son's here today, and I distinctly remember him being in the captain's office with my dad while I was studying for captain, hanging out with my dad. Maybe, helped me get some opportunity to do a little bit of studying. So I became a battalion chief, and I go back to that area, Battalion 9, and I've served that area for 4 years, and then now I'm there serving it as assistant chief. And why might I tell you that is my blood runs deep there. Some of you know me, I've spoke to you tonight, and it's extremely, extremely hard for me to look you in the eye, knowing that, quite honestly, I feel like I failed you to some respect. Moving on, let's get into business. And I do appreciate your support. It really, really means a lot. I think we need each other. I just wanted to...
I'm sending this man Everett a hug right now. I'm sending you guys a hug, anybody. I think he lost one of his own homes or something, man. And anybody willing to apologize for just, hey, we could have done things better, doesn't mean we should, criticize any ground crews or anything. Just that's really freaking refreshing. Not that it's not like apology like we're guilty. It's apology like we are sorry this has occurred, that we are sorrowful and this has occurred. You can just tell he's personally affected. It's quite a change from the grinning politicians that can't stop freaking smiling. That's been rankling me. So these people are real. I like their realness in the presentation.
Kind of placate on what some other people said. I know that we got unified command explained to you, but I just really want to dive deep into that. And I believe that Chief Crowley explained it well. We are in unified command. The Los Angeles City Fire Department is in command with my partners and my friends, the Los Angeles County Fire Department, and we're also in unified command with CAL FIRE, who we spoke to. And we brought them in because it's such a monumental event that we need help managing this. And that's kind of how it works. That being said, you will see a large, strong presence of LAFD fire engines and firefighters, the men and women of the LAFD, up in and around the Palisades area. So you're going to continue to see that. You're going to continue to see me. I'm not going anywhere other than continuing to run this incident. And on that note, I think we're on day, we're on day 10. I live in an evacuation order, so I haven't really been home. And I believe tonight I'm going to get to see my wife for the first time, so I'm looking forward to that. Anyways, I just want to express to you, my heartfelt feelings, they run deep, but I also wanted to express to you is that we are dedicated, and I personally am going to be there till the end. Thank you.
Los Angeles County Sheriff.
Good evening. My name is Andrew Cruz, and I am a captain with the Los Angeles County Sheriff's Department, currently serving as the incident commander on the nighttime operations on the incident management team. I want to begin by expressing my deepest sympathies to those who have been impacted by the Palisades fire. Our thoughts and prayers are with those who have been displaced or who have suffered losses during this devastating fire. Please know that the Sheriff's Department is working around the clock to address the situation and provide the support you need during this challenging time. At present, we have over 125 Sheriff's Department personnel dedicated to the response efforts for the Palisades fire. In addition, we are receiving valuable assistance from the California National Guard, the California Highway Patrol, and search and rescue teams throughout the state. Together, we are conducting a range of critical missions, including looter suppression, road closures, humanitarian relief, and roving security patrols. I am pleased to report that no new evacuations have been carried out following yesterday's red flag warning. I will say the curfew for all mandatory evacuation zones remain in effect from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. This curfew is designed to ensure public safety, protect property, and to prevent looting. We ask everyone to comply with the curfew and refrain from entering the affected areas unless authorized. Unauthorized individuals will be subject to arrest. As of today, we've made 11 arrests related to the Palisades fire. Charges include looting, unauthorized entry into a disaster zone, weapons and narcotic offenses, and impersonating a firefighter. In collaboration with our partners from the Los Angeles County Fire Department's Urban Search and Rescue Team and other agencies, we are conducting ongoing search and rescue operations in the impacted areas. Our priority is to ensure the safety of these areas, locate missing persons, and clear hazards before allowing re-entry. It is with great sadness that I must report, as of this afternoon, we have confirmed 6 deaths within the Sheriff's Department's jurisdiction due to the Palisades fire. We understand the community's desire to return to their property. However, please know that your safety remains our top priority. Many areas are still actively being worked on by firefighting personnel, and search operations are ongoing. Additionally, significant road damage, debris, and hazardous conditions in some areas further complicate a safe re-entry. Rest assured, we are in constant communication with our unified partners to assess when repopulation will be feasible for everyone to be able to return to their neighborhood. If you live in an area that has been given permission to return, please have proof of residence with you to avoid any further delay in your return. We sincerely appreciate the public's patience and cooperation during this difficult situation. For further information regarding evacuation orders or road closures, please visit lacounty.gov/emergency. Thank you.
Guys, I'm sorry. Hang on. We gotta pause this. There's a Moss Landing fire. at a power plant in Monterey County, we have evacuations in progress. So we have to look at that right now. I've just paused it. I know the live community meeting is happening. And I know you guys could put in my chat if you have questions for them. I will try to put it in their chat. But we have to look at this real quick. I'm not sure what this Moss power plant thing is, Moss Landing, but it's over here in Monterey County. So it's northeast of Monterey, up on the coast. So we had our last update just now, and cool it in chat, guys. Try to. I know we are all really mad, like we are, but please let's not make anybody uncomfortable. Crowley is somebody I like so far, and if there's some reason to not like her, I would have to be emailed or told for some reason. But let's try to. As far as I know, she did a very, very brave thing and said to the public, went over the officials' heads and everything, said directly to the public, went to the media, that the $17.8 million budget cuts for the fire department is inappropriate and will mean that responding to disasters will be much hamstrung, basically. So that's why we like Crowley. That's why I applauded her taking a stand. She's been real with us. I don't know anything else about her. So whether or not she's been good for the fires or the leadership, I don't know. But I just want to point that out, Urban. So, wow, Husky says Watch Duty's #1 app at the moment in the Apple Store. Yep, it's about time people noticed it. It's about time the government came up with its own. But hey, the people will if the government fails. So there's an evacuation order that's going on right now for this place. It doesn't look too populated. So we might go back to our video here in just a second. It's mostly farms, I guess, by Dolan Road. And this is Monterey County, so we're going to look and keep our eye on the Moss Landing fire, which says power plant. I don't know what kind of power plant this is, but if the power plant is on fire, this could go 5 alarm in no time. It looks like there's a lot of houseboats here by the old cannery row of Monterey. Is that? Oh man, is this what we're looking at? I mean, this is not Monterey proper, the town. It's Monterey County. You know what I'm saying? That's been the subject of a lot of literary stuff and romanticism. I once dated a guy who lived there as a squatter in an old cannery building. He had some stories. So I don't know what it's like now, if it's gentrified, if it's all, like condos or something. But that looks like a lot of houseboats in a marina that's pretty full of sailboats and the like. I don't know about houseboats, actually. I mean, some of them probably are. What the hell is that? That's almost like a small cruise ship. So I just wanted to, right here, we could see that the evacuation zones spread out from beyond the plant. If anybody else can get information from local news when they pick up on this, I don't know if this is a minor fire, but evacuating this huge of an area, look how far back away from it. I don't know what the heck's going on, but it's probably serious here in Monterey County. So yeah, Steinbeck, yes, the Salinas, Monterey, Cannery Row thing, yeah. So, I think we're gonna go right back to our meeting. Whoops, where's the meeting? It's still live and in progress. We're behind it a little bit. I can catch up, but I want to let you know that we have a new fire to look at. That might be a really serious structure fire that may or may not spread to vegetation in Monterey County. So we'll go back, but remember, you guys hit the like button and subscribe if you ever want to find us again. We go live when there's a crisis. And I want to say right now, because of people come and go, average view duration is like 4.5 minutes because some people watch everything, some people watch 1 second. But for the most part, people watch for about 10 minutes and then they come back and get their information later on the stream when they can ask a question. So we'll continue watching this meeting, but we may have to interrupt it due to the new fire. I'm not trying to be harsh on anybody or whatever. We are all very upset. I'm sorry if I ever upset anybody for any reason, too. We all do what we can. So if we ever ruffle each other's feathers, we just got to give a hug right back. So Raven and everybody, just hug right back. I get upset when irrelevant statistics are used to mislead the public. So that's why I was not happy and paused the video when he said this is unprecedented. No, it's not. Dry Januaries are a thing. They happen like every 3 to 5 years, sometimes back-to-back years. Sometimes the wet season just does not arrive until well after Christmas. And it's just, those are freak years, but you have to be prepared for them when they occur. You have to understand that that's extreme vulnerability for California. There are no other months of the year which are more dangerous than a dry December and January, because that means it still hasn't rained since the previous April. And yet you add Santa Ana winds, which blow from October to January. So we have to get through this January, guys. We have to get through it. I'm going to take the next couple of days off if I can. I'll be ready to go live, but I will not maybe do so unless it's for real brief periods of time or something where I could feel rested with you guys. I'm at the computer. Thanks to your kind donations, I don't have to, do too much in the way of side gigs and side jobs. Quit the main stuff I ever did to try to do this. Okay, we may have an update on that other fire. I'll play this again. I'm just waiting for that to come in. See how bad it's going to be here with this power plant fire. I assume the power plant is on fire. Yet Genesis now has evacuation zones. If somebody wants to listen to Monterey the radio while we're finishing the Palisades meeting, you'd be my hero right now. Yeah, you're not upset, Raven? I know. I think we all are on a level, though. You know what I'm saying? I'm not accusing you of being hysterical or anything, but we all, everybody who cares is upset. We're not exactly our normal selves right now. This is one of the worst things to have ever happened to California. So anybody here is affected. We're affected, I should say. So we all, and many people will come in here just straight up traumatized. And so we won't act our 100% selves, but if we ever ruffle each other's feathers or say things to offend each other, we just got to recognize it, stop, pause, apologize to each other, and just keep on going. That's the best we could do. So it's I think that was the last watch duty update. It's not talking to my watch for some reason. I updated my watch yesterday, so I hear my own phone. I have to unmute it. Sorry, guys. We'll go back to the Palisades. I just want to let you guys know that I'm going to be on minimal duty because of Santa Ana's return. I'm exhausted. I feel like I'm coming down with something. My spine and my neck hurts. I think they're stiff for some reason. I can't produce tears, and so my eyes can't see small print. Periodically, I lose my voice due to speaking, 20 hours at a time last week. So yeah, like RJ says, there's over 1 million people affected. We have over 100,000 people evacuated. I'm sorry, the donation link didn't work this time. I didn't realize I had to set it up again, but we've raised over $500 for World Central Kitchen, and I encourage you guys to donate to it and other good charities. I'm so proud of you guys. And remember, I could survive on the change, just if you're going to give a whole lot of money or something or any amount to fire victims, remember, just think of them first. I can live on the change, like you pay the restaurant bill, I live on the tip, right? Whatever you're going to donate, I'll survive. So, already you guys have kept me going, and again, I'm looking at computer upgrades and the like, and finally getting the ideal laptop situation. I'm going to turn it back on. I'm sorry, you guys are being frustrated probably by this delay, but I am on the cusp of just switching over to covering this fire. I knew if I went live, there might be a reason to keep going. I was just going to watch this community meeting in the Eaton from 4 p.m., which I mostly missed. I'm absolutely isolating myself, trying to do the best I can to not get sick. I have not gone into a store. I've not had much of an opportunity to leave the house, but I've kept interacting with others to a minimum. And I've ordered stuff delivered to my house as far as food goes. The only thing I did was go to a pretty empty restaurant, which now I kind of regret, but I'm not going into crowded areas. I'm trying not to be sick when you guys need us to be live, right? Thank you, everybody who's with us and all the moderators, everybody. Husky, yeah, you got a Monterey Fire Dispatch Command 31. Can you monitor that one? Can you tell us, Husky, what's going on there? Is it like the whole plant is going up? We should probably look at it. Monterey Moss Plant Fire. Breaking news. If somebody's like covering it, yeah, evacuation orders issued from us. It's a battery plant fire. Oh boy. Okay. That's going to be bad. Let's, okay. So this is breaking news. This is KSBW8 Action News. I'm just trying to get an idea of what the heck's going on real quick. And
yeah, potentially first and foremost is life safety. We need to protect the people who are, close to this fire. And as you saw, even the firefighters are backing away, from it because they understand enough that this is a fire that is very difficult to fight. Especially with the incompatible equipment, shall we say? Until they get the right type of equipment in for a lithium-ion type fire. And then, yes, from an environmental standpoint, after the life safety is addressed and the fire is finally out, and it may take a while for that fire to burn out because of the fuel source. If the fuel source is still present, and that is, the components associated with these complex batteries, including metals and the different types of media that's inside the battery, and when those combust, they're going to form these toxic, substances. And so those substances, when they get released in a plume, in smoke, the smoke is not just gases. A smoke is a mixture of particles, aerosols, vapors, and gases. The heavier ones will have density, and they will settle out. And they will settle out in the plume area. So,
yeah, fallout, like nuclear hazardous stuff. Okay, that explains the extremely wide evacuation zones. It's the fallout. The smoke is toxic. I don't know how deadly it is. If anybody knows about lithium battery fires, it's probably not just lithium ion. It's probably LiPo, like lithium polymer, and the other varieties. So, oh God, once these get going, you can't put them out with water. It depends on the type of chemical reaction, but either a couple things happen. Water. I've heard, and I'm not a chemist. Chemists can correct me on this, but sometimes in these lithium type fires, chemical fires, water put on the chemical, all of a sudden it flares up because it splits the H2O, water molecules. It uses the oxygen from them. So it's like putting straight up oxygen on a fire. So this is going to burn for days. Probably going to burn to the ground, burn for days. If you can't, we need total huge overhaul of all regulations. They need to stop building battery storage and battery charging facilities until there's a lot more fire regulations in charge. We're going to go back to the Palisades. I believe it's probably not a containment issue because you saw the smoke column going straight up. I don't think there's heavy winds there. We're going back to Palisades. Yeah, exactly, RJ. If that plant's big enough, it'll take days to neutralize the batteries. It's dry chemical that the only thing that's going to stop the fire. And how much dry chemical can you put on a warehouse? The stuff that's more like baking soda type things, but not water. Yeah, if you have that's why it's so bad. And one of the worst laws that California enacted, which the governor backed, which makes me so frustrated, is that landlords wanted to prohibit people storing their e-bikes and e-scooters inside of the apartments because they're such a fire hazard. Those things, you can get a bad battery, which often come from bad countries that don't have safety standards. And when they go, it's a chain reaction, and so you can't put it out with fire. Not even the sprinkler systems are really going to help much inside of a building. In fact, they could make it worse. So what California did, though, trying to be green, God, this is why green has a bad word to some people, said landlords cannot prohibit e-bikes and e-scooters and the like and hoverboards from being stored inside somebody's apartment. So now California law protects stupidity. So if your rent's going up and, one of the reasons why insurance is going up, it's California stupidity laws like that. You should never store your e-bike inside. You should never store it in a carport underneath. You should treat it as something that could explode any moment. You should treat it as a bike I ride with a 1 in a million chance of exploding like a bomb. So it's a bomb that you ride to work or whatever you do. Usually while charging, they're the most critically vulnerable, but if you just simply let them run out of batteries, like you don't ride it for a year, if the battery goes down to like below 15%, it can spontaneously combust. So that's what's sad. People don't know that they have to keep charging the battery to keep them safe. In fact, I haven't flown my drone in a long time, but I better go charge the batteries, otherwise they'll become unsafe and they could explode. But I keep my drone stuff in an explosion-proof bag, which I can show you guys later. We need so much legislative and change to happen to make California safe. But that's the silver lining. This is what shouldn't depress you. It should make you hopeful. Much of this can be prevented. Much of it, just common sense laws. You know, if you sell e-bikes or e-scooters, then the battery pack area, there should be a fireproof, like a case that goes over that portion of the bike, or you should be able to take the battery out and put it in a fireproof case, to special charging cases. They shouldn't just plug in to charge. They should be charging in a fireproof bag. So if they just simply, hey, somebody invent that right now, and please cut me in 15% for the idea, okay? But that's what I do with my drone. I have a fireproof bag. I put the batteries inside, and there's a little cord that goes in. So it shouldn't be casual. People should know from the get-go that it's like riding a bomb that has a very small chance of going off. Yeah, safety rules don't have to be written in blood, but it takes tragedy sometimes for it to happen. Okay, we're going back to the meeting, and I'm going to keep eating here. This is my first meal of the day. Like I said, guys, I'm under the weather. I know we're behind the meeting, but we're just going to restart it where we began, and we're going to keep an eye on that battery fire. If you are anywhere downwind or away from that Moss power plant, wrong thing, in Monterey County, if you're downwind, get out of the downwind. We'll look later at the wind forecast. It doesn't look windy at all right now, but look at the forecast for yourself if you're in this region, and get the heck away from it, and go spend the night somewhere else, because you don't want to inhale the fumes and whatever and the fallout from that fire at the Moss Landing power plant. Right now, it's scaring me that everywhere from Portland all the way down to many places on the West Coast, they're charging us an arm and a leg and increasing our power rates in order to have battery depots, which mostly are for electric car use. So these places, I think, are critically fire vulnerable. I don't think they should be building them until they have a lot better power rules, but it's a gold rush. So let's go back to the Palisades community meeting. So far, I've liked some things of what I've seen, and I've disliked a lot, such as, this is unprecedented. Last year, we only had 68 fires, and now we're having a bunch. Last year, at this point in time, you had flooding in the region, okay? So what the hell does that mean? It's just, I really am upset with misleading statistics just there to confuse the public. It's just ridiculous. It's like, do you live here, bro? Why would you even say that? No, duh. Anyway,
Los Angeles County Fire Department.
Anyway, let's continue with the Palisades. It was live. Now we're behind it about 10, 15 minutes.
Department.
So good evening. My name is Anthony Maroney. I'm the Fire Chief of the County of Los Angeles Fire Department. And with me, I have Deputy Fire Chief Robert Harris, who's the LA County IC that participates in Unified Command. Before I begin, I just wanted to thank the rabbis here at Sinai Temple for inviting us into your home to host this important meeting so we can give you the vital information that you need. I would also like to thank and recognize our American Sign Language interpreters. You have been with us at every press conference that we've had, so thank you for bringing a voice to those that are deaf or hearing impaired. I'd like to apologize because I didn't write any formal remarks, so I thought that I would speak from the heart. And I just wanted to thank Chief Crowley and her team. You are a trusted partner of the LA County Fire Department. You and all of your members, we value you. So thank you.
I'm sorry, I was looking at chat. Wait, is he talking to Crowley?
Partner, I would speak from the heart because I didn't write any formal remarks, so I thought that I would speak from the heart. And I just wanted to thank Chief Crowley and her team. You are a trusted partner of the...
Sorry, I just screwed this up. I didn't mean to turn off chat.
From the heart. And I just wanted to thank Chief Crowley and her team. You are a trusted partner of the LA County Fire Department. You and all of your members, we value you. So thank you. It was a little strange for me to actually be sitting in the audience and hear about reports of structures lost. And I want you to know that we realize that those structures are your homes and your businesses. And you might be facing from this fire one of the most difficult incidents that you've ever had to deal with. For that, I profusely apologize. Not because we did something wrong, but because we weren't able to protect a life, prevent a death, save your home, or save your business. So my apologies to all of you that you have to go through this absolutely terrible incident with us. But I must tell you that in my 39 years with the LA County Fire Department, I've never been more proud of the work my personnel did on Tuesday and Wednesday fighting this destructive fire. I'm proud and thankful to the County Board of Supervisors who support me and my fire department and my personnel. And I'm proud of the community that supports us. So thank you. I'm sorry. We're going to get through this together. And I want you to know that we did our very best. Although we focus on stories of tragedy, I've heard so many stories of triumph. Lives saved, houses protected, and businesses that are still standing. So thank you, and I'd now like to turn it over to Chief Harris.
All right. Finally, some empathy and apologies, you know. What struck me about the 1961 Bel Air video is even though a row of homes was destroyed, somebody had a professionally made sign and put it in their yard saying, thank you, you tried. The crews on the ground just pulled superhuman acts, you know, and feats. They, with what all was happening, I agree. Like the crews on the ground and stuff, they tried with everything they had. They were just not supported by officials. Didn't help prep enough. Everything from budget cuts against them to when they needed a budget increase to be prepared, to keep people being out of town and leaving. Like, wasn't the governor and the president even in town and the mayor, but not there? They left or weren't there in the first place. Like, just a lot of higher up reasons why we should be very critical of the response, and the planning was dog crap, inadequate planning. I think they asked for an inadequate amount of help or didn't get it. Until I have those answers, I just know that the crews on the ground were basically on their own, and they did the very best they could. But finally, real apologies and senses of regret, which is natural. I mean, there's always something you could have done in every situation. You know, they do the best they can. But to express that regret is such a refreshing change. And that's why we need to support them emotionally. This is some of the worst stuff these firefighters have ever seen, and they got closer to it than any of us. So we need to support them emotionally. They really did all that, you know, they could. So when people have regrets, they can learn. They can learn from mistakes of their own or just mistakes of others. But what I don't like about the higher up, the officials, the politicians, and they're patting themselves on the back and smiling all the time. If they think they did a good job, they can't learn and they can't do better. If they're already thinking, oh yeah, we did fine, okay, get out, So I don't get political, but I'm very critical about just how Fire's response was, and I'm appalled by the politicians in general and the lack of planning, and they've had decades to make the place less fire hazardous. And last month being a wake up call everywhere, I'm like, that should have shaken everybody up. What happened at Malibu, the Franklin, and even lessons a month ago are not being learned by the politicians. So but that, I don't know about you guys, but I just want to give that man a hug and others. All right, let's go back.
Thank you. As stated, I'm the Central Region Deputy Fire Chief, and our area butts up right next to the Palisades. And I can tell you, I responded to this fire when it first started, and we went very quickly into unified command with Los Angeles City Fire Department. And I can tell you early on that we threw every resource that we could at this fire. I've been on this fire department for 33 years, and I was actually there in 1993 when we had the last significant fire in Malibu. And I can tell you, I've never seen fire behavior like that. Just to watch just the sheer destruction happen all around you was difficult. To date, our fire department, we still have 350 members that are still committed to ensuring that the fire doesn't escape the line, and that we do everything possible to do a thorough search in the area and to render the area safe enough for you to return to your home. But we too have suffered losses as well, and some of those members are still out there working even though they lost home, and some are even missing people from their families. So we struggle through this with you side by side as what's been stated. I'd like to just give you some updated statistics. As of today, 50% of our damage inspections have been completed. For the community members that would like to see that information, you can go to recovery.lacounty.gov to view maps showing the damage sections that have been completed. Additionally, as our meteorologist has stated, next week we are looking, unfortunately, at some more winds coming into the area. So again, I would just like to encourage you to just stay ready. As we've been saying repeatedly at these press conferences, that we would just want to encourage everyone to, again, visit fire.lacounty.gov. There you will be able to view the Ready, Set, Go information, and that just talks about everything that you can do to prepare your family in the event that we need you to evacuate an area. Lastly, I'll just say this. I know that, this has been a long period of time, and we are working diligently with all of our federal, state, and local agencies, as well as the utilities, to render the area safe, or as safe as possible to get you back. So just please be patient with us. We want to get you in that area as quick as we can. Thank you.
Los Angeles Police Department.
Thank you. You understandable guy from Boston? Well, thank you, particularly to the leadership of Sinai Temple for having us here again. As Chief Maroney mentioned, we're very grateful for your partnership. And thank you to all of you as I look out for coming and joining us tonight. This is a tragic, but really a special time in LA's history, where we all deal with the situation that we have in front of us. We come together as one, and we put the very best effort we can on behalf of so many others. As was mentioned, we're 10 days in at this time, and what we've seen is an incredible effort by so many partners And when I think about it, and I'm sitting here thinking about all of the people involved in this, the fire, clearly, police, public works, meteorologists, geologists, hydrologists, psychologists, clergy, animal services, and our partners from the National Guard, all coming together using the latest in technology of all kinds that we couldn't have dreamed of probably 10 years ago to be able to do what we can to save lives and property. The air assets, I think we've all come to realize just how important they are from so many different perspectives. But when that wind kicked up and we didn't have access to the air assets, it was a different ballgame. And so we're very thankful for the pilots of those aircraft that do a job that I can't even imagine what their situation looks like up there in the sky. The mutual aid, as you heard, from around the world, people reaching out, watching on TV 24/7 what all of you are dealing with, and they decided they want to be able to help make things a little better for all of us. The level of teamwork, expertise, dedication, and commitment, I think, is unparalleled in any operation I've seen before. And I'm so proud of all of our first responders and all of those who supported them on so many different levels. Thank you to so many who got us to this point where we're at today. And that includes the media who daily got our word out there on trying to be able to help put people in a better state of mind, to give them some assurance and to give them an understanding of what the game plan was for the day ahead. And so to our public, who have been our eyes and ears, who have been responsible for several arson arrests in particular, for others who were trying to continue the fires going, and we were able, because of their help, to take these people into custody. As Chief Harris mentioned, the impact on the organization, on individuals within the organization, is a heavy one. 19 of our people lost everything they have. 11 more have property damage so bad they can't inhabit it, and many of them with young children. And I spoke with every one of them this week, and my takeaway from that was I could not believe how positive, how resilient they were, how dedicated they were to coming back to work and helping in this effort as quickly as they could. And that takes a special type of person, but also a very, very supportive family to understand that mindset. And yet they did. And all of you demonstrate that same attitude of selflessness, of wanting to give so that others may benefit from your efforts. And for that, I thank you all. To get into more detail on LAPD's role, I'd like to introduce my partner here, the Los Angeles Police Department Incident Commander for the Palisades Fire, Commander Randy Goddard. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. Just on a personal note, communities that have been affected by the fire have been in my thoughts and prayers, and I know the men and women of the Los Angeles Police Department, in my conversations with them, you've been in our thoughts and prayers. So, Chief Everett, back in 2019, Chief Everett and I worked on the Palisades fire in 2019, as well as the Getty.
Okay, we got a new speaker. I just want to interject right now, and I know people are drifting in and out. We've had 1,200 views, 101 likes. Please hit the like button so people find us. It won't be the world's longest stream tonight because I'm feeling under the weather. But the service that I have for people right now, I want to put this out there. So you can email me your address or any address you want me to check on, and I will check the property damage map for you. The Eaton, the Palisades, whatever. I started doing this. This was one of the first requests I ever had back in Paradise. I first did Firestream for Paradise. It wasn't quite like it was today. I didn't give advice about evacuations, just mostly fire's progress. But people ask me, like, hey, will you check the map? I don't want to look at it. I don't want to deal with it. Just tell me if there's a reason to return home, if there's anything standing. I will check the map for you so you don't have to see the images of your burned home, because I do recommend that some people just don't go look at it. If you lost everything, consider the benefit of never looking at it, especially not taking children there. There's also hazards, like you have to wear plastic bags over your shoes, or you have to throw your shoes away if you walk in the rubble in a fire area, because the dioxins on your shoes will get tracked all over your vehicle and into other places. It's very difficult to dry clean shoes and whatnot, get all those off of there. So I do recommend, unless there's something you have to sift for, maybe even hire a crew to do that, but don't go back and look. It doesn't really add much to the sense of closure. Some people need it, some don't. But for many, it just breaks them, and it's just another part of heartbreak. It's just another thing that's bad. So if you want me to look at it, you can send emails to me like right now or anytime in the future. I will look at your property and explain whether if there's anything standing, or I'll just describe it so you don't have to look at the photos. You can go back to the show right now though. Oh, John Sater says, Craig, just tuning in live. Hi, it's seeing you. By the way, I meant to get in touch with you. Chaos. It says, I've been running flooded lead acid batteries for well over 20 years. 6 volts in series parallel, 24 volt, never touch them. When they are charging, junkyards use motes for this new stuff. Can you please explain to me what a mote is? I don't know that much about chemistry and batteries and stuff. I just know that the lithium battery plant on fire, woo, Monterey is going to be burning, that plant's going to be burning for a while, depending on how much is stored there. You do not want to be downwind of any toxic fallout of any smoke, especially not with battery fires. So we'll just casually keep an eye on Monterey and what's happening there. But the big evacuations are not because they expect fire to spread. It's the hazardous gases and fallout of really seriously bad stuff. If you're in the Monterey area, check the wind forecast, and if you think you're going to be downwind tomorrow or anything, pack up tonight and go somewhere else. Seal up the house, and then when you return, you need to clean like crazy. That goes for anybody returning from any wildfire, or just if you've had wildfire smoke around your house, clean like crazy. You have to vacuum everything, launder your curtains or vacuum them, vacuum every square inch, dust everything. Run your air cleaners. If you don't have any, get them. Change filters like furnace filters and all that, because you don't want that continuously, what the toxins it caught, you don't want that continuously circulating through your house. You want to get your duct work, clean, because any dust that was trapped in there now has toxic dust mixed in with it. And you want to get your laundry vents blown out too, the tube going from your laundry room to the outside. You want to get all of that blown out and cleaned, but dust like crazy. Every square inch of your place, every surface, you have to dust it, because the wildfire dust, the toxic fallout, is some of the worst cancer-causing chemicals known to man. Burning plastic into vinyl from all the homes and all the vehicles, that alone is released so many dioxins that now the soil in many places will have to be dug up, maybe up to 3 feet deep, and disposed of as hazardous waste. So dioxins are the same thing that Love Canal scandal is in, DDT, Agent Orange. You just don't want to be. You want to limit your exposure. So you'll have to launder. Like even in your closet, go launder everything in your closet. Has smoke gotten into your house? Have you reacted to smoke, like had itchy eyes and stuff in your home? Yes. Then some smoke got in your house. It's not like houses are hermetically sealed. I mean, you have to go through every square inch. You have to launder everything that was in the closet, except for things in boxes. So if you have walked through the fire zones and you need to shampoo your car right now and either throw away your shoes or dry clean them immediately, or bag them right now in sealed bags, you can't just walk through a fire zone with your regular shoes and be fine. This is one way you're going to track that stuff back. So I've seen these horrible videos of people leading children by the hands inside of their burned down home. Kids don't need to see that. Just please don't take kids to the fire zone. Really young children just don't. They can't comprehend it. It'll be one of the worst memories of their life. Just consider not doing that. And B, can you imagine just taking your kid's shoes off, saying we have to throw this away now? Just don't do that. I know I'm not critical of the people who have been doing it, but I just want to get the word out that that's not a good thing to do. So if you do have If you do want me to look at the fire and maps for you to let you know if you're what's remaining at your property, or if you don't want to give me your exact address, that's fine. Just say all the houses on the north side of this street, this number through that number. I'll do that. Whatever. Give me a chunk, and we can make this private via email, or we can do it live. Whatever you're comfortable with. But that's one of the strangest, unusual things I've been asked to do, but I am putting it out there again because, you really shouldn't have to see that either. Okay, we'll go back to the meeting that was live. We were looking at the thing with Monterey. I just want to make sure that we don't have any brand new evacuations or anything that I missed. Last update was 33 minutes ago, where they closed the roads around the lithium battery storage place at Moss Landing by Monterey. At least there's not that much in the way of wind, but we do see sun coming off the shore, so that's why inland, I guess, downwind, potential downwind, mandatory evacuations. You do want to get the hell out of the way. I don't know how deadly these fumes could be if big winds picked up, or how bad for you, but very bad. This is a whole different ballgame over here. All right, let's go back to the Palisades meeting, and I'll try to eat. If you guys have questions for me, I don't want this to be a terribly long stream. We'll go back to the Eaton Fire that was at 4 p.m. Right after this one is played. We have about 20 minutes more in this one. Let's keep going.
Fire. I was a cap.
And thank you guys for supporting me. I've eaten good, nutritious meals. Thank you, donors. I still don't have the donor list right now. I'm so sorry. I've been, I think I'm coming down with something. Yeah, if you have rugs, they should be professionally cleaned. Yeah, but all rugs can get wet and dried again. You can do a bit of it yourself. You can rent a rug doctor. You can also beat them outdoors and beat most of the dust particles off, and a good thorough vacuuming. But eventually, yes, if they still smell like smoke, you would want a pro cleaning if at all possible. You gotta steam and launder, or take your curtains outside and beat them, or vacuum. And once you've done the vacuuming, you really need to empty and get rid of the bag or the canister. Don't just keep it in there. It'll kind of get stirred up every time you run the vacuum, and then wipe it down, the canister. But you just don't want to have any dust whatsoever in the house. Just consider it extremely dangerous to you and your family, especially pets. Especially if you have birds. Oh my God, you've got to clean like crazy. Otherwise, your birds are going to suffer. All right, let's go back to the Palisades.
Captain here at West Los Angeles during that time, and I can tell you that powerful story that Chief Everett shared. He has everything in his heart for this community, and he, along with his firefighters, have done everything they can to support this community, and every word he said is absolutely true to the bone. When I was sitting here, I was getting past a few questions, so I'm going to alter my prepared comments based upon the questions that I'm getting and what's really important to all of you. So I'm going to start with repopulation. Everybody's asking when they can get back and see their homes. I understand that. And like my unified command talked about, every day we meet, our objective is to try to get people back to their homes as soon as possible. However, there's a lot of logistics that go into that. Right now, we're still continuing the urban search and rescue. We're still continuing an investigation to determine the cause of the fire. We're still working with utilities, gas company, power, water, roads, to make sure that the actual locations are safe to return to. There's a lot of logistics going on. EPA, a lot of folks are working tirelessly every day to try to get people back in as soon as possible. Today we had a win. We made some progress. We were able to get people back into some of that real estate, back in their homes. We're doing that for residents only right now. Another question that was asked is, well, what happens when people get back in? Is the LAPD going to stay there? And the answer is yes. LAPD is not going anywhere. We're there 24/7. We're going to continue to be in those neighborhoods 24/7 to make sure there's no criminal behavior. We have a zero tolerance policy. People come in, they're not supposed to be there, they're going to get arrested. We heard you probably all heard the chief and the sheriff and the district attorney talk about full prosecution to the extent of the law to bring justice. We will continue that. We actually made arrests this afternoon. Somebody was in where they were not supposed to be. They could not justify for being there, and they were arrested and they were booked at Van Nuys Jail. That zero tolerance will continue until everybody's back in their homes and safe and we can move forward. So that's the repopulation. I know it's tough to say be patient, because if I were in your shoes, I understand there's nothing more that you want to do to get back to your homes and see what's there. And I want that too, as all the unified commanders, as well as your elected officials, and we're going to do everything we can every day to make that happen as soon as possible, once it's safe to do so. Moving on here. So with that, that's the most important thing. I talked about the security. I talked about what we're going to do. We're working with a bunch of partners out here. I want to say thank you to some of our city family partners. Los Angeles Airport Police, Los Angeles Port Police, our partners at California Highway Patrol, National Guard. We obviously could not do this without that unified effort, everybody coming together to keep these communities safe. So thank you for all those partners, and I will end with that. Thank you very much.
California National Guard.
Good evening. I'm Lieutenant Colonel Manuel Reno. I'm the Incident Commander for Task Force 143, supporting LAPD, Santa Monica PD, the Sheriff's Department, and of course, the Fire Department. At this time, we have over 600 personnel supporting our partners, and we are manning over 43 checkpoints. One message that I do want to share with you is these soldiers supporting this community are your soldiers. They are your teachers, your nurses, your neighbors, many of whom have personally suffered some sort of losses, and they still showed here to help the community. We are here for the duration. We are here until our partners tell us to be here. We have pre-positioned assets to continue mission until we're called to mission complete. We are here to serve the community. We are empathetic, and we are part of you. Thank you.
City of Los Angeles Emergency Operations Center.
I wanted to point out we're still monitoring the fire that's at the battery storage place, I guess, in Monterey, the Moss Landing. So David T says there you may have to expand the evacuation area of the fire. The toxic cloud is headed northeast at 750 feet altitudes towards the foothills nearby. Great. That's wonderful. So we'll have to keep an eye on that situation. If I was anywhere near that place, northeast of Monterey, north of Salinas, I would be leaving because toxic battery, unless I had a gas mask and a hazmat suit, I would just be leaving. Battery fire, that's a different animal. The fumes from that, I don't know how bad they are, but they're not good. Like somebody said, hydrogen fluorine gas. I'm not a chemist. I can't verify that, but yeah, stuff that you can inhale and it'll rip apart your lungs and blister your lungs and do bad things to you. And toxic heavy metals like cadmium fumes are extremely cancerous. So you just don't want to be anywhere around there. And like Humboldt Guanovan says, yeah, I'm face palming. Why have extremely toxic storage next to a marine wildlife sanctuary, something as special as Monterey and unique in the world? That's the kelp forest thing, where the seals and the sea lions and endangered otters and stuff are at. So I've been there before. One of my best childhood memories, the whole Monterey Salinas trip. I can't remember much more than that about the region, but wow, that's just wow. Mitch Ashdown says, do you recall looking at a fire start near a power line through the fire camera on your stream? At the time, it looked obvious to me it was a line, but to no one else. Okay, yeah, which day, which point? I guess day one. I'm going to show you guys next that on my Twitter X post. There's somebody who filmed the start of the Eaton and looked up at the hills. It was straight up underneath the power lines. So I'm going to show you that. It's just shocking footage, and it's possible that a person lit the Eaton underneath power lines, but it's more likely the power lines started them. So that's not been announced, I guess, but they are looking into that as a cause. And that is my number one. You know, if I had $50,000 right now, I'd go all in and say it was SoCal Edison that started the Eaton under those particular power lines. But we're going to look at the footage that showed up from, you know, social media. But I just want to tell you guys the importance of film. Start of any fire, film the beginning of it, because without that, it may have been a little bit ambiguous about where the fire started. But there's no mistaking that it started under the high tension power lines. The Eaton, you know, is really plain as day. So we'll be looking at that next, and then doing the Eaton community meeting at 4 p.m. Well, keeping an eye on the Monterey battery fire situation, which may worsen. So let's go back and finish this. This is getting frustratingly long. Chat has all these good questions, and I wonder if they're going to answer any of them, such as why the hell did the water pressure, you know, fail? Why was the reservoir empty? The Santa Ynez one, which is a big water tank. I mean, I know the answer to that, but I want them to answer it. These hard questions, you need to tell the public. And the answer is, because we never upgraded our water system and never took it seriously since we knew we needed to after the Bel Air fires 1961. Bel Air fire of 1961, just a few canyons over, east of where Palisades happened, was basically a carbon copy of this Palisades fire. Like, this is just a repeat of the Bel Air in a different scale and slightly west. And just like the Bel Air fire of 1961, just when they were starting to get a handle on it and enough units to arrive, other fires elsewhere started, including the Eaton and then the Hurst and then later the Kenneth and the Sunset. So the Sunset just really might have been arson. So they identified things in the 1961 Bel Air fire video. LAFD created that movie, and we watched it together. We could watch it again one day. That the water pressure was going to fail again unless they did X, Y, and Z. And wow, it's been a long time since 1961, and they still didn't do it. Draining a reservoir during with kind of fire seasons we've had last couple of years, just because the tarp on top was torn. I'm sorry, what? It's just the dumbest thing I've ever heard of. City, I'm just going to give you a clue right now. When you have a tarp thing, a reservoir cover, have more than one, okay? So that when one tears, you just put the new one on. That's it. What they did instead, because stupidity, is they drained the entire thing because leaves and sediment might get in it from blowing dust. And then they tried to take bids about who would do the repair. Holy crap, take it off the damn reservoir, put it aside, repair it on the ground, and use your spare in the meantime. You don't drain the damn thing. What are you thinking? Well, that appears to have been what happened so far, and it's been empty for months. Even during California's fire season during the summer, it's like been empty since like last March or some god-awful long time ago like that. It's just... So they stored all the water from the flood season last winter, and then they drained it for a dry summer. It's just... Wow. People are asking those questions in the chat. Let's see if they address any of them. We're going to get towards question and answer time here.
Good evening. I'm Brandon Silverman, a captain with the Los Angeles City Fire Department, and I'm here tonight on behalf of our City of Los Angeles Emergency Operations Center, or EOC. The EOC is located downtown in Los Angeles, and they are operated by the Los Angeles City Emergency Management Department, or EMD. On a personal note, I was initially deployed to this incident to the command post when it first broke out, and I was a liaison officer with a role of communicating between the incident commanders and our various supporting agencies, various supporting departments, like the DWP, gas company, Caltrans, Public Works, and I know that everyone that was on scene of that incident, agencies that you wouldn't think of as first responders necessarily, were all first responders in this scenario. Those agencies were going into areas and doing everything they could, putting their lives at risk in order to do anything to support our operations. So I think it's important that you all know that. At the EOC, where I was assigned after the first 36 hours or so, I took on a information role as a public information officer, and I was assigned to the Joint Information Center. At the EOC and the Joint Information Center, or JIC, we have officials from every city department, as well as representatives from supporting agencies and organizations, all under the same roof, to help facilitate everyone's goal of responding to this disaster and getting through the recovery process together. As you've heard from our incident commanders, firefighting, search, and inspection efforts continue, but great progress has been made. This allows us to begin focusing on the long and challenging process of recovery. While you may or may not be able to return to your properties at this time, you can still get started with the recovery process now if you're ready. You can visit lacity.gov and click on the LA Wildfire Recovery link for information and resources. You'll find assistance for individual families, property owners, businesses, and housing services. You can also start a damage assessment claim at this website. You'll also find contact information and a process for those in need of assistance locating a pet within the evacuation area. These are just a few of the resources that you'll find online, and additional links to assistance are being added regularly, so please check back often. You can also visit a Disaster Recovery Center, or DRC. In addition to the east side location in Pasadena, the west side DRC is located at 10850 Pico Boulevard, Los Angeles 90064. That's the old West Side Pavilion that's now part of the UCLA Research Facility, very close to here. This is a one-stop shop for information and resources designed to assist residents and business owners with processes like replacing lost vital records, including driver's licenses, birth certificates, death certificates, and Social Security documentation. There are also representatives to help you start the application process for disaster relief loans. Assistance for replacing needed medication, as well as mental health counseling, are also available at this location. As of this evening, since it opened at 1 p.m. on Tuesday, over 780 households have visited the Westside Disaster Recovery Center alone. It's open 7 days a week from 9 a.m. to 8 p.m. and will remain open as long as necessary to provide services to those impacted by the Palisades wildfire. Again, for more detailed information and links to all of these recovery resources and more, in addition to the LA County Recovery website, please visit lacity.gov. And for social media users, our city's Unified LA accounts are active and providing updates regularly. We realize that much of the information being provided by state, county, and city agencies and websites may be overwhelming. In many cases, it's redundant, but that's intentional. Our common goal is to ensure that everyone who needs assistance or information can access it as easily as possible. We also know that this is an incredibly emotional and often frustrating time for many of you, especially since the situation is constantly evolving along with available information. But please know, along with our partners, your entire LA City family is doing everything we can to support you as we all recover from this disaster together. Thank you.
Next up, FEMA.
Did you hear that clap response? Like, yeah. One of the most pertinent things in chat was, so when are you going to take care of the flooded out, freezing victims in North Carolina and South Carolina from the hurricane? Ouch. I met a lady, coincidentally, the other day. just taking my place to a recycling center, my cans, and she goes, and she had a thick accent, and I said, "Where are you from?" And she said, "From the Carolinas," and she just moved because they got hit with the flood, but they had just sold their house right before the flood hit with the Milton and whatever. And I said, "So is it as bad as they're saying? How is it now? You know, in the Carolinas?" They said, "Real bad, real bad. People are like building their own cabins in the woods and stuff, and out of pallets, and no help, no real help. I'm dismayed at how ineffective our government has been, local and fed, at helping people lately. It's just, wow." I pray it gets better.
Good evening. My name is Carol Freisinger, and I am a Disaster Survivor Assistance Specialist with FEMA, or DSA. I just want to quickly share with you a few suggestions on how you can jumpstart your recovery with FEMA's help. Number one, file your insurance claims for your home, other property, and your vehicles. That is the very first thing you will hear FEMA people like me ask you to do. Second, contact FEMA. You have 4 ways of doing that. Number one, we have our helpline, which is 1-800-621-3362. It is open 24/7. Second, go online to disasterassistance.gov. Third, my predecessor here just mentioned the disaster recovery centers at UCLA Research Park West and at Pasadena Community College. Avail yourself of those services. As was indicated, there is not only FEMA, but a wide range of other services there that you might find useful for your recovery. And fourth, you can...
All right, what was that disturbance in the crowd we just heard? Like, there's a commotion? I don't know if that was the wrong microphone and just the crowd's being that loud normally and just talking, and the microphone was queued up, or was there like a disturbance? Did somebody just sabotage a meeting or something?
Research Park West and disaster. Second, go online to disasterassistance.gov. Third, my predecessor here just mentioned the disaster recovery centers at UCLA Research Park West and at Pasadena Community College. Avail yourself of those services. As was indicated, there is not only FEMA, but a wide range of other services there that you might find useful for your recovery. And fourth, you can use the FEMA app on your phone. My colleagues and I will be out in the lobby this evening, and so we have FEMA staff here to help you register or just to answer your questions about the recovery process and how FEMA can help you. Thank you very much.
And there's one thing I have to say. A lot of people who didn't get help at the start of the Milton hurricanes and such, they didn't know you had to actually register for it. So you got to register for it. And the first thing they give you is like $700 of wham, walking around money to just get some things going. FEMA was explaining today during the Eaton Fire press conference, which we'll watch next, which was around 4 p.m. I mean, once we check in on Monterey here, that you'll get that money right off the back, but then there's participating hotels in the area that FEMA has a list for. And if you haven't gotten approved yet, though, for a FEMA reimbursement of the hotel, you got to pay, keep your receipt, and then FEMA reimburses you once you're approved. But they do a process where, you know, your own, I guess, personal insurance is checked first. I don't know why. I don't think personal insurance should be paying anything until we discover if the power company did this or not, or who's in charge. Like, the power company's insurance should be paying, but hey, whatever. So basically, you have to go through that process. Just having them doing it in person might be the easiest way. At the centers they're talking about, like, you know, Pasadena Community College is what they just said, I thought. I can't remember. It's linked to it as a video description I have. It's also on Watch Duty where you can go. But it's every day. These locations are open. If you don't have the app or you can't figure it out or you want to talk to somebody about how all this works, you can go do that. So that's been a huge thing is people are walking into hotels saying, hey, FEMA will pay. But the hotel is like, no, you pay. Because FEMA is not going to pay if the hotel isn't part of their list. of like ones that have already set up the process, and B, you haven't gone through the process with FEMA and gotten approved yet. So if you're not far along in the process yet in registration, you got to pay yourself, keep your receipts, and then FEMA might reimburse you. So definitely get these questions answered by talking to them in person.
Right.
I'm going to check on the Moss Fire real quick with KS8W here.
And they all need to be talking to each other.
Action News 8 reporter Zoe Hunt is at the spot at the Castroville Rec Center where they have set up a place for those who were immediately evacuated. And you were in one of those neighborhoods, Zoe, when literally the Sheriff's Department came up and said, get out.
Yeah, you saw people packing up.
Yeah, we saw a lot of people packing up, especially people with young families, and that's really what we're seeing here at this evacuation center. A lot of families, elderly, young children. There's firefighters, EMTs here checking on the people in here. They have a movie going to kind of help and take some stress off, distract the young children. The Red Cross here says they're expecting to stay here through the night. They have food, water, and more supplies coming in.
Zoe, what was the sort of mood when you were in the neighborhood when the Sheriff's Department came through? I didn't feel panic at all. I didn't think people were panicking. Am I wrong?
You're not wrong. I think there was a lot of confusion in the air after we had gone live. We even had some neighbors coming up to us asking what we knew about the evacuation zone, how serious it was for them to get out. So a lot of people we talked to were saying that they're trying to just stay inside their houses there, keep the doors locked, keep the windows closed, but just wondering when they should have gone out, when they shouldn't have, but not a lot of mass panic there at the time.
Zoe, thank you.
So confusion about whether or not they have to go or not. Unless you have gas masks, I wouldn't stay at home for either a chlorine leak or anything like this. Those fumes will be pretty bad. I don't know how much of the facility is scheduled or how much they think is going to burn or how big it is. What's going on? I hope that they'll provide these answers later. Go back to the Palisades never-ending slow as molasses news conference.
Now we will move into our question and answer session. So our agency representatives have some questions that you submitted here and that were submitted online. We'll have them come up one by one, answer the questions they have, and following this portion, we'll move into our distinguished guests and have them up here to present. So if we want to make our way down the line and answer some questions, do we have any questions in this row? LA County Sheriff.
There was a question posed, will the Palisade Highlands and other areas that were less affected be open sooner? If so, when? And it kind of goes hand in hand with another question, can medical office go back to their office to pick up essential items? Like Commander Goodard had said, the goal here is to make the area safe. There are hazardous materials, the roadways are maybe blocked or damaged, and so our goal here is to make the area safe. Like Commander Goodard said, the Unified Command are meeting hourly to assess the situation, and no doubt that we want to get you back into the area. So as soon as it is rendered safe, we will make arrangements to repopulate that area, and so that folks can go back to their properties. Thank you.
Los Angeles Police Department.
Again, Commander Randy Goddard, LAPD. No problem. All right, so a lot of things on obviously the repopulation. The question is, when can residents return? When, how can we get contractors into our house to make repairs so we can make our houses livable again? So No contractors, nothing will be able to enter into the area until that area is fully opened. Right now, it's for essential services, emergency personnel, utilities, those type of things. Once we get to the point where it's a full reopening, you can get contractors back in there to make those necessary repairs and start to rebuild. One thing that goes with this that was brought up this morning at the IC's briefing, the Incident Commander's briefing, is once that area is rendered safe, what that means is the roadways have been rendered safe. That does not mean your property has been rendered safe. That is something that is not going to be determined by any of the Unified Command or any of the resources. That's something that is left up to the community member, the homeowner. Last question. What's the approach to subdividing the evacuation zones to enable earlier reentry? So that's exactly what we're doing. I'm trying to give every foot of real estate that we can give back through our Unified Command, every foot that we can give back, as soon as we can give back, we are giving back. We're not holding areas until we get a larger area that we can repopulate. Every day we're looking at that. Every day we're having those conversations, and every day anything I can give back as a Unified Command, we're giving back once it's safe. Thank you.
So I think.
We're going to have our.
Yeah, so you can't hear the audience. People are complaining about that in the chat. So I guess they're not giving a microphone to the person answering the question, asking the question. Let's see if this is something we can hear.
Partners from CAL FIRE come on up.
Somebody was just asking a question.
Great question. So with the Santa Ana winds, obviously it's typically a northerly flow, and that goes, or northeasterly, and goes directly towards the ocean. So we haven't seen any fire growth in that area. We did make it through the last Santa Ana wind event. We have been reinforcing those lines. We will have crews where necessary based on the wind.
Wow, I just have to point out one of the more rude questions. What caused the fire, you beepwad? Whoa. Whoa, calm yourselves, guys, in the chat. Like, there's a lot of rage, a lot of community rage. Yeah, you just need to answer the big questions. What do you think caused it? Shut up already about under investigation. Just tell us what you're thinking already. Do we have to fear an arsonist, or was it power lines probably? Or was it a screwed up job where they extinguished the fireworks fire in January a week prior, but maybe it went to the root system and they restarted? I mean, just tell us. Just tell us where you are in the investigation. Just for God's sake. It's 10 days later. Work harder, faster, stronger, better. Hire more people. Go 24/7. But tell us what the hell's going on. Where things like the Kenneth copycat crimes? Like, come on, tell us what's going on. The Eaton already. Okay, clearly video shows the fire starting underneath the power lines. Like, really? Did you go there? If you didn't find cigarettes, if you didn't find any evidence of person there, just please tell us what the hell's going on. Because the Santa Anas are coming back. And if there's an arsonist, we need to be in extreme vigilance. Everybody needs to patrol, walk, and set up community watch uphill and upwind of their neighborhoods. Okay, that's happening. People need to patrol that all day, all night. And I'm dead serious. If it's power companies, then they need to shut down the freaking power for the next wind event. No ifs, ands, or buts. Give it an emergency, whatever court order, whatever the hell needs to happen. But we can't have more power line fires. It looks like the Eaton and the Hurst really might have been those. Could have been the Palisades too. There's a power line up there. We don't know. But we've had enough destruction and mayhem. We don't need more. So if it was power companies, you better spit it out right now that it possibly is them. Like, come on. I'm just as frustrated as people in the chat. What do we have to fear going forward? What do we have to be vigilant about going forward? What can we do? But if it's the power companies, if you even think that, they need to shut off the damn power. Hurricane force winds, 100 plus mile an hour winds. If you have rickety old power lines, you better shut off the power there. I mean, come on. You detect surges, you better hit the off button immediately. If this is anything like what happened in Oregon in 2020, and so many, 2016 through 2024 fires with PG&E in the northern part of the state, it's because they inappropriately they don't shut off the power when there's high winds. Okay? Even when they know that the power lines are going down and causing fires, they still don't do it. And that's because these companies have rules that say, hey, unless you can talk to a supervisor, you'll get fired for shutting off the power. If you can't prove that a fire was happening, you'll get fired. That has to be, okay, the president, somebody, executive order, legislation, emergency session, you have to get rid of that. You cannot allow power companies to put our lives in danger like that. And many people are dead. Somebody said 25 people are dead. 6, at least in the Palisades now, confirmed. I don't know how many in the Eaton. It's just, we heard people die on my stream. We heard people dying. I'm not having a good time with that. I recognize now some of the calls when we were listening live and the descriptions of the victims and how they were found. I recognize now some people were not rescued and we were listening to it live. This is interesting and nice and everything. Tell us the meat and potatoes. What next? Santanas are coming back. What do we do? Are you going to make the power company shut off the power? Because they have been starting a whole lot of smaller fires during the course of these fires already being going. We heard at the Eaton that the SoCal Edison charged lines that were down to test them out, and they nearly electrocuted a bunch of firefighters. I've heard terror in the voice of the firefighters. They were alarmed as hell. And I didn't know why the heck that was happening to them. They almost got killed. So, please tell us what the hell's going on. And this is what people are rightfully angry about. And in the case of Oregon's fires, where Pacific Power and Pacific Core, which are like almost the same thing, they were caught hiding evidence. So just tell us that you're going there. Reassure us that you're investigating them right now. When the Bobcat fire happened, and it was pretty obviously SoCal Edison, it took them 2.5 years. 2.5 years to come out with their finished report. And then it was inconclusive because, gosh, things were missing that were evidence and stuff. And agencies didn't cooperate with each other. Okay, reassure us that you are cooperating and you're going to confiscate this stuff. Until then, public, all I can tell you is a very good idea is you document the hell out of what's going on. Any rickety power lines, any power line fires, anything that looks like it, just go and take pictures everywhere. The power lines down your neighborhoods, especially if you think they contributed, before evidence could be destroyed. And if you see anything really weird looking, like I think power lines right here started a fire or exacerbated a fire or caused a smaller one, then call up the sheriff's officer or somebody for an arson investigation. Maybe the ATF, I don't know. I'm so glad that the ATF is investigating the Palisades, because local corruption, I don't trust it anymore. With it taking 2.5 years to talk about the Bobcat, that's a long time for victims to try to hold out and get settlements. It's unacceptable. Really unacceptable. They could usually figure out within a couple of days what the hell's really going on. It's a couple of days of sifting through the bushes and metal detecting and rolling things out and going through satellite data and everything else. And, if there's an accelerant there, detecting it and getting test results back from a lab, like that should be fast tracked. It's 10 days later. The point of ignition is a place that cools down first. So, you've been there. What's going on? Tell us what to do. Just wait. And we're doing a great job, and that sort of stuff's not what we need to hear right now. Are we going to be safe next week?
We're strengthening those control lines in the area. And I mentioned it, I believe, the other night, too, as well as one of these community meetings as well. We're building contingency line. We don't just have one plan ever. There's primary, the next plan after that's alternate, then we go to contingency, and we even have an emergency plan. So when it comes to community protection, there's 4 lines in the sand that we're going to draw before it can get there. And then that's how we do business on a regular basis. That's how we fight fire. That's our long-term strategic planning. So, but we are very well the weather. Crews will be in the right area, and the line will be in the right area. Yeah, a little bit hard to hear. I apologize. Our operations section chief is can give you those specifics when he comes to answer his questions for specific streets, but I just wanted to speak globally about communities and how we do our long-term process. I have one question. I'll just answer it while I'm here. How do we stop this from happening again? Well, I think this will be studied, and I think there's going to be a lot of data, I would assume, that comes out on some historic winds that we saw. We heard our meteorologist talk about that. You know, for any of us, including myself, that live in fire-prone areas, all we can do is be stewards of our property and be prepared. And that sounds simple, but when we see winds like that and there's ignition, we prepare our properties. It protects the property next door. You know, we look at, we can join Firewise communities. We can look into that, and it takes all of us. But it all starts with our property and being good stewards of our land to protect the property next door, not only our home. We have research, or we have references that you can go to, readyforwildfire.org, and you need to be prepared because life comes first. And I know property, we heard Chief Harris talk about the Ready, Set, Go program. I know the Los Angeles Fire Department has their Ready, Set program that you can find on their websites, but that's a very vague answer, but it starts with us, and I think more data will come out with the winds we saw. If you get a chance afterwards, talk to any of the firefighters that are here tonight about the conditions that we saw. Might be these conditions they probably or may not see again in their career. So obviously a very strong wind in a historic event, but that's the best advice I can give you at this point.
Yes, but the winds weren't blowing fiercely in every area. That's why we can be critical of the fire response at the upper levels, at the planning that was very poor, because we saw homes burning down on the cameras and such in places that were sheltered for the wind. And they burned down really, really slowly, and it took 6 to 8 hours for the entire street to burn up. It slowly spread from one house to the next one, then the next one. They were built too close together. So there are plenty of frustrating videos where people are defending a house and trying to defend their entire empty street with buckets and stuff in no wind. The wind peaked in like hills and stuff, like the top of the mountains and over by Malibu and places. There are plenty of sheltered little neighborhoods, especially over by the Eaton Fire eventually, where the wind wasn't directly hitting, and plenty of homes burned down the next day, the next day, the next day, just because they didn't have enough units there and no water pressure to save these places. So there was incompetency and a failure to get enough water trucks and enough fuel trucks so that fire crews could stay in the neighborhoods. They had to leave the neighborhoods and go fill up with gas stations. I mean, we heard live on my stream, 5 hours go by, and units say, okay, within 6 hours we'll run out of gas. We need to be refueled. Like in the neighborhood, we don't want to pull the lines and then leave. They never got in 6 hours a fuel truck to get their way. So it's a failure to keep people on standby, a failure to incentivize the public. If they had said, hey, $1,000 per hour right now, we will pay you to bring your fuel trucks from elsewhere and water trucks from elsewhere, private citizens, whoever you are, would you like $1,000 an hour? And guess what? Since this is $1 billion or even worse disaster, that would have saved a lot of money here. That would have been little price to pay. Whatever they needed to do, they didn't do it. They called in off-duty firefighters from LAFD. You needed to have called in everybody, anyone with firefighter experience. Okay? You don't have to put the new questionables on the front lines, but they can do a lot to support behind the scenes. They can babysit the neighborhoods not on fire yet, for example. Somebody 20 years retired, that's fine. They can babysit the places. You know, it's just it's failures on so many levels. The city has thousands of water trucks, hundreds if not thousands in the county for road maintenance and construction. They were available, they were not tapped into. There were so many resources not tapped into, and it was clear they needed help. People like the governor and the president left. Nobody just took this seriously at the beginning. The whole maybe we should evacuate, that coming down over the radio in the very beginning. There are things that went horribly wrong here. Plenty of neighborhoods burned down, not because of these wind and the conditions. The ones truly in the direct path of the wind, no, could not be saved. Like, that's impossible to get in front of it and stop the fire. But remember, fires driven by heavy, strong winds make a narrow path forward like a straight line. And then they spread around the sides. But they shoot forward and jump ahead at lightning speed in a straight line. But the sides, that's a slower spread out to the sides. They did not have enough people, water trucks, or even refueling trucks. There's just a whole lot of bad planning here and lack of preparation. And with the Eaton starting after 6 p.m., they were still, like it was a weekday, you still could have called in people and said, do overtime. With the Eaton starting after 6 p.m., like a lot of people just went home. City workers that should have been helping. So I don't know what the hell went wrong, but there's so much. I just want to point out, yes, what he's saying is true. Right where the winds were the worst, you can't deal with it. Yes, many firefighters have never seen that before in their careers. But no, plenty of neighborhoods burnt down due to lack of response and lack of water. That burned down extremely slowly. That could have been probably saved with very little water. Just nobody was there. So I wish he would explain the rest of the truth, which is, yeah, city preparation was little to no, non-existent. Inexcusable compared when you think about what happened last month with the wake-up call last month with Malibu. It's ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Doug says, thank you for your hard work. No, thank you. And thank you guys for supporting me. John Sater says, idiocracy version, a level of incompetence. Yeah, I don't know who is in charge of setting pre-staging and stuff before this wind event, but there's multiple points of failure here. The stupidity of draining a reservoir because the tarp is torn. I'm sorry, that's stupid. That's stupid. And waiting 6 to 8 months for it to be filled again. That empty reservoir, that was a nail in the coffin. 1961, Bel Air fire, they lost water pressure because the water is mostly a gravity-fed system, but then when you lose too much water in the upper reservoir tanks, the ones that are in the hills, there should be a lot more of them, by the way, but when they start to be drained down, then it's hard. You have to pump water uphill in order to support the gravity-fed system. That's why you need a hell of a lot more water tanks uphill so they don't run out. And to drain them is unthinkable. Like they should never be drained. Sorry, you should have a secondary backup one right next to one if you have to drain them for maintenance. But to just have a tarp cover torn, I'm sorry, that's ridiculous. 8, 9 months offline. Whatever. Whatever. We just need to learn lessons of decade after decade. It's just so brain dead. I'm having trouble. I'm just having trouble understanding this level of stupidity. I'm not blaming anybody like the speaker or anything, but he needs to explain a lot more. A lot.
Okay, as we continue with the questions, we're going to work off the questions on the card. It is a really hard. Yes, sir. Yeah, just.
Yeah, I'll keep my answer short. I just wanted to speak to the LA County Fire Department on that question. How do we prevent this from happening again? And that's going to be very, very difficult because we've had a lot of discussion and there's been a lot of review about the number of fire engines, the number of firefighters, how long did it take to get on scene? Did you have water or didn't you have water? What we experienced here was a community conflagration. Much like Lahaina, the Marshall Fire in Colorado when there was snow on the ground and fire moved from house to house, or Paradise in Northern California. What was different this time is that a community conflagration occurred in a metropolitan area. LA City and LA County Fire. Over 200 fire stations. We have 9,000 firefighters in the Los Angeles County area between the 29 departments. The challenge now, like Chief Hudson said, is going to be to build fire-wise communities. It's to make sure that when we rebuild, which will occur, that those structures are standalone, that a firefighter or a fire engine is not going to need to be at your home for it to survive. We need to make sure that defensible space is appropriate and that it's enough. And lastly, due to climate change, we need to manage our wildfire ecosystem. What we've essentially done in Los Angeles County is remove fire from the natural environment. When the native First Peoples were here, the fires burned in these hills, and they even had cultural burns. We now no longer allow fire to propagate naturally. So when it occurs under 100-mile-an-hour winds or 70-mile-an-hour winds, it is impossible for Chief Crowley's firefighters or for my firefighters to put that fire out. And this event was different. I've never seen fire behavior like that in 39 years. This incident is going to go down as the most destructive fire incident in the history of Los Angeles County. We would love to be able to stop it next time, but I don't want to lie to you. It's going to be very difficult unless we change a couple of important things. So thank you for understanding that. Thank you.
Okay, I want to reiterate I know I haven't posted anywhere, that's my fault. There's a couple important rules in the stream so that my stream doesn't become a rumor spreading environment. We are the facts only resource on the fires. That's the slogan for the stream. Facts only. We can speculate and we can talk about our opinions and thoughts, as long as it's not conspiracies, because those go nowhere. We stick with what we can verify. So we have to explain that, like, I suppose so-and-so said this, but we can't declare something as a statement of fact unless you can back it up and verify it. And I will stop you, and I will say, what is your source? It's got to be, like, really, really legit. You could say the New York Times said, okay, like, that's for, like, claims, or such and such reported, and that's, like, we can investigate claims by other agencies and whatnot, but if you come in here and you say X person started the fire or it started for X reason, you have to back that up. So you have to say, I think, or I agree with such and such who thinks such and such. So there's plenty of other channels where people, just crazy information is flying back and forth. People will have their things that look real for a bit, but this is also disasters, hoaxes go wild. There's so many evil people out there perpetrating hoaxes and trying to score political points, and we have to be very careful with that. So I will look back. I will look up these videos like Glass you're talking about and others. I do have a video to show you guys right after this, which is just dragging on and making me angry. This is so slow. Like, meat and potatoes, please. We're being served a 7-course meal of bullcrap for the most part. Fluff, of the meat and potatoes, please. What do we need to know about the upcoming wind event? Because another community could suffer the same fate, or it's a possibility that these fires spread into different communities, like Encino, if the winds do something else. And probably not during the Santa Anas, because those are helping Encino, blowing the fire south and away from them. But an onshore wind event would cook Encino. And Encino was still evacuated. They had a special news conference for them yesterday, I believe, parts of it. So, like Jesse on Fire in his channel. Okay, I will look that up. glass, like I want more information about things, but I must make sure you guys understand the rules. If you have a big claim of any sort, you have to back it up with where you got the info. And then we have to be able to investigate it, see if it's legit. Like this is not the place where I would ever want to start. There's so much public outrage, which is righteous already. I would never want to start a lynch mob or a vigilante thing. If you have to do citizens arrests, you have to do that, like they did with the Kenneth fire. But we know who did it because somebody filmed it. Okay, we have to make sure that's not a hoax. I've already been myth busting a little bit on my Twitter feed. For example, the three fires started all at once. Oh God, that's so brain dead. Okay, if you're gonna make a hoax, like you have to get a map of LA and know where LA is. Like that one, the satellite map thing, that one is the airport, the bridge, and the line fire picking up in a wind event. And that's the wrong county. It's mostly San Bernardino and Orange County shown in that stupid video. But there's a lot of people believing stuff like that. It looks very real until you just take a step back. So yes, I do have an email. It's in the description of my video. It's also my email is also, if you click on the K logo, you'll see the links and stuff. I'll just put it in the chat too. You can email me videos and links and stuff and your private thoughts and concerns. If here it would be troubling for people. Remember, it's a Gmail address here, but Wildfires is plural, and you do need to put the period in between my first and last name and Wildfires. So if you have your own personal footage of things that happen too, and if I can use it on the stream for a fire teaching video, then do submit that. That will help us. I teach fire survival and what people can do to evacuate and prepare for things. So I need footage of things like ember storms, gutters on fire, like ways that people defended their structures or ways that people evacuated, especially creative things where people made a difference and how they may have escaped. But any kind of example of things, palm trees even blowing over, like bending over like fishing poles, that's even good for teaching because I have to teach people to not shelter under a palm tree. There's these big things that drop off of them the size of round shields or trash can lids, and they'll shatter your windshield, crush your head, break your neck, So I'll check while we're still watching this ponderous meeting. They're in the community question thing. I just hope they actually answer some of the hardball ones. We'll be doing a couple of things. I'll show you next what I think is the beginning of the Eaton Fire and how it's clearly under the power lines. And I'll show you some of the other hoax videos about the 3 fires starting at once hoax video. And others. We'll look into it. I'm a good skeptic. I do not believe stuff until I put it through my own tests. I have movie set experience and video production experience. I could spot a lot of fakery, and I'm, well versed in these recent fires. If somebody shows an old fire and says it's this year, which is the basis of a lot of the hoaxes, I could see that really quick. So I want to point out that when they say a lot of these firefighters have never seen this in their careers before, well, there's plenty who have, or have just recently retired. The Thomas, 2017 or 2018 when that was, not too far away. Same thing happened over there. So it's just that a lot of the LA city has never seen anything like this, and Orange County hasn't seen much like this in a while. But in other counties next door, this has happened in the last 2 decades, multiple occasions. In the 2000s, we had a bunch of these bad fires, and then 2018s. It's just that a lot of firefighters retired since then. A lot of them are new. And it may be unusual, but once the entire city's on fire or neighborhoods, they'll create their own winds too. So those who have fought fires in other parts of the state have seen this before. Like, it keeps happening. But we'll keep going here. And behind the scenes, if I miss anything, let me know. But I'm going to try to look up that video you're talking about. We're still keeping an eye on what's going on in Monterey. Let me know about any updates there. Chad, we're going to look at it in a minute. We're trying to get this over with. I know this is long. It kept going on. We keep looking. So here's a link to KSBW where they're covering the Moss Landing thing. If there's a new evacuations or something, Watch Duty will go off and let us know. They haven't given us. Have I been live for more than 2 hours? I have. Okay. So 15 minutes into this fire breaks out. So the press conference never ends. So we stopped and looked at it. But I would, if I were you guys, figure out what the wind's going to do in the next 48 hours. We don't have any good cameras or anything. The cameras are looking elsewhere. Just angers me. Like, why? Hello? Turn around. Look at the fire, please. Hello? Dudes? Bro? Wish I had the power to turn around, but we don't have eyes on it. We're dependent on the media. So we'll just wait to hear from Watch Duty of what the heck's going on. T-Dust says a quick question. Is it normal to have winds so bad the chopters and planes are grounded for like 27 hours? Yeah, during Santa Ana's and Diablo winds. They're hurricane force, and they blow for days on end at a time. Hot, dry desert winds out of Nevada there. The gusts are intermittent as well, and that can be so bad for flying. If the gusts are stable, like in a pulse, like gust, let down, gust, let down. If it's nice and orderly, a pilot can sort of get used to that. But if they're erratic, such as a lull for a while, like, 30 miles an hour, and then boom, a 70-mile-an-hour wind gust, just bam, 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 slams the homes, Like, maybe you've been in some really bad storms where there's a lull for a while, then, it just hits. Like 3.5 minutes of crazy, all of a sudden stuff's flying off the deck and you hear stuff hitting the roof. That erraticness is sort of stuff where a helicopter is just hovering for a bit and they think, oh, I can do this, and then bam! They're so low to the ground. What happens if you're getting low for a drop when that happens? They can be blown straight into homes. Like, they get into backyards and the rotors are inches away. They're getting pools, pool water sometimes. And the rotors are inches, not feet away from like the backyard trees, the roof, They're hovering over the pumpkins that we saw, the permanent like doughboy pools at Camp 8. Camp 8 had like antennas ripped off in wind damage, and the cameras are still on the fritz. So like at some areas like the ridge tops, which is where they tried to stop the fire, they couldn't really do much ahead of it. You just can't fly ahead of a fire like that. The smoke is too bad for the helicopters. But back at the heel, back where the fires began, trying to keep retardant on the slope so it doesn't spread out on the side of the slopes, they had to go home. The biggest helicopters are the ones that are most vulnerable to the wind gusts. So that was surprising to me, but I'm not a pilot. So they grounded the Chinooks first, and the bigger, the bigger helicopters, valiantly and at great risk. The smaller helicopters went in and out for a while, and I don't know if any helicopter rescues occurred or not. But that's why they couldn't do National Guard helicopter rescues. Santa Ana's are this bad. They could even be worse than this. People are saying 100 miles an hour, like that's a big record or something. Sure, it's a record for the day of the year, like for the previous January 8th and previous January 7th, going back in history. But that's the way that records are. It doesn't mean that that's the fiercest wind speed ever recorded in the region. That's a different kind of record book stuff. Santa Ana's can do 120-mile-an-hour wind gusts like it's nothing. They could do, in some places, 90-mile-an-hour sustained. Like, we're talking true hurricane. This is what they're capable of doing, at least for a little while at a time. So these are not as bad as they even get. There's a lot of twisted statistics. They say, my favorite quote, statistics can be made to mean anything, but only 30% of the time. Like 100% of statistics can be made to say anything 30% of the time. It's like they keep using really wrong ones. You can't compare this to last year when they were flooding in this region and dealing with mudslides a year ago. Duh, there's more fires this year. Wet season hasn't arrived yet. We have to keep them honest, guys. Mitch Ashdown says, I'm trying to find it on watch duty. Not really good at this. Trying to find what? I'll help you. Watch duty goes like this. I don't know if you're on desktop or on whatever, but when you're on watch duty, zoom out so that you see most of California. And then pull up from the bottom and you'll see a list of incidents on your phone. So you can't be clicking on one flame. Like you can't click on the Palisades. If it says Palisades there already, you have to exit to see the list of the others, and it will be the other fires in the frame. So like the old done deals, the auto fire Ventura the other day, the Creek, the Hurst, the done deals, The list is here, what you see in the frame. Same thing for the app. So just zoom out until you have San Francisco and the rest of California to the south, then pull up from the bottom if it's like Android, and you'll see the list and you can click on your fire. So Railvin says the moss broke out at 3 p.m. How did it get this bad where they called for evacuations just a while ago, 2 hours ago? I thought it broke out at 7. Did it just get out of hand? It just arrived on watch duty when they called for evacuation. So one beef I have with watch duty is that even though toxic fumes from very large structure fires could affect neighborhoods, they oftentimes just don't put them on watch duty. There are some fires that just never get on watch duty, even though they're pretty large, and they look like a huge hellscape, like to people driving by. So when the Tustin air hanger, blimp hanger was on fire last year, they didn't put it on watch duty, even though there are evacuations and for people who couldn't handle the smoke downwind. In downtown, what was it, Irving? I think Tustin is done by Irving, because of the asbestos and the other things coming out of that blimp hanger. I don't know if it's asbestos, but the toxic metals and stuff. So watch duty won't list stuff oftentimes unless there's like true evacuation zones. They rarely cover structure fires, which they should. They should do the largest ones because entire communities are affected. But hey, it's their thing. Whatever. I guess watch duty finally decided to do it at 7 p.m. I thought it was 7 p.m. I don't think it was this morning. But anyway. Yeah, that's why watch duty is still a work in progress, right? This is my feedback if they want to get better. Go back to the Palisades and the never-ending press conference. Just try to get this over with. At this point, this is like duct tape on your arm, and it's just pulling the arm hairs off by now. It's like, just tell us, for God's sake, just tell us how long we have to fear these fires. Is SoCal Edison going to shut down during the upcoming wind event? How vulnerable are the rest of us still? What's going on? Oh, Crowley is back. Good.
So thank you for your question, ma'am. So let me just give you a little information. So thank you very much for that. We've had a lot of questions about that specific fire that was about 9 days prior. What I can tell you is that we've pulled together, and Chief McDonald can come up and also provide some additional information about the team that we've put together to make sure that we are connecting those dots if there's dots to be connected. There's a national investigative team that is working that has the absolute best of the best that was pulled together after, I say actually at day 2. So from the likelihood of where it started, how it started, did it start 9 days prior or not, I can tell you we've got the right team that is digging into every single detail. And if that indeed is what had happened, they will find that out for you. We owe that to you as a community to understand where and how this happened, where and how this started. We want to know as much as you want to know. I can tell you that. And I can also say that we put together the right team to figure it out for all of us. So, yes, ma'am.
Okay, I don't want to get off of here in case somebody is deaf and needs the sign language. But somebody said the Loma Prieta cam, so I'm going to pause it. Sorry, I'm doing that once again. Somebody says the Loma Prieta cam might show the current battery depot, whatever the hell heck this is. Finally looking down at it, that's a long way away. We finally have two cameras. One is Santa Cruz, the Dream Inn camera. Also may show it very distantly across the bay. Let's just do a real quick. I think that's it right there in the frame. Looks like hot smoke from infrared right there in the center. Let's do 1 hour time lapse. Yeah. That's sweet Lord, there's a fire. There's a fire, all right. So it's visible from miles away. It's getting less visible from this cam, which is looking to the southeast. But this is about it for monitoring it. I don't know why the closer cams don't look. Maybe they can't see it. Maybe hills are in the way. But I just, if you're going to have a dangerous facility like this, they should mandate having cameras monitoring the dang thing. This is a whole lot of junk image, you know, like focus the cameras too, for God's sake. Sorry, friends, I'm bit. I don't know about you, but after the adrenaline wore off, the anger went into overdrive, especially as the death toll rises. I'm not. Gotta find my zen again. Okay, so thank you for letting me know about the. I'm hoping Crowley is going to illuminate a little bit more about the cause of the Palisades here. ATF is investigating. We know that is true, but back
for you, we owe that to you.
Yes, and Barry, you win the prize. You realized the joke I was making. Ain't nobody got time for that. Sweet Lord, there's a fire. You guys have to see that meme if you don't know what I'm talking about. Okay, maybe we'll play it later, but I'll probably get copyright strike. Okay, I'll go investigate the thing last you were talking to me about. All right, let's go.
As a community to understand where and how this happened, where and how this started. We want to know as much as you want to know. I can tell you that. And I can also say that we put together the right team to figure it out for all of us.
Who did?
So, yes, ma'am.
Who put together the team? I want to know. Sorry, California's rife with corruption. I want to know. Because the team investigating the Bobcat was not good. Or they were hamstrung.
Right. I can tell you that our team who responded to that particular fire, and we've got the incident commander from that, I'm not sure if, Chief Everett, you've got information on that. We won't leave a fire that has any hot spots. But with that, I will tell you that the investigation, the team that we have on board right now, will be able to determine whether or not that did indeed happen. It's under, I know you hate to hear that, it's under investigation, be patient. But I tell you, I guarantee you got the right team who will tell you the truth and what they find out. They're investigating that, they're aware of that fire. Everything is there for them.
And
There's
they're affecting these people.
I can look you in the eye and tell you that. Full disclosure. If that of that fire, you got the right team who will tell you the truth and what they find out. They're investigating that. They're aware of that fire. Everything is there for them. There's full disclosure. I can look you in the eye and tell you that. Full disclosure. If that indeed is what they find out, we will tell you that.
Okay, what was the question? The question was silent. So, okay, she didn't repeat the question, did she? So what was the question? Like, did what cause it? Like, okay.
And right now, we got the right team looking at it. I promise you that.
Yeah. Okay.
Go ahead.
Ugh.
Can someone give her a mic or something, please?
Okay, I want to make a statement right now. The Glassman's World and others, you're saying there is a video alert. The arsonists were caught starting the fire. Okay, so the teens, I guess they're teens, who went to Skull Rock, I already posted the video on my Twitter, supposedly meditating, but there's been a lot of speculation they were medicating. Okay, that's a running gag. Supposedly they went to Palisades, Skull Rock area to meditate that morning, and so they filmed themselves running away from the fire. They're at Skull Rock area, and they start filming, and they're like, guys, we have to run, we have to get out of here. So they run for their lives, and then the fire does sweep down to Skull Rock where they were at prior. So they actually are running for their lives. They start laughing at the end, which is totally natural as a human response, because once you've like escaped death, hysterical laughter, that laughter that doesn't make sense, is a natural response. I remember once I started giggling out of control, couldn't even stop myself when I was on a road in Russia as a passenger, and we were trying to, have you seen Russian car crash videos, dash cam videos? It was during the spring thaw. I was about to leave the country, and we were trying to get to Moscow's airport, and semi-trucks kept hitting the black ice and swerving into our lanes, and then they would regain traction and swerve. We'd swerve away from each other. After this happened like 8 times, there's something that broke, like terror reached a level that broke in my mind. After like 7 times of nearly being killed, I just started laughing. So laughing, like I almost died. Oh my God. When your brain is trying to process something is normal. Doesn't mean that some people say they were guilty or something, or they're laughing because they started the fire. There's no evidence that they had anything to do with it. Why they would film themselves later escaping it is less. If I was an arsonist doing that, I don't think I would. Just saying. I feel like it's very low probability that those people started it, but that doesn't stop the internet from crucifying them already. So they took down their own social media. They were interviewed by the press, and I put that link on my Twitter. They took down their own social media due to death threats and stuff, and people are already saying that they did it. I think they're important witnesses, but I find based on their behavior, they're not doing anything suspicious to me. There's other myths and stuff. I mean, not that that's a myth. They'll probably be interviewed and stuff. They may have seen somebody go up and light it, like who they met on the trail. Could have been somebody who was an arsonist or somebody with accidental ignition. So just don't jump on the bandwagon of crucifying people, because there's a thing called yellow journalism, and some social media will put headlines like "arsonist caught," and they'll get 5 million views. So YouTube will pay them a lot of revenue. They'll get a lot of money. They'll put ads on it. They'll get a lot of money. That's the nature of clickbait. To get a lot of money and a lot of clicks and views on YouTube, and so YouTube promotes wild speculation and doesn't punish people for basically forming lynch mobs like that. If I've analyzed those videos, I've watched them for the better part of hours, just again and again and again, like 3 hours, and I've watched every single one that we have that so that came from their social media channel. I just don't see them doing anything particularly suspicious. So power lines are still my number one suspect. Now that I know there were more people on the trail, I mean, what those gentlemen did is they warned people on the trail. So that is also stopping to talk to other people, is something that arsonists usually don't do. They usually flee the scene and don't want to be recognized, remembered, and of any sort. Now remember the crucifixion by the press and the media of the people that were blamed for the Caldor fire, and then charges were dropped. They did the same thing. They called 911. They warned people. They did not act like anybody who started the fire. Now, if something was different, if they had spoken differently, if they had, filmed themselves closer to the top of the trail, I don't know if they ever made it to the top. If they had behaved differently or suspiciously, I would be very different. I'd say these potentially could have started it. I'm just putting that in a low likelihood of probability. So I haven't watched the person's analysis that you guys are linking me to. I'll try to a little bit later, but I have seen the original footage. So right now, I just want to caution you that I'm not that, personally, I'm not that convinced that they did it. I would, if I was an arson investigator, I'd keep them in back of my mind as possibles, but their behavior on camera and since is not suspicious to me. They could have saved lives by turning people around on the trail. Who knows? They could have been one of the first 911 callers. We don't know. But oftentimes the heroes of the early fire starts are maligned and crucified by the press and by social media to the point where, we have to be super careful with this. There have been people murdered by angry community members. The level of rage here is so intense. You have to be very careful with who we think may have done things. So I will go back and watch that video later and let you know if I think there's anything to it or anything that maybe I missed. But I'm just saying at this point in time, the power lines are still my number one because of the high winds reaching some crazy capacities up there. Other things like glass bottles, spontaneous combustion due to magnifying of glass bottles on the trail, that's not real, not for the Eaton and not for Palisades, because the sun was too low in the horizon at 10:30 in the morning to directly shine on any broken glass up there or trash. Besides, glass bottles have to be stacked on top of each other generally. Like it has to focus light, which has to be refocused, which has to be refocused. So piles of glass bottles of trash can ignite, say, trash in a dumpster or in the wild, in direct sunlight, under certain conditions. And the cleaner the glass, the more likely it is to start the fire because the dust will interfere with the lens, with it being a lens. But lenses are what focus light. So water bottles, though, are fake. It's fake news. Water bottles that are plastic cannot start a wildfire. There was a hoax video of one starting a fire in a piece of paper, and that piece of paper was chemical coated with stuff that reacts to light, and so that was a hoax video. So, but I'll go through hoaxes later. God, I want to get through this press conference. I just want to put that out there while we have more viewers. That if you want to email me, especially, I will look into things and tell you what my take is on it. Hopefully, they answer some actual questions by the community now. Oh, and Mitch Ashdown, they're theoretically possible in direct sunlight, like at high noon, 2 p.m., whenever it's winter. The sun's just not that, it's not the same. It's lower on the horizon. So winter sun it's not the same as a summer sun. Plus 10:30 in the morning rules that out. It's just not going to happen at 10:30 in the morning. The Eaton was after dark, so that's not going to happen either. So we know that trash, debris, glass bottles, did not start the fires. What are their possibilities? Power lines, because there are power lines up there. They look pretty old to me. They were wooden, looked old school. Yikes. Possibility is a fireworks fire that happened after New Year's. And residents have testified to the media that even after the firefighters put it out up there on the hill, that other fireworks on different days happened up there. So there's a remote possibility of a smoldering fire in the root system of one of the plants up there, and the Santa Ana's fanned it up. I just don't think that's likely either. I think it's power lines down. Or arcing, sparking, the like. It's a possibility. Those are called holdover or sleeper fires. The possibility of some discarded thing, like a cigarette or something on a walking trail is possible. Other people were there, but like I said, Santa Ana's usually blow out open flame. It usually takes something pretty significant like a road flare or molten metal or power lines constantly doing something for a while to really get things going, because Santa Ana's will generally blow out an open flame. Like, it's hard to light a cigarette by like even cupping your hands. So and we can blow out lightning and stuff. So we know there was a man-made cause of some kind. It could be corporation caused if it's power line. But that's still my number one feeling. All right, let's go back. We still can't hear the question from the audience. They don't give the audience
So
a mic.
the question was about artificial intelligence, and our apologies, we did not set this up in a format where there's back and forth, only because the capacity and the challenge that comes with this many people. We have folks online who can't hear the questions. We have a lot of folks with a lot of good information waiting to speak. So we're going to work off the cards. We are all going to be available once this is complete. So if we could please allow us to work off of the cards with the questions submitted, we're going to move into the presentations. We're going to allow our media a chance to ask questions. None of us are going anywhere. We're all going to be available for questions, but we can't continue to take questions or
Oh, okay. You can just say that once. All right, I just want to read chat again real quick. So thank you, Sleepless Nights, for clarifying that the lady's question, what was being answered was in regards to whether the fire on January 1st, started by fireworks, which occurred around the utility pole up there, was fully extinguished as it occurred. Like, okay, we have precedent for this. The Oakland Hills fire of the 90s, the one that killed so many people and erased chunks of Oakland, was a reignited fire that was not fully put out by the fire department. And then the Diablo winds hit, which are basically like the North's version of Santa Ana's. So we have precedent for that. It'd be really tragic if there's a failure to fully suppress that fire. However, I must reiterate, I don't know if I could find it now, but the press interviewed a lady who lives up there, and she said they saw more fireworks and happening after the first, days later. So more people went up there with more fireworks. So even if the January 1st fireworks fire was fully out, it may be that the fireworks of later days gone by didn't start a full fire, or maybe like whoever had the fireworks kind of saw it catch a bush on fire and stomped it out with their feet and left. Well, that's not good enough if it gets into the root system. So it could be an invisible fire if people partially extinguish and flee the scene, and it goes into the root system. These high winds are so high they can just blow away stuff away from, like dirt, away from roots too, and just fan it up. Smoldering is like a cigarette. It doesn't really produce a lot of smoke, so they can be totally invisible. But if it is a failure to fully extinguish, there's no excuse for that this day and age. We lost the Tustin blimp hangar due to a minor fire that they failed to fully extinguish last year. And then it caught fire again. Well, guess what? We have thermal imaging. Use it. Buy it. Equip. This is why we can't slash the budget of the fire department, okay? They need new technology like thermal cameras to see hotspots before they leave. Right now, the old school way that they've been doing it, partying like it's 1899, is put water on a tree stump that's on fire. Put your hand in the mix. Your hand, without a glove. Take your glove off. Put your hand in the ash that has water on it and feel if it's still hot. If it's still hot, add more water. That's the way they do it. They stick their hand in it. No, we can't party like it's 1899 anymore. Thermal vision, holy God. Soil testers, oh my God. Like, this is why you don't shut down the budget. Cut something else, not this. So let's go back to more questions and answer time.
or we're going to be here until 2 in the morning. We want to be available for you, but please, out of respect for everybody's time, let's work off the cards, and then we will move into our speakers.
I'll just close the loop really fast on the fire on New Year's Eve. I was not there. I was out of town. However, when that fire broke up, I got it myself and my deputy chief, were up on the phone talking to each other and talking to the incident commander. I can tell you those people on that fire ground were highly qualified and well trusted. They also did what they called a cold trailing operation well into the next day. We kept a patrol well over 36 hours. We kept the hose line on the hill. We kept it plumbed just to go back and continue to patrol. That fire was dead out. If it is determined that was the cause, it would be a phenomenon.
Okay, I agree. I think they probably did a good enough job of extinguishing it, but the lady saying that days later people went back and did fireworks. Okay, a sleeper fire, sleeping for an entire week is not unheard of. I mean, in a tree stump, they can sleep for months. However, there's no tree stumps up there. It's bushes. It's bushes on a trail. That's it. We've seen the Street View thing, right? So bushes. I'm thinking low likelihood the bushes had the root system on fire that they failed to fully extinguish. I think it's more likely that in a bush's root system, a couple of days could be more likely that fire can sleep in the roots. So it may have been that after they left, people went up there and lit fireworks again. I would believe the homeowner. They've got no reason to lie. There's no reason to lie about anything from what people just see. So if it's a party spot and if there's power lines up there, this is a great place. They're talking about having hoses laid up on the mountain, which means that they could put water back there at a moment's notice. Just laid the hoses out, probably thousands of feet of them from the nearest hydrant to the nearest water truck or tank, right? And then they pulled them away. Well, if this is a fire-prone spot or a party spot, then they should have tanks there permanently there. That would be a great idea. That would be the number one way you could petition city council or neighborhood HOAs, whatever. Come up with the money and put a water tank up there. City or the county should do it. If not, do it yourselves, community members. You're the most vulnerable place where fire needs to be put out immediately. You're most vulnerable uphill, for fire starting uphill, upwind of these neighborhoods. That's where you got to put quick fire access, wide fire access roads, pave them if you can, put nearby water tanks. Because it took them a long time to drag the hose up there for that minor fire, and it's too late when they begin again. So it's already a pattern. So, it's just common sense. If fires keep starting in a kitchen, that's where you should keep your fire extinguisher. Just saying. Oh yeah, ACB, that's totally true. I've seen and witnessed firsthand a friend of mine who I barely talk to anymore, but he started a mulch fire. Guys, don't mulch anymore. Bark dust and stuff, just don't do it. Not in this part of California. If you have totally isolated beds surrounded by concrete or something, maybe, but don't put mulch up next to your house, period, or up next to any buildings. I just saw a couple of demonstration fires videos. Bark dust fires are completely invisible to the naked eye, unless it's nighttime, and then you can see them red. So I had a friend that came over to a place I rented a long time ago, and he went outside to smoke a cigarette. I said, "Don't do it on my porch, man." And he goes across the street to the neighbor's place, and I look. He comes back in, and I looked, and my ashtray is empty. I said, "Where'd you put your cigarette, dude?" And he goes, "Oh, I disposed of it." How? I said, "Do it in my ashtray. Don't you pollute my neighborhood, man. Bro, dude, don't do that." And he refused to go retrieve it. He goes and lied to me and said, "Oh, I put it out, put it in a trash can." And I'm like, "Oh, whatever, dude." And so it was a wet, not a wet night, but a cold one. And so he had thrown it in the bark dust of the neighbor next to the storm gutter, and missed the storm gutter or whatever. So a couple hours later, after dusk, all of a sudden we hear air brakes outside. That's a fire truck coming outside. And I said, Larry, and this is your fake name, what did you do? That isn't where you went over for a smoke, is it? And he went white as a sheet. I had taken a look over where he was across the street, and I didn't see anything. I tried to find that cigarette just to be a good neighbor. That's just not cool if my friends go and do this. This was a Dungeons and Dragons gaming group, so I barely knew half these people. So I had even gone over there and looked for a fire to make sure one wasn't happening. I just couldn't even find his cigarette. And what had happened is it spread extremely slowly in a perfect circle, extremely slowly. We're talking 6, 8 hours later. In this incident, it was about 2 to 3. And different neighbors saw it. The neighbor wasn't home, whose yard it happened into. They saw an ever-widening circle of bright glow. It was more like a string of LED lights or something from a distance. So the firefighters quickly put it out. You could have done it with a garden hose, but it's invisible until nighttime. 100% invisible. If you look at it, it's just going to look like a dark spot on your bark dust, getting darker and spreading. That's it. It just, bark dust turns darker, dark brown, and black. That's it. Until the wind hits it, that's all it's going to do. But once it spreads out and reaches, say, the side of a building or a fence, it'll light the fence on fire. Once it reaches the bushes, it's going to light the bushes on fire. The wind picks up, and you just have a ready-made big fire. So I can only tell you that the bark dust is quite a mistake. That kind of mulch, is quite a mistake. Unless you can isolate flower beds, and even then, it can blow out on fire and blow against your structure. So we've seen a lot of places survive because they had very low retaining walls, even 4-foot walls around their properties. So things like the neighbors, bark dust, and flaming debris couldn't go up against the house. They're excellent choices. And then have a metal fence or just a wall. A wall's better. So yeah, ACB, I just want to make I wanted to give you, yes, it's very true. We've seen bark dust here. Sometimes the fire crews have not noticed of the bark dust being on fire with these spots fires, and they've left neighborhoods. They've had to return because the wind turns them into something. So this is why thermal imaging gear is so important, and you might want to invest in it. I want to look into it, maybe test out some gear myself. If we could do a fundraiser, guys, $500 will buy me some thermal imaging, and then I'll try to test this stuff with local fire departments. But I think more and more, maybe people like homeowners should have this kind of thing. But for God's sake, our fire crews do, to make sure things are out. I agree with what was just said. I think it's unlikely that it's a restart of the January 1st fire. I would think that maybe other yahoos went up there with fireworks days later. Could have been even the same people. Same people stupid with fireworks are stupid enough to repeat their behavior. So remember, arsonists repeat their behavior until caught. And so do dumbasses who are drunk who get away with it until caught. Raven says, I came to check a house after the Thomas fire. A fire truck in front of the house told me my neighbor saw smoke above the house. The roommate had been home. It was cold. Lit the fireplace and left while the fireplace was still going. Yeah, don't leave any fires unattended, even candles. Holy crap. Yeah, T-Dust, yeah, we could look at that one. If you watch The Lookout, okay, I'll give you guys a link later. It's so hard to watch. It put me to tears yesterday, but he's good. It's very good. I endorse The Lookout channel, YouTube. Zeke Lunder. He had an interview and the footage of somebody who was filming it as it happened for watch duty. He interviewed a watch duty person. Can't remember his name right now, but he filmed a lot of what happened with the Eaton. And the house, one of the houses that survived too, they looked at, and that's the one with the retaining wall I'm talking about. But just holy God, prepare yourself for the rest of that video, what it shows. Maybe I can ask Zeke if I can just show that one part about the homes that survived analysis, because the rest of it, seeing the fire live, is truly horrifying. But yes, T-Dust, you're totally right. The main reason that house survived is it did not have soffit or gable vents that were exposed. It had an unventilated attic. So that was the main reason it survived. Everybody needs to get the fireproof soffit and gable vents and seal up there and properly, I don't know what you do, get a fireproof vent for where your laundry ventilates. Hopefully move it so it doesn't ventilate to your own roof. Dear God. Have it ventilate out the wall. But embers going in that tube and lighting the laundry lint on fire is it's a big, bad fire hazard. I've been preaching that for more than a year. But thank God other people are starting to preach too, who have a bigger voice than I do. The guy who's called the House Whisperer, he went on the news media and did a great interview talking about the vents, the attic vents and all that. And I'll try to get a clip of that later that I can use. All right, there's more community questions. Oh my God, this is a big, long, painful one. They should have just handed the microphones to the audience. I don't know why they didn't. Hello? When are you going to start talking? Hello?
Okay, so County Office of Emergency Services is going to answer your...
Fast forward. Hello?
We have thousands of... We're going to have our OES friends talk. The tricky part is we have thousands of folks online who are trying to participate. They can't hear anything you said, and we mentioned that we're trying to keep the format. So we're going to answer that question. Please, no other questions from the audience. We will be available for you after the show. Please respect everybody's time. We're going to answer this question. We're going to finish the cards, and we're going to continue on with our speakers. Thank you.
So I do appreciate that question, and it's interesting because a lot of people are very frustrated that they can't get back to their properties, even if they know their property, their home doesn't exist on that lot anymore. But you are expressing exactly the concerns that we are concerned about, and that's why there is such a delay in allowing people back into those areas. You can imagine all the different types of hazards involved, and you listed some of them right there. But that's why we have hazardous materials specialists out in the area to go through each property and deem it safe. And just for instance, think about all of the lithium batteries that may be on these properties, from small electronics to all of the electric vehicles and power walls that people have in their homes. You've probably seen some incidents over the last few years as these have become more popular, and it's pretty unpredictable of when a battery will experience overheating and then eventually cause a blast of flame coming out of it, a jet of flame that's very dangerous. So with the area that's covered by this fire disaster area, this whole zone needs to be methodically gone through for all of those hazardous materials. In addition, once they deem it safe of all of those hazards, chemicals and such, there will be resources, and some of the resources are at the Disaster Recovery Center right now. They're nonprofit groups, volunteer groups that assist in that recovery process. They have tools and equipment as far as goggles and face masks, shovels, buckets, whatever you might need, protective clothing. There will be a lot of information given to you over the next week or 2 weeks, 3 weeks, as long as it takes.
Yeah, I just want to that's a bunch of fluff answer. I just want to skip this. This is a bunch of crap. Next to Null says, I know it's not a wildfire, but have you touched on the Moss Landing lithium battery storage fire? Yes, we've been covering that since watch duty around 7 p.m. This is why it's taking a long time to get through this video. I mean, yes, I'm stopping for commentary and interacting with chat, but yeah, we've been looking at it. And please let me know if there's any updates. Watch Duty hasn't said anything for a bit. 41 minutes ago, the very last update on the Moss Landing lithium battery facility. They have a big mandatory evacuation zone due to the drifting toxic smoke cloud. I don't know if it can kill you by inhaling it, but it might. I mean, we're talking about toxic cloud. So it's not the most heavily populated region, but there's mandatory evacuation right next to the evacuation center. I wonder if this region will be evacuated too. Casterville. Casterville, is this where I can barely read this? I'm sorry, guys. I've had the scratchiest, driest eyes today. Eye strain happened due to looking at screens since this happened. Most waking hours of my day, every day since for more than a week. So I can't produce tears. It's just some of these words are blurry to me. So I wouldn't be surprised if this region is evacuated where the temporary evacuation point is. It depends on where the wind might blow things. It's almost a dead calm right now. But we're going to look at the potential for this fire. I don't know how long it may burn for days. I don't know if they've isolated it to the plant, if the whole plant is burning down, or if just a portion of it is. It's looking better on the cameras. I mean, the cameras are very far away. But yes, we are keeping an eye on it. And so unless there's some new information, I won't stop the videos further. But if I was in that area, I would be looking at the weather forecast, and I'd seal up the house to as best I could, leave, turn off the gas and all that stuff to disable propane tanks or whatever you got to do when you're going to leave, round up the livestock, whatever. If I thought that the wind direction might push that lithium battery plant or storage facility, smoke column my way. And there's going to be a lot of fallout. I mean, literal fallout. Toxic heavy metals and chemicals and gases will be falling out of the sky and getting into people's homes and into their crops and their water troughs and everything. So there's a lot of contamination that's going to happen. I don't know if they have to throw away the harvest or what. They may have to. I don't know. I don't know if it's in the dormant or if anything's growing. I don't know if that's winter wheat or what. Or not. I mean, by the coast, I wouldn't think so, but I don't know. I'm not a farmer. I see farmland there. If it's just pasture land, I wouldn't graze there either, wherever this cloud's going. I don't know how to track the cloud, but we just got to get to the Palisades thing. This is exercise in it's testing all of our patience, though, the amount of BS here.
In order to prepare you for that
And fluff,
task of going back to your properties.
If they say one more time, you can go back when it's safe, I'm just going to pull my hair out.
So we want you to be patient, but that is a perfect example of why it is taking as long as it is to be able to release these areas to everyone to go back into their home.
Oh, by the way, if you want to check out that and monitor it for yourself, here it is, friends. It says battery plant fire. I don't know if it's a storage facility. Some people are saying it's one of the largest in the world. God help us if it is. But you can't put out a lithium fire with water. Can't do that. So I don't know if they have enough dry chem or if they're going to import some or what. But the key to these fires is the moment that they start, they have to be auto-suppressed. You can't wait for response. So whenever you store something like lithium-ion batteries or whatever, you should store them in a fireproof room. Duh. That's what's required after a bunch of explosions and mass casualty events for other hazardous materials such as gas canisters and cylinders. I mean, we had the detonation of entire neighborhoods and warehouses that blew people up, vaporized first responders and stuff in older disaster videos that had to deal with California elsewhere. So they learned lessons and they thought, for example, like they have new regulations, and so you haven't heard of a big fire in a while where like oxygen cylinders and stuff are stored, and they have to be in fireproof, segregated, like separated rooms from each other, like almost like cubicles, like in a warehouse, right? So that if a fire in a cluster of one goes off, it doesn't light all of those in the entire warehouse. And there have to be fire doors and things that separate the warehouse, separate the spaces. So it's really easy. I mean, every gas station has one, dry chemical in the ceiling. It detects heat, it automatically goes off, and would put out the chain reaction. But something went wrong here with the prevention. So I really hope they learn the lessons, and I hope they tell us the public soon just what went wrong here. Because I know about you, but it doesn't sit well with me with having this kind of loosely stored massive amounts of hazardous chemicals right next to a marine, one of the most unique marine sanctuaries in the world. The kelp forest doesn't grow everywhere. Monterey Bay is critical habitat for so many species. It's so dumb on so many levels. But with legislation, we can prevent almost all of this from happening. But here's the link. You guys want to look at that? You're going to go back to Palisades and just get through this.
Or their properties. You hear that?
Next, I'm going to read the myth-busting portion of the stream. We'll look at a couple videos, and we'll watch the Eaton from 4 in the morning. I wasn't expecting to be live for more than 2 hours, though. Holy mackerel. Oh, and Dr. Elephant says, can't use water. It matters. You're saying it may not matter? You can't use water because water fuels the fire. Something happens where lithium fires can use the oxygen in the water molecules to go crazy. So yeah, you don't put water on a battery fire. You put baking soda, halon, or some other dry chemical. You can't do anything else.
That term homes quite a bit, and I've heard people get upset when we mention homes.
Let me go back.
So we want you to be patient, but that is a perfect example of why it is taking as long as it is to be able to release these areas to whatever you might need, protective clothing. There will be a lot of information given to you over the next week or 2 weeks, 3 weeks, as long as it takes in order to prepare you for that task of going back to your properties. So we want you to be patient, but that is a perfect example of why it is taking as long as it is to be able to release these areas to everyone to go back into their homes.
Okay, I want to be clear. I agree with them that it's not safe in most places to go back in. I totally agree with them. Public's unaware that, like, if you do go back, you need to go back in your own hazmat suit. You need to go back in booties. I recommend buying galoshes, really cheap rubber boots, cheap as you can get them. When you walk through your property and all that, you sit back in your car, right, after you take your hazmat off and bag it. You do not want to get particles in your car. And those booties, like, you can try to save your shoes. Just don't wear shoes you care about back into these areas. You could try to decontaminate your shoes or protect them from contamination. It's real difficult. I recommend just getting the knee-high rubber boots. And like they did at Paradise, as soon as you walk through the area, you leave it. Leave it in the pile. You don't track that stuff back into your car, your upholstery. If you've already done that, you need to shampoo your car, dry clean your shoes, or throw them away. Or bag them up in giant Ziploc bags. They make big, giant Ziplocs and hefty bags that seal. I mean, some of them are the size of a sleeping bag. They make really big ones. And then you need to bag them until the day comes you can do a thorough cleaning. But just realize the power line's down. You'll probably pop every single tire due to the debris. The debris of things like nails and stuff. I mean, nails are loose once all the wood burns, and they just get pushed around in the wind. The sharp objects, the sharp metal, the hose, they're still there, half burned and not. There's a lot of hazards. You won't have any running water. The water's not safe out of the tap. If it is, you'd have to bring in all of your own water. You don't realize how much you miss water until you have to flush the toilet with a bucket out of your bathtub. You have to haul in a lot, and the fires are not over, and Santa Ana's are still coming. So, then you'd have to maybe bring in your own generator, which can backfeed and could electrocute firefighters down the street if you hooked it up wrong to your house. There's just so much crap going on right now. It will take some time. So I'm not saying that that's bad. It's just that give people a better idea of what's going on. Don't just say be patient. But please, you really should not go back in regular plain clothing and walk around and think you're okay. You're not. Take a shower immediately. Wash your hands and wash everything you can, like, immediately. Like, I would take off my hazmat and hairnet and all that and bag it. And tailgate, I would be washing and shampooing my hair off the tailgate. I wouldn't want the dust from just the general region even settling on my hair in the time that it took me to get back to the hotel to fully wash myself. It's like that. This is some of the most toxic stuff known to man. Firefighters, no matter how cold it is, after any fire, like a structure fire, hose each other off with ice cold water straight from and all their gear, straight from the line, after just walking around fires. It's the smoke, fallout, the dust, everything. And then they fully clean their turnout gear later, and they have multiple sets. And in Paradise, I saw hose that were abandoned, like don't touch it, a year later. Hose is that's been on the ground is also toxic waste. So don't touch it, don't reel it, don't think you're being helpful. Don't touch anything really. You unless you really know what the heck you're doing. Wait for a team to do this stuff. If you've lost everything, like don't say it's going to help you with closure. Don't go back and look. I don't recommend that. Let's keep going.
Or their properties. You hear that term homes quite a bit, is to be able to release these areas to everyone to go back into their homes or their properties. You hear that term homes quite a bit, and I've heard people get upset when we mention homes. But some of you do still have somewhere to go back to, and we understand your frustrations that you haven't been allowed back to your homes that are still standing, but they're intermixed with other areas that are very, very dangerous. So we just ask that you be patient with us, and we will provide you all of the resources you need to return to those areas safely whenever we can. We're going to be answering questions individually. We're going to stick.
Okay, people have yelled and shouted from the crowd. I don't know what they said, but they're saying, hey, we're answering individual questions. Wait.
Around here, we'll be back there. I'd be happy to discuss individuals.
Okay, I would love to know what they were just saying. Let me crank it to the max. I'm sorry if he speaks again. It's going to be loud.
I didn't come here to hear that. I came here to ask questions of you. And you do control questions. Just like the Soviet Union. Why can't we ask questions? It's unbelievable.
Why can't we ask questions? This is unbelievable. That's basically the gist of what that was. I'm going to turn the volume back down. But I didn't catch the full entirety of that.
I understand you're frustrated, sir. As was described, there was a process for asking questions on cards. Correct. We're going to be here to answer your questions right after we conclude this formal presentation. I just wanted to make sure you also have another resource to talk to after this presentation ends. This is Jennifer Lazo. She is from our Department of Emergency Management Department of the City of Los Angeles. She's even more of an expert in this recovery process than I am. She will be able to answer even more specific questions like you're talking about, sir. So please find her when we conclude this presentation.
Whatever he said did not placate. The crowd is still upset. Okay, I'm gonna try to. I'm surprised they're allowing people shouting to talk right now. I'm sorry. I'm gonna crank it up to max volume here to try to hear what the crowd is saying. If he speaks again, it'll be really loud. But I'm sorry. Let's try to hear. Okay, you said something like, what about questions about something containment? There's homes down there, they didn't burn. What about something? And then people clapped over it. Oh boy, that person, the new person, is saying something fires all over California. You guys are doing a sloppy job. I think that's what we just heard.
Washington, all over California. You guys are doing sloppy job to the people of this country.
Yeah, sloppy job for the people of this country. Whoa. Ouch. Okay. I wish I could hear what they're saying. They said if my people did what you do, we'd do something presumably better. But it's cutting in and out.
Folks, unfortunately, we will not be able to continue this program, sir. Sir, nobody else will be able to get any information, sir. Please. We want to continue this program.
Oh, somebody else in the crowd is not happy and is shouting, "Sit down!" Oh, I wish they were showing that film in the crowd. Chaos has erupted.
We would like to continue this program. We are here for you. We understand there is frustration. Please.
I can't hear. I won't bother to try to crank that up. Once again, they did not hand microphones to the audience, and so the audience is cutting in and out of the media microphones. I can't hear what he's saying. This is a botched press conference. It started 15 minutes late. That's okay. That's okay. Somebody didn't arrive or something, that's okay. But you need to have microphones from the audience. If not, why are you taking audience questions? It's like, okay. Yeah, Mr. Nolu, excuse me, sorry about your name. Thank you for being here. Says a sign language person is translating it all. I would love to know what sign language person is translating. Relevant says the audience doesn't seem to need a mic. Woo! Over the Sleepless Night says somebody said we understand that you have an agenda. Oh, the crowd is angry. Yeah, I just hear get justice for us. The guy's cutting in and out though in the audience. I guess I can hear this a little bit better than you can, like in my headphones, because I can turn up independent headphone volume, but it's still cutting in and out. So the guy with the Pasadena Business Video Channel has been flaming the live chat over there. I take no responsibility for their live chat. Saying this was like a Lahaina job and you burned us out on purpose and all that sort of thing. You're going to be sued into oblivion. And I mean, there's a lot of rage comments right now. And this is a very interesting comment too. He said, or she, I don't know, what about arson if it gets windy again? No one was watching our area Tuesday night after the evacuation. If we didn't put out the smoke fires, the whole foothills may have burned down. That is another good freaking question. Like the last couple of nights, people have been putting out spot fires and putting on social media. They still don't have enough people responding. So when are enough people going to finally arrive? There's a question. Should some people be allowed to go back and bucket brigade save the neighborhood for periods of time? I think a long time ago, CAL FIRE should have embraced citizen volunteers and other agencies. As long as they show up to trainings and meetings, they can activate as an auxiliary unit and do stuff like that. You know, like somebody who's 80 years old but seen a lot of fire in their day could direct youngsters about what to freaking do. in the side neighborhoods that don't have a lot of wind, why not allow bucket brigades? We've seen them on social media, saving neighborhoods. So part of the crowd, I would imagine, is like yelling about that sort of thing. Like this is ridiculous that there's still potential risk. Stupid little spot fires. There's still not enough firefighters, so can't we go back and defend our homes? I'd like to answer this. I don't recommend anybody going in there who does not have a lot of training and experience. But I am for training citizens for auxiliary help. Japan does things like that.
We are absolutely open to feedback. So yes, thank you.
That's not a big crowd. I thought it'd be bigger. They said in person and live meeting. That's it. That's it for the crowd. I know there's a cluster of journalists over there, but wow. So who the heck was disrupting?
Okay, so we're going to move into our operations section. He's received some cards, so we're going to have him answer those.
Questionnaire card.
Hello again, Christian Litz.
Ow! God. Some people are so much louder than others. Okay, sorry.
With operations on the Palisades fire, we've got 2 questions here on this card. What is being done to put out spots at night to prevent embers burning and flare-ups? So since the beginning of this incident, resources have been on this fire 24 hours a day. So they're working 24-hour shifts. So we have resources during the day and during the night. As I talked earlier about aircraft that have infrared technology, they are flying several times during the day. We have a 10 o'clock flight, a 4 o'clock flight, and then we have several flights into the evening. That technology is being passed down even as the aircraft is in the air down to personnel on the ground, so they can actively and aggressively attack those isolated heat sources to prevent any more flare-ups or embers burning. We also have the ability of multiple aircraft, helicopters, that can still drop water during the night to allow those ground resources to give them extra support so that we can do what we have to do. Second question is, what is the possibility of a community task force under the fire department supervision to prevent this? So as I have said, we are 24 hours a day. We have resources all around the perimeter of the fire, interior of the fire, and even in the communities beyond. So until it is safe, we would like to keep the professionals that are trained, that have the right equipment to do what they have to do and use the technology. There will be a time and place for volunteers, and we appreciate people volunteering, and everybody's willing to help. And it's...
Yeah, okay, I want to address chat right now. First of all, he looks like a Hollywood actor that played an Egyptian pharaoh once. I can't place him. Man, he's a spitting image of him now. So the looking back at the chat here right now, what was I just about to say? Yeah, okay. I did not mean to stream this long. I missed chat. I was about to answer somebody's question. Yeah. Let's see. I missed it. Shoot, I scrolled down. Where'd it go? Yeah, it's too dangerous to go back without gear and training. Yeah, for the most part, the places that they have said so, like the places where the homes are for the most part gone. But there are neighborhoods that have not burned yet, and so we're seeing in social media, like you guys are talking about the hot spots. Plenty of them are left right now. Like James Wood showed his house or what was left of it, and he was still using a gallon jug of water with his friends to put out the wooden retaining wall with that was still smoldering on his property. So people are going back and still finding their houses and their garages smoking. I've seen many social media things about that. I don't know if they were allowed in or if they broke in, but that's why a lot of the crowd is getting antsy about this. They're worried that their actual roof is smoldering right now, and they can't go back and put that out with their own garden hose because there's so many hot spots still going. This one guy went back and his entire neighborhood burned down. They saved his house because corner homes are more likely to be saved. They're just more likely to be seen because it's a crossroads. So firefighters are more likely to have a quick path of escape, so they'll save corner homes often. And he goes back, nobody's there, no fire trucks, no nothing. And his detached garage still had smoke coming out from the roof eaves, and he had to put that out with his own garden hose. So there's a lot of that on social media. So this is part of the community getting antsy. Is they're like, oh God, if it's that way, the fire crews put something out and left it partly smoldering, then when the Santa Anas pick up again, holy crap, what's going to happen? Is my house going to burn down? Should I be going out there and putting out the bark dust fires? That's what the crowd's asking about. And I don't blame them. I want to know what the hell's going on too.
Do what they have to do and use the technology. There will be a time and place for volunteers, and we appreciate people volunteering, and everybody's willing to help. And it's the passion that we see in everybody here is tremendous. When it comes time for that, you can reach out to the liaisons on the IMT that we have, so Cal Fire Team 2, and then we can make things appropriate and make those notifications. Thank you.
Okay, not a good answer. I would hope that they'd come up with a plan, like if they are short-staffed or whatever, where ex-firefighters and the retired types could have small teams and go in with some borrowed gear or whatever, and to just do what I spoke about. Take thermal imaging and stuff, especially after night. You can find it easily. And then find the hot spots in people's backyards and then clear the neighborhoods and say, check, done, check, done. And then they should be flying thermal imaging drones at night to verify through the neighborhoods. So start outside in, start the outside of the perimeter of the fire and work towards the center where the worst was, so that we minimize the stuff in the next Santa Ana wind event, which is days away. I mean, don't do this later. Do this now. Come on. Come on.
Next up, FEMA with a couple of questions.
Good evening. My name is Michael Hart. I am a president.
And I had to point out, this is why they're coming. There's two reasons. This is one of them, why people are refusing to evacuate. A, people are like, okay, if my home survives, maybe it'll be lost later to looters or to a spot fire, because clearly neighborhoods have burned down just because they're not attended. They don't have enough crew, not enough response. So the second reason is they're letting people's pets starve to death and die of thirst. They stopped people from going in and getting their small pets out, like the hamsters and the rats and the fish and the gerbils and the rabbits and the birds. Okay, I bet a lot of these pets ate each other by now to survive. Can you imagine you have two dogs, one will live by eating the other? I can't imagine this stuff. So beyond 7 days is a long time. I mean, pets are drowning in the toilets trying to reach them now. Maybe they've fallen and can't get out. It's just they stopped the escorts in, and then they didn't have a good answer. They had no plan for getting the small pets out. After the crowd was enraged during one of these community meetings, the next day they announced that they had a plan, and they had a hotline. But wow, 7 days into it plus, and they didn't have a small pet rescue plan? I'm sure a lot of people have changed their minds, and they're like, I regret evacuating. They'll come back to dead turtles and dead pets for no freaking reason, and they'll decide, hey, I'm never doing this again. Now, there was an 84-year-old lady who died in the Eaton because she couldn't get any help with her parrots. She had turtles, small animal pets, and 2 parrots. So she was offered rides out with the caregiver nursing facility, supposedly, twice, and I guess they couldn't take the parrots. It's pretty hard to transport, or for some reason, I don't know the details, but she then was found later dead by her car, which means she gave up on the house and tried to leave by car anyway, but long after the window of opportunity had shut. Leaving by vehicle is a window of opportunity that closes. So if you'll get a lot more cooperation from the public if you say, hey, your pets will be rescued later, let's go. Within 24 hours, if possible, 48 at the latest. Then that's when lack of food and water becomes quite a problem. Birds can starve to death in 2.5 days. So when they run out of seed in the little dish, pellets, that's a bad problem for birds.
Press officer here in the FEMA press office working out of the Pasadena office here. Have two questions for FEMA. The first one is, when will FEMA issue any payments? Once your application process is complete, you can expect to receive payment anywhere between 48 to 96 hours, depending on whether you're going to receive it electronically or via the mail via a check. And the next question is, well, that's going to be based on your individual application. Next question is, will FEMA pay for healthcare costs for people that need rehabilitation from trauma? And the answer is yes, if those, if that rehabilitation service is part of an incurred expense from the disaster. So you can work through your, work with your FEMA representative as you work through your application process. And if that expense was incurred based on the incident, then it will be part of your grant payment. And the last question for FEMA is FEMA going to pay for all debris cleanup for private residences? And that is a possibility if the debris is affecting access to your property or is affecting the habitability of that property. Thank you.
Next up, United States Representative Brad Sherman.
Hello, for decades I've been known as Brad Sherman from America's best named city, Sherman Oaks. I've represented the Valley. 2 years ago, they added certain parts of the west side to my district, the Palisades, Topanga, Brentwood, Malibu. I want to thank the firefighters that are here, that are putting their lives on the line to protect so much of our community. And I want to thank the rabbis of Sinai Temple. I was talking to Cal Fire and they said we needed a really large auditorium, and this outfit has turned us down, and UCLA within 1 hour they said yes, and that's why the community can be there. Now, the number one question we've got is, when can you get back in your home? That's been addressed by firefighters, but I may have some more useful information. The first thing you've got to ask is your home in the fire perimeter? And that's why you're going to go to this website and to see whether you're in the perimeter. Now here's the bad news. If you're in the perimeter, it's going to take a while. EPA has to come in. You may have toxic materials there of various sorts. The building materials are not designed to be wholesome when they burn. You've got car batteries, you've got household cleaners, and so EPA has to get in there. They have to do a lot of other things, of course, the utility lines. What if you're outside the perimeter area? Then they still are not letting most people in. However, they announced today that a lot of areas you can get back in. But the announcement, so far, they haven't published a map. So how do you know whether you're allowed back in? What they've allowed in is, what they've done is they've published, and I'm sure the firefighters let me know if the map is available. But right now, they published a map that it just says Zone C408. So am I in Zone C408? You go to protect.genesis, that G-E-N, that's not on the... No, that's not that one. protect.genasys.com, and you put in your address, and it'll tell you what section you're in, and then you can see whether you're one of those sections. And obviously, and I'm sure the firefighters and the sheriffs hear you very loud and clear. As soon as a part of a section can be opened up, people want to get back. They're anxious to get back. So let's publish the map, and let's expand the map to hopefully everybody who's not at least in the perimeter. So what do you do if you can't get back, but you want to know what's happened to your home? You can put your address into this website, and all the homes that have been inspected, and the vast majority have, they'll tell you what level of damage is there. They may show you a picture, and it'll give you some idea. So you say, why in the hell won't they do what they were doing the first couple of days and give me an escort and let me go see my home? That's it. Important physically, it's important psychologically. First, that was a tremendous strain on resources because so many people wanted to do it. And second, they didn't tell you this, there are people who de-evacuate when that happens. They're taken up to show their home, they walk in, they lock the door behind them, they refuse to leave. They have in part ruined it for everybody else. What about checking on your pet? You call 213-270-8155. Animal Services will, okay, once again, that's 213-270-8155. Animal Services will arrange to get your key and go check on your animals. Now you're worried about the security of your home. I've toured Palisades and there's a lot of security. In particular, you're going to be concerned about your bank if you have a safe deposit box there. First, these safe deposit boxes are not, or these vaults are not absolutely fireproof, but they're mostly fireproof. And we've talked to the California Bankers Association about that. But second, you say, well, even if it survived the fire, what about the looters? I've been told that there are National Guards people there at each bank or very close to each bank. So don't try to steal the safe deposit boxes. I served for a couple of decades on the Foreign Affairs Committee, so I want to take a moment to thank our international partners, Canada and Mexico, who have come to help out, and just recently Israel. And I'll mention that just because I played a role in that.
All right.
I knew that Israel had resources that would be useful.
I'm sure all of us would be a lot more comfortable with what he's saying, a lot more reassured if there wasn't a cop car chase today down the streets of LA and they failed to catch a bunch of joyriding dirt bikers, guys on dirt motorcycles, rampaged through LA today just with wild abandon, and nobody could do crap about it. Nobody stopped them, nobody did a roadblock, nobody did anything. So I don't even know how that concluded or if they got away. But by hour number 2, I was watching this slow motion car chase. I didn't see any law enforcement after him. It was just like news crews watching it from the air. So if anybody can basically do anything, if they can do street takeovers and drive around for several hours without being pulled over, I'm sorry. This is not instilling confidence. But I have to give you guys one more word of advice. If you have a safe, and I saw somebody do this online, holy God, don't do this. Don't open a hot safe. You have to wait until it cools. You can't cool it down, water, whatever, just wait. Wait until it cools down gradually. Safes that are hot, the moment you open them, all of the contents will ignite. The papers especially, because it's a backdraft waiting to happen. So the heat is there. Everything is there to start a fire within the safe, except there's no fresh air. So it won't ignite. But you just add fresh air and it will. So wait till a safe cools down. The story of how Bank of America got its start was with the San Francisco 1906 quake. So all of the banks had to wait for their safes to cool down after the big fire of 1906 in San Francisco, because if they opened it, the money would spontaneously combust. So while the banks were shut down for the better part of a week, there's an enterprising guy who smuggled in a bunch of cash in an Apple cart or something like that, and then he was making loans on the streets. And so that guy had owned Bank of Italy, and he renamed it Bank of America. Some immigrant guy. Anyway, but the point is that if you have a safe, you don't open it when it's hot or crack it or do anything. So I'll let you guys know that. I'd hate for people to think they saved something and then it spontaneously combusts when they open it up.
And they'd made an offer, but had not gotten an answer. I called the governor. They made the request. I talked to the Israeli Consul General, and Israel's doing something that none of our other aides from other states or countries are doing it. They're doing it without compensation, whereas everyone else we have a joint fire agreement with, and they're getting compensated as they should. But Israel's gone one step further.
Wait, I'm sorry, I spaced out. They did what?
They're doing it without compensation, whereas everyone else we have a joint fire agreement with, and they're getting compensated.
Okay, that's nice. Very nice of them.
Arrange to have your mail forwarded. Easiest way to do that is go to any post office, show them your ID. You can also do it online. If the post office can't deliver to your address, they're going to hold it at the post office. Malibu Post Office is now open. Palisades Post Office, your mail is at Rancho Park. Topanga, your mail is at Santa Monica. Passports. The passport office will open on Wilshire Boulevard in Westwood on Tuesday, but it's by appointment. What if you have an urgent trip? You call our office. We try to arrange an emergency visit for you. What number do you call? For everything I'm talking about, but particularly passports, 818-501-9200. Ask for John Alford. Now, most of you might use the passport as ID. The easier ID to get is from the Department of Motor Vehicles. They're one of the 60 agencies at the Disaster Recovery Center, which has been mentioned before, and it's in the old West Side Pavilion, open 9 a.m. to 8 p.m. Dealing with your insurance company, go to my website. I've got some ideas on how to deal with your insurance company. That's bradsherman.house, that's for House of Representatives, bradsherman.house.gov. Some of you know I'm an old CPA, so I can't resist talking to you about income taxation, and these rules apply both federal and state. First, the deadlines have been extended. Everything about income tax, file or pay, has been delayed for the whole county of Los Angeles till October 15th. No interest. Second, as I'll get to, some of you are going to get grants where the government gives you money to help you get back on your feet. Those are all tax exempt. Third, you will want to take a casualty loss on your income tax return. You can put it on your 2004 return even though it's a 2005 fire, or you can put it on your 2005 return, your choice. And you take it as an itemized deduction. The amount you take is your entire uninsured loss of real estate and personal property. But you cannot deduct more than your basis. What's your basis? It's what you paid to build your house, to buy your house, to improve your house, or to pay for all the stuff that was in your house that burned down. Now, you're going to deal with insurance. Some of you are going to get major insurance settlements. Those are all tax exempt, except to the extent they exceed your basis. So if you bought your home for $100,000 half a century or more ago, and you're going to get an insurance check for $1 million, you're going to have what's a capital gain. That capital gain is tax exempt to the extent of $250,000 or $500,000 if you're for a married couple, if you've lived in the house for a couple of years, if it's your long-term house. So that's okay. They've covered income taxation. Now let's go to the next chart. FEMA. I know FEMA's here. They're doing a great job. They've put together that center that's on Pico Boulevard. They've got one problem. Some of you have gotten this letter. You go to log on to FEMA, and you indicate you have any insurance, and they send you a letter that includes the words, assistance not allowed. And then you think, my God, I've been rejected. This letter needs to be explained. What this letter says is they're not going to give you any big bucks until they know what your insurance covers. So what do you get from, so don't take this letter as a rejection. We'll go on to the next, and we'll see what does FEMA provide. First, even when you get that what looks like a rejection letter, you get $770, and that's available to everybody who's affected, including, I believe, those who work in the Palisades but don't live in the Palisades. Second, you can get a $43,600 as a grant to deal with your real property losses. If you qualify for that $43,600 from FEMA, the state of California adds another $10,000 to it. And then you can get another $43,600 to deal with your non-real property losses, particularly your car or your health costs. So that's a total of available money of $97,970. There is more.
What? I'm sorry, what? So this must be what so many people are angry about. Wow, so FEMA is giving fake rejection letters to people, and so people think they're totally rejected for help. They're giving letters to people that say assistance not allowed, period. Then it takes people like him to explain, oh wait, actually it means we're just waiting to hear back from your insurance company first. Wow. This must be a lot of the massive, it could be the root of a lot of what people say, only Democrats get assistance from FEMA or whatever, like, or whatever the rumor mill is spitting out recently due to the hurricanes. Mass rejection. The hurricanes affected a lot of people in red areas. So mass rejection letters happen in Democrat areas too, guys. You can see it here. I bet a lot of people don't realize they just have to keep continuing on with the process, that the letter itself is worded wrong. You can, like they just said, after you get a rejection letter, you can get up to $96,000. And you just say $96,000? Even though you've been, quote, rejected with the letter, keep trying, and you could get all this help. The system's broke. The system's broken. I helped somebody crying with the benefits process who was homeless and on the way to being housed, and he thought that he got this huge 7 or 8, 9-page letter, I think it was, saying here's how to appeal to this decision we made, and it says we took away your Oregon health plan, you know, which is Medicare for Oregon or Medicaid for Oregon. And so I went with this person into a meeting and I said, let's just go, this can't be right. Look, you have almost no income to speak of and yet you're rejected. This can't be right. And so go into and make an appointment, Department of Human Services, showing him how to do all this stuff. I've helped people, counseled people this way before. And sure enough, the first thing they said within 2 minutes of looking at the paper, oh, that's fake. Yeah, they just word it wrongly. You haven't been rejected for anything. It's just that when you have no income and blah, blah, blah happens or blah, blah, blah happens, then your benefits are the same, but we move you to a different part of the plan. So when it says you've been rejected for the plan you were on, that's just because you were moved to a different part. Your benefits are exactly the same. You don't have a copay. You're not kicked off the plan at all. And I said, what? So 5 pages of forms that say if you disagree with our decision, you need to fill out an appeal process and then maybe even go before a judge for a hearing. That why the hell is that included if there's no problem here? So there's plenty of people who thought they have lost their Oregon health plan. I'm sure this is happening in other states. Just stupidly worded letters. Get a 9-page thing in the mail that says you are rejected from your previous Oregon health plan. This person was about to quit seeing all doctors because he thought that he could no longer afford it and he couldn't pay out of pocket. He still had coverage. So he had an abscess or some problem on his foot that he was trying to take care of with iodine and stuff. I said, go to the hospital. You've got coverage. Like, can you imagine people just like canceling mammograms and breast exams or something important? They think they don't have coverage anymore. This is so unreal and so stupid. I can't believe this. I'm glad whoever this congressman person or politician is walking people through the process. I'm gonna have to clip this. This is like, wow. You didn't get rejected. That's automatic rejection until your insurance replies to them. And they don't say that. Mitch Ashdown says, wait until you learn about the people that are typically on appeals panels. Oh, I'm afraid of that. I'm afraid of that, you know. I've been trying to help some people I know that I just met through being green and scrap metal recycling, try to get housing who are homeless. And the red tape. Most people who are homeless qualify for things like Section 8 and whatnot. They try their best. They could be on the wait list for like 2 years. And if you don't respond to a letter you get in 15 days, and they don't have a house, so they don't have mail service. If you don't respond to a letter that they'll send to your last known address in 15 days, they kick you off the wait list and give it to somebody else. 6 years is the average wait time in Oregon. Get on Section 8, even if you are poor enough to be on it, and qualify, or disabled or whatever. It's just, the system is so freaking broken and unfair. I can't believe it. Just can't believe it. Okay, let's keep going. Wow.
More, and that is the
Hi, Freddie, AFOL from Sweden. Thank you for checking in. The winds have died down for a while, but in the next couple of days, we'll have more Santa Anas. So all I wanted to do was watch 2 press conferences for 2 hours. We have in Monterey a battery fire at a battery storage or processing or whatever facility. So residents were evacuated due to a toxic cloud drifting around with toxic fumes and metal fumes and worse things. So other than that, the current fires are laying low and they're not that fierce right now. This is buying precious time for the current fires that are going on in the LA region, for them to strengthen containment lines and make contingency, like they were saying earlier in the part of the just never-ending press conference. So, but people are pretty angry that some hotspots are in their yards and underneath the roof, you know. So some people have gone back and they find their yard still on fire, like a bush or something still on fire. They put it out themselves. So other people in the crowd got very angry, saying, can't we go back and check on our property? Like, you may have missed a bunch of hot spots. So on social media, we're seeing that a lot. People go back and there's still these smoking ruins. And they're like, we could take care of it. Why aren't you guys doing it? And they're saying, thank you, but no thank you. You can't be allowed back in yet. So the crowd got wild for a bit, or at least a few people in it were yelling at speakers. We're just finding out how bad the system is. I knew it was bad. I didn't know it was this bad. It's even surprising me.
They pay for your rental costs while you're out of your home, and that depends on the size of your family, the average cost of rent in the area that you rent in, and a host of other things. But that can be very substantial because some of you will be rebuilding and will be out of your home for a long time. Let's move on to the next, and that's the Small Business Administration. I don't think I know they're not represented here, but these are larger dollars, but they're not grants, they are loans. For a homeowner, it's up to $500,000 to cover the home and the real property, $100,000 to deal with personal property. The interest rate is 4% most of the time, and actually most of the time it's considerably less than 4%. The first 12 months, you don't have to make any payments, but the interest does run. So you got 12 months that you don't have to pay. And the good thing about an SBA loan is they will subordinate. So you may be in a circumstance where you say, well, I get this loan from SBA, but I'm also going to need a loan from Bank of America. And I don't want to go to the Bank of America and say, I want to borrow money as a third trustee. They'll laugh me out of the wall. They'll send me down to the high cost lender, whatever. SBA will subordinate so you can give the private bank a second trust deed, and SBA will get third in line. What about businesses? $2 million can be loaned for physical loss or for economic injury, such as your lost sales. Again, these interest rates are usually around 4%. 12 months, you don't have to pay. It's a higher interest rate if your business is so successful that the private sector is anxious to lend money to you. But for most businesses, most small businesses, it'll be around 4%. Now, a few legislative issues, federal governmental issues. First, Biden has done all he can do, and I think what Biden has done will not be reversed. But what Biden has done has mostly helped our local governments. The firefighting costs for this disaster, paid for by the federal government. The cost to rebuild public enterprise, and I just toured, or at least saw from a distance, Pali High School, will be almost entirely paid for by the federal government. That's great if you're running a school district or a fire department. Congress has got to act to do more to provide the aid I've just described. A lot of people can't afford to take on additional debt, and you cannot rebuild your uninsured house for $43,600. More was provided for Hawaii, although we've had some disasters where no more, but the standard package has been provided. My goal is, I've already talked to the most senior House member who's a Republican, and of course all the Democratic members of the House. We're going to be fighting for more. Technically, we're going to be fighting for the CDBG program. And I do not know what the outcome will be. There's plenty of discussion of conditioning that, linking it, and those of you who follow national politics know that it is a messy, messy process. I've organized a tour where I'm inviting key members from all over the country. I don't think many of them will make it. I'm also inviting all the California members to come tour the Palisades. They will be doing that at 3 p.m. on Saturday, because I need motivated allies to say, damn it, this is important, and nothing motivates like actually seeing it. Finally, a few ideas, and I'm one of the least qualified people to say how are we going to prevent fires. I'm not a qualified firefighter by any means, but I will point out a couple of things. First, a lot of discussion about this being a water availability problem. We know that's not true. Nobody's been told not to water their lawn, not last week, not this week. And if you needed a shower, I hope you took one. We've got enough water to run this city. What we didn't have is a water distribution system capable of putting millions and millions of gallons up the hill and into the Palisades.
But you knew that you needed that in 1961 in the Bel Air fire, as we watched. The fire department made a whole video about it. What the hell have you done since 1961? Any of the politicians for this region? Nothing. Nothing. You still have the antiquated pipe system from 1910 and 1920 that was there when they started building homes in the 50s and post-war. You identified it as a problem when you lost water pressure and had the same repeat disaster in 1961. You needed to redo all the water mains before rebuilding, and they identified the water mains are not big enough. I mean, the entire water pipes, the main water pipes that go under streets and serve individual homes, not big, wide enough, doesn't provide enough water to save the homes on the same street. So there's not as many. The fire hydrants are spaced out, few and far between. We've seen tiny ones that look like they literally were manufactured in 1899. Could have been. with weird pointy tops and stuff, and one small hookup for a weird shape, like non-standard hose. And that was over at the Eaton. And so you needed the power lines down, trapping firefighters and making it so they couldn't reach different neighborhoods and had to deal with small power line fires. That was identified as an issue in 1961. It's mostly a gravity-fed system and then an electrical pump system, which is so stupid that they had to keep. It seems like they kept power on inappropriately as it was starting new fires. To try to make the pumps work to pump more water up to the reservoirs that were actually full, the ones that actually had water in them at the time that it started out, and they failed. We listened to them for 4.5 hours and they failed. They never did get the pumps back up to work, and meanwhile keeping the power on trying to do that meant that the power lines went down. Pacific Coast Highway was shut down for the better part of 3 hours, I think, on day 2. Cars ran into them, and we had fire crews and hot shots arrive and were turned away from responding to certain fires in the Palisades. You can just go back and listen to all of it on my channel. I mean, we stream live for 27 hours. You hear it all. So all these issues were identified in 1961. They rebuilt, and the fire went into Mandeville Canyon. They rebuilt Bel Air and other places. And subsequent fires also, without updating the water system. It's just ridiculous. So this whole, we didn't know we would lose the water pressure. You knew you would lose it. Any sort of emergency planning office, you knew, because it's what happens all the time. And so you had a red January in Santa Ana wind season. The fire season, the wet season has not arrived yet. You had a big ass fire, excuse my language, with the Franklin just last month next door at Malibu. So you knew this would happen and you failed to stage enough water trucks. You suck. You suck. Planning, whoever's in charge of the pre-planning, budget cuts, those so many nameless officials that it would take a long time to name them all. City council, you suck. Thinking that you should cut the budget, you suck. I don't know what your tax revenue is here, but it's probably a lot, like a freaking a lot in these neighborhoods. You can't update the pipes. You can't bury the lines. Transmission lines were up the hill. They're still wooden and they look like they held up telegraph poles in the past. I mean, they are like pitted with like, it's kind of like dried up wood you see in the desert. It's like 75-year-old wood on the power lines that are above the Palisades here near where the fire started. It's just, guys, yeah, they didn't lose any water. There's no, California's got enough water. It gets piped down from the north. It's not like California ran out of water. It's just the stupidity of having one of the big water tanks crucial to fighting the fires here. They allowed it to stay dry. I mean, even if a month ago when we were covering the Franklin with the Malibu fire, maybe they should have realized, get a clue. Oh, we should refill that thing. I think it'd be full again by now. Who cares if the lid's not on? Wipe out the sediment later. Who freaking cares if there's a tear in the lid? Who freaking cares? Fill it up. God, it's been empty for like 8 months. The incompetence level and not learning lessons of the past is just so frustrating. He's correct. We didn't run out of water. We ran out of water pressure. So battery backup or generator backup systems for whatever pumps you need, you should not rely on the power grid. Because the power grid is going to be down during an earthquake. The biggest threat to this region is an earthquake, which breaks gas mains and all the water mains of the city. So it better not rely on the power grid. It's going to be down. They should be independent, and they should have generators wherever the hell they are located. They should have just pressed a button. They should have come on and gotten more water pressure back. If that's not capable, then you needed to have thousands of water trucks ready to go. I don't know why they couldn't call in people from off duty and say, report for duty, water truck guys for the road construction crews, or anybody with a CDL license who could drive a water truck, show up, pay you $1,000 an hour. They could have had a fleet of them just setting up systems like temporary water stations. Okay, it's just what he's saying is true. We didn't run out of water. That's one of the myths of the fire. But yeah, they ran out of pressure because nobody's doing crap. So it's a collective fault of politicians going back decades.
Millions and millions lawn, not last week, not this week. And if you needed a shower, I hope you took one. We've got enough water to run this city. What we didn't have is a water distribution system capable of putting millions and millions of gallons up the hill and into the Palisades. Looking back, it's easy for me to say, well, they should have done that. Needless to say, we will in the future, but we've got a lot to do. The second thing is, how do you build houses for the physical construction? We have Chapter 7A of a statewide building code. That is required of anything built 2008 and future. Those who were buildings built before 2008 did not have to be retrofitted. How important is this code for the Palisades? I don't know. But I do know that with the Paradise Fire, which was somewhat similar, 50...
Wait, let me go back. I'm sorry, I was looking at chat.
Built before 2008 building code. That is required of how do you build houses for the physical construction. We have Chapter 7A of a statewide building code. That is required of anything built 2008 and future. Those who were buildings built before 2008 did not have to be retrofitted. How important is this code for the Palisades? I don't know. But I do know that with the Paradise Fire, which was somewhat similar, 55% of the homes that met the new code survived, and only 18% of the homes that didn't meet the new code survived. Now, it will have, this particular community is going to be rebuilt for the most part. It's going to be rebuilt according to this, but we've got a whole city, and the next disaster may not be in the Palisades, and for the most part, this city was built before 2008. Another issue is what requirements we put on homeowners dealing with vegetation. A big issue is just what's within 5 or 10 feet of your home. And if it's a eucalyptus tree with a branch touching your roof, that's not good. And so I did a poll. Many of you are aware that I had 12,000 people on the line last night, and we did a poll asking, do you support the strictest possible enforcement on homeowners and invasive? And this is something we already have to some degree, but it doesn't happen all that often. And that is every home's inspected, you get a letter, you're told to clean it up, you don't do it, the government comes and rips out the bush that they told you was too close to your home, sends you a bill, and puts it as a lien on your house if you don't pay. That's the strictest program I can think of. Overwhelmingly, people who responded to that poll said, yes, that's what they want to see.
Yes, that's what should happen, but they need to pass a law to make it happen. Man, the jungle neighborhoods we've been seeing, this fire and others, man, you should be able to sue your neighbor for having an unruly yard. There are some YouTube channels where landscapers find a jungle yard, and they clean it all up for free, and they get donations from YouTubers who watch. So this is great. When they knock on the doors of an elderly disabled, it's usually for a medical reason that a yard gets like that. But the thing is that state should step in right away when weeds start growing, not after it's a 12-year problem and there's 12-foot tall weeds in the yard. And there needs to be a program too to not charge people who, just broke their back in a car accident and couldn't take care of it. There needs to be help, in this kind of thing. But I really respect the landscapers on YouTube who do this and other social media. And just consider just helping out your neighbor, even if you don't like them, because their fire is going to be your fire. But there should be a total overhaul of also banning the gasoline weeds in trees like eucalyptus. You just mentioned eucalyptus. When the hell is the state going to ban it, by the way? We've known they were a fire hazard since about 1892, so hello? It's a huge component to the Oakland firestorm. Hello? Anybody growing eucalyptus in their yard, doesn't get with it on their property, that doesn't get rid of it in a timely fashion, they should be held accountable. You know, it should be the craziest fines ever. Or a special tax. Growing certain species in your yard, you know, to deal with the aftermath. But like this place, the Will Rogers Ranch, had eucalyptus everywhere. There should be a state program that helps you replace it with fire-resistant trees like oak. Oak is what's supposed to be around here. But hey, that would make too much sense. Environmental groups, if you want to do that and sponsor it, replacing eucalyptus with native oak, which is supposed to be here, fire-resistant trees. I mean, that would be great if environmental groups were getting involved too. But the businesses that sell fire-promoting weeds should be fined heavily. It's time to stop selling them as landscaping things at like big box stores. Ban them, and they get a state removal program. The war on weeds has got to happen. We're going to lose the environment.
And rips out the bush that they told you invasive. And this is something we already, and so I did a poll. Many of you are aware that I had 12,000 people on the line last night, and we did a poll asking, do you support the strictest possible enforcement on homeowners and invasive? And this is something we already have to some degree, but it doesn't happen all that often. And that is, every home's inspected, you get a letter, you're told to clean it up, you don't do it, the government comes and rips out the bush that they told you was too close to your home, sends you a bill, and puts it as a lien on your house if you don't pay. That's the strictest program I can think of. Overwhelmingly, people who responded to that poll said, yes, that's what they want to see. So we've got a long way to go to prevent the next fire. We've got a long way to go to protect ourselves from, to recover from this fire. And I look forward to working with you every step of the way.
So far, I like this guy. Never heard of him before that I can recall. These are solution-based stuff. He looks like he's interacting with the public, trying to get ideas. So no matter how guilty or innocent or whatever anybody was prior to this fire, I'm willing to forgive as long as they learn. Same thing with the Dixie. CAL FIRE was doing a pretty poor job, especially up until Greenville burned down, with giving people very late evacuation information and just being victims of detrimental optimism, telling people of Greenville to go back and re-inhabit the same day it burns down. But after it did, they learned. People like Mike Wink said, I'm sorry, and we over-relied on, it went wrong because we over-relied on computer modeling. We didn't realize winds could do this here. So all of us locals knew, went, oh God, we could have told you that. But for whatever reason, if somebody learns and they're sorry, I'm willing to forgive them to move forward, because somebody who can learn will never make the mistake twice. Somebody who's really impacted by this, I'm like, whoa, we need to change. Moving forward, are they going to help the situation? Then they're still valuable. They shouldn't be like fired. They should be retained. People should be fired are those who are just patting themselves. Everything's doing a great job. Oh, global warming is the cause of all this, or some other reason that's passing the buck. Oh, it's unprecedented. We never experienced Santa Ana's before. What are those? Climate change or something? Oh, yeah, for reasons out of our control, we couldn't do nothing. Or they pat themselves on the back and it's scarier. We did a great job already. Couldn't have done it better. People constantly smiling, the politicians, when the death toll is rising. They need to go. They're incompetent to the craziest degree. They need to go. But people who are sober and somber, they have common sense solutions, and they know that going forward, preventing these disasters is more to do with the pen than anything. Building codes, yes. Water main upgrades, yes. Modernizing infrastructure, yes. Educating citizens, banning the weeds, yeah. So far, just on the basis of what he's saying, I'm liking what I'm hearing. But the left and the right has to come together to unite on this stuff. I hope to God it's not a political thing, because these are non-political solutions. It's just common sense stuff. I don't know what he's talking about. The DBGD program, I'm going to look that up. It says, we Democrats are going to fight for it. Okay, what is it? I'll have to look that up. No. Everybody's going to have to fight for it because change like this, the powers that be that are going to be against it, the utility companies and all their might, and the big companies, there's going to be plenty of people opposed to this stuff. Plenty of city council and others who just want their city to be rebuilt as fast as possible so they get their taxes back and all that. Who want to ignore environmental rules and screw the environment in the process and rebuild a death trap neighborhood. There's going to be a lot of pushback from developer types like that. Those who don't want any more building codes, well, you obviously need a few more. Fireproof vents in the attic, yeah, you need a few more. There's going to be a pushback from the stupidest places. Nurseries might push back against, it's our freedom to sell whatever kind of plants people want to put in their yard, whatever. No, not when there's $1 trillion disasters caused by the plants and exacerbated. You know, I bet you there's some stupid eucalyptus lovers are us group that'll say, it's not the tree's fault or something. You know, like there's going to be the weirdest pushback from the weirdest places. It would take a bipartisan effort. And even when bipartisan things get passed, Gavin Newsom is another big, giant roadblock to fire safety. The way he protects the power companies has been well established, even if it means screwing fire victims. He supports the power companies, protects them from paying out fire victims in full. And there's still a lot of homeless people I know from Paradise who never got reimbursed fully. You know, he does stuff like sign legislation that allows them to give stock options that are worthless to the victims instead of buying them a home. He just vetoed a bill about firefighter pay, and so that CAL FIRE could get retain longer the people that were temporary workers. He just vetoed that bill, like what a week ago or something. That was a bipartisan effort and a no-brainer. I don't get it. So, this is why I'm just judging politicians on their fire stuff. This is an uphill battle. It doesn't mean that just because Democrats may press for something, doesn't mean the governor will go along with it. He's a wild card. So I just wish more common sense people were doing this. And if he talks about reaching across the aisle, I'll love him even more. Better not be talking like only Democrats have a solution. Wrong. A lot of people have to come together to push for any change, like any of it. So that's what I'm hoping to hear next.
My office is working 12 hours a day. We are at the center on Pico Boulevard, and our phone number is 818-501-9200. Thank you.
California State Senator Ben Allen.
Whoops, okay, he didn't mention the whole bipartisan thing. Yeah. Okay, I guess we have another congressman. No wonder this dragged on.
Well, I want to thank the congressman for the comprehensive tax and policy seminar. Certainly covered a lot of what I had to say, what I wanted to say, but it was actually very helpful. I really do appreciate it, Congressman, and very helpful practical information, which I think is what everyone's looking for right now. This has been an incredibly difficult week for everybody. I have met many friends that have lost their homes. I had to evacuate my mom, and I've hugged a lot of friends who've lost everything. And I just want to say how incredibly sorry I am to everyone for their loss in this very difficult time. Just want to reiterate a couple things that I'd like people to really avail themselves of this disaster recovery center that's been mentioned several times. In addition to FEMA, which is the main reason for going there, to have a face-to-face conversation with someone from FEMA. There are a lot of state services there as well, the Franchise Tax Board, Controller's License Board, DMV. They literally they're sitting there making new licenses for people if you lost your license. I also encourage you, the registrar recorder is out there, making new, birth certificates and marriage certificates as well. One thing to mention on the insurance side, we are having a workshop this weekend at Santa Monica College, but the Broad Stage campus on 11th Street and Santa Monica Boulevard in Santa Monica. We are bringing in insurers on the private sector side and the FAIR Plan and the Department of Insurance, so you can have face-to-face conversations with them, get your claims in and get everything moving with regards to your insurance claims, because I know a lot of you have been stuck on hold or not getting good answers or not really getting through to a real person, and they are all going to be there in person at Santa Monica College at the Santa Monica and 11th Street campus this coming weekend. Walk-ins are accepted, but we encourage people to make appointments at 1-800-927-4357. That's 1-800-927-4357. Please call, make an appointment, and come on down and have an opportunity to talk directly to a claims person from whoever your insurer may be. FEMA ends up taking over from beyond, from those things that your insurance is not going to cover, and that's an important conversation for you to have as well. So, obviously, lots of money coming down the pike from the federal government and the state as well. The governor just announced a big infusion of state money to help. There's a lot of interest in trying to help. I'm doing something similar to what the congressman's doing, and he's bringing in his colleagues from around the country. We're bringing in leaders from Sacramento and elsewhere. We just had the minority leader, the Republican leader of the state assembly, toured the site just yesterday, and I've been in very close touch with him. It's so important, especially with the transition in federal government happening on Monday, for this to truly be a bipartisan effort. These are fellow Americans. This fire didn't see red or blue. We need to come together as Democrats.
Yes.
And Republicans to support this community in need. And that's something that's been a big priority for me as I've been reaching out to Republican friends to do everything I can to ensure that this is a smooth transition between the Biden and Trump administrations in terms of support for our state in this.
All right, now we're talking.
This incredibly difficult effort. Ultimately, it's our job to ensure that you have the resources you need to allow for the recovery and the rebuilding that we know you need to do in this beautiful community that we've lost, that we love so much up in the Palisades and in Malibu. And so I'm going to be sticking around. Our office is open for you for questions. If you're having any trouble deciphering all of the bureaucracy that's been thrown at you today, please don't hesitate to call us, 310-414-8190. And we've got a really dedicated staff, as I know the other elected officials do as well, that are ready to help you navigate the challenges of dealing with the government as you are trying to recover. But there are a lot of resources out there for people to get back on their feet. And I just encourage you, I ask you, please avail yourself of these resources. They're there for you in this time of need. And it's really important for you to get back on your feet, and for our whole region, for the Palisades and Malibu to get back on its feet. So thank you so much, and I'll be sticking around to talk to people afterwards. I appreciate you so much, and I just want to also thank our incredible firefighters and law enforcement that have been working so hard to keep those communities safe. It's been a very difficult time for us, and there's a lot of frustration. And of course there's frustration. People have lost their homes and lost that beautiful community.
Former artist, you're invited to shut up, dude. You're a troublemaker and you're out of here. Bye. Hide user on this channel, dude. Oh, lol, so only the pretty trees that you like in the Sacramento park should be allowed to stay, but everybody else has to get rid of their eucalyptus? Lol, who put you in charge? I see. The law should be at your discretion. You should choose which eucalyptus get to live and die, lol. Get the hell out of here and screw the horse you rode in on too. This is a serious, deadly fire. None of your shenanigans of BS are welcome here. You're just being a jerk. I have to call you out on the stupendous lack of sensitivity of the law and your heckling BS. We're here at a community meeting for a community that had 6 people dead at least. And we're talking about the Oakland Hills fire, which killed people. Eucalyptus were a great contributing factor to. That's because eucalyptus were growing up next to people's homes and dropping their sap-impregnated leaves directly into gutters of people's homes, making Oakland Hills impossible to defend. That is where fire crews made the decision to go into neighborhoods and die with the victims. They went in to die with them, knowing they were probably not going to come back. So no, eucalyptus cannot be growing in people's yards. The 8 or so eucalyptus that are huge from the 1800s that are in a Sacramento Riverside park, they could stay. And yes, a plaque needs to be at the base explaining why they were banned in California as an epic mistake. A scam artist from Australia said they'd be great trees for Californians. They would grow back quickly. They would be windbreaks for farms. You could sell the wood. It's great firewood. You could sell it to the train companies that need firewoods for railroad ties. And it was all a scam. Their wood warps when it dries, and so it threw the tracks and caused train accidents. and it turned out to be extremely flammable. And at the base of every eucalyptus tree is a stinking pile of dead bird carcasses underneath the leaves, of flammable leaves and sap at the base of every single tree, because North American songbirds never evolved beaks long enough to safely pluck insects out of the sap. They did in Australia, where they evolved with eucalyptus in Australia, but North American songbirds have really short beaks. So they're causing a bird holocaust, mass extinction. They are replacing the oak trees in California and destroying the natural habitat, which is oak savanna in many of these places. Oak trees are fire resistant. Eucalyptus spread fire like crazy. If you ever heard of an Australian bushfire, it's because it's spread by eucalyptus. Eucalyptus is a suicide bomber tree, which tries to start extremely intense fires. Some plants do that. The other ones need to be banned from California. Because the reason they try to start a raging fire that's worse than you can imagine, worse than your average wildfire, is because they're trying to kill other plant species so that they can take over. They're trying to burn up the seeds to ash. Low-key fires leave seeds, like pine cones and stuff, to still be there. Not these super intense ones. So it will successfully kill off all the competition, the plants that do this, suicide bomber plants, so that the competition can't grow back, but it will. There will be various reasons for that. But the suicide bomber plants, like cheatgrass, it's because they grow back from the root. And so what a eucalyptus is trying to do every single day of its life is try to kill itself, but it's a species survival thing that ultimately its offspring or whatever would grow back. So this has been very successful as a species survival strategy. It's why eucalyptus are considered like a weed in Australia, and they have monoculture where there's just eucalyptus growing and nothing else. Every single wildfire since 10,000 years ago is making it so there's more eucalyptus and fewer diversity of plants in Australia. Like, you really got to put this stuff in check. Otherwise, we'll end up like Australia. So if you don't want mass extinction of songbirds, and this is the North American bird route, the migration route, California, the West Coast. Many of the songbirds that live all the way from Alaska to South America migrate through California. You just can't have, in this stretch of the country especially, bird-killing, mega-fire promoting fireweeds like eucalyptus, gasoline trees. They're almost impossible for firefighters to put out and keep them out too. It's one of the solutions and why we need to do this. But the 8 or so, maybe a dozen trees that are from the 1800s in Sacramento's park by the river are not harming a neighborhood. They can stay, as they are a testament to the mistake that California made mass importing this stuff. So it'll take government help, especially when they are windbreaks and functioning as even the government planted them roadside. Highway 99 south of Marysville going towards Sacramento and into other towns like over towards Folsom. It's just a line. The whole windbreak for the highway is eucalyptus. So that means the entire highway, eucalyptus, each one could be on fire in a grass fire and complicate the situation. If it was oak, it wouldn't. They'd resist a fire. So it concerns all of us in the entire state. These things are there to kill themselves in order to kill the rest of the environment with fire, to take over. That's why they're called weeds. So while they might be majestic and smell good and look neat, California, it's an absolute mistake. So if somebody wants to heckle me over that, I think you're just stupid. You have stupid things to say, and you're not welcome here. Sorry. You get a couple of chances to clean up your act, but you keep heckling, you keep lolling yourself to death. I'm sorry, this is a mass death incident. We're trying to come up with solutions. You can go to hell if you're not going to help us come up with solutions. Just not worthy of speaking here. Sorry. Rethink your damn life. This is an act of a true loser to heckle the situation. I'm sorry.
But we know that so many of you have given your all to protect that community, and we just appreciate you. Thank you.
California Assemblymember Jackie Irwin.
Hi, everybody. I am the assembly member that represents Palisades and Malibu. I was, at the risk of sounding repetitive, I was just at the Resource Center, and we have a lot of residents that are coming and talking to us, and I had a conversation with a gentleman, and his story was so heart-wrenching about how he lost his family home. And I know that each one of you sitting out there has similar stories, and we just all feel so awful for you. I also want to thank the firefighters and first responders who have worked so hard to minimize the loss here. They have worked tirelessly for 9 days, often in 24-hour shifts, and we are truly appreciative. I just want to mention a couple of things for me right now, and I think for a lot of the other elected officials. Our first priority before getting you through the first few days is to get debris removal. And the state of California is going to take that task on. We have already gone through a number of fires in Ventura County, and it was done very quickly in the Thomas Fire, a couple of months to 6 months. It's not. We are hearing 5 years. That is not happening. All of us. I will be back after. We can certainly discuss it, but the governor has made that commitment. But I also want to say to a lot of the residents.
I'm sorry, what? So what's not happening? What is then? What is the timeline?
To 6 months. It's not fires, debris removal. And the state of California is going to take that task on. We have already gone through a number of fires in Ventura County, and it was done very quickly in the Thomas Fire, a couple of months to 6 months. It's not. We are hearing 5 years. That is not happening. All of us.
Okay, in Paradise, a pretty small retirement community, it's still going. So what the hell? It really varies. Like they started quickly debris clearing Greenville during the Dixie Fire of 2021, and Paradise debris was still being trucked out of Paradise in 2021 when the Dixie was going. It just took years. Just they cut down so many trees and dumped it, and had so much debris removal. It was like 800 to 900 trucks per day, going all the way from Beale Air Force Base where they were dumping stuff near there, all the way up to Paradise. So. If you ever lived in the pinch points and the traffic jams from all that, it really depends on the situation. That these fires are like huge in acreage. I don't see how the hell she could be saying this. You think it's going to take 6 months to get all the debris removed from Pasadena? Like, are you just talking about Palisades? Palisades? I mean. What? You think it's going to take less than 6 months? Where are you going to dump it? Right offshore or something? Like it takes a long time to drive it places to safely dispose of this. Unless you cut some real safety corners, I don't see what the hell how this could be done in less than a year. You have to get rid of like 3 feet of the topsoil when it's contaminated with burning plastic dioxins and haul it out and then refill. Like I don't think. She should understand how long this takes. What?
A couple of months to 6 months. It's not. We are hearing 5 years. That is not happening. All of us. That is. I will be back after. We can certainly discuss it, but the governor has made that commitment. But I also want to say to a lot of the residents here, what we're hearing about, and many of you might be getting calls from basically predatory buyers. Do not sell your properties for pennies on the dollar. There are a lot of resources out there. Your insurance companies, so far, the good insurance companies have offered a very generous additional subsidy if you rebuild. We are going to be looking at streamlining processes. There's a bill right now to hold building codes for the next 6 years.
What? No. You need to make new building codes and don't rebuild the same way you just did. You'll have a repeat disaster. What do you mean hold building codes? No. Everybody needs fireproof soffit vents and attic vents right now. Cut down the freaking eucalyptus with the rest of the debris right now. You need to build. Oh my God, this is so ridiculous. This is my worst fear. Is they're just going to rebuild the death trap neighborhoods, and I'm going to see this again 30 years in the future when it happens again, or maybe 15, or even closer. Maybe it could happen 8 years again in the future. You need to dig up the water mains. You need to redo all of that. It's going to take some freaking time, and don't rebuild. And like say if the water pressure can only sustain, like in a canyon, 50 homes, and only build 50 homes. Okay? You can't rebuild them all if there's not enough water pressure to go around. I'm sorry, that's stupid. You can't rebuild them right next to each other so that there's only less than 8 feet of separation. I'm sorry, that's stupid. In fact, Zeke Lunder was going with his Lookout podcast, and as a experienced forester and person that analyzes fire disasters, he said that like part of Pacific Palisades needs to be a park. That would be a green fire break in between the homes. Yes, some of these homes should never be rebuilt. I'm sorry, not the way they are, not in the same place they are. There should be a volunteer system, those willing to give up their property rebuilt elsewhere for the safety of others. And fire breaks should be specially compensated. Maybe building codes where, it's not just a single family that owns it, so more people can be in the area, but, higher density. It's easier to defend one building with everybody inside than it's strung out. But, oh God, you need to change your building codes. Oh, this is the worst idea. This is a nightmare unfolding.
There's a bill right now to hold building codes for the next 6 years. So making sure that we rebuild, give you the tools to rebuild in a very resilient and hardened way, but do not, in a weak moment, take less than you deserve. We want to make sure that your community character is maintained. And on that note, there's a lot of scamsters out of there too. Be very wary. They are trying to take advantage of you right now.
Yeah, the scam artists. I'm going to check on the power plant fire. I don't see any new information. Mountain Kayaker, were you're trying to get hold of friends there? Yeah, 2 hours ago is the last thing we heard on Watch Duty about this Moss battery plant fire in Monterey. They haven't expanded the evacuations. I'm just giving people the general tip that you think that the wind might change direction tomorrow or something. Are they still covering it live? Just want to check on it. Did they end their live coverage? Past coverage, firefighters continue to monitor after Moss Landing battery facility suffers a malfunction. Oh yeah, there's some sort of malfunction here, all right. Okay. So I guess they're not live covering anymore. Oh God, that's loud. I'm sorry. Oh, my ear.
Breaking news from KSBW Action News 8.
Breaking news out of Moss Landing tonight.
There is a fire at the Vista Energy facility there. It's a natural gas power plant as well as an ion battery storage system. And
Okay, so it's a natural gas plant plus a battery storage facility. Okay.
this thing escalated really quickly.
So initial word, as we take Action News 8 reporter Felix Cortez, initial word came out about 4 o'clock with a fire. And then, Felix, you got there. There was just a little bit of smoke. It seemed to be faded. And then over the past 45 minutes, this thing has gone crazy.
It has exploded.
Yeah. Look at the backdrop of this 4-alarm structure fire going on. So that was earlier. That says 5:43 p.m. Watch Duty didn't mark it. I thought it started around 7. we've been constantly interrupting this never-ending, painful Palisades meeting to keep looking back at it. But it looks like their live coverage ended. So we can look at our cameras. Seem to be fading out on the cams. Loma Prieta cam is far away. The Dream Inn cam from across the bay, like here's a 3-hour time lapse, fades out. So I hope it's getting better there. Don't know what they're going to do about it other than nothing. Let it burn. I don't know. But it's at least looking better. Let's try to finish the Palisades thing.
The last thing is we did introduce a bill this morning for mortgage forbearance. I would suggest all of you call up your banks. Some of them are already offering 4 to 6 months. Our bill is to try to make it a year to make sure, again, that you can rebuild and we can rebuild these communities of Malibu and Pacific Palisades. I will stay after, but I will tell you that our office is always open. We are answering calls every day to get you the resources or the connections that you need. Thank you very much.
California Assembly Member Jesse Gabriel. Los Angeles County Supervisor Lindsay Horvath.
Good evening. I first want to extend my heartfelt condolences to all who have lost family members and loved ones. May their memory be a blessing. And I want to extend my deepest sympathies to all who have lost so much in this terrible time of tragedy. I've heard from many residents who are concerned that once the cameras go away and the new crisis of the day appears, that the attention will be lost and our focus on you will no longer remain. And my office is committed to working with you and seeing you through this very difficult time for as long as it takes. Residents in some evacuated areas are being permitted to return home each day. We were able to return some people home today, and as you have heard, there are many steps being taken to ensure your safety and ability to do so. These include safety inspections, search operations, damage assessments, and utility restorations. The EPA is working with local teams to assess removal of toxic materials as well. They have invested $100 million and at least 500 personnel in this effort. So this is a resource that is available to you to help with that removal, in addition to Cal Recycle, and Los Angeles County will be the lead and your partner in helping to make that happen. For updates from the county on evacuation zones that are being lifted, you can follow the Sheriff's Department, LASDHQ, on social media, or you can follow the maps that exist at recovery.lacounty.gov. For anyone who is seeking FEMA assistance, you have 51 days from today to apply and 18 months to complete the paperwork. So please apply ASAP. The application process is 60 days from the time that the president signed the declaration. So the clock is ticking and we want to make sure you get your application.
Okay, that's why you should have been really clear on what you said. What the heck did you just say?
And 18 months county.gov. For anyone who is seeking FEMA assistance, you have 51 days from today to apply and 18 months to complete the paperwork. So please apply ASAP.
Okay, 51 days plus 18 months, or 18 months or 51 days. What did you just say, woman? You have 51 days from today and 18 months. Additional? Total? What?
Seeking FEMA assistance, you have 51 days from today to apply and 18 months to complete the paperwork. So please apply.
Okay, so 51 days to apply. Once you have applied, you have 18 months to complete the paperwork. All right. Wish you would just speak a hell of a lot more clearly. If she had said, and once you have applied, 18 months, complete paperwork. So get the ball rolling now, and then later complete the paperwork. So does this mean the people in the hurricanes that believed the fake letter of rejection that the FEMA keeps sending out to people, the one that doesn't mean you can't get help, but it says that, the ones that says they're waiting on your insurance first. So does that mean the people that expired with Hurricane Milton and whatnot in the Carolinas and they get nothing now? They could have gotten $90,000 in grants and loans, but now they get nothing because they believe the initial letter from FEMA that says you are rejected. And it should say, oh, you're rejected until we hear from your insurance company. Please fill out more forms. That's been the saddest thing I've heard today. There's probably a lot of people that just missed a deadline. A lot of people in the Caldor did too. The Caldor fire by Tahoe. They said FEMA never gave them anything. I said, well, did you apply? And they said, oh, I got an immediate rejection letter. And I said, wait, but you didn't keep applying? And they're like, what do you mean? Oh, I said, yeah, you keep applying. You don't just believe the one rejection letter. You appeal and stuff. You follow up. Oh my God. So the first thing I would do is extend that deadline because there's a lot of people now who have no idea about this. They're not watching every single one of these freaking meetings. They can't. Yeah, so I highly recommend everybody go and meet in person with the FEMA reps. I don't know what the lines are like, but the places like the libraries and whatnot, because it looks like you try to do it yourself and you're just going to get lost in a sea of nonsense and fake replies. Man. This is just, wow. I'm going to highlight this for my information for the public. And this is, how many hours have we been watching this crap? Like, you'd have to sit there an hour of the fluff to reach the meat and potatoes, solid info that they need to be giving people. Okay.
On evacuations, I'll recycle, and Los Angeles County will be the lead and your partner in helping to make that happen. For updates from the county on evacuation zones that are being lifted, you can follow the Sheriff's Department, LASDHQ, on social media, or you can follow the maps that exist at recovery.lacounty.gov. For anyone who is seeking FEMA assistance, you have 51 days from today to apply and 18 months to complete the paperwork. So please apply ASAP. The application process is 60 days from the time that the president signed the declaration. So the clock is ticking and we want to make sure you get your application in. Even if you get a rejection notice, it means your application is in. If you have questions about that, you can come to the Disaster Recovery Center from 9 a.m. to 8 p.m. and there are people there in person to walk you through what the process is going forward and to answer any questions that you might have.
Right. So if you got the fake rejection letter, the one that says you're ineligible for help, well, basically they're issuing that to almost everybody. It actually means we haven't heard from your insurance company yet. We can't help you yet. So she's saying the same thing I am. Just go talk to them because, and even if you have received a quote rejection letter, apply, keep going because, you know, you can, that'll change. That status can change. Wow. So it's just, okay. It's gonna take us friends, us helping out the people around here. We need to donate to places like AirBNB Breakfast and whoever's hosting people, for people to be housed and stuff. Because this is a cluster beep. Already, you know, people are heading to hotels and being turned away FEMA said, yeah, we'll cover your hotel stay. They go to the hotel. They say, no, we're not. You need to pay us, and FEMA will pay you. And so we've already heard really bad, like the Eaton Fire too, which we're going to watch next. Holy crap. I've been live almost 5 hours now. These are like 2 1-hour meetings that we were supposed to watch. This one started late, went longer, had the fire interruption, but there's so much BS that I have to interject. I don't know what to say. I'm making notes here. Well,
Our 3rd district team is also there every day in person, in addition to being available by phone, online, and at all of our district offices. And once again, all of that information can be found at recovery.lacounty.gov. I was with the California Attorney General today, who wanted me to remind you about his efforts on price gouging. If you are seeing price gouging and predatory practices, especially on housing options, you can call 1-800-593-8222, or you can go to his website at OAG. On housing options, you can call 1-800-593-8222.
Sorry.
I was with the California Attorney General today, who wanted me to remind you about his efforts on price gouging. If you are seeing price gouging and predatory practices, especially on housing options, you can call 1-800-593-8222, or you can go to his website at oag.ca.gov/report. I want to thank our first responders. It breaks my heart to hear anyone express anything but gratitude for your work. I know that it has been a Herculean effort, and the team that we have had out there is second to none. I also want to thank all of our local, state, and federal partners who have joined the county in the effort to support the community at this very difficult time. And I thank you all for being here tonight and for the work that we will do together to rebuild our community.
Los Angeles City Council Member Tracy Park.
All righty. Thank you so much, everyone, for being here tonight. I'm Tracy Park. I represent the West Side, including the communities of Brentwood and Pacific Palisades. Obviously, these last 10 days have been the most horrific that we have ever experienced as a community and as a city. I want to acknowledge that in addition to the pain and the loss in this room tonight, there is a lot of anger and frustration. So I want to assure folks that we are working on the ground as quickly as possible to both get the fire under control, people home, and questions answered. I want to talk a little bit about the status of the evacuation zones and repopulation efforts as they apply to my friends and neighbors here on the west side. For residents of Brentwood who are outside of the immediate fire impact area but are still in the evacuation zones, for Brentwood Park, if you live south of Marlboro, you have been permitted now to return home. If you live east of Kenter or in the Mountain Gate communities, you are now permitted to return home. In some cases, the utilities have not yet been restored. So I want to let folks know that you may be coming home to no water and no power. However, I have just received word from DWP that they are actively in the process of restoring utilities in those areas. So I think we are looking at hours, not days. That is good news. I have less good news for some other impacted communities in Brentwood and in the direct fire impact area. Unfortunately, in Brentwood Park, if you live south,
Okay, Mountain Kayaker is saying that Watch Duty has an update. I don't see one. Mountain Kayaker. For the moss thing. 3 hours ago was the last time Cole Yukon made a post. And he's the guy who they had a fundraiser for that lost his car when he was covering the fire at Clear Lake last year. It's probably arson. Most of the fires around Clear Lake were probably arson last year. So I tried to feature him on my stream, and they already reached their goal real quick to buy him a new car, but it burned up. Like, that was a sketchy situation. So I just want to make sure there wasn't a new development. Let's go back.
North of Marlboro, or if you live west of Kenter, you are still in the mandatory evacuation zone, and I do not yet have a timeline on when returns are going to be permitted. This is a decision that is made by the command, not by the CD11 council office, but I want to reassure folks that I am pushing as hard as we can to get the ground conditions under control so that it's safe, because I want everybody to be able to come home. To folks in the Pacific Palisades who have not yet had an opportunity to come back to the area and to see if their business or their home is even still there, I'm going to ask for your continued patience and assure you that hundreds of utility workers and first responders continue to be on the ground addressing the hazards like broken water pipes, gas lines, downed electrical lines, downed electrical power lines, and search and rescue teams are still on the ground as well. I do not yet have a timeline when people are going to be able to get back into that immediate impact area. But I want you to hear this assurance from me as your council member. I want you all to have the opportunity to go home. And I think that especially for people in the Pacific Palisades, we owe it to you to have an opportunity to see whether you have a home or what may be left of it. I want the world to see what happened to our beautiful, beloved, vibrant, thriving community of the Pacific Palisades. If you are a CD11 team member and you're here, can you put your hands up? I want you guys to take a look, give them a wave, thank you. These folks are on the ground in the community every single day. They are here to help. We are trying to fill as many gaps as we can. We are leaving our Westchester office open all weekend. Our downtown City Hall office will be open to help with phone calls. Our donation pickup center will be open all weekend at our Westchester field office. So please feel free to reach out to us. I push out current information on @Councilwoman Tracy Park, and I encourage everybody to go to cd11.lacity.gov and sign up for my weekly newsletter, where I also push out a lot of current information. I also want to take a moment and talk about the long-term. To go to CD11 out to us, I push out current so please feel free to reach out to us. I push out current information on @Councilwoman Tracy Park, and I encourage everybody to go to cd11.lacity.gov and sign up for my weekly newsletter, where I also push out a lot of current information. I also want to take a moment and talk about the long-term recovery. I know many of you have questions not only about when can you even get back to see your former neighborhood, but what is the actual timeline to begin the process of rebuilding? Guys, we have a lot of toxic debris on the ground. Everything in the Pacific Palisades has burned to the ground. The ash and the rubble is a toxic mess that is full of lead and arsenic and other poisonous toxins. So we want to be very, very careful and make sure that that is all removed, but just getting the debris out. We may be looking at many months before we can even begin rebuilding. But I am committed to moving this as quickly as possible. On Tuesday, our first day back in council since the fire erupted last Tuesday, I introduced a package of legislation, more than 24 motions, that will lay the framework for wildfire recovery here in Los Angeles. Among other things, This calls for an outside independent inquiry, an after-action incident review, because I think you all are entitled to transparent, clear answers about what happened with this fire. How did it start? What contributed to the causes? What went right? And what went wrong? We are going to get to the bottom of those issues, and I am going to ensure that you have the answers. We have also created an ad hoc committee for Los Angeles recovery. This will enable us to bring structured management and oversight to all of the federal, state, county, and other assistance, as well as our own city departments. This legislation also includes long-term financing for infrastructure and facilities, and it also covers smaller things like the criminal conduct, such as looting and burglary, small business assistance, housing relief. You can go to my website for more information and follow along with me at the channels that I've already suggested to make sure that you have that information. My policy team has worked very closely with the cities of Santa Rosa and Paradise and Lahaina, and we are incorporating much of the best practices and lessons learned into the work that we are currently doing. I also want to let you know that we are working across city departments and state and federal jurisdictions to ensure that we are able to streamline the permitting and building process so that we can get folks home and the opportunity to rebuild in an efficient and effective way. I'm also going to just one last time mention the Disaster Recovery Center that is set up at the UCLA Research Park, the former West Side Pavilion. It is one-stop shopping for people who have been impacted by these fires, from applying for disaster assistance to meeting with the Department of Insurance, who, by the way, is your watchdog as a policyholder. They are there to make sure you get all of the benefits that you are entitled to. I highly, highly encourage all of you to meet with the Department of Insurance. There are also other resources on hand, housing assistance, business assistance, many, many dozens of resources there. So please take the time to stop by there. It is going to be a very, very valuable resource for you. I just want to assure folks, we have a long road ahead to recovery, but I am going to be there with you every step of the way. If you need help or assistance, you have questions, please never hesitate to reach out to me and my team. We are literally moving mountains to get you information and a pathway to get you all home. Thank you so much.
Los Angeles City Council member Katie Yaroslavsky.
Okay, we have 7 more minutes, I guess. Oh my God, this is a painful, but we're finally getting a lot of good information here. I'm taking notes. Ugh, I liked her. She sounds pissed off. I like so far who is pissed off and angry. They got their heads on straight at least. And she's not telling people what they want to hear. She's telling it true. It's a long road ahead. There's going to be a lot of debris removal. She's pretty much contradicting the other chick. And good. I mean, if you think debris removal is a quick process, not. And these narrow streets and stuff, I don't even think they can have the largest of the semi-trucks like they did for Paradise even navigate these streets, let alone help with debris removal. It might be pretty small truck affairs. It's going to take ages. This is why they should widen the streets, but they shouldn't rebuild too fast. Streets need to be widened. Homes need to be, make sure they're further apart. You need to replace the water mains. You need to install huge tanks in the hills so that there is water pressure for the next situation. You need to have generator backups for any pumps that help the gravity-fed system. You got to redesign your entire water system for all the communities next to the hills. So unless, if they don't, then what are you going to do? How are you going to do that after people have rebuilt? Do it before and do it really freaking fast. I don't know. if they rebuild too fast, you're just setting yourself up for the second wave of disaster.
Mayor of the City of Malibu, Doug Stewart.
What do you guys think of the mayor of Malibu? I went home right as the Franklin was, the worst of it began, and I was riding a train home and got sick right after I got back. So I didn't ever hear from the officials or whatever. What do you guys think of the mayor of Malibu? Did he do a good job with the Franklin?
In the interest of not being repetitive, I'll try just to address the issues that are unique to the city of Malibu. First off, your city is operating in its emergency operations center continuously. We have been open actually before the fire started on a basic arrangement, and as the fire escalated, we expanded it. It is still operating in City Hall. It's there from 7:30 in the morning till 6:30 at night. We have a hotline for you to call if you have questions about Malibu. Now, MalibuCity.org website is the place to go for more information. As far as what's important to our city, let's talk about where we are as Malibu. The fire emergency has passed. The Emergency Operations Center is now focused on restarting the city. Everyone in the city was affected by this, not just the ones that were burned. We've gotten utilities turned off almost entirely across the city, and we're bringing those back online now. The gas company has the western end of Malibu approximately half reconnected to the gas line service. They will move into the evacuation warning area over the next few days. But if you need gas, call the customer service number for the gas company and arrange an appointment to restart your service if it's available. Those in the mandatory evacuation areas, that is not going to be the case for you. Now, as far as the restart goes, we're looking at having a town hall meeting. It's already set for next Tuesday night at Malibu High School. We want our residents to come, and you'll have an opportunity to voice your concerns, have a conversation, two-way conversation with the city officials and the officials, whether they be the fire department, highway patrol, sheriff's department, across the board. This is an opportunity for us to have this two-way dialogue. But if you have a question or an emergency or you need additional information, call our hotline number. The number is on the website. We also have a local assistance center operating in Malibu, and we understand the difficulty of going to the West Side Pavilion for people. If you can call the hotline number, we can direct you whether the local assistance center can help you or to go to the West Side Pavilion. Now, one of the big questions is not just repopulating Malibu, but how do you get down PCH Highway? That is going to be a long time coming. I made a tour of the city this afternoon just to see where the conditions were on PCH. I can tell you the roadway is in place, but the amount of work that's taking place on all sides of the roadway are going to preclude us from having that open within days. It's going to be perhaps weeks. I don't have a good date for you. I'm speculating even at this. The amount of work that's being done by the utilities people, they've got poles going in place, wires are being strung, not to mention debris removal on the sides of the roads. The damage from Topanga to Carbon Mesa is extensive. There is going to be a lot of debris removal. It's going to take time. It's going to need access to get in there to do it. We also have concerns about being prepared if it's going to be a rainstorm. The hillsides in Malibu are extremely burned. For the firefighters, they know that there's a glaze that goes on heavily burned soil, and if we have a rainstorm, this is going to be almost catastrophic if we're not prepared for it. A lot of the work that's being done right now in the recovery portion is to get ready for rain, not just to remove the debris. And as far as the restarting of rebuilding, we already have a team put together to start the rebuilding process. We hopefully will be able to give you some details on Tuesday night about how that's going to operate, but we're relying heavily upon the governor's recent statement about having rebuilds accelerated, especially as they are affected by the Coastal Commission requirements and environmental requirements. And a rebuild, by the way, is existing property plus up to 10%. You'll see additional information as we get closer to Tuesday. But we're working diligently on this. Your city staff has been active from the moment this started. And I want to thank not just the firefighters, the Sheriff's Department, the Highway Patrol, the National Guard, but I also want to thank the volunteers that we have in the city of Malibu, the Community Brigade, which helped fight the fire during its initial start and is working even today, our volunteers on patrol, as well as our nonprofits. You have come together to make Malibu exactly the reason why we live there. It's a small community, it's friends with neighbors, neighbors to neighborhoods, and now we have this larger expansion of neighborhood, which is our communities of the Palisades and beyond. Thank you all for listening to me. I want you to know the City of Malibu staff is here for not just the residents, but also our business owners that have got their businesses shut down. I'm in conversation already with state assembly members and state senate people to see what we can do to assist the businesses. We are trying diligently to get Malibu reopened again and on normal footing and get you into your homes that have been burned out as fast as we can. It's not going to be quick. It's not going to be easy. We're going to do everything we can and move it along. All I can do is promise you our best efforts, and all of us are going to be here to support you, no matter whether you've got your home, your business at loss, or you're just having to suffer until we can get things back to normal to allow you to actually have a life in Malibu. Thank you.
Okay, for God's sake, it's over. You're going to say thank you for coming, blah, blah, people. So I would like to explain, like I keep saying, community involvement, citizen volunteers for firefighting should be recruited. They should be allowed. CAL FIRE doesn't have anything to do with them, but individual municipalities and cities have embraced having civilians activate for crisis, and they go around helping the firefighters, auxiliary help. So the Malibu Community Brigade, something I'm very interested in learning more about. And he thanked them. About time that citizens that want to help out get thanked. And sometimes they can run around and cause havoc because they're not in coordination, and they can give a headache to officials, but that's why you should recruit them for coordination. Don't fight them and say stay at home and twiddle your thumbs. There's plenty of people that can activate an emergency, and so you want to work with them and make it so they streamline and coordinate with your agency and that they do have proper training. This is what we need to do. When these big earthquakes and stuff happen, you're going to need the help of the community, so get them used to figuring out what to do, where to go. And that's what we need to do all up and down the West Coast, because the big one is coming. But the Malibu Community Brigade is legit, that they saved neighborhoods and such. They showed up when other crews were not there, when they were busy helping Palisades. They helped babysit Malibu and helped put out some fires and kept the spread from getting worse. I don't know the full details on what exactly they did, but you can see that there's quite a difference between cities that frown upon that and those that don't. Franklin could have been worse, but with things like that in place, like last month's, Malibu had Santana's too. It wasn't this bad. There's other factors where the Franklin started closer to the coast, and Malibu's not that big, but it went swept straight towards the main city. So every little bit of help you have, especially when it matters right away, is so good. All right, let's just hear him say thank you.
That concludes our community meeting. Thank you so much for joining us. A reminder that every evening at 6:30 we have a virtual community meeting. Please jump on with us every evening tomorrow and through the weekend, a virtual community meeting at 6:30. The link can be found at the CAL FIRE incidents page, fire.ca.gov, and click on Palisades Fire. You'll find the link there along with a lot of great other information. Thank you.
Or just the LA County Fire Department YouTube channel, like I am subscribed to, and it gave me the notification today. The CAL FIRE one, you can't subscribe to it because they accidentally hit the button that says it's a channel for kids. Yeah, so I'll try to alert CAL FIRE somehow that they need to take that status off so we could get alerts. Notifications are disabled for any channel made for kids. And also, I pity any children with the YouTube Kids app who come across CAL FIRE topics. Holy crap, that's got to be terrifying. YouTube is stupid. And then when I'm setting up stream in the back end, it says, is this content made for kids? It just says yes or no. It doesn't elaborate what the hell that means. If you say yes, then your video cannot really show up in suggestions anywhere. Nobody can subscribe to your channel based on that video. Nobody can be notified that the video came into existence. So it neuters your channel. I've saved the YouTube channels of people crying, saying, my YouTube channel's not going anywhere. And I check it out and I go, oh yeah, nobody knows it exists because you hit the button made for kids. It doesn't mean your content is okay for kids. It means it's for the YouTube Kids app. Unless you're doing like Mr. Rogers' Neighborhood shows or puppet shows, that's not what that button is for. So CAL FIRE, bless their little hearts, needs to learn a little bit more about streaming. But I'll try to reach them. But it's been like that for a few years. So at least LA County Fire Department, you can hit the subscribe button with a ring bell, and that's what you should do to our channel too. I know people are going to bed, but to know when we go live, I'm going to take the next days off. If I can rest up, I feel like I'm coming down with something. Until the next big wind event, the new Santa Ana's, I have to rest my voice. I'm exhausted, and I feel like I may be getting sick. My neck is stiff, my back is stiff, and it hurts in an unusual way. I know I've been sitting in the chair a long time covering these fires, like 27 hours in a row, with just bathroom breaks, for example. But I mean, this chair, you know, thanks to your kind donations, I bought a nice one when my old one broke. It's a fairly nice one. So it's not something that should be hurting my back. I feel like I might be coming down with something. So I hope I can rest. Now, I want to do something real quick. We're going to watch the the Eaton Fire for Pasadena's fire. The community meeting they had at 4 p.m. today has some nuggets of info, so you have me until then. But I also wanted to address some of the myths and oddities about the fires in a sort of a question and answer format. A couple of these I would have to do a proper presentation, show you what I'm talking about. But I do want to go to my Twitter and show you a couple things, like the start of the Eaton Fire, which we're going to look at now. Let me, it clearly shows it underneath the power lines. So I just want to encourage people to be good citizen journalists at the start of every fire, structure or not, whatever it is. Take video because you can make a difference in fire investigation. I'm delighted that somebody, a homeowner, ran outside and filmed really briefly before they evacuated the start of the Eaton Fire as they saw it. And so this sort of thing can be really critical to the fire investigation. You want the most valuable videos to start. Now, if it's like a structure fire, doesn't matter. Assume everything's arson until you get evidence it's not. Film the crowd, like do a quick, slow pan, quick or a slow pan to the crowd, like, casually, and then go back and try to film in one solid piece the response to the fire and put it on YouTube, for example. Anybody can just boom, upload a video to YouTube. What that's going to do is fire crews train themselves. It's a totally new era. You are not considered a rubberneck, a looky-loo, or a bad person for filming. It is not taboo to film fires anymore. No, they want you to. Attitudes have changed because if enough people put this on the internet, they are training off of the videos on the internet, especially their own response. Fire crews sit there and watch these response videos. They time themselves, and they see, Larry went over there to do the hose while Sally went over there to the back, check on the back, and then Bob walked by. But if he had helped uncoil the hose faster, then Larry would have done this faster. You know what I mean? Like they're trying to save seconds off of their time response. They consider it a big victory to figure out how to hook up the hose 5 seconds faster. Seconds count, but clusters of seconds is a minute, and 1 minute's a long time in fire response. So they want to figure out all the factors. So if you can film, especially as long as you can without cut, that's important, and film the crowd, because arsonists love to watch their own handiwork, certain varieties of them. We have caught arsonists, like people taking this advice, filming the crowd, and putting it on the internet, and then the investigators saw this, a familiar face in every single fire. And this was over in the Bay Area, I believe, 2 fire seasons ago. Or it may have been a third, but it was one of those good results. So most of the arsonists who have been caught, like the Park Fire, the alleged arsonist, whether or not it's the Park Fire or the Thompson, with Orville, it's been concerned citizens seeing something weird and just filming and getting plates. Filming. You can film tire tread, take pictures of it, whatever. Film and document whatever. The lady led to the arrest of the guy who started the Park Fire, allegedly. Filmed him walking away, and even though it was the back of his head showing, it was distinctive enough for people to recognize him, and it ties him to the scene. And he's strolling away casually while everybody else is screaming and running for their lives. All marks of guilt, right? It doesn't matter. It may not seem important, but just do it. So we're going to go now to my X, Twitter, whatever, and I'll show you what I've been posting. And there's a couple of hoaxes and stuff that I posted after a bit. So the warning on my Twitter: there's homes burned down, so don't scroll through the whole thing if you don't want to see all that. So there's a couple of learning opportunities things. Going back down here, this is the video. I don't have permission to show the whole thing in its entirety, front to back. But for teaching purposes, this is something we're going to start and stop, and I hope they don't mind. This is very loud. Let me adjust the volume. Try to full screen it, change it. So this is a home video of the Eaton Fire start. It seems totally legit. So Ring camera, doorbell, plus cell phone. So this is 1 minute and 34 seconds. You can go to my Twitter and our X page to see this stuff. I'll link it in a minute. Well, let's just watch for a second.
Hey, babe, I need you to come out here right now. We have a very big problem. What? Holy shit!
Excuse people's language, at least it's after 10.
Oh no! Babe, we gotta go. Oh my god. No! No! No!
Now the English here is because you could tell exactly what's going to happen in winds like this. The Palisades is already gone by this point. It's 6:34 p.m. The Palisades fire started around 10:30 in the morning, same day. So these people who have been dreading all day, what if it happens in our neighborhood? There's high winds here. It's about to happen to them, and I can't. I mean, things get emotional. I'm going to go back here, and you can just. This is plain as day. The fire begins under the high-tension power lines. The Eaton does, up on the hill. If this is all real and to believe to be true, it is believed to be true, and probably the power lines. I think these are SoCal Edison's transmission lines. Now, there's fire access type roads or vegetation trimming access, but right of way for most power lines. They got to go maintain them when they decide to. So whether or not it's open to the public, whether or not it's gated, whether or not it's a trail, I don't know. It's possible that an individual or a party of people or something were up there and started something, or an arsonist. It's unlikely. It's more likely that it's SoCal Edison's lines touching or something and dripping molten metal down into brush underneath, which is very similar to the way the Paradise Fire began, and so many others with power lines. They're high off the ground, so it's unlikely that a tree leaned over onto the lines themselves, but who knows what the details are underneath this spot. I'll try to find this on a map. I'll try to find Spyman, who I haven't seen here. I hope he's okay. He's very good as a little investigator of himself, just normal person, using all kinds of resources to find out where fire ignition source places are. So I just want to tell you guys, this only takes a few minutes to film. I mean, priority is get your neighbors out and yourself. Maybe you could just set up your camera like on top of your car to film it and just walk away. But do this when the fires first begin. This is incredibly important to figure out where it started, how fast it spread. So this is heartbreaking stuff. It shows them running around on the Ring camera. I don't think I've seen the entirety of this. That's all I needed to see. In no time, your neighborhood looks like that. I don't know. They are putting a timestamp on some parts of it. But hell descended really quickly into the neighborhood. I mean, what was the next timestamp? 6:53. Video begins 6:19. So it's just beginning around this time. And at 6:53, neighborhood's like so. I want to point out the stuff in front of cameras. Mostly this is insects, but sometimes it's hot embers or hot ash that's in the wind. So people have been conspiracy theorizing what these little streaks are in cameras. Mostly it's bugs. And sometimes it's big dust particles and ash in the wind. When they're closer to the cameras, they streak due to the way that video compression is done on cameras and shutter speed. So insects are white on infrared, which is the black and white heat. Heat. Everything that's hot to infrared light is white, or anything illuminated by like this infrared light that's on the camera. And everything that is cooler is dark when it deals with infrared. So if you have the black and white infrared cameras, especially going right up to it, a lot of it's the dust in the air streaking, or it's little bugs. So there's a huge amount of insects that are flying and running away from the fires. And so huge amounts of insects descend downwind. And they're pushed by the wind too. And so they cluster around lights and stuff, and porch lights and cameras, and they're all over the place. So it's hard to tell sometimes if it's bugs. Bugs have a flight pattern of sometimes going up as well as down, but oftentimes they'll glide down diagonally. So a lot of people thought that they were drones and UFOs and stuff starting the fires. In reality, they were bugs really close to the cameras. But I see a lot of that on Twitter and X. But you can really help with fire investigation filming the start. That is going to be really hard to explain for SoCal Edison if they try to say we didn't start this. What is there to burn underneath your lines, SoCal Edison? I don't believe you're supposed to have a lot of flammable vegetation underneath your lines. I believe that's a no-no. And then why would inspectors from the city or state or whatever allow vegetation to grow underneath the power lines? In Oregon, that's just not done like that. The long-distance transmission lines have huge right-of-ways of like no trees, no nothing underneath them. Only short grass is kind of allowed. So that looks like a lot more than short grass or something. This looks like a pretty heavy fuel source. I know the winds are crazy, but they got a lot of explaining to do. Now, after the fire, they can say, oh, we didn't have that many bushes. But hey, if you film it starting, yeah. This, I believe, is ash for the most part. There could be some bugs. But everything from pine needles ripping off trees to ash to regular dust motes. Some of these are so long they look like a pine needle. Sometimes they're coming out of the gutters and stuff of people's homes, and then going past the camera. They're not UFOs stuff, So that's part. They go and they spray their roof. Don't do that because it doesn't matter. The Santa Ana winds, your roof's going to be dry in about half an hour. So it's just get out. Look at the embers. Oh, man, look at that one, ember cast. It's going to be like a blizzard. It's not something you can do with a fire hose. You just can't have growing up underneath. You just can't have bushes right next to your house. That's it. You just can't. I know these porch plants are nice and everything, but bushes up to the house are a mistake. And if too many people leave sprinklers on the roof and just go, then that's part of the reason the firefighters lost water pressure. If the entire neighborhood did that, there's no pressure for anybody. So there's a variety of reasons why water pressure was lost so quickly. Some people leaving sprinklers on were the reason, or contributed to the issue. A lot of it, though, was homes that had sprinkler systems. They're not in the attic because fire codes need to change. So when the fires were in the attics burning down the homes, the sprinklers unleashed water and broke once the roof collapsed in so many homes. And that was another factor in losing water pressure. Sprinklers need to be in the attic. It's where most fires start. So right now, as it stands with building codes, I don't know why, but plenty of attic fires happen. They usually doom a structure. You need to know they're there. There are no building codes that require even a smoke alarm in the attic. I don't know why not, but that needs to change. This is the first thing I want to show people that that's pretty hard. It's almost damning evidence about power companies starting to Eaton, and we know that SoCal Edison left their lines energized inappropriately and re-energized them when they were still down. We know that they did start some smaller fires and contributed worse to the fast-moving spread of these fires. Some neighborhoods that probably were not in direct path of the Eaton probably burned down due to just down power lines on the street. That's the way it happened with the Beachy Creek Fire and others. Part of the Paradise Fire spreading so quickly is people would run into fire in front of them and fire already behind them. The power lines going down in front of them that were still energized were causing new fires in front of the main one, so people got trapped. We've already heard live on the air firefighters talking about that, so that's, unless they're lying, it's verified. SoCal Edison, I think is going to go down, and they need to go down if they are responsible. To be this careless with people's lives, to let much of Pasadena burn up, holy crap. They had calls for firefighters begging them to turn off the power so we could save a neighborhood. Hey, Pacific Coast Highway, the power lines are down. Can you turn it off so we can move the lines? What a fire crew can do is just take out their chainsaws and move power poles off of Pacific Coast Highway. They could just do that. They could just push lines away or put them on the ground. You can drive over them, only if they are not energized. So they could do nothing. So there was a very frustrated firefighter who kept saying on the radio, I'm babysitting power lines when I should be fighting fire. Can somebody from Edison please shut the beeping lines down, basically? And he was there 4 hours later. And so fire crews that arrived couldn't reach parts of the Palisades fire. They had to turn around and try to do something down in the flatlands where they were not needed. So Cardi Shill says building codes are usually by county. That needs to change. Fireproof attic vents are what need to change the entire nation, because California is not the only place that has wildfires. And in fact, like if it's just a gas explosion or just a city can burn down because of an earthquake, like what happened in 1906, no crazy Santa Ana is needed. When enough buildings go up, the firestorm creates its own weather, and it's like having Santa Ana winds when you don't even have them, because of the tremendous amount of heat that's rising to the air, pulls in wind from elsewhere, and it starts a cycle. So there are some things that need to be national, but here's the sad thing. National fire codes, especially mandating sprinklers and things like apartment complexes and hotels and homes, very large homes and stuff, that requirement has stalled in Congress since the 70s, and it's been every single year since like 1978 or something crazy. It's been voted down by Congress, by some members of it, because of really stupid reasons. So That's very depressing, but I hope enough of these fires will happen and not too many more before people realize we have to push for that. But okay, so that's number one. This does seem to be it's not looking good for SoCal Edison, and they can't possibly pay out all of the everything they destroyed. So just wait for the politicians who take SoCal Edison's money and PG&E's, jump to its defense and limit its liability, which means taxpayers are on the hook for it. Deficit, right? Or the fire, their liability will be limited by an act of California's Congress, and they'll do stuff like give worthless stock options to the victims instead of real compensation. That's what happened with Paradise and so many others. Why there was pretty much all the counties affected by the Paradise Fire and other wildfires voted for the Newsom recall because he was on board with that, protecting the power companies and not the victims. However, that's why he's not very popular amongst fire victims. But I can only encourage you guys to vote for people who do not take the money of the power company. Their death toll is becoming so high now, with Lahaina included, that I lost track of how many people have died since, like 2010 and recently due to power company fires. They are responsible for most of the town erasing mass death occurrences. Most. Arson is the second reason. Okay, so let's go back here. There's another hoax that I put out on my Twitter here that X, whatever you call that these days. We'll go back to the video. This one, I had to laugh at it. So this one is hoax of the day that I put here. If you're going to be evil and you're going to spread a hoax that scares people, you should probably familiarize yourself with a map of LA. You guys see anything wrong with this picture? Oh, sorry, you guys. I screwed up for the full screen. I need to fix. There we go. This one is when stupid people perpetrate a hoax. Can I make this big? Yeah. You guys see anything wrong with this image and the claims on the image? Oh, TikTokers, bless their little hearts. It's a simple app for simple people. Sorry, trash TikTok. I can't stand it. It's just like, I'm sure there's good TikTok content, but the proliferation of the stupid ideas, something that's just bothered me. I also hate vertical video. It bothers me. So some of these posts have the actual animation. The animation is real. Satellite images are real. But do you see anything wrong here? Such as, that's not LA? This is Orange County down here. That's San Bernardino over here. You see how the smoke is going the wrong way, and this is daytime? So you can see, we know that the Eaton Fire did not start until like 6:20 at night, well after dark. And the Santa Anas always blow to the ocean, so why is the smoke going inland and to the north? That's because it's clearly a daytime image. That's because this is last year's line fire by San Bernardino. This one is in LA County, at least. This one is the bridge fire. This one down here is the airport fire. We covered all this live last year, so we're very familiar with it. And these are the winds that came from the ocean. No, not these. Even if you think about these three fires, no, they didn't all start at the same time. Just there's a stupidity on the internet that fires begin when you can see the smoke on the satellite. No, it has to be a hell of a lot of smoke to see it from a satellite that's just zoomed out, like a huge amount. So even well-established major wildfires have very little smoke showing on satellites due to a lack of wind that particular day, or especially after they've been going for some time, they start to run out of fuel and things to burn. It takes another high wind day for the embers to blow around and find new fuel that it skipped over. So all these 3 fires, this may be the day that the airport started. I don't think so. Maybe. But the line and the bridge are already going, well established. They went on for weeks. But they had been containment had progressed to the point where mostly they flared up due to island pockets of fuel that got skipped by the fire initially. But when wind direction changes and it picks up, then embers can go and light those pockets on fire, so you get new smoke clouds. So remember, you just can't see crazy plumes like this from zoomed out satellite images unless it's a really high wind day and there's a lot of new fuel for the fires to burn to produce the smoke. Smoke production and whether or not it's super thick also depends on type of fuel and how humid it is during the day, and if the plants are alive or dead. Alive plants make more smoke. Have you ever put unseasoned wood on a fire before? Because there's a lot. Okay, smoke is incomplete combustion, so it means it's harder to get the whole thing to burn when wood is full of moisture. So Cardi Shield says TikTok said it was space lasers. Oh, I gotta retire then. I'm wrong. It's definitely space lasers. Sorry, forgot space lasers can do this. So I once tried to go on a very popular YouTube channel. I won't name the streamer. I don't want to. It's not my intention to ever embarrass somebody, but it was very embarrassing. It was during the fires of last summer or the summer before, and he was freaking out. And he had a lot of viewers, a lot of subscribers, more than I do, unfortunately. And it showed Canada, and he was literally freaking out with like a rushed tone of voice, breathless. Oh my God, these fires all started at the same time. There's nobody out here. It's the middle of nowhere in Canada. But look at the satellite. All these plumes, they show up exactly at the same time. This gotta be, what is this, lasers from space? What is it? It's too remote for people to have started this and even been out there in the middle of Canada's wilderness. Oh my God, look at the satellite. All these plumes start at the same time. They're far away. Oh my God. The fires are starting simultaneous. There's no cloud in the sky. It can't be lightning. Oh my God. Sure. When lightning rips through an area, usually there's hundreds of strikes if there is a significant lightning storm. So in Canada, when the lightning rips through there, lightning has a tendency to strike green trees and do nothing. But when it strikes a dead one, or it strikes dead leaves, or something else like that, then a low-key smoldering fire can happen, especially if the lightning storm happens to have a little rain in it. So that even rains out a lot of lightning strike fires sometimes. Sometimes the rain is in between. It's not enough to put out the fire, but it will dampen it down and almost kill it. But the tragedy is almost. So if it's not 100% out, later as the days go by and the heat in the summer continues, the fuel dries out again. Just add wind, and the one stump on fire, the one dead tree on fire, the one whatever's on fire. Every dead tree that's struck by lightning eventually collapses and shatters and throws burning stuff everywhere. So that takes up to a week. So yes, fires started by lightning a week later, 2 weeks later, and they won't be producing enough smoke to see it, especially not on satellite. In fact, you could probably hike next to these and you won't see a lot of smoke. Remember, smoke, like from campfires, you can't see from space? You ever watched your own campfire smoke drift? It hugs the ground too much. It probably won't rise above the tree canopy because it didn't have enough heat to do so. It takes tremendous heat to propel smoke above the tree canopy where you can start seeing it on satellite. So what had happened in Canada was a series of lightning strikes ripped through the whole region across 3 or 4 provinces. And then the big windstorm hit, and then all of the small fires became bigger, and they put their plumes up at the same time. That's the way it works. It's not, I mean, I don't blame somebody for being alarmed initially, but once you realize, hey, it doesn't mean that that's when the fire started. It means that's when it became visible. I mean, some people think you can see every fire from space all the time. Like, it's not real. It's not something that happens. It's got to be a quite big acreage. Even the satellite heat detectors don't detect fires until they're a couple of acres, maybe even 10 acres in size, depending on a fuel source. So, just remember. So the claims, even these are the wrong fires in the wrong location. So that's Orange County. I guess the people who don't understand where Palisades are doesn't realize that that's coastal, right next to Malibu. Look how far away from the coast this stuff is. That's San Bernardino County. It's not even the right LA County. So when hoaxers are going to be perpetuating a hoax, man, you got to at least familiarize yourself with a map and maybe do some computer video editing and put the smoke columns in the correct spots. Like spend a little time on your hoax and make it, a little bit better. Because hell are you trying to convince here? Nobody in the region thinks that these are the 3 LA County fires. LA County is barely in the frame, just over here to the left. So like I said, that's the line over here, which was probably started by arson. They made an arson arrest. They think it was the UPS driver guy, right? I don't know about the bridge. You guys know what started the bridge? Did they figure that out yet? The airport down here in Orange County was ironic. It was a high wind day, and they tried to block with boulders, close a road, so that people couldn't go up there and light fireworks and be setting fires. And apparently they didn't have a water truck next to the tractors, and the tractors scraped and caused a spark into dry grass. I covered that as much as I could, but when I was asleep, the worst fears were realized, and it went across the mountains and went over to the east side and took out neighborhoods. But it's very hard to tell when you're awake for 3 days covering fires. Reno is having fires too. When is it safe to sleep? Well, I really regret not being able to help with that portion of airport fire. But that's Orange County down there, not LA County. That's San Bernardino County. Only the bridge fire over here is LA County. And this is not all of them starting at the same time. It may be the start of airport fire. I don't know. That was a high wind day. But the line and the bridge had already been burning for a while. So there's less smoke from them than prior days, because so much of the fuel had already been exhausted. So I don't know. There's so many people believing this stuff and thinking that they're targeted. The reason why I myth bust like this, and I hate these hoaxers, is they're putting fear into people that don't need a drop more fear. That's why I don't allow the conspiracy talk to be spoken about in my channel, because it spreads fear. Don't tell fire victims who have a lot to worry about already that they're being targeted by somebody. If you don't have proof, then go talk about it somewhere else. Mine's a sanctuary. If you have proof of something, you let me know. But if you have speculation, and a lot of it is based on brain dead research like this, seeing hoaxes, not really looking into things, I don't allow it here. I don't allow any falsehoods. You hear me constantly correcting CAL FIRE and their falsehoods they've been saying all night and last couple of days, and fire officials. This is unprecedented winds. Wrong. Unprecedented. Wrong. Santa Anas are here all the time. And half-truths, like most firefighters have never seen this before. Well, you know what? That's because most of them are new, and this is LA County, but there's plenty of California firefighters who've seen situations like this all the time. Ventura County guys next door, you remember your Thompson, your Woolsey, your others. Okay, Orange County, you've seen the airport. You know, San Bernardino County, you've seen the line and others. So, specifically LA County, yeah, I guess if you want to narrow it down to that, you can make a half truth out of that statement. But we need to keep everybody honest here and down to earth. Yeah, you are, Carney. You have carte blanche, actually, to joke about as much stuff as you want. Go ahead and save space lasers. I won't allow you to be banned again. That's because Carney Schill is one of the first 5 people to ever help me with my stream and become an original gangster here, and is a resident joker. So go ahead, carte blanche. Go ahead and blame the lizard people too. That we can't forget the lizard people. Mitch Ashdown says, yeah, lost our cabin in damn near my life this summer where you are describing. I'm so sorry, man. You found us back then, though, right? I hope. That's why hitting the like button and subscribing to help the channel grow is so important, so I can reach more people. And I'm very happy to make fun of evil hoaxsters and their stupidity. But I'm more than happy also to reassure people that some of this stuff's just total crap. None of it looks very real. So there's also the videos I've also posted where Glass and others in the chat were pretty upset. And a lot of people were upset with these youth, I'll call them youths, because I'm not sure if they're teens or young in 20s or something. I'm just really unclear here. So they've already gotten death threats and stuff, and they shut down their own social media, but they filmed, this is the earliest footage I can find at the start of the Palisades. So remember, there's a lot of innocent witnesses that get crucified and blamed for starting fires, and some of these witnesses have been killed around the world because of social media rumors. And video may show one thing, but when you caption it differently, a lot of people see what the caption is and don't apply their brain. Like, if you caption that as the LA fires, it takes a while for a person to realize, wait, that's not LA. It's shown on the map, right? You think that in the beginning. So part of my disciplined look at things is I don't believe captions. Part of my process for analyzing things is doing a quick check. Does the caption of what we're seeing meet and match what we're seeing? And oftentimes it's just incorrect, and the media does it all the time, you know, and you can just kind of call BS on things. So these youths went to Skull Rock, which is very close to the ignition source. It's a popular trailhead, I hear. We've been looking at the map a bunch of times. So they're at Skull Rock to meditate, do a group meditation in the morning. Hey, whatever, okay? Whatever they were doing there, I don't care. As long as it's fire safe, I don't care. Now, they saw the fire above them. They posted several short clips. I don't think they ran the camera the whole time, and I'm not sure it's the same person filming the whole time. But they ran for their lives and warned people down the trail to get out of the way. When they exhausted, look behind them, they start laughing because the Skull Rock where they were was overtaken by the fire at that point. So if they had stayed or not run for their lives down the hill, they would have probably been killed. And so they have a bunch of nervous laughter related to that. A lot of people are like, why would you be laughing? They just survived. That's a totally reasonable and normal reaction psychologically. And a lot of laughter, it does not make sense. It's not because something is funny. It's called hysteria, hysterical laughter, and that's it's part of anxiety. Hysteria is the old term for anxiety, where people just start freaking out and panicking. So there's steps of panic, and that's one of those getting closer to a full-blown panic response. But it's I'll show you part of the videos.
Dude, that's right where we were standing. We were literally right there. Holy shit. This is the last.
Dude, it's catching up. Dude, it's catching up. catching up.
Okay. Wait, what about the? Did I share the wrong thing? Jeez. Okay. So somebody saved these supposedly in the order that it was filmed.
That shit is going quick. That shit is going quick.
Okay, so the original social media thing was taken down because I got death threats. So some of the original posts, my friends and I got ambushed by the Palisades fire soon after it started. We hiked up to Skull Rock, smelled smoke as we were hanging, as in hanging out. We quickly had to run for our lives. So this is their original posts, and they run through the bushes and duck, under bushes, and the footage starts and stops in the 3 different videos and whatnot. So they did have a social media interview, and I did link to it. Here is the article. It was in backpacker.com. So it's accompanying an article where I suggest people read this. Oh man, the page crashed again. YouTube Studio crashed. I hope we're still in the air. Let me change this again. So I've watched this again and again for 3 hours. The various clips, read about it. I didn't see everybody else's videos, and it's instantly. Some social media said they did it and shared it that way, and they're probably in hiding because of the death threats. ACB says there's video of them at the top from a tower camera. Okay, there's also tower camera that supposedly shows somebody in the bushes, but the fact checking behind that was after the fire started, and it was a firefighter. So that's. Unless there's something I missed, I'll investigate it, But I can't tell you how much there is a temptation, and evil people will do this, to say, millions of people right now will click on your video if you say, I filmed, or here's footage of people starting the fire. You will get millions of clicks. You will get so much ad revenue. You'll just laugh all the way to the bank. That's kind of yellow journalism I can't stand. It's also vigilantism. And it's putting, if these people are innocent, their lives at risk. And nobody deserves to be killed by the mob. These are specific people identified already. And if you're going to say that they started the fire, they're probably going to sue the living crap out of the people who said that. There are YouTubers and stuff that have come up and said, this one. This guy right here that I've been alerted to made this. I haven't seen this. This Jesse on Fire is probably going to get his ass sued right off his pelvis. Because his headline is Alert, the Palisades arsonists were caught on video starting the fire. Wow, there has been no trial yet, sir. So that's why alleged arsonist is carefully used by everybody who knows what a libel and slander lawsuit is. Good luck with that. But it is against the law to say that somebody committed a crime unless you have evidence, because of the repercussions to that person, especially if it harms their business, or they can't get a job, or they've been experienced bodily harm. Then the medical bills and all that stuff, and every dollar that they lost because of your accusation, you pay them, and then some. So free speech is saying, I think. Allegedly, maybe, possibly, that's the way you talk about people who are not convicted of a crime yet. When you say, here's who did it, good luck. You're going to get your ass sued off. That's what slander is. So I'm sure this video got a whole bunch of views. 57,970 posted 11 hours ago. So I just haven't even seen it, but you kiss your channel goodbye. Your channel is part of your own business asset. So you get people like Alex Jones, his channel, you may have heard of it, forfeited and given to the victims that he harmed by claiming all sorts of evil things. That Sandy Hook was a fake hoax, and all the parents didn't actually have their children killed and they were raking in money and whatever he said about that. He got his ass suit off. He lost millions. He lost his entire platform. It was handed over in a settlement. So this is, I don't know which person he's referencing. Yeah, this one video and these people. I don't know what he's saying about them, but I don't have permission to rebroadcast, but the title here alone, if it's about the kids, the youth here, if he's saying allegedly and stuff, he might be okay, but if that's what he's referencing to, then goodness gracious. If he's only referencing this, the clip of somebody in the bushes, which is different. I think this one was later identified as a firefighter, but I'm not sure. I don't know if it's their own footage, but wow. I mean, this is one way to just impending lawsuit blues, is the theme song here. So, ACB says I'm 99% convinced that they're done. Who is they? So, can we go back in time in the tower cameras? They let you go 24 hours with alert, alert west, and 12 time lapse for alert California. So by now, the 24 hours is long past. However, I would like to know, do these wildfire cameras, do they keep an archive somewhere if it's possible to access it? Because what's frustrating is there's just like people have filmed their own monitor, their own cell phone with like a different cell phone. And so I don't see the timestamps of when all this stuff is supposed to be occurring on any of these videos. So like, if you zoom in too much, like where's the timestamp on this? I think this was one of the alert videos, actually. So I'm not trying to say anything bad about that streamer, that YouTuber, but I am saying that he's probably going to get sued. You can't just do that. So let's go back to X. I'm unaware, ACB, do you know, is there more footage I'm not seeing? The backpacker.com article here, our only thought was to survive. I don't think that they tried initially to escape because the trail went up and then it went down. So they tried to go up to go and cross over something and go down, and it was a bad idea. They changed directions and they had a shortcut through dense bushes that they ducked and covered through, which, like I said, the county has a lot of responsibility how bad these fires got, because the bushes are just a giant fire hazard. I would say that trails need to be shut down. Hiking in red flag zones need to be shut down during red flag seasons. Hikers can start fires, and then arsonists can blend in right next to them. I think that they should arrest people trying to go hiking in Santa Ana above population centers. It's just, I don't understand why that's allowed. It's too, even accidental sources of ignition, it's just too likely. But that's just me. So the ATF is investigating, and we'll see. They better come up with something quick, because if it is power lines in the Eaton and the Palisades and the Hurst and maybe others, holy crap, we're making them worse. SoCal Edison needs to be brought to heel right now and punished severely, and not allowed to do this again. And a few days from now, when the Santa Anas come back, they need regulations on them right freaking now. If the governor was worth a damn, excuse my criticism of him, I know some people like him, he would be issuing orders like that. SoCal Edison, turn off your freaking power. But he's AWOL. I don't know what he's up to. Not much. As much as he needs to be doing right now. But anyway, there's so much that needs to be changed. Just so much. It's also the fact that it's for people's safety. If you're hiking in the middle of nowhere, there's still a lack of cell phone, even in this part of the country, which is so weird. We've lost actors that got lost in Mount Baldy because of no cell phone. put more towers up, just for God's sake. It's 2021. You know, what was the actor who died hiking near Mount Baldy? They found a skeleton a year later. For people's safety, if there's a fire that begins and red flag in there in the middle of nowhere on a trail, they're probably just going to burn up and be found later. I don't know. There is no possibility for National Guard rescues. The winds are too high. So don't allow people to go into a place where you can't safely extract them. It's just a common sense safety initiative. So what they explain in this backpack.com article, backpacker.com, is they stopped at these individuals in question stopped along the trail at Skull Rock, which they said it was crowdsourced meditation. Okay. The hikers sat on the rock with their eyes closed and their shoes off, occasionally speaking up to share what they felt in the moment. We were expressing what we were feeling, says Cranmore, who lived in LA for 7 years. I would say something like, I feel the gravity pulling me towards the earth. Or, I feel my breath. But when it came to my buddy Mike's turn to speak, he says, I smell smoke. And yes, Southern Californians are like that. They're into the Zen and the stuff, meditations and weird stuff. The rest of the world might find a bit odd. It's charming. It's cute. Oh my God! It starts at full volume. So that was autoplay. I'm sorry. Jeez. Middle of the night too. Sorry, friends. So, when they opened their eyes and they looked behind them, they saw a thick plume of smoke rolling over the hill towards them. So they claim to have never gone to the top, as far as these articles are concerned. That they stopped at Skull Rock. As far as I know, they're not saying at any point that they went higher, like towards the ignition point on the trail. So they met at Skull Rock. Presumably, that's the only place they went. Now, since they had their phones with them, presumably fire investigators could roll them out by seeing if they did, in fact, go to the top. If they did, I would keep them on my suspect list, even though I feel like it's a low probability they did it. But if their phones never went to the top, it's more than likely they never went to the top up there. That would be a weird thing to leave all of your phones on a Skull Rock on a hiking trail where somebody can go up and steal them. So it's a popular trail. So I think it's also unlikely if they did even accidentally start a fire that they'd film themselves running away from it. But if something new and novel is happening to you, turning on your camera is now a conditioned kind of response that people want to be able to go back and see something that's crazy, you know? I mean, wanting to film something nuts that's happening to you is normal. So when they opened their eyes, they could see that they guessed that the fire was 50 yards away. A yard is about a meter. So smoke emanated from what would now be known as Palisades Fire, which has since spread to more than 21,000 acres. Currently stands at just 8% containment. Well, this is days ago. Blah, blah, blah. Economic losses may be as high as 150 billion. Yeah. This is why the power companies, man, they can't pay for the disasters they cause. I don't know why they're allowed to exist. That's privately owned. Anyway, so he's an artist and film director by trade. So he instinctively pulled out his phone and began to film as he ran. And what he's holding in front of him is a microphone, I believe. A lot of people were asking, what is he holding? Wondering if it could be an incendiary device. It's a microphone. I believe that's what that is. So turning a corner, he looked back and saw the rock where the group had been standing was now engulfed in 15-foot tall flames. That's what the cussing and nervous laughter is about. It's like, oh, if we lingered, we could have been caught. And could they have died? Oh, yeah. You can't outrun a fire up or downhill. They quickly changed their mind about where they could evacuate from and did the right thing and went, like if the fire is going this way, cross the T, you know. Same thing of, you know, like a riptide, you're carried out to sea by a current. You don't fight the current, You don't swim in the same direction as the current. It's going this way. You cross it with a T. You go right angle to it. Not downwind, not upwind, of course. Get to the sides of it. So they went on trails that look like animals had pushed through the bush, like unofficial parts. That was smart. They said it was full fight or flight mode. You can't fight a fire, so you just run. It was just pure flight. So they kept separating and meeting each other on the trails and trying to be together. It seems panicky and not planned. That alone puts their response. It's more. I'm leaning more towards they did not do this. That they're very, very critical witnesses. If they were going to do it to start the fire, or had done it accidentally, or playing around with something flammable, I just don't think they'd film themselves running away. Now, that's not to say there aren't dumb criminals out there that film everything, right? But they don't seem like dumb criminals. They seem like students, So let's see here. 3 days after his experience, he began to process the enormity of what he had witnessed. This was their route, I guess. Took a different route down than they took up. It'd be interesting this may be a recreated route with mapping. Interesting if they investigators can look at their phones and their whereabouts. Cell phones could be pinged. I don't know how exactly and pointy you could get with that, but the ignition was further up here. This map. We showed it on this, but hey. So see here, and mind you, they probably would not have laughed at things if they knew it would get this out of control. It could have been just a bushfire if response had been quicker and other things had changed. They had no idea about what was about to become. I bet they regret laughing at all, of course, but it was a kind of relief laughter of giddy joy that you're still alive. There's plenty of people who, like we saw in the 1961 film about the Bel Air fire. I've seen fire outrun a deer. Fire in these parts, meaning Southern California area, can go as fast as the wind speed. So a grass fire can move as fast as the wind. So it was 60 miles an hour and 70 plus mile an hour wind gusts. Some of them were 100, but at the very top of the peaks. So you cannot outrun a grass fire. And that's the way it is. Yeah, West and East, that's the trail where it all started, up at the top. But part of the reason the trail exists is access to the power lines. The little mini trail road, which is kind of like a road that we explored through Google Maps and such. So if we go to Skull Rock, Topanga State Park, Palisades, blah, blah, blah. So here's the Skull Rock trailhead thing. Here's one of the very small, I take it for water tank. Needs to be a lot bigger for this amount of people living below. So the point of ignition is somewhere around the power lines. I'm not sure exactly the exact spot, but we were looking at the crazy brush growth up here. Yeah, some of this grass is invasive weed grass that's tries to promote the mega fires to kill all the competition. So as you keep looking down the trail, you see the power lines come into view, So part of it is power line access. If there weren't weeds on either side, this would be a proper road. It was probably once a proper road turned into trail. I don't know if it's gated or whatnot, but you can see the high tech, totally high tech, 1800s style power poles, and some of the wood weathering on this wood makes me think that some of this wood is about 75 years old, especially on this guy over here, where we had clearer images. That just ain't new. That's not new. Just that's really weathered. Now, the thing about wood in Southern California is it preserves much better than in the North or Oregon or something, which is soggy and damp. In order to rot, wood has to get wet and dry, wet and dry, wet and dry. Wood does not rot if it's submerged forever. So there's a tree floating around in Crater Lake, which has been dated to, it stopped growing in the 1700s. So it's been floating in Crater Lake since the 1700s. And it's still perfectly preserved because it's constantly submerged. It's a tree that's upright like this. Some trees, for some reason, are upright floaters. So the majority of it is underwater. It has a name, but I can't remember it. So trees that are fully at the bottom of Spirit Lake right now by Mount St. Helens, they'll fossilize and preserve for thousands of years, if not millions to come. They are not rotting because they sank. There's sinkers and floaters, but So if you have a deserty type of region, it's not bad. You have a very old wooden power pole, but you have to inspect it to make sure it's not cracked, rotting, or otherwise compromised, that the birds, like the woodpeckers, didn't go at it. Got to make sure it's coated in whatever they coat for fire resistance. It's just dumb. It's just really stupid to have wooden power poles. Because if the grass ever goes up, then these will be on fire, then the power lines go down. It's just stupid. Just ridiculously stupid, but it is what it is. If they're not mandated to replace with metal or whatever, they're not mandated. It's not right to have big bushes like this right under the power lines, which could really start a fire. This is, when this was taken, this is August 2023. So there's a huge amount of brush growth since. You can see it in the live videos. This is relatively trimmed down. Not that. What's this? Seriously? So as we saw in like even their videos, their video is a great example of why the brush growth was allowed to get too big and they didn't do jack all about it. It's like pouring gasoline on the hills above residences and then not seeing it as an issue. It's an extreme fire hazard. They needed to do something. Something. So, look at this. Just piles of dead bushes. You just can't have that. So you saw with the Eaton, that was a lot of brush on fire. So it's even worse. But no, a big bush right next to it. What are you doing? What are you doing? It's this big bush. What are you doing? Is it a mini tree starting to grow? All these, they should never have been allowed to be established, just period. It's a lot cheaper if you rip them out when they're like seedlings instead of much later, but here we are. So this, somewhere up here, it's almost unrecognizable how barren and stuff it is. Somewhere up here along the power line, we saw the videos of the ATF doing their investigation, but all the bushes are completely incinerated to nothing, and it's hard to orient myself to where exactly the aerial footage that one of the KTLA or something like that filmed. The ATF guys up there looking for ignition source. Husky says actually fires can move at a football pitch per second in some extreme circumstances. That's with spotting, yes. Yeah. I mean, spotting is part of high winds. So, yeah. Thank you for reminding me about spotting, too. So, Mitch Ashdown says cross pieces are in the wrong place. They get nothing, right? What cross pieces? Sorry, I didn't check chat. I'm not sure. What were you saying about cross pieces? You make an X with them? Looking back at the chat. Yeah, Dinesh Kumar says, Pat, the Indians had all the knowledge on how to control them because they ruled the land centuries ago. Almost all the knowledge is lost. Well, thank goodness they're starting to allow them to do it again. Because, you know what? I'm sorry, but white man hasn't had the greatest track record. The whole racism thing, you guys don't know what you're doing, so we're going to ban your practices that you've been doing since the Ice Age, at least. Oh, my God. It's not a coincidence. It's just such racism to say that things like the giant sequoias were nature. That's what happens when you leave nature alone. No, that's when you babysit nature, like the Indians did Old growth is not an accident. When it's when human beings are protecting the forest and not allowing mega fires to burn them down. That's one of the few things that can burn down an old growth forest is a mega fire. So they kept lighting the landscape on fire every single year because they depended on it for food and shelter, and the big sequoias are their churches. So you can even see them growing in perfect circles and things. And these trees are like almost 4,000 years old. Sometimes they are. 4,000. We're talking Bronze Age stuff, older than Jesus. So it's many, many, many generations keeping the old growth and the sacred groves especially safe from wildfires. And they did this because they're hunting and gathering means you can't have a wasteland. You can't use that. So they helped Mother Nature. Mother Nature's lightning strikes light a bunch of fires. July and August is natural thunderstorm season with a lot of dry lightning. So when that was allowed to do its thing, and before there were invasive species and stuff, most of California fires were really low-key affairs, not that bad, because California's native plants don't cause crazy fires. They just don't. There's a couple bad ones out there, like chaparral, okay, but they just, like California's native grasses, don't burn like Johnson grass and the new stuff we have today. That's imported from Europe. They would just really be low-key fires that would roast the acorns. They were so low-key affairs if you set them like the Indians did at appropriate times, like spring and autumn, when it's kind of humid and not windy. They'll just low-key creep along, and literally somebody with a broken leg could limp away from one of these fires and be okay. A turtle could escape. They oversaw creeping fires, and they kept the fire load down. They kept the bushes down. They kept burning the grass off. It fertilized the land. Yeah. Okay, so Bullwinkle Sprinkles makes a good point that Jesse on Fire does post in the opening of his videos that this is an opinion video and not based on facts. I don't know if that will legally stand up in court, though. Because when you have a clickbait title that's so enticing that says alert, double exclamation mark, Palisades arsonist caught on video starting the fire. Okay, this is why it may not stand up in court. How many exclamation marks were used in this sensationalized title? 2 here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 exclamation marks, and a title that says caught on video starting it, the arsonist. Okay, that'll be a bone of contention in the legal battle. So, your disclaimers happening after you clickbaited people in like that. Well, how many people saw the title but didn't click on the video at all and then thought that it was real, that it was a smoking gun thing, and just got convinced by it? There's a lot of people that won't click on the video, won't watch. There's a lot of people, especially foreign language people, that are watching YouTube. So oftentimes I get content in foreign languages that are I see, and I can't read any of the comments. I can't read the description because it's in foreign language, but the titles are put in English because I'm on English version of YouTube. So there's plenty of other languages that's being translated into right now. And even if they click on his video, they can't understand what the heck he's saying. So this is part of the thing. You don't have to be, in order to have your career ruined or have to go into hiding from mobs, and like they had to shut down their own social media because of the death threats. All the revenue that they would have lost on their social media, which would be a lot because people would have clicked on it and seen their content. I mean, they captured something incredible, their own harrowing escape from a wildfire. Usually, that's the kind of stuff that goes viral and you sell it to the media, and you can pay for your college that way. I know that I had a classmate, because when I was had an experimental digital photography class, it was for photojournalism. I had a classmate film a mudslide, and he had a narrow escape from it. And my teacher said, "Did you sell it to the media?" Like I told you, never give away your footage to the media. Sell it, guys. They can buy it. Sell it. In the comments when they say, "Can we use?" Even CNN has even said stuff like this, but so has everybody else. Can we have permission to reuse your footage? We're so glad you're still alive. But also our affiliates and everything in perpetuity, excuse me, which means that CNN is going to give it away to, or sell it to other news outlets, so everybody else can repeat it. So that means you can't sell it to anybody after that. So just don't, especially if it helps you rebuild or something. Our big outlets, they can pay. Don't give them exclusivity, for God's sake. So it just goes to show that they may have lost so many thousands of dollars by having to shut down their social media due to death threats, rather than get some of it, get some of that revenue. And it means that the people that are blaming them and calling them arsonists are getting the money instead. So they have a very good lawsuit against anybody, even a regular person on Twitter that says they did it and helped whip up the mob mentality. So I'm sure that if it does go to trial, typically what a judge might do is say, okay, YouTuber or whoever, from the moment this fire started, everything that you made, it's instead handed over to these people you victimized, and then confiscation of the channel's assets, and could be websites, whatever is property might be handed over to the victims of the libel and slander case. Okay, so let's go to the next myth that was there. I already popped that one pretty well. Smog checks. Oregon fire crews turned away or delayed from reaching the LA fires due to a smog check in Davis. So I've already gone to KATU. I've already shared it, the articles from our local news who said, what the hell? No, that didn't happen. KATU and Coin, all the others. Let me see where I put that. So you can go to @KWildfires. That's my Twitter X thing here. I try to put a mix of good news as well as bad, but some of it's going to be intense. So let's see, where did I put that article? Yes, it's true. A scooper hit a drone. They recovered pieces of the drone, and they'll try to track down the person that it was. Mind you that a lot of the drone incursions are not really the public. They're actually, communication is so bad between the agencies that legitimate agencies that got permission to fly drones, like the Red Cross, nobody's informing the firefighters sometimes, or the pilots. The left hand is not talking to the right. And fire crews and pilots got really upset one day, and it was the Red Cross. They started a manhunt, a legal manhunt. They said, oh, we could see them with their remote control right here. Well, yeah, because it was the Red Cross doing disaster mapping. So when you hear about drone incursions, sometimes it's just because the communication is that bad, but the officials won't say that. I don't think they want to admit some of the most embarrassing stuff here. Some of it is jerks, selfish people, personal drones, but some of it is not the public. So just something that's a little bit scary here. Later, I will try to watch that Jesse on Fire video to see what if any of his claims have merit. I haven't seen it yet. My own comment right now is that's gonna come back to haunt him. The clickbait title will get you views. It'll get you lots of views. But legal hot water. So, oh yes, Glassman's World. I don't think you're here at the moment when I did go and address that. So, Glassman's World says they also said the roots may have been still burning from a New Year's Day fire. But you also had a fire on December 10th, and that have been continued to burn until New Year's Day. So we just had one of the fire guys explain. I don't remember who he was. In the last Palisades meeting, he said we had hose lay and stuff the following days after January 1st. So remember, going back to this, it's bushes. So in 1 year's time, it hasn't been enough time for true trees to grow here. So the whole root system's on fire. Yeah, that can happen with bushes, mostly something like Scotch broom. I have no idea how that works with chaparral or anything, but a lot of these are little, bushes. So what he said is that fire was out. It was cold. It was dead. It was out. If that becomes the reason, if they investigate and that was the reason for the fire, he goes, that would just blow my mind, basically is what he said. So that was a nice straight answer for once. They had to drag hose all the way up here. It's probably thousands of feet of hose. And they left it, quote, plumbed, which is access to water, and watched it for a couple of days, supposedly. And when they left, though, that may be when more fireworks were lit up here. So I'm more inclined to believe what he said, because I just don't see elaborate, like, tree stumps with deeper roots, the like that you'd expect at 1 week smoldering fire. It's a long time for one to be in the bushes of roots. But if anybody does have wildfire fighting experience, comment on that. Or if anybody's a botanist, you let me know about this. I think it's much more likely. And I was watching, I think, Fox 11. I wasn't live at the time, but I was just watching the news, and a lady who's a resident down here somewhere said that after the first happened and they put it out, other people went up there with fireworks. I would bet that if those fireworks were lit up here days later, then it makes more sense that bushes could smolder for just a few days. That makes more sense to me, just on a basic level. Yeah, Falcon 87 says, just noticed you got 10.9K subscribers. You subscribed at 2.3K. Yeah, thank you, Falcon. Good to see you again. Thank you guys for helping me with the subscriber goal. I hope we can get more. At 20,000, we have even more options. I forgot today. I didn't realize I had to set it up again. But I now have the ability to fundraise for official charity groups. I turned that on yesterday, day before. And we raised over $500 for World Central Kitchen, which is feeding the fire victims for free. And I thought that the button would still be there. It's not. Whoops. So I didn't realize I had to do that, set it up. I would have to stop the stream, restart it. So I didn't. But I'll try to remember that next time. We could choose other charities too, like the fire department, local LAFD fire department fund and all that. So, yeah, the question's like, yeah, a tree stump can stay lit for a month. A tree stump in a hollow tree technically can overwinter a fire in the craziest of circumstances. They said that some of the tree stumps were still on fire after the heavy snows of October put out the Caldor in the Tahoe area, that they were still burning in March. So it's very possible, but usually that's trees. I mean, I know that a cigarette burning is like a really slow affair, but you come back to an ashtray an hour later and the cigarette's kind of gone, right? So smoldering is a creeping, very small, non-flame way for things to be on fire. But usually where this risk happens is colony root system plants. So Scotch broom, this is why we need to ban it. The sales in the United States of Scotch broom, gorse, and Portuguese broom. That class of plants. If you've seen them once, you've seen them a million times. Scotch broom, when they're in bloom, they're this mustard yellow color. They cause your allergies to be really freaking bad. So Scotch broom. There's also Portuguese broom and gorse. It's almost the same thing. Looks a lot like this when it's not in bloom. Bright yellow when it is. It's a huge threat to you and your family and to the agriculture. It's such a crazy prolific weed that it causes, billions in damage to agriculture and just costs of landscaping, and they take over huge fields, and they have a colony root system. So that means if there's an entire field of this stuff, takes over a field or an empty lot. Northeast corner can have somebody toss a cigarette or a spark for some reason, and one of the bushes are on fire, the northeast corner of a big lot, right? And fire crews might put it out, and or citizens, and think, done deal. Well, days later, the southwest corner of the lot is on fire when high winds pick up because it went underground that distance. And then all of a sudden you have a blazing inferno because these are very oily plants. Some desert plants store water in the form of like sap. So if you could cut open a cactus and theoretically drink it if you're dying of thirst in the desert, right? Succulents are like that. And so they're so fire resistant, right? Other plants decided they would fill themselves with oil for drought resistance and heat resistance. And the evil plan of starting fires, the suicide bomber plants. And here's a great example. Scotch broom, gorse, what have you. They are suicide bombers. They do want to kill themselves because, like I said, colony root system. If they start a very, very severe fire, it burns up the seeds of all the competitor plants nearby. So it grows back from the roots. The other competitor plants are dead, like our native plants, the ones that produce seed, and are not evil. So this is the kind of thing, a huge field of gorse or Scotch broom. I could see that a week later there could be roots on fire. You know, these could be pretty big plants. The removal sucks. It's extremely challenging because they have seed pods. I guess that's not going to get bigger. And they spread when you try to remove them. But you can do it certain times of the year. You should pull them out by the roots by hand. I don't think Roundup is a good choice anymore. But they could take over entire, like, huge areas. See in Oregon, and especially next to railroad tracks, if you drive I-5 from Portland to Seattle, you're going to see a lot of this around Tacoma and military bases and stuff, where it just takes over. And it's mostly a legacy of the road system. They would have plants in open beds of trucks, and the seeds and stuff would fly out. And then they got established that way. Same thing in rail cars. So without the presence of something like this, these are those damn seed pods. Without presence of something like this, I just don't believe that I put little weight. I mean, it's a good thing to think about. I wouldn't assume that the root system could smolder that long, just based on the kind of plants we're seeing right now. But please, I'm not a botanist. Correct me if I'm wrong. So also another thing I mentioned is, could it have been trash? A discarded glass bottle could that have started this? Popular hiking trail, right? A lot of people would never know that they ever started a fire if they drink their water or whatever, vodka, and discarded the bottle. So, no, we can rule that out for the Eaton and Palisades, because the sun is not directly overhead when both fires started. In fact, it was after dark when the Eaton Fire started. So no. Here, it was 10:30 in the morning where the sun's not directly overhead, and the winter sun is a lot less likely to do that than the summer sun, which is a different place on the horizon. So 10:30 in the morning, no. The heat, the sun's zenith or whatever is like 1 or 2 in the afternoon. Changes we're on daylight savings time. But no, there's no direct sunlight. Plus, it's not really one bottle that can do it. The way glass bottles work is they're curved, and so their curves create a lens, a concentrated hot spot, right? Magnified heat and light for that spot. And so that spot has to then be focused on something flammable, right? So the reason I'm saying glass is it's totally impossible for a water bottle that's plastic to start it. So, oh yeah, Glassman's World says eucalyptus trees have oil in them. Oh yeah, they do. Yeah, thank you, Husky. Thank you for being here. And anybody else falling asleep, hit the like button on the way out. Remember. So the thing about glass is usually it's a pile of glass bottles that is what it takes to start fire. Because if you or a camera lens, I've never heard of a discarded camera lens starting one though. They tend to be the sides of them with plastic on them. You know that tends to not really happen. So it usually is a pile of glass bottles where the light has to be focused into a concentrated spot, and then that spot is refocused by another lens, and that refocuses another lens, and refocuses another lens to a hotter and hotter spot. So we have had confirmation that serious fires have begun in dumpsters, recycling bins, in the heat of the day when piles of non-dirty clear glass had direct sunlight hit it, and then light paper materials in the recycle bin. That's been proven. There's precedent for that. Freak accident sort of thing. But it doesn't happen all the time because glass has to be pretty clean to create the lens effects. And this is a dusty, dirty environment. Besides, the heat of the sun is not present. No, that's definitely not a cause of bottles. Now, there is a hoax video that I think a fire department even perpetrated, which makes me even more upset, or it's people dressed up as firemen. It claims to show a water bottle starting a piece of paper on fire, and that piece of paper is coated with a chemical that reacts to light. So it's a hoax. If they did that with a normal piece of paper, that would not have happened. So, let's see here. I don't know that you need liquid in the bottle glass ones. I'm not sure how it would help refract light or not. If they're in a stack and they're just clean, I don't think they necessarily have to have the liquid in them. I don't know what the circumstance was during the dumpster fire that lit an entire community on fire later, but I don't think it has to be the case. But the more dirty the glass is, the less power it has to concentrate. So there's a window of time when freshly discarded glass bottles can start a wildfire until they get kind of buried and dirt encrusted. Water in a plastic bag can be turned into a magnifying lens, but not enough to. Now what is the ignition point of paper? It's over 400 degrees. So if you think about your oven on broil, that's 450. Those pizzas cook around between 375 and 415. So, but broil on an oven is 450. So I found out that it almost takes the broil setting to if you put a book in an oven, try to make that book ignite. Don't do that at home, please, for God's sake. Because the reason I found out about that, friends, is people freak me out sometimes, but people with bed bugs or other bugs like carpet beetles, there's just information, okay, that you can kill the bed bugs with heat. And so there's this information out there that you should put your books in the oven because bed bugs can hide in the spine. Don't do that. For God's sake, don't do that. For any reason, ever. Don't just don't. Now the principle of it. Just there's some things you don't do. If you have bed bugs, guess what? Every insect will die if you take mothballs and you put them in an airtight trunk. So go get your happy ass on over to the Container Store and buy the watertight trunk or chest, airtight one, and put a mothball in it and just come back 24 hours later. Okay, everything's dead inside because mothballs, that's naphthalene gas, nothing can inhale that and survive. So don't do that. Just don't. You don't need heat or fire or anything like that to purify your books. So, oh my God, Zora, you're funny, man. Okay, let me go back to the chat. I'm sorry. I don't want to be missing things. So I'm just trying to do some exploration and myth busting and the like due to what's been floating around. So we already covered the 3 fires did not start at once. It's not even LA County for the most part with the satellite image. That's last year's airport bridge and line fires. No, the Oregon fire trucks did not. Then moving on to the next one, the Oregon fire trucks were not stopped for a smog check. They were stopped for a brake check and an engine maintenance check that was really brief at Davis at a special spot where they have the tools to work on fire trucks. That's because it's a very long drive from Portland. I know that. Extremely long. It sucks. And you go down, up and down many mountains, and you can wear your brakes out. So you just don't want these fire trucks that may have to go on roads like this to have a mechanical breakdown, and then the fire crews die in the death trap. So they had a mechanical check, and mostly for the brakes and other things, before they were allowed to proceed down into the danger zone. The literal highway to the danger zone. Oh my God. Just thought about that. So it's not smog, whatever. Besides, Oregon has some pretty strict smog anyway. I don't think it's different than California, and I don't think that would ever be an issue. So let's see. Glassman's World says wet blankets piled up can spontaneously combust. I learned that when we were working as a mover. We couldn't put wet moving blankets in the back of the truck. I had not heard about that one. The moving blankets I'm thinking about, like the cotton padded ones, if they got really dirty, I wonder. That's the most remote possibility, though. Spontaneous combustion is generally hay. Baled hay is one of the biggest culprits where spontaneous combustion can happen. It's from bacterial action. So unless they were filthy, I don't know how this would happen. But it's anaerobic bacteria, so it needs an area of all bacteria needs moisture to live for once. It has to be wet. So damp hay that's baled anyway, real tight. In the center of the bale, there's no oxygen. The air can't reach it, so it creates an oxygen-free environment for very specific anaerobic, which means I don't need no oxygen, bacteria to proliferate. When the bacteria get to eating, and I think and maybe other factors like yeast or something involved too, the magic mix gets together of disaster. When they all get together and it's the right circumstances, then heat builds up. A product of rot is heat. So it's accelerating the rot, basically, of bacterial and maybe even, I don't know if it's the action of yeast or a fungus. It's a cocktail of stuff, microbes. But what happens, like when a hay truck drove over Lake Shasta, which is a very windy area, live on my stream, one of them, I believe, and I read about a different one, the hay truck caught fire because all it takes is the wind to finally strong winds to push wind into the center of the hay bale, and it will ignite because it's like a backdraft principle. If you have the heat for a fire, you have the fuel for a fire, it's already present, and you just lack the oxygen, then that fire is ready to explode. It just needs the oxygen. A backdraft is when all the oxygen has been consumed in a room. We talked about structure fires, and because it mainly applies to structures, but the fuel is still there and the heat of the room is still there. So you open a door and it explodes, or a window breaks and explodes. So recognizing backdrafts and not opening the front door is a very important skill that fire chiefs and stuff should have. That's why you're instructed to never, ever open a door with a hot door handle. Don't do it. You may just have explode in your face. Either there's flames going crazy on the other side, or there's a backdraft waiting to happen. So just don't in either circumstance. So, sorry, this chat, I need to monitor chat here. So, yeah, all First Kingdom says the community meeting was a joke tonight. Firefighters, police department, government patting themselves on the back. No mics for the public to ask questions. I know it took us 2 hours to watch the thing with me interjecting that much and correcting things. I know. There was some good that came out of it. I took some notes. I'm impressed with Malibu's mayor, a couple others who are pissed off and want to see change in their communities. And I didn't write down everybody's names. I'll have to go back and do that. And they gave some meat and potatoes answers. But the whole, we don't know what caused it yet. Just be patient. Poor Crowley had to say that. But since alcohol, tobacco, and firearms kind of push them aside, she may not know any more than you or I what the hell's going on. I do support independent investigations, and some of the politicians and such are saying that too. They're the ones I like the most. There's too much corruption in California. There's too much bribery and stuff that can go on to protect power companies and stuff. We've seen some power companies actively go out of their way to hide evidence, and they were convicted of such, and that's why I can say that. I'm not saying allegedly, because that's what the jury heard, and by, we're not sympathetic to the Beachy Creek Fire trial, or Pacific Power and or the subsidiary of Pacific Power. So they were caught red-handed hiding evidence, and that's why. And with the Bobcat fire, which is the other big one, 2020, where I went viral for the first time in a LA area. I didn't expect that, but hey, some guys might remember me from the Bobcat fire, guys. It took 2.5 years for them to come out with the cause of that fire. 2.5 years. Can you imagine waiting for a payout or justice for 2.5 years? I'm sure many of the victims just had to sell out and leave. And that huge chunk of time gives plenty of time for enough bribery to go on and hiding of evidence. It was ultimately an inconclusive how the SoCal Edison transmission lines came in contact with vegetation, because something was missing from the investigation, and then it was inconclusive because one agency didn't help the other. I don't know if it was the Forest Service refused to help the state agency, but it was so maddening. I am very happy that feds are in on this. That feds, I need them to be over at Eaton and the Hurst. Don't let the power companies hide the evidence yet. They should be allowed to do one thing, and that is turn off the damn power, and then they should not be allowed in until the investigation concludes where the power lines may have gone down to start the fires. Like, yeah, you can shut it off, but you know what? Stay the hell out until we make sure that your lines didn't make the situation way worse. And I bet you anything they did. With high winds, the pattern of fire spread is like a straight line, like a spear, because the winds propel fire straight ahead. What we had was a full-on peacock fan, like so, and we had strange places on fire well ahead of the main flame front. A little bit of that could be explained by embers, drifting embers. Mostly, though, some places catching fire, like Eastern Malibu, before the main fire got there. I don't believe it was all embers. I believe that it was the line still energized, just going down all along Pacific Coast Highway, starting the fire well ahead of itself and going towards Malibu. So do not be surprised if that comes to light. And for God's sake, please don't harass the individual. SoCal Edison employees, it's not their fault what their bosses do. They're working around the clock and working to help restore things for people. So please, leave them alone. But boy, the executives, they possibly have blood on their hands. Yeah, they really do. The Eaton is one of the worst things I've ever seen. It was so preventable. I can't believe that on the same day the Palisades is going, they have their lines energized. Up at the high peaks where that winds are the fiercest and right above vulnerable communities. The moment they knew that there's no more fire response possible to save, like Pasadena, for example, they allowed power to be on in places like Pasadena, where the winds were like 70 miles an hour, too. The same day that the Palisades are burning down. There's something terribly wrong here. There needs to be executive orders and stuff, presidential type. Right now, it is legal for power companies to intimidate their employees and say, we'll fire you if you shut the power off without getting approval from such and such supervisor who's probably on vacation. That is what happened with Beachy Creek Fire, and the jury said, you suck, man. They slammed him, and then they tried to, Civic Power or whatever, tried to hide the evidence. So, I just can't believe that not only did they learn the lesson, they should have learned this lesson last month, but I mean years ago from other fire tragedies, and they didn't do it. That there's something so terribly wrong here. This is where I encourage people to just do the right thing. I don't care. No, and you shouldn't care who your boss is. Be the whistleblower, do it, and testify before Congress. Shut the power off yourself and say, screw you. Take this job and shove it. You know, I know that takes a lot of courage to do that. These are really good jobs with pensions and stuff. But it's more important that you save lives, that you can live with yourself the rest of your life. I'm sure the people who did the hand-wringing and found out about people dying later and 16 towns being erased by the Beachy Creek communities, I should say, and the Lion's Head next to it that grew together, I'm sure they regret keeping their jobs, and yet people died, you know. Make decisions you can live with, and I think whistleblower protection is something we need immediately. Look back at the chat. Let's see here. Back at the chat. Did I miss any true questions real quick? A glass marble could act like a magnifying glass and start a fire. I don't think so. I don't think a marble can. Marbles are also colored with a color swirl in them. They're low quality glass with bubbles in them, so they don't act as a lens. It would have to be one hell of a special kind of marble. Now, a glass has to have a certain quality to be a container. So, and when it's mass manufactured, like the way you say Coke bottles and stuff are, they're all the same and pretty high quality. I guess you should say Mexican Coke bottle. So they have to have the right perfect curvature and be high quality, meaning lens quality. Something that truly focuses light, other than a regular clear glass, the kind with bubbles in it, and it's very opaque. You can't really see through it. Like you could see through your window, so window glass can become a magnifier. Like, you know, if you need to start a fire, you could take the window out of your car. You know, you take another window out of your car and line them up to maybe start a survival fire in certain desert situations, right? I don't think a single marble possibly could, because they have the bubbles in them. So the idea is lens. Like, think of a camera lens. You don't put a lens on your camera where you can't see past the glass, right? Nothing with bubbles in it. Nothing cloudy, right? For normal circumstances. So in order to start a fire, glass must be a lens. It must function as a lens. So lighthouses, wow, those are called Fresnel lenses, and those are the most curved and most elaborate magnifying lenses around, because they magnify light. So you can Google them by, it's pronounced Fresnel, but Fresnel is the way it's spelled, right? So those are used in everything like movie productions and movie sets, but mostly lighthouses. They're some of the most expensive glass on Earth. This little lighthouse glass here would probably cost like somewhere between $55,000 to $200,000. That little guy right there. That's why it was such a big deal when somebody shot the Fresnel lens of the lighthouse at Cape Mears near Tillamook, Oregon. It was a big manhunt for who did that, because you can't just replace these. So I think it still has a crack in it to this day from the idiot who shot it. I don't think they raised the money. So Fresnel lenses, and easiest way to get one, they do come in plastic. Plastic can be made into a lens. There are some really cheap camera filters out there. They're the bad ones to buy. You want to make sure you're buying glass quality, unless you, especially if you have an expensive camera. You don't. The rule is don't put a cheap $20 a filter over a $1,000 camera lens, right? Your results will be the $20 result. So high quality glass is important, but like some plastic can be polished and shaped to be a lens, but it has to be very, very special plastic. So if you ever find somebody giving away an old projection TV, every single one of them has a Fresnel lens. The ones that are digital, oh my God, don't tear it apart, guys. The digital ones, all the optics in it are worth like $3,000. So don't just tear it apart for the lens, for the screen. Okay. Remember the optics in an old projection TV. Talking about the lightweight ones with plastic sides. Yes, people turn them into projectors, film projectors. So they're worth more than $1,000. So don't scrap them. Okay. It's one of my secrets of scrapping, okay, and recycling. If you go to the projection TV with the wood paneling, those are older, those are different. The front screen, if you put your fingernails on it, we go rather than tapping like a glass. You can tap real quick the front of a TV and it'll let you know what type of TV it is. Glass, dunk, 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 is an old CRT, vacuum tube TV, worthless to a scrapper. Now, the giant freestanding wood-paneled projection TVs that kind of look like that one's half taken apart, they are also worthless to scrappers, really, because there's not really good wire in them or anything like these old things. And they have 3 different tubes in them, a red, green, and a blue. So there's 3 tubes in them. So you don't have the high-quality optics of the later projection TVs like that. That one's probably worth $3,000 right there in parts. Don't give that away to Goodwill or whatever. Just bear in mind how if it's just dim because of the projection light inside is burned out, like you can fix it and repair it, but for God's sake, don't throw it away. Now, I had an aunt of mine who was going to give me her old projection TV and my father, and I said, holy crap, and I excitedly wrote down the make and models because some of them are worth more than others. Quality of the optics inside of them will vary, but they were worth like $1,000, the optics inside. And so I said, please wait till I come back down to California and I'll scrap the TV for you, get it out of your hair. They both gave it away to people. So that really hurt my whole income stream thing. I made the whole trip to California with all my tools and everything to find the TVs weren't there anymore. Man, I was going to turn my dad's garage into a movie theater. We were going to mount it top. So you have everything that you could turn them into an actual projection, you could turn any room into a movie theater with stuff inside it. I filmed myself scrapping electronics for Be Green, and that's originally what one of my YouTube channels would be about, how to be truly green. So if you're not recycling copper, you're not green. And electronics. So, but I never got around to it because the 2020 fires began. But I have like 1,000 videos I filmed of myself taking apart appliances, explaining how to be green and recycle for fun and profit, saving the world. Later, I'll get to that, but it's on pause. So I know a lot about this stuff, if not electronics itself. So if you want a Fresnel lens, there's a guy he has a channel called the Solar Death Ray. I was going to do this myself, explain how you can light fires with these lenses. So see one on Craigslist, somebody giving one away. Yes, you have to dispose of the tubes as hazardous waste, so be prepared to haul it off for people. You have to take a sledgehammer to take down the wood paneling, but the front, it comes off in the front with a bunch of screws, and you will have a big Fresnel lens. It'll be just like the Solar Death Ray channel on YouTube. So I was playing around with that before it was cool. But this is what you can do. You can melt coins and rocks and stuff. It's simply the TV cover that this guy has. And
I wanted to see what would happen.
he put it in a frame, but it's one of those big screen TVs. So this is an example of a plastic lens that can be turned. Plastic can be turned into a lens. It can start fires, but they have to be extremely special, like a Fresnel. So this guy put his took a TV projection TV lens, and I've harvested these off of TVs I've scrapped, and I've sold these off of Craigslist, mostly to survivalists and people who want to live off the grid, and people who want to have emergency stuff in their RVs. You can start a fire real quick to survive, probably even in winter, probably in a cold environment, because they focus so tightly the sun's rays. So if you do it in the heat of the sun in a desert like where this guy lives, you can
happen if I put titanium under the solar death.
Yeah, it's a chunk of titanium. He's about to melt it. Everything melts in the solar death ray that he shows people. So instantly, right? And the heat's enormous from these things. So you have to keep these, you have to have a cover for these, right? So that they don't accidentally melt your house. You can't just put it by the side of your house, have the wind move the thing, and all of a sudden your house is melting. So, but this is an extreme example how it's true that plastic can become a lens, but they need to be made like this. You can buy Fresnel lenses that go into your pocket, like an emergency Fresnel lens for your wallet, and it's about this big. It's supposed to start fires. I don't know about that for wilderness survival, like in a cold situation. But we were doing this long before it was cool. We took apart a TV, and my family did, and got one of these out of it. We were testing it out in the yard about see what it could do. And for survivalists, what they do is they heat water. They focus it on a teapot and they boil water in it. Put it on a cast iron teapot. You want to do it cast iron and no plastic on the handles, otherwise you melt the plastic off. So, the kind of teapot or kettle that can go on a stove, you can boil water in it. So this guy has a very successful channel, good for him. It's one example of, you don't need electricity to boil water necessarily if you're off the grid or want to save energy these days. There have been even attempts to create a lot of Fresnel lenses and focus the light. I like this much better than the solar farm. Most power steam plants, like even nuclear energy, is just creating steam. Steam turns a wheel. That's how most power is generated in the United States. Something turns a wheel. So something in a dam turns a wheel from the water, or steam from a coal plant or something turns a wheel. Steam. And nuclear power is not nuclear power. It's just the heat of nuclear waste creates steam. So turns a wheel. So what I like is the simple idea. Like they had this in the 1800s. There were gold rush hotels up like in the Seneca, California, which is over where the Dixie Fire was, in Plumas County. That in the 1800s and early 20th century, they had solar heated showers because they had rooftop tanks, and then they put lenses, probably glass, and they focused the sun's light onto the tanks, and they had hot water that way. So there's an idea here to generate electricity by putting a huge water tank, brass or something that heats up nicely and can contain steam, focusing in the desert a whole bunch of these lenses to just boil the water. So that's a way better use of solar power, where you don't have to have the solar panels, which you have rare earth metals involved in earth raping to mine them, So this is just simple, creating heat, focusing it with a piece of plastic. There's a lot of alternatives to solar panels and such. There's still solar energy, right? I just wanted to point out that, yes, it's possible. If you want one for yourself, this is how you get one. Probably somebody will give it away. Yes, plastic can technically start a fire. No, and maybe we should just show it. No, plastic cannot. Plastic water bottle cannot start a fire in the field. Maybe I can find that hoax video. Plastic water bottle starts fire. It's the fact that fire. Somebody with a fire crew uniform did this hoax. Makes me really angry. Yeah, this black stuff is a thermal coating of a chemical that reacts with light, heat. So, let's see, it says.
I'm David Richardson.
Yeah. Yep, these are the guys with the hoax, okay? See that black spot? That's a coating of chemicals that reacts with light and heat. So, notice how it can't happen on the white spots in regular papers. It's also looking like a weird kind of a paper. Not all papers are created equal, but this is the hoax video. And they're only able to do this on this chemically treated paper. So, I don't know what chemists out there can help me identify what exactly is coating the paper, but do let me know. Plastic and water bottles are just not clear enough plastic. They're not good enough as a lens. So notice how the paper underneath the black coating is not particularly burning well. Not like it started an open flame on the paper. Like as soon as he moves it away, the chemical coating burns off. There's not much happening here. I also would like this to zoom out. What else are we not seeing in the frame? Is there a guy with a Fresnel lens helping this along? You know, like this, but that's not regular paper. It only works on black paper. Oh, gee, I wonder why. You know, so this created a panic where people were convinced that leaving a water bottle inside of a car, your car could start a fire. No, it can't. So that's not a thing. But this hoax went around 4 to 7 years ago, and during COVID, it made a comeback. But it's a hoax, and so just because a lot of people believe it doesn't mean it's true. So I'm, you know, somebody, you know, if you could find an example of where a plastic water bottle has ever lit anything, car or otherwise, you let me know. But it's just not possible. Okay, this would happen every freaking day, like in Arizona and stuff. You know, like, you know, you want a cigarette burn in your car, blame it on a plastic water bottle. Well, water bottle. God, I'm gonna die. You know, go ahead and pull that hoax. But we're a little smarter than that. So I'm trying not to show fire stuff. Now, oh, dangerous Christmas decorations. This is a candidate. I think some of the clear bulb Christmas decorations could possibly do it, especially if they were piled up. They are clear enough glass to be a lens. So that's possible. That's possible. You go back and make sure I was scrolled up quite a ways and I didn't see the rest of the YouTube chatter. Yeah, Glassman's World. Yeah. See, when did you make that copy? Did not. Okay. See. Go back a little bit. Carbon, maybe? I don't know. So let's see here. You've seen your own glass water drops being hung from the rear view mirror in the right angle with the sun. It can burn a hole in the seat. Glass. Yeah, glass. Yes, not plastic. So let's see here. Elizabeth. See, let's go back up to the chat here. JB is calling somebody a liar. Who's that? Okay, guys. If you make anybody else uncomfortable or you're uncivil in my chat, you're going to be out of it real quick. Doesn't matter if you've donated. You can't buy the ability to harass anybody else or make people uncomfortable. So that goes for anybody. Be civil or be gone. Just we can't tear each other apart in our house. Trust we are, guys. So them's fighting words, and you call people liars, you know. So let's back here. If you're calling like somebody that who's not in the chat a liar, that's fine. But then be real specific about who you're mentioning. South 87 says, was there high wind before the LA fire started? Oh yeah. The Santa Ana's a particularly bad version of them. So a tree could have fallen on a power line. Don't know. These high winds could have just taken the power lines and knocked them into each other, like with the Eaton. You know, when power lines touch, they spark and arc, and sometimes weld themselves together. It's really weird. But what happened in Paradise and what may have happened in the Eaton, we're not sure, is something holding up one of the lines. They're held away from each other by several feet at least, right? Well, the little arm that was holding up one collapsed in the Paradise fire, the campfire, because it was that arm had not been replaced, and that arm had been swinging around and for 97 years or so, and finally the metal wasted away, like the swinging just wore it down to a nub, and so when that collapsed, the one arm collapsed, and then the power line touched the other line, so that put molten metal and dripped it all over the vegetation that was allowed to grow way too high underneath the power lines in the Feather River Canyon, which is a natural crazy wind tunnel, and 75+ mile-an-hour wind gusts were going at the time, the Diablo winds. So when the fire crews got there really quickly, they were frustrated. Paradise Fire. The PG&E had let trees and stuff grow in the fire access road, so they couldn't get down there and put it out. And they didn't turn the line off either. So if they did go down there, they would have been, molten metal would have been dripping down their backs. I didn't realize it'd take this long to go through myth busting. I have just 2 pieces of paper here. But that's because I'm interacting with the chat and the questions, right? Yeah. And can power companies get a clue from afar, from control rooms far away, that a fire may be starting? Yes. Surging of the lines occurs when for any reason the power lines are messed up, whether or not it's vegetation leaning on the lines and pulling on them. Lines can start surging. Whether or not they're down, they start surging. Whether or not they're touching each other, that's a crazy signature, of surge. And they can do in patterns of surging, so they can pulse along with the wind gusts. It's pretty easy to figure out there's something wrong. So instead of erring on the side of caution, like you would think a power company would want to do, you would think, even if they are cold-hearted snakes, okay, they would have a money incentive, a fiscal incentive, to not allow a giant fire that would bankrupt them, right? However, they don't have a fiscal incentive to not allow a giant fire because the politicians are still protecting them. They pay off the politicians, donate to Newsom and others, and then when a mega fire happens, they cry to their little politicians, "Hey, we're going to go bankrupt. We're too big to fail. Please help us." Oh. And that's when the politicians say, "That's okay, you poor little power company. That's okay. We'll just screw the victims real here. Why don't you just give the victims some stock options instead of a payout? We'll limit your liability with this legislation and stuff that we'll sign." And so the governor, who did that for Paradise, did that right as he left, right before Newsom came in. I want to point that out. But Newsom hasn't done anything better. He just vetoed a bill that would allow CAL FIRE to retain more firefighters. They were temporary employees. He just vetoed that. That's a bipartisan thing. So I can't explain his behavior, but he takes a lot of money from PG&E in their pocket. He talks big talk about disciplining them, but doesn't enforce anything. He's a wrist slapper. "Oh, don't you do that again, PG&E. We'll do something next time." They don't. So live on my channel, the Zog Fire started out when PG&E was court ordered to turn the power lines off with the high north winds going on in Shasta. And the Zog Fire killed people. We heard about it live on my stream, and that was more power lines down. And did Newsom crack down on them like he did, like he promised he would? No. They routinely kill. When power companies realize that, hey, none of us are going to go to prison, because right now there's a law that a corporation is a person, so CEOs can't go to prison, like you or I can, for killing people. They don't care. When their bottom line is not affected, they don't get their yachts confiscated, they don't care. They're not personally liable. It's the corporation that's liable that goes bankrupt, not them. When the corporation is bailed out by the state and most of the firefighting cost gets put on the federal taxpayer dollar instead of yours and the cleanup too, well, gosh, gee, jolly willikers, what incentive do you have to actually do power safety shutoffs or maintain your phone lines? your power lines. None. If you're a cold-hearted snake, you just laugh all the way to the bank. Because killing people with abandon is what you're allowed to do. Whether or not it's La Haida, Paradise, North Bangor, or Loma Rica, or Santa Rosa, Southern California, so many other places now they're getting caught too. Oregon too. Why not? This horrendous political disaster of protecting PG&E that happened in 2018 has ramifications to this day. It let power companies all over the United States realize they don't have to save lives. They can burn down towns. They can kill people. They're going to survive. There's no personal consequence to the people making that decision, and that's why they don't give a damn and they keep power lines energized. They simply can't charge for power on days they don't deliver it. So they keep it on and hope for the best. Simply what's going on here. So is there a conspiracy? Yeah, it's hiding in plain sight. It's just the one we've heard before. It's the same thing, the Ford Pinto. We might kill some people, but if we don't do the recall, maybe insurance will just be enough to pay out the victims we occasionally have, the whole families that die and stuff. Well, this has all been proven true. You can go read the Butte County's report on the campfire. This explains why PG&E said to the public, yeah, we did it, we're sorry, and then kept killing with the Zog and others. So, it doesn't matter. Like, reckless arson would have been the charge. So when they pled guilty to manslaughter, they got manslaughter instead with Butte County there. Counties are finding it very difficult to actually prosecute these guys. They kill children now. With the Zog fire, there was a mother and daughter who tried to flee in a pickup truck and didn't make it out. They died in the most horrible of manners. And so Shasta County District Attorney really wanted to charge them with manslaughter at least. And the whiny CEO chick at the time whined to the news media and complained loudly, "You said you wouldn't charge us with a crime. That's so mean." That's what her response was. I don't know what CEO she was at the time. I couldn't freaking believe it. That's how psychopathic some of these executives are. They do not care if you live or die. SoCal Edison re-energized the lines. It could have been a straight-up accident the other day, but they could have just electrocuted a bunch of fire crews. One has to wonder. So, the Glassman's World, I don't know if you heard my redeclaration of the chat rules, but you can't say that somebody did a crime or committed that on my channel without proof. You can say that such and such channel claims that, but you yourself can't claim it, and you can't make it look like I'm claiming that. The rules are that we don't say anything that's fact unless you can prove it. So the fact the arson investigation is not complete, or the fire investigation, means we can't prove that. So when you say on my channel, that is exactly the thing I don't want to do with my own personal channel, is rumor mill stuff. I fact check the rumor mill, and we can comment about what people are talking about, but I will not be part of a witch hunt or ruining the lives of people falsely accused. I will, of course, more evidence comes to light where that makes them look more guilty, speculate on whether or not something happens. I just want to make it very clear. It's not legal to say stuff like that. It's called libel and slander. It's not part of free speech. You are not allowed to say in the United States that somebody committed a crime without them being convicted of such crime. So you can say, I think, I speculate, and all sorts of disclaimers, but it is not free speech. It's libel and slander. Saying I heard, I think, or I suppose, different. So yes, he says that. Yeah. So you said you took a nap, and I wanted to make sure that you heard about that. I'm not trying to single you out at all. I just want to make sure that everybody new here knows my policy, because I take the responsibility of like journalism, and I didn't ever plan to be one really. Just wanted to make documentaries about ghost towns. Here we are. We're doing wildfires. I have the integrity. I'm not ever going to be a yellow journalist. I'm never going to try to get clicks just for clicks. I'm never going to do the headlines I could be doing right now, like yellow journalism. Proof positive, somebody did it. Somebody started such and such fire. I'm never going to make a headline or something for people to click on it, not substantiate whatever the hell I'm saying. It's not important to me to be popular or to get donations or whatever. I want donations to be able to help people more. But this is not for profit that I'm doing here. That's why I don't do the advertisements, I will not, I just hold myself to a higher standard. And I don't want to be in the class of yellow journalists. I'm not saying that Jesse is one, but that's not a good headline. Yeah, okay, I'm glad you're not taking nothing personal. I just want to make sure that we have so many new people, and that's been wonderful, that, my channel can get banned by violating the law. That's really simple. So, I don't have freedom of speech. Nobody does on YouTube. It's a corporation. Freedom of speech is you can go out in public and say something and not be arrested for criticizing your government officials. That's basically what freedom of speech is. And freedom of the press to report on something, honestly, without being jailed. There's some things like topics in China and stuff. You cover that topic, Tiananmen Square, you're in prison by mentioning it. We take our rights for granted sometimes. You criticize Putin or something in Russia, you find out what happened. There's no independent press, so it's freedom of the press with that, but the press has to be just as careful and obey the rules. Ruining somebody's life with rumors or harming their life is considered vindictive criminal behavior. It's not considered free speech. Same thing with other things like vulgarity. You can express yourself without vulgarity, so it's not protected free speech. It's really about going out to the public forum, and YouTube is not the public. It's a corporation that's hosting videos at its own expense, and it can make up whatever rules it wants. So your own freedom of speech thing means you can make your own website and you can put your own videos on it. As long as they don't violate the law, that's freedom of speech. We don't have that. I have to obey the rules of YouTube. So when people ever accuse me, and it occasionally happens, of limiting their free speech, you never had it on YouTube. I'm sorry. We are obeying the rules. So I agreed to the rules when I signed up, and I have to obey them or leave. So a lot of people come in here and try to get my channel banned by stirring up trouble and putting the most controversial topics up and all this stuff. But one thing we definitely can't do, guys, never call for violence ever. I will absolutely ban the next person who calls for violence, even if they're joking. Because your audience is not 100% mentally right. You get a big enough audience, you have that percentage of people who are mentally ill and seeing things and hearing things and just may go out and do it. There's always a percentage of people who will do that. Do whatever you say. Get a big enough following, you get, or they think they're off the hook because they blame you. Somebody else told me to do it. I have mental problems, but man, if I never heard it, I'd never done it. Like, no matter what, you just don't call for violence. Vigilante justice. We can't tell people to break the law. The only thing I can do is suggest people do the right thing that later would become the law. Like, like you're not going to get a kidnapping charge if you rescue somebody from a fire who has dementia. That's not kidnapping. Grab them and go. If somebody doesn't have the mental wherewithal to evacuate or doesn't know what's happening, you grab them and you go. I can say that because that's legal to do that. It's not kidnapping to rescue somebody who is helpless like that, or has cognitive impairment. If a mentally retarded kid says, no, I don't want to go in your car, that's okay. Grab them and go. They're mentally retarded. They have Down syndrome or some other thing where they may not understand the situation. There's severe autism or something involved, and your neighbor's kid just won't get in the car. It's not a kidnapping charge. Grab them and go. Even if they're saying no, I mean, it's not kidnapping. They just don't understand. Like talking severe autism stuff. So like I give advice like that, but that's because no judge in the world is going to give you a kidnapping charge if that happens. Because it's not real kidnapping. Intent matters. I can suggest stuff like that. I can err on the side of state saving lives if the law is gray and fuzzy. But the law is meant to protect human life. That's the basis of most human law. You have to remember what the spirit of it is. So, but for God's sake, violence is not something we can call for, that I'd ever want to call for. So when people have fantasies like in the chat and they're not meaning it, you're saying, oh, I would love to give a blanket party to such and such CEO. God, don't talk about that. That's not protected free speech. It's called inciting violence. That's a criminal act to do that. So don't do it on my channel. Thank you. Go ahead and text each other in a private sphere. You know. So I'm explaining this as a general concept. I don't even have free speech, and neither do you on YouTube. So we go along with what we can do. Look at I don't think that fire is visible, period, and I don't think there's been a watch duty update for a long time. 5 hours ago in the Moss Landing plant. I wonder if the only eyes and ears we have there are locals who might explain what's going on with that plant. I would like to know. These cameras are still not looking at it. Just what's going on, but well, here we are. Yeah. And so YouTube it goes overboard with censoring, I know. And they do some really bad, evil stuff. Like they almost banned my channel twice due to me making comments, and they said that I was promoting deceptive practices, spam, and malicious links. When I was making a comment on an Antiques Roadshow video and said that table is worth a lot of money, they said I was spamming. And so there's these broken algorithms and systems like bot police that go awry. And it's AI bot police, and it's not working. So I got on and tried to help catch the arsonist behind one of Oregon's big fires. And so Grant County Sheriff's Office said, please help us catch an arsonist. Do you know anything about this and that fire? Please call this number. So I shared the Grant County Sheriff's Office to my own part of Facebook. Please don't try to Facebook me. I don't check those messages. And instantly, I was banned for 24 hours off of Facebook and had to try to get my account reestablished. Because they said that me sharing the sheriff's office post was spam, scams, and malicious link practices, just like YouTube did it. So the same bots that went crazy on YouTube went crazy on Facebook. So I appealed it, and it said, we might unlock your account later, but please wait up to a week for us to look at this situation. It'll probably not be a real living person that looks at it, but a bot will look at it to see if, just be patient, you know. Holy crap. So yeah, YouTube has gone crazy. YouTube also promotes, it still thinks everybody's an entertainer, so it promotes clickbait crap and, quote, exciting videos. I was showing you guys that there's a fake CNN channel called CNN 18, and they should be banned. I'm sorry. After I ended my stream and everything was quiet days ago, they shown to me, like in my feed for homepage of YouTube, many millions of other people too. It said, new fire in the Hollywood Hills. And I went, what? It was a helicopter hovering over the Hollywood Hills, and sure enough, there was a fire breaking out, and the helicopter pilot was, the media, it was news media, said, oh God, this could be bad. If the winds pick up later like they will, this could be bad. And it showed it after dark, a fire in the Hollywood Hills, and it was legit. I almost went back live. I started trying to get back on started prepping the stream to go live again. But I went, well, something's wrong, because I'm not hearing the radio chatter. They would be saying that. The Palisades was in the left ear, Eaton was on the right. They would be talking about that. So I then looked, and then a Chinook helicopter went in front and dumped water. And then I realized, wait a second, I checked Flight Radar 24. There were no helicopters anywhere near Hollywood Hills. So it couldn't be live. It couldn't be real. But it looked very real. It looked like the right neighborhood. So I was like, wait a second. It turns out what this fake CNN channel did, they had 700,000 viewers in the chat, okay? 700,000 viewers, which means they probably paid YouTube to promote that clickbait video, paid it to get in front of so many viewers. And they're raking in cash. I don't know how many thousands of dollars they made per minute, but a lot. And it turns out that this company's in India. Probably has nothing to do with CNN. I don't know how CNN doesn't sue them. It's from India, and they had cleverly taken a segment of the Hollywood Hills fire, the one that was called the Sunset, from day one, and they looped it to make it look like a continuous fire situation. And as dawn came, this is what kept me up all night, and I didn't do well the next day. Dawn arrived. I'm out my window seeing dawn, and it's still pitch black in their video. I had come and gone from the footage, so I didn't notice that it was looped until I watched it carefully for a while. So they had started the live stream 3 days prior, which is when the fires had been going. But then they stopped it and carefully looped the Sunset Fire to make it look like a brand new one started in the middle of all this. So there were plenty of people in chat saying fake, this is fake, and I joined in, this is fake. It's from 3 days ago. And it's just, yeah. So, yeah, T-Dust says grifters always monetize catastrophes. It is up to you guys to hit the report button. But the fact that YouTube doesn't take some of these channels down, they have 9 million subscribers, lets you know where YouTube's at. Like, I really don't know if they give a damn. There should be penalties here. But YouTube makes the money off of the ads, too. So whenever fake videos go viral, YouTube still makes money. So the stuff that scares people to death, YouTube is still going to automatically send or straight to the top all the fake stuff, all the fake videos, the fear-mongering stuff. So T-Dust has any update on the containment percentages? I don't care about containment percentages, so I don't typically take a note. Our acreage. Palisades is at 27% now. Eaton. Wow, Eaton is on non-active fire status as far as watch duty is concerned. Really? See how the gray flame is here? Oh, there's a lot of people with smoldering neighborhoods who would beg to differ. Okay, 55% containment on the Eaton. So that means with the gray flame status, this is not front and center for notifications for the Watch Duty app. You have to kind of specially turn them on. Wow, okay. So what I would do for anybody who lived in LA County, when you go to the Watch Duty app, you click on LA County and you make sure you are notified of all fires, even the first starts, especially this time of year until the rainy season happens, so that you know right away when things happen anywhere in your county. And that will blow up your phone very frequently. Most fires are backyard affairs that are tiny. However, when the Santa Anas blow, you need to know about them because any of them can become huge. So by default, though, Watch Duty does not notify you of the least concern fires, like those that are small backyard affairs, until they get bigger. You won't be notified. But that can waste precious moments where you could have had to prepare, get out, or warn your neighbors, especially this current climate with the rain's not yet coming. So I would put LA County, guys, whatever county you live in, on an all fires alert. Later in summertime, especially depending on the size of your county, you may want to revise that. But wow. So let's go back to the chat. Anybody have a direct question for me? The channel I was talking about was called CNN 18. I bet it's still live, spreading clickbait about Sunset Fire. Let me see. Yeah, Alex Jones figured out that libel and slander is not covered by free speech. Here. So the things you can't do, just to recap, is incite violence. Say that you want somebody dead, because somebody will eventually oblige you. Will somebody rid me of this troublesome priest? Yes, somebody will. We have a big enough microphone. See here. See Tyrion. Yeah, guys, don't rip each other apart. If you guys get into a feud, the best thing you can do is put each other on your ignore list. So whoever is feuding with somebody else in my chat, I don't, sorry, I haven't been policing it. Mods went to bed. I've been mostly educating here. So, I'm not joking here. You're saying please arrest me? I'll time you out for 24 hours or whatever, dude. See here. But don't stoop to their level. So get my attention if somebody needs to be brought to heel. We are all very, very stressed out about these things. So a lot of times people who would be kind and generous otherwise can freak out and snap. However, what do we do as adults? Calm ourselves down, apologize for our behavior, and move the hell on. Whoever does it first is a bigger person, has more respect from me. I do really appreciate it when chat polices itself that way. I don't have to waste my time. King Henry II for the win. You're educated, T-Dust. I like that. That's fat in words. Yeah. Yeah, Megs, I got that impression. The CNN 18 and the CNBC TV 18 are unfortunately controversial. Wait, they are legit CNN channels? How can they be legit? Because they're breaking the law. You know? You can't say there's a new fire in Sunset Hills and freak people out and cause panic. That's it's also not protected free speech to allow to yell fire in a theater when there's no fire, because you start a stampede, people get trampled, and that is called a crime. So let's see here. Back, any questions right now for me in particular? There's other myths and stuff I wanted to go over. I'm not watching the Eaton thing today. I'm done with the press conferences. There's only so much BS I can take in a 24-hour period. So let's see here. Other myths and legends and whatever. The social media ones I'm going to put to bed, the ones that scare people the most. And the fish thing. Trump was saying that the governor won't release water, that they ran out of water because they ran out of water because of fish protection. Okay, that is a mistaken understanding of what's going on further north in the state. Controversial water releases and dam breaches, which are meant to protect fish, because some fish need very cold water certain times of the year, like salmon, to migrate and then spawn. So if the water is too warm, cold water has more oxygen in it. So salmon literally go belly up in the warmer stretches of the shallow river systems that we have. The shallow river systems that we have, are, especially in the central part of the state, are a legacy of the gold mining days, when out of control gold mining that was earth destructive consisted of washing away the hills and finding nuggets that were like 30 pounds. The deeper you went. So they washed away entire hills, which silted up the rivers. They used to be deep and solid affairs that, like, you could take a river boat from San Francisco all the way up here, by the way, to Redding. The rivers like Sacramento and such. Others like the ferry, the Feather went all the way to Marysville. Mark Twain got, when he toured the gold country up here, he got off a ferry boat at Marysville. Okay, a big ferry boat. That was the main transportation method before good paved roads. But you could keep going all the way up the American to Redding, Red Bluff. So that was the thing. But so many unscrupulous mining companies just washed away hillsides with hydro mining. They had to ban it in the 1800s because it silted up the rivers and made them shallow. They still are to this day. So the epic flooding of the valley spreads out instead of being contained within the river channels. Don't ask me why. They didn't dredge them deep again. They need to. It's not natural the state that they're in, so quit saying that there's environmental reasons to not do it. No, environmental reason to do it, okay? But for some reason they don't dredge. Don't ask me why. So we have these crappy little rivers that get hot. Because they're wider than they are deep, they get hot and the fish start to die. So, unless you're going to dredge, you have to release more water that's cool from the snow melt and snowpack and reservoirs and stuff. At least it'll deliver more oxygen because it's not the sun that's down here in the valley is baking the rivers and turning them warm water. So, yes, they should just dredge. I don't get it, but the fish stuff is up here. And so there is no lack of water for the Palisades and Eaton. They ran out of water pressure because the damn reservoir was dry. Now that is what Trump and others should be asking the governor and the mayor about. How stupid is that? To have your most important reservoir around here for this very combustible neighborhood. The entire year of a very, very bad fire season, it's dry all summer, and it's dry all winter before the rains come. And one of the rare red Januaries and red Decembers, rains usually arrive by late November, usually by Christmas, but wow. The reason was so stupid you won't believe it. There's a tear in the tarp of the Santa Ynez water tank reservoir thing. So this is how dumb they are. There's not a whole lot of water down here. All the LA people are leaching off of the north. The north state can oftentimes have a lot of water. So sometimes the north of the state wants to send the water. There's a controversy and friction between northerners are happy to give the water to the extreme canal and aqueduct system that feeds LA and others, as long as you don't waste it. So the Santa Ynez Reservoir, big water tank thing, this is dry. Look where it is. Right next to where the fire started. Whoa, okay. Good drive from one end to the other in about 10 minutes, right? 10-minute drive away. This is the main source of water. So if this is dry, the gravity system fails. It's a gravity-fed system. We don't need electricity to have water pressure. Most smart municipalities in the entire world have gravity-fed system, and that's especially older communities. We see the water tower. Well, this is the equivalent of a water tower. It's a big-ass tank. You can even see the damage right here. I guess this is it. There's a tear in the tarp that covers it. So you would think with something so freaking critical to the water pressure for firefighting in summer too, or for general like clean drinking water and stuff, if you're going to have a tarp over it to keep bird crap out of it or whatever you're doing, have a second tarp, okay? Have a second cover. If one of them is compromised, put the new one on and go back to work. Don't drain it. What the hell are you thinking? It's the cover. It's not the bottom. It's not leaking. It's a cover. So yeah, anybody can be just as critical. How stupid is this? California in general has very stupid policies on every fundamental level, straight to the top. So is the governor supposed to know about this? I don't know. But the local, you just had Malibu burn down next door with the Franklin fire a month ago. You should have gotten a clue. You can't have this. They took it offline in like late March or something last year. It was not available for the entire fire season, which was pretty bad next door with the bridge and others smaller ones that made people bite their nails off. And you got the wake-up call from the airport fire in nearby Orange County. Okay, what the hell are you thinking? And what they did is they took it offline and drained it. So they screwed everybody here. And I said, well, we're going to get some bids, contract bids. And so the whole thunderous process, oh my God. A bid, okay, have the contracts before anything goes wrong. And why don't you fix it when it's off the damn thing? Take it off, fix it. It'll be a lot cheaper. Just suggestion here, common sense. Take it off, fix it later on the ground, and put on your spare. So you don't have to drain the water, which it costs a whole lot of money to fill it back up, by the way. It's not free. You have to get it from other parts of the state, pipe it in. It's not free. And it takes a long time. They didn't have a spare, apparently, or if they did, they didn't use it. So they've been waiting for contractor bids and the whole crap, whole thing. I don't even know if repair work has begun yet. So last February, not March. Okay, I stand corrected then. Just seriously? Seriously? They were worried about bird droppings getting in to maybe, taint the tap water. Well, if it's, why don't you just cut it off? It doesn't have to supply. I mean, obviously they get their water from somewhere else, the tap water, for daily use. So why don't you just cut the spigot so that nobody can get water from this reservoir in their tap, but keep it there? Doesn't matter if it has algae or pond scum. That's okay. Or bird droppings in it. Doesn't matter if ducks are hanging out. Who cares? You have it for the firefighting emergency with the cover off. Yeah, the helicopters could dip out of it. They went over to it and it was dry. So this is the real part. The fish part is not real, but this is the real part about the water pressure. So it's a, I don't know why people are repeating the thing about the fish. Like, it doesn't matter. 500 to 600 miles away, with different dams and different rivers where they're releasing water for fish. Doesn't have to do with anything here. So, but what I don't like Newsom, like some things we can fault him for, is he should have gotten a clue that LA was really mismanaged and become a fire trap. If he was good at his job, he would not have stood and slapped the mayor on the back and stood in solidarity with her when the freeway melted. There's so many things a county and a city is doing that's so ridiculously stupid. They rented out spaces underneath freeway overpasses. First of all, they made a gate so the homeless couldn't take shelter. Right. Yeah, the homeless problem. Right. And then instead of just doing that, they said, oh, let's rent it out. Let's rent out the space under the freeways so people can make junkyards there. Yeah, that's fine. Fire hazard junkyards. It was so crazy. I covered it live, the freeway melting. It cost so much money to the taxpayer, and the feds are going to pay for it. So you and me are paying for it. And they allowed pallets and wood and flammable materials and junk cars and stuff to just pile up to the rafters. And it was quite a fuel load. So they're not even sure what caused it. I think they never found out, right? One person throwing a cigarette back in that gated area could have just, boom, caused it. Could have been arson. Who knows? Who knows? Could have been one of those vehicles having a fire. Who knows? But instead of like, mayor, why the hell are you doing that? Stop, like a good governor should do. Resign. This is stupid. You put people in danger. You melted a freeway. You caused a huge amount of economic damage to your city and to most of the state, because I-5 can't just go offline. It's the main connector between Alaska, Canada, and Mexico. So you shut down I-5. That's costing the millions per second in lost economic commerce, let alone the cost of fighting it and rebuilding the damn thing. So yeah, but he patted her on the back and they both grinned to the camera and said, we're doing a heck of a job. That's when I realized, oh God. Oh God. Oh God. Hopefully during her term there isn't a major disaster. Okay. So much this is preventable. I'm right with you in feeling the rage. I got a leash on my rage, but it's like that Michael Jackson song. Don't it just want to make you want to scream? No, it's not full. It's still empty. It was dry when they went over to get it. It's dry right now. So there is a YouTube pilot who flew over it 2 weeks ago, and it was dry. So he very carefully said, hey, these things don't fill up in a day. I don't think they could fill in 2 weeks. I don't know. That seems like it would take months, honestly, depending on their methodology. But this, if you have, I remember we got a swimming pool and we wanted to swim the first day we got it. My dad said, don't bother getting in your bathing suit. I didn't listen, so I ran off and got my bathing suit. So we had multiple hoses. We even got hoses from a neighbor. And hours later, there was like this thin, like 2 inches in the bottom of our swimming pool. Oh God, it takes some time. So unless they have like some mega pipes, I would doubt that they could fill it 2 weeks. So a pilot flew over in a regular joyride, and on his YouTube channel, it's clearly dry. He goes out of his way though with disclaimers to say, I'm making no claims as to whether or not it was dry or wet during the fires. He knows about things. I'm going to carefully say my official stance on it is I don't see how it could have been filled by now. Every account that I've heard of is that it was dry. If it was wet, it was full. I don't think they would have lost the pressure at all as fast as they did. And if there had been a place to dip out of it, it would have been nice if they took the cover off. I don't know if you can take it off in a day or quickly. That should be the way they are designed, so that they could dip. The disaster may have been confined to this little bowl right here. Honestly, it really could have. This could have been what we lost, the summit. That's it. It's fast response, adequate response. And by air is your fastest. So, I don't know. We could have had a much less of a fire. We know many neighborhoods burned down just because of the loss of water pressure. We may have had, maybe the winds were just too fierce. We may have had a straight line going through these hills all the way, boom. Say Tuna Beach, Panga Beach. It might have just gone. Psh. That was mostly the wind direction. I know it was erratic a little bit, but other periphery neighborhoods they could have saved as the fire spread out to the sides. We know many were lost, and we saw them with some on the cameras. It's because nobody was there. We heard, why is nobody there? Don't bother driving into a neighborhood you can't save because you don't have water, because water's not coming. And they asked for the water trucks, and the water trucks weren't there. So, God knows where all the hundreds of water trucks the county owns for building roads, construction is at, why they didn't call people in to work to do a water truck bucket chain thing, but we'll have to find this out when later people analyze what went wrong. But we had crews asking for 4 hours, 4.5 hours. We get a water truck and not having one. And they finally left. They reluctantly left. You could hear their hearts breaking. Wait. Lastman's World says, isn't there another lake nearby, though, over those mountains? No, that's not Mount Baldy. No. Yeah, I'm not that familiar with the region either, but to the east, you got, here's Mandeville Canyon and stuff. To the east of the Palisades, you got Brentwood and Crestwood Hills, you got Hollywood Hills, like True Bel Air, where the 1961 fire ripped through right here. In the video we saw, the 1961 fire jumped 405 and lit Crestwood Hills on fire and Mandeville Canyon on fire. So, and they lost water pressure too. And they said in 1961, we got to change that. Got to have more reservoirs, got to have bigger water mains. They've had until 1961 to realize what a lack of water uphill does when you're trying desperately to fight a fire. So Mount Baldy's pretty far away, and I don't know how to get to it. Let's go to it. Yeah, in fact, it's different. Isn't that a different county? Is it LA County? Wrightwood? That's the Frog Mountain. YouTube? Sorry. Google? Okay, let's go back here. Mount Baldy Visitor Center and Lodge. Potato Mountain, whatever that is. Yeah. See what's down here? Claremont, so Livia. Yeah, that's the same. It's just purely LA County. Quick facts, Wikipedia. That's yes, okay. That is on the edge, LA County, I believe. I think that's the county you highlighted. You see, it's on the edge, I believe. Locals correct me. I don't know my stuff. So that's where the bridge fire region was last year. It seems like a million years ago, doesn't it? Not too long ago, I was trying to familiarize myself with the bridge fire and where that was. So if we, you know what, if we go on Caltopo instead, we're going to see fire footprint. So let's just go to fire footprints of the past fires, fire history. Where's the Griffith Park stuff over there? Where was the oh, deja vu. The 2021 fire here is called the Palisades. I looked at it and was happy that it stayed small. Maybe that was what the difference was back in 2021, but I don't know what the winds were doing back then. So if you go to the zoom out, down here is where the airport was, Orange County. Zoom out more at the red is the latest of the fires. And orange is, you know, it goes color code back in time. Yellow is usually further back in time. So you got the Orange County and the airport was down here. And the line, the line in San Bernardino. And then you've got the bridge fire that was LA County. There's the Bobcat up in there. It's just these overlap so confusingly. There's a way to find it really well on the map. In fact, Bolly was almost hit a couple of times the past few years. Okay, now we're in the region. Williams, the 2018 what? And something. 15. Yeah, they've gotten somewhat lucky. Yeah, so that's high altitude stuff over there. Where was the? Orient me to the bridge. Where the hell was the bridge fire, guys? It's so late. I said to myself I wouldn't be on for more than 2 hours. This is what happens. So you understand that when I take a day off, it's because every time I want to do a 2-hour stream, that doesn't happen. Fire. Oh, whoops! I'm not on the wiki. I'm on in Google Maps. Okay. Bridge fire map. Okay. So I'm hoping for a bigger zoomed out regional map to kind of show you in comparison to where the summer fires were versus, okay, here's a general one from a while ago. Where Southern California's 3 biggest wildfires are burning. September 12th, 2024. There's a big push to make the dates really big and to put a headline that says this is an older fire because they renamed the freaking fires the same thing. So it's been a problem for myself and mods too, have made the mistake of saying there's a new fire in such and such place. And I go, what? No, there isn't. And my mods go, yeah, there is. And then people in chat go, yeah. There's a new fire in such and such. I say, no, there isn't. There's no heat detection. What are you talking about? And I say, this is why we need to share the links, guys. And so I check out their link. It's to a news article from years ago. That's why the thing is about Google, which is their fault in searching, is in websites that already have a lot of views, go to the top of the search results. It's not breaking news. It's so dumb. So older fires have more hits. They've had more views. So older fires of the same name go to the top of the search results. It's not what's relevant. So because Google won't change, keep confusing the hell out of people, it's up to independent news outlets, Mercury News and others, which they do a great job with fires, to make it real clear, this is the past. Instead of having tiny dates right there that say 2024. Because, deja vu, huh? The 3 big wildfires burning simultaneous in California. Yeah, that happened last year. These were the ones. As you can see, over here is Malibu. This is where the Palisades is. See, can we get this bigger? Okay. Now there is a dark mode went off. So, the idiocy, like, of the hoax that said all 3 started at once, and the hoax video going around on TikTok and YouTube and X, is that's not LA. Okay? LA County was over here, extends to over here. But this is where last year's, and there's Mount Baldy over there. The bridge fire was LA County. It's not LA. So today's, see, there's Malibu. God, the word is tiny. I'm just looking at how it looks like for you guys. I hate this. I want to move this aside. I can't get rid of it. Sorry. Stupid. Can you read the word Malibu right there? There's Malibu. The current Palisades fire is in this footprint. It goes from like Malibu almost to where it says that to Santa Monica, up into the hills, right up here. So the Sunset Fire was further to the east, which freaked people out by West Hollywood Hills. Thank God they got a quick pounce on that. That could have been arson. I don't know. Hard to say. That was very suspicious. And again, the way that power lines are these days, I don't know if there are power lines there to go down. But over here, number 2. No, sorry. Yeah, that's where the bridge fire was. Right here, bridge. So pretty far away. It's still LA County, technically. So the other one here, line, was started by arson, allegedly. So the alleged arsonist is presumably still in custody. I wouldn't imagine he would be released on bail, otherwise he might disappear, right, friends? Maybe it's for his own good. And while those 2 fires were so huge, we had the worst thing possible happen during Santana's, or not Santana's, but High Wind Day, and that was the airport fire broke out due to incompetence and negligence. You know, if you're going to send tractors to close a road so that people can't light fires up on that road, why don't you send a water truck with the damn tractors? They just might make a spark. They were trying to move boulders to block a road so that people couldn't drive up in the hills and start a fire and take out the nearby communities. It was foresight to want to do that. Yes, during red flag conditions, people should not be hiking anywhere near this kind of area above neighborhoods. Because even accidentally, a fire they start is going to just tear through the neighborhood. It's going to just erase the town downwind. So it was foresight. It was good to shut down the road. It was bad to not send fire trucks with it in case something went wrong. Any kind of construction can cause a spark. The irony here is so awful. I can't tell you. So this airport fire sparking is what made the bridge and the line and others get worse because they just were spread so thin. And so many crews on the bridge and line, there were few to respond to the airport. There were these epic battles, and that's why I left it on 24/7. You could see these, we knew that there's one particular radio station, and it was by the line, the road to it was the last line of defense for these neighborhoods to the east. In El Carrizo and like Elsinore area. If the fire went past that radio tower, it was going to take out these neighborhoods with abandoned. And they needed to stop it there. So fire crews got trapped there. They did some low pass fancy flying, which was really frightening, up against the water, right almost practically on top of the crews. We saw them working and trying to save their own lives. At some point, fire crews got trapped there. I stayed awake a better portion of 3 days because there was fire danger everywhere. Reno and area and here too. But the day I went to sleep, that's when it crossed and took out the neighborhoods, and I woke up to that. So I have trouble sleeping. I don't know when it's safe for me to go to sleep because the moment that we're needed is hard to know when. So I wish I could see the future. Why was it called the airport fire? Good question. So almost all fires are named after the nearest road access. Why we get weird names like the Camp Fire for what happened at Paradise, because it happened near Camp Road. So that's why fires keep getting renamed the same damn thing, because fires tend to start in the same areas. They're areas of either high winds or other vulnerability. These fires repeat in the same spots in the same times a year. If you look deep back enough further into history, and sometimes they repeat in the same spot several times in the same year. So I understand, and I don't like this policy, that the convenience of naming a fire after the nearest road access, because that's how fire crews get there real quick. If the fire's named Airport Fire, then they think about Airport Road, right? Which I believe was somewhere near here. Now, here's the problem with that. A lot of road names in California are the same names as towns and stuff, or counties. And sometimes when there's been a really bad fire, like called the line somewhere else, because usually, you know what line road means? Power line access road usually is what that means. Or there's plenty of line roads because of, it could be old telephone right away. It could be surveying lines. So there's baseline road is like almost one that's in almost every town, as you make a cross to do surveying to make a town. So there's always a baseline road, there's always a line road, there's always an airport road. And so we name these fires after the same thing. This screws everybody, causes mass confusion. Because like Colorado had a fire that was called something to do with California, January 1st. It was mentioned in the Palisades meeting that January 1st, Colorado had a big conflagration. It was deadly. I was in California sick as a dog without a voice, so I couldn't cover it. Didn't have a laptop, so that's why I realized I needed a laptop to go live. But that was January 1st, 2022, the New Year's Day fire. So they named that fire after a road that had something to do with California. So even though it was taking place in Colorado, then California had a fire that was big. Like a week later, it was Santa Ana's or something, maybe San Diego or something, and it was called the Colorado Fire. So it was just ridiculous, the confusion over that. But they rename and recycle the names of fires, and so everybody's screwed. Like if it's generic, like Sunset Fire. I bet you right now, everybody trying to find desperately information about their own fire, like how do I evacuate? They Google Sunset Fire, they're going to find thousands of other Sunset Fires all over the state. And because of the way that search engines work, the older fire results are going to go to the top. You would have to go to page 75 to find the new fire because not that many people have viewed the website yet. It's absolutely ridiculous. I need to find something to replace my dismay word. So, but once again, if I don't know how many people come and go or just listening perpetually, but the fact that news articles like this exist and say stuff like where Southern California's 3 big wildfires are burning, okay, there needs to be a state law or something. It would be good if media outlets will just rename to past tense for stuff that happened last year to help perpetuate the hoax that these are the 3 big fires. No, the line, the airport, and the bridge. Santa Monica's over here. There's the true location of the Palisades. But anyway, a lot of people not familiar with the area are more likely to believe the hoax. It already looks like a bad hoax to the locals because it's obvious that whoever perpetuated it doesn't know where the hell LA is. So, but we've already gone over that earlier in my stream. So if you want to look at my Twitter feed, it's Wildfires there. So I've done a little myth and hoax busting a little bit. I should do more. But morning. I don't show homes and stuff burning down and devastation on my live stream. It's a sanctuary here, YouTube is, for fire victims to not see anything too traumatic. Anything goes on the Twitter. So that's the balance I have. I'll share anything relevant on the Twitter. Some of it can be a lot to handle. So, let's see here. There's plenty of stuff I've been showing. So, Fire Photo Girl, I think she's been heroic in this. She's one of the journalists that helped put out spot fires in neighborhoods when crews took hours to arrive. You'll see stuff like this. It's just unbelievable. Now, Zeke Lunder, at the Lookout, I should link you his video. Something I haven't fully watched. Took a mental health break from it. So just be aware. He has a guy from Watch Duty who filmed much of the Eaton Fire on his show, and as it goes, it's just sad. But they do good things too. I think he should edit out the video so that the analysis portion, like when he analyzes this photo, should be separate from the devastation as it happened stuff. It's a lot for people to see their neighborhoods burning down live, and the stores and stuff, historical buildings and the whole thing. So what they do is they comment. So I highly recommend the Lookout channel. I learned a lot from Zeke. You know, we never were affiliated with each other, but I respect him too. Is another one of the big voices that kept people daily informed during the Dixie and the Caldor. So myself, Zeke Lunder, journalists like Sarah Luna, Holt Hanley, daily updates and long lives and many question and answer times when the officials were not doing a good job of that, and lots of explaining and myth busting. And Daniel Kearns, of course, Matthew Henderson, who I try not to mention, the journalist who later attacked me and sent his followers here and lied about me and stuff. You know, I don't try to promote him, of course, but he was a journalist driving around showing people the neighborhoods when we were not there. Homes were still there, so he was, while he was still working with me, you know, a good resource. Later, he turned on me like a snake and acted like I was doing something bad. So don't ask me why, but he told thousands of people to come into my channel and yell at me. I got death threats and stuff. I don't think he meant for the death threats to happen. That was really not cool of him. But I must say that he did a service for people. And we were the ones telling people what was really going on, and people had no idea. So the Encino Reservoir is huge. There needs to be more big water tanks in the hills to make it so the gravity-fed system doesn't rely on pumps or electricity, because if it does, God help us during an earthquake. But what Zeke pointed out about this specific photo, yeah, it's real. Unfortunately real. Just a couple homes here that survived in this photo, a couple right down here, and down there are schools and stuff. He said that not all the homes should be rebuilt because it's just a solid line of homes, and mostly homes, when a conflagration starts, homes are mostly lighting other homes on fire. They're too close, and they're across the street from each other. So he suggested like this strip here just become a park. If you put some strips, turn them into parkland, I think special compensation should be given to anybody willing to give up their land for such a thing. And that would give a green space that would cool down the neighborhood with green space, because that's a lot of pavement and rooftops for baking in the sun. Parks with water available, you know, green grass and stuff. Swimming pools, maybe, you know, something fire crews can use in a pinch that, you know, it could be for public good swimming and later a source of a backup water source. But he noted that there's no There's no barrier here, period. There's no fire break at all. And a park can be a fire break. There's no empty lots. There's no bare dirt. There's no shelter-in-place options, nothing like that. So the way we rebuild will determine whether or not mass death events occur in the future. It's up to us, the choices we make today and things we push for. But I wouldn't recommend watching the whole thing if you are very close to this fire and traumatized. It's a lot. Let me see if I get have the link handy. I was, yeah, it's called Inside the SoCal Firestorms. Very, very humble title, this video. Here it is, the link in the description. So like I said, I had to take mental health breaks from it, and he does a good job of warning people. But there's a gentleman from Watch Duty who filmed the Eaton live, and I know this is a Palisades, but the Eaton it got worse and worse live. That's a lot to watch. Ruthie B says, I fell asleep and Catherine's still going. I wanted to stay up, but I couldn't. Oh, I know my voice is so soothing and methodical and PR based and hypnotic, you know. If you can't sleep right now, go to sleep. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. Little Ruthie. Go to sleep. Go to sleep. Okay. Hopefully, Ruthie B is back asleep. Yeah. Okay. Yes, graphene, the new era we live in. People may wonder, what era do we live in? It's not the Stone Age. Clearly, it's not the Copper Age or the Bronze Age. Mostly eras are defined by metals until you get to the Renaissance, which is another age, Enlightenment, and then you get to the age of industrial age. Then you have the space age. What age are we in right now? The graphene age. We're in a totally new existence as human beings due to the discovery of graphene. It's going to change so much about the world that it'll feel like the miracle future we were promised has been delivered. We're just waiting on a couple of things such as economical mass production methods. As soon as that is worked out, it'll change the world just like the Bessemer steel process changed the world. That is how you could manufacture steel much cheaper. One simple idea. And that allowed for steel, giant bridges, and giant skyscrapers to be made out of steel and the rest of our world. The Bessemer steel process is a simple idea. You don't have to buy a million things of coal and pump huge things of air into it to get it hot enough to manufacture steel. That's when it was really expensive. Simple genius. You want a fire to get hotter? You want more oxygen. You want more oxygen and air for your furnace? You make cold air go in, because cold air and cold water has a lot more oxygen in it, and it's, seventh grade, go back to solubility, basic chemistry and stuff. But yes, you can dissolve more oxygen in cold air and cold water. Don't ask me to explain that right now. But so all he did was pipe in cold air to the furnaces, and you need a lot less fuel. You make steel better. So the graphene age is upon us. As soon as those kinks are worked out, such as how do you mass produce it, that's how steel took over the world. When cast iron was the thing before. The industrial age was an age of cast iron. Steel was after that process was invented. So that's why you see stuff like relics like the Eiffel Tower. It's made out of cast iron. Cast iron is strong, but it can't flex, so it can't bend in the wind. Theoretically, a hurricane hits Paris, Eiffel Tower is just going to fall down. That happens a lot. That's why it's still standing, but It can't flex in high winds. Steel can, therefore we have skyscrapers. That's changed the whole world, didn't it? That's allowed cheaper rail lines to be constructed and warships to become cheaper. And it plays a factor in World War II, doesn't it? Anyway, we are now in the graphene age because it's going to just revolutionize every industry as a miracle material. And it'll rapidly change the world. Copper right now may be obsolete in electronics. It's not right now at this moment, but the fact that graphene doesn't oxidize, it'll have a lot cheaper to make once they mass produce it, right? And graphite's way cheaper, a lot more graphite than copper around. It's a better conductor of electricity. So in the future, power lines will be made out of graphene. Hopefully they're below ground, but they could be so strong that they could prop up a tree, like leaning on a power line. And because graphene is a miracle substance, you could make saran wrap out of graphene, cling wrap. A layer of graphene that thin, you can take an elephant and have them step on a pencil, bounce on all their weight on a pencil, and they can't punch a hole in the graphene. It's that strong. It'll depend on how it's made, but you can make glass that's flexible out of it. So the talk about how this is relevant in the chat is what miracle things can graphene do, and it can be made into special filters and membranes and things that look like glass that allow some gases and some things to pass through and others not to, including salt. So they made saltwater filters made out of graphene. This could ensure that with a simple filter, nobody ever dies of thirst at sea again during a shipwreck. You have those in your lifeboats. And it could mean that we could irrigate with salt water with the ocean. It'll revolutionize everywhere. Everywhere there's an ocean, you can irrigate. Wow. Goodbye, coastal deserts in some places. You can restore places that desertified. So that is a possibility coming down the pipe. It's not here yet. But a simple filter where salt stays in the filter and fresh water goes past has been the holy grail of water filtration. And right now, desalination is a big, energy expensive process. Israel has a good deployment of it. They are not dependent on water coming from elsewhere due to desalination. So it's part of the reason why they don't give up in wars. They have their own water supply. So that's a pretty small country, though. They need it, so that's in their budget. Why Southern California hasn't done massive desalination to support their own populace and leave us Northerners alone and stop stealing our water? I'm joking, guys. That's a lot. That's the kind of thing Northerners say. Why don't they just desalinate and stop stealing our water? Okay, just joking. That is a mystery. Like, why haven't they done that? It's so sad that the LA River doesn't reach the sea anymore. Like, come on. They paved it over. It's now like a giant canal. So, see here, go back at the chat. You guys are talking about glass blowing. Any questions for me at all? Hey, Rath, how you doing? I haven't eaten. You're right. I need to eat something else. I ate something 8 hours ago when we first started. I just realized I haven't eaten anything else. Yeah, Upper Franklin Canyon Reservoir is big. How big is big, guys? The reservoir was intact, the Stone Canyon in Beverly Hills. It seemed to not matter during the 1961 Bel Air fire, but I haven't read the whole report. I found it. I'm going to read it. Maybe I should read it live. But I bet you there's a lot in the 1961 report for this fire. I'm going to echo everything about what just happened. I mean, even the movie they made about it, the 61 Bel Air fire right here, talking about the same streets, the same places. It went into Mandeville Canyon and whatnot. 405, fire jumping it. But they ran out of water pressure, even though Stone Canyon seems to have been present at the time. So They identified that they needed to change the water system. Did it happen? No. No. So, it's been decades of the dice rolling to disaster. It finally came up. If you have a disaster that's possible, eventually it will occur. In order to prevent a disaster, you have to make sure that it's not possible. That's the whole point. So everything will happen if given enough dice rolls, enough years go by. Every disaster will happen that is possible. The only way you prevent it is take away the things that make it possible. So one of the worst things, ignition sources above your communities, remove them. Power lines on these high hills that have some of the highest clocked wind speeds, 100 miles an hour. Not only should they not be rickety, they shouldn't be above ground. What the hell are you thinking? Same thing, there's a big ass power line on the top of a high hill with last month's Franklin fire that I have my suspicious eyes on. It's just stupid. Make a conduit pipe with power lines in it if you have to. They do that in Russia where they can't dig in permafrost. Get creative. But holy God. The other thing that enables the disaster, not other than ignition source, is running out of water pressure. You think it's good to run out of water pressure? That we learned a lesson in 1906, and when San Francisco burnt down through a fire. It wasn't an earthquake that destroyed San Francisco, it was a damn fire. So you'd think after the big quakes around this region, you'd get a clue. The water system has to be thus. It has to have many areas where you can shut it off and start it. The water mains will all break and shatter. So where they're broken, you have to shut it off to those areas. You have to keep it flowing where they didn't shatter. You have to have a system where at the end of every street, you can shut it off to the street or turn it back on. And it'll be a network of broken versus not broken. And so where you still have the pressure, you have to close the pipes off where it's leaking. Otherwise, your water leaks away where the pipes are broken. So you have to redirect. That is what we need. It is not what we have, obviously. So we have to be thinking bigger. The bigger disaster, a big quake could rock the entire region, and every single one of these cities is crying for help, and none of them can support each other because they all have their own problems. This is what happens when fire occurs in the other towns and municipalities come to help one neighborhood. It's still, we couldn't handle it. What the hell's going to happen with a bigger quake and or tsunami event too, where all the water mains are broken and the gas lines are ruptured and they start to ignite one by one and the fires go absolutely out of control? That is the fate of this region. They don't get their beep together. They needed to have started preparing in the 60s. They really have not. We have not learned any damn lessons. They're still underneath. Okay, you know why I'm so critical about the freeway thing? You can't have your freeways collapse and burn down, because the freeways are the quick fire access roads, where the fire crews have to go quickly to and from to reach places in time. So you can't store anything flammable under your freeway overpasses. You can't have them burn up in your city fire and block the freeways too, or you're just totally screwed. So the whole earthquake unsafety of that when the freeway melted last year, I was starting to get bad feelings. This entire region is going to have a huge quake, and it's acting like it will never happen. So don't rebuild too fast. Don't rebuild death-trapped neighborhoods. That's another thing that enabled the fire to get this bad. Not only the lack of water pressure, but homes too close together. Most homes can defend themselves, but they can't if they're this close together. You can't have flammable shrubs in between them touching each other's roof. One roof is on fire, the next one is due to this tree passing it along. This fire codes were this bad a long time ago, then they got better. And then they changed them again to be this bad. This is unheard of until the 90s again, where things start to go wrong. if you're sure, and we are, that water mains and pipes are going to break, then you need water reservoirs. Just have a lot more public swimming pools, a lot more of them, and plan them to be recreation in the good times and a good emergency backup in the bad times. Other things that cause us disaster, every little thing we can change. This didn't need to happen. That's why if we do push for change, we don't have to have this happen again. Without change, it will, inevitably. There's many little things we can do. It's a series of small things. Some of these are big projects, but it's a small, simple idea that all this could be totally changed. Where you have these ridges, you need the biggest, fattest fire access roads ever. They need to be paved. They need to be quick access. And you already have to have water tanks there. So if fire crews there, just drive up there and they man the city walls. In fact, some walls would be great. Feasibility, I don't know, but in strategic spots, you could keep fire from cresting and going up over these hills. If you have even low retaining wall type things like 6-foot tall brick walls and stuff at certain spots, they can be shelter-in-place options for the crews, and you can stop it from going over the ridges and going down the other sides. The ridge tops are your best place where you can. The death trap, no firefighter is going to go down into a canyon to fight it because you can't. If all of your escape avenues are uphill, you'll die. You can't outrace fire uphill. So they man the city walls, so to speak. They go up to the fire access roads on the ridges and wait for the fire to go up to them. So these always need to be a ready-to-go fire break. Pave it, that's better. Remember how fire crews wouldn't go down a couple of roads because they were popping their tires? They had to wait for a snowplow? Seriously? Okay, better road maintenance on these. These are critical. Make bridges in between the canyons so that fire crews can go from one end to the other. Yeah, it's spendy. You know, this disaster is more expensive. That's okay. Put gates on them with keys. Only fire crews have the keys. But you need them. They identified that in 1961. The fact that they have to go, takes half an hour to drive down and drive back up to other places again. Another big factor in disasters. You just start eliminating these until you have eliminated the possibility of the disaster. Everything that helped cause it, you eliminate them, and you don't have the same disaster. You have low-key fires, but not disasters. These are man-made due to neglect, poor decision-making, and lack of foresight, failure to learn lessons of prior fires. 100%. So you don't think it's hopeless. Climate change is not going to matter here. It doesn't at all, because you can have cold weather, fires like this with high wind. It doesn't matter the temperature. It matters that the winds occur. They're not climate change related. For the Santa Anas, they will always be here until the next ice age, until the Sierra Nevada mountains erode. So even if we won the climate battle, that's not scheduled to happen for centuries or something. That wouldn't matter. This would still occur. Still need to do all this because you're still in an earthquake-prone area. You're still in a place where the Santa Anas blow. So if you can't safely build a neighborhood that this won't become a mass death grave, don't build the neighborhood. Build a neighborhood that the land will support, and then get creative. Allow the development to dead-end areas, as long as you have fireproof buildings, completely 100% fireproof. You can do that. For as far as outside wildfires, lighting them on fire, and get creative with shelter-in-place options, and just be prepared to lose neighborhoods, which I think is stupid. I think the disaster cost is too great. But don't allow too many people to live at the end of a street, so that when they all try to leave it once they can't. I'm surprised that more people didn't die actually from this whole affair. But hey, they're still digging steaming corpses out of the rubble. So I'll say this: I'm surprised that they haven't found more bodies yet. I have to put it like that. So yeah, the graphene era will change everything. once they do perfect the graphene saltwater filters, it'll be everything from, nobody will ever die at sea again, as long as they have, like, their super life straw, like a different kind of life straw, huh? And once water can be used, the ocean, coastal states and city, everything they could aqueduct, purified ocean water, big underground pipes, feed it into reservoirs from the ocean, so we never have a low reservoir again, ever. Pipe it, do major construction projects back to Hoover Dam if you have to. Like, we got options about things. But that'll be new technology for a new era. There's one thing about ancient civilizations and a history major, not that I got a degree or anything, but there's one true saying about civilizations, how long they lasted. All the civilizations that were successful have one thing in common, and that is the complete dominion over water access. They mastered the transportation and storage of water. Any civilizations that failed utterly collapsed. So the Inca, most of them went downhill due to one giant earthquake that broke most of their aqueducts. They had aqueducts all over the place to irrigate farmland. Quite a blow to them that happened right before the Spanish conquistadors came around. So they were pretty weakened by that event. But that's how they rose to power and stayed that way, is the will to resist an overlord kind of goes away when they bring you special treats like prosperity and green fields where there was a desert, right? So you look at Rome. Rome is famous for their aqueducts and their roads. So there's that. Kingdom of Jerusalem later rose to prominence, and it's so biblical and all that because they had the spring. They chose Jerusalem to be right there because it was an endless water source in case Romans or anybody else had besieged the city. They had endless water in the Shalom Springs. And all the way up to the top of the city, the Temple Mount area, which is the last line of defense. Places that are the most strategic located, they have a water source you can't poison or get rid of. And they had a good run with that era of civilization. Look at the Nabateans, the people of Petra. They had secrets, and they had secret aqueducts and reservoirs that were underground. So they led the Roman. They said, Rome, we don't want to be your beep. We don't want to be your client kingdom. We'll be your ally, though. Rome said, wait a second. We're talking about Petra, Petra, like in Indiana Jones. Jordan. The whole point here is that civilizations thrive when they master the control of water and decline when they don't. So Petra, pretty dry up there. It's a canyon. Where we're at on the map, right? Yes, that Petra with sandstone stuff. They chose their city to be in the middle of this region, this one, Old Petra. And if you're thinking, well, how can they do this in the desert? They turned it lush. Looks like that today. It was lush oasis. It was where everybody had to stop with their caravans and stuff to get their water. It's a nice strategic location because all of the trade up the Gulf, the Red Sea and all that, and up here the Gulf of Aqaba. Remember Lawrence of Arabia? We've taken Aqaba, dude. So this is where Aqaba area is where the boats would stop and then the caravans would go. So they had this awesome stop right here of lush everything. They could accommodate as many caravans as could arrive because it was lush. They made it that way because they realized that there are these torrential rainstorms in the Middle East. And so there's too much water at once, and then there's not enough water the rest of the year. So just the same way they carve these things, they have a soft sandstone that's red. Beautiful stuff. And no, it wasn't space lasers and aliens. Where's Carney Shield to make that joke? Um, it's not actually rocket science to build stuff like this. It doesn't really take a whole lot of manpower. They start from the top to carve these, and they make their own steps, and they carve the top first, and they make more steps down, and they just remove more, and they go down, down, down. So they don't have to have giant scaffolding. It's not high risk. They're not hanging from ropes or anything to carve it. They're standing on solid ground and solid rock, and carving as lazy and thoroughly as they want to. It's really soft stuff. So the thing that they realized about this is what they did later with their skills. What they realized about their region is this is sandstone too up there is bedrock. So if they were to drill a hole on the top of one of these and hollow out center, then when it did rain, it fills up. The thing about sandstone is it's really porous, and the water will drain out of it because it slowly leaks out of sandstone. And that's where all the other civilizations went wrong. Reminder, this is the Iron Age. This is Roman times. It's not the Bronze Age or anything. And these guys came by and went, dude, genius idea. You know what we're going to do? Line it. We're going to line it. It's not going to leak at all. We're going to put some liner in these cavities. It's going to fill up naturally with the storm. Stay full of water the rest of the year. So, yippee-ki-yay. Whoever had this genius idea led his people to prosperity, because these wandering tribes, settled down here and made a paradise out of nothing by simply drilling little holes, hollowing out little sections, creating their own reservoirs everywhere inside. And so this canyon canyons are carved by floods, partly. It washes out with the flooding. So they built their own little dams and stuff. So the reason the whole place was abandoned later is a major quake happened. And so the party was over. I mean, I'm just going to skip to the end. Why is it's not lush anymore? Not only did their little dam collapse that funneled the floodwaters away from their main town, kept washing away the town. The liners all were cracked in the quake, and so they had so many reservoirs to fix and repair, they couldn't do it in time before they lost their crops and the plants died. And so the caravans and stuff rediverted, and all this stuff happened. So this is why it's a ghost town, one of the biggest ghost towns and the coolest on Earth. Why I know so much about it. I know about ghost towns. So here's a funny story about how they told the Romans to go shove it. They're one of the few city-states to ever do that and be successful. And Rome eventually had to deal with it and give up on them. They said to the Romans, hey, you know what? We don't want to be your client kingdom, but we'll be your ally. How's that? Well, Rome was insulted by this. Instead of just taking a good thing, they were greedy, they wanted a piece of this action. The Nabateans were filthy rich, so they had the best carvings ever. This is a tomb, actually. So they had elaborate tombs in the canyons. The reason it got like this is because they had nothing else to do with their money. They had already blinged out everything. They said, make tombs is just as cool looking. They're taxing. You could come here with your caravan, but you had to pay for the privilege, right? Since this was the only place that was this lush and it could accommodate an endless amount of caravans for a reasonable fee, you could hang out here as long as you want. Camels and horses and everything can drink as much as they want. Armies can come through and go, that's fine. You can water your animals for a fee. And they just played the awesome middleman game and just raked it in, right? As they raked it in, they had more money to expand and have more aqueducts, and then they got even more lush. And they got even more independent and cocky. And then they had a good army. Then they started training for war. Because you gotta defend a good thing in the Middle East, otherwise it's not going to be yours for long. So Rome comes around. Yeah, we'll be your ally, but no, you can't have a piece of our action. We'll even pay you some, but it's the amount that we want to pay you, Rome, okay? For your protection, for your alliance. And Rome went, what? I don't remember what Caesar it was at the time. Can you imagine him reading the scroll and going, they said what? No, that's not, you can't have somebody saying no to Rome. Other people will say no. So Rome sent an army for the Nabateans here. Ta-da! There, they sent an army. Sucks to be them, is the poor things. They have us surrounded, the poor guys. So when the Roman army got here, they found it deserted. Found it deserted. Nobody was here. There's some old people and some kids. Have you guys seen, anybody? Nah. Well, where did your army go and your citizens? And they truthfully said, that way. That way? Yeah, that way. Because that was part of the trap for the Romans. Why you don't need to kill Romans if Romans will get themselves killed. Same thing about Russia and their winters. You don't need to really kill Napoleon's army when the terrain's going to do it for you. You just got to lure them in deeper to the hazardous terrain. So the tracks led out to the desert. So the Romans were not entirely stupid. They realized it could be a trap or something. But they knew that these people wouldn't go out to the desert if they didn't have water, because they just kill themselves. So the Romans assumed, well, they got water out there, so we'll follow them, and we'll find the water too. And they paid a couple of traders to be their guides. Except the traders weren't traders. It was all part of the plan. So the traders were like, yeah, man. They went that way, obviously. And there's totally water out there. We'll totally show you where it is. But they would get to a place where obviously a big group of people had been, just deeper and deeper into the desert. And there's still nobody there. And no water. Who knows which way they went, but they went out to the desert. So the Romans started dying. And the guides disappeared. So they went on a merry chase around the Arabian Peninsula. They went somewhere like this, if I could remember right. You'd have to remember. I have to Google it. But they ended up back on the road that paralleled the Red Sea here. Jeddah or something. It went almost all the way to like Jeddah, the hard way, out in the death zone. You don't even see anything out there today. Like there's a reason there's nobody out there today. There's nothing. No oasis, there's no nothing. Some rocks, that's about it. So how did the people survive and the Romans didn't? Well, they were smart. They had secret underground reservoirs, probably most of which have not been found today. I wonder if we'll ever find them. So they were lined, were huge, and they looked like everything else in the desert. You had to be trained. You had to know where to look. And then you had to do special stuff like touch special stones and reveal plumbing and pipes and stuff. So people were filling up water skins and whatnot from spigots, presumably, and then moving on. And having their animals drink and burying it again and moving on. So even when they were there, the Romans couldn't figure it out and couldn't discover them. They were really well hidden. So who knows how many are out there waiting to be discovered? They would be major archaeological sites. I mean, the desert preserves stuff pretty well. So that is a story of a very successful civilization. And why? They mastered water, its transport and storage. So you can see even here unfortunate high water marks from where the flooding later ruined their civilization. If they had help to reconstruct, if there was a modern day FEMA type thing, they could have rebuilt. However, there's a couple of reasons to not rebuild. The first one was during the rebuilding, a second quake hit. The second quake wrecked things that they had just gotten done completing. And the good neighborhoods were the ones that shook down to the ground and were ruined. So the wealthy people moved on. The tent city in the desert is not cool. I mean, they were super wealthy. They're like, I don't want to live in a tent, man. Don't blame them. Their oasis was gone. Their plants were dead. It would be really difficult to restart. And now they had to worry about the torrential flooding. It was now out of control due to the earthquake breaking up their dams, their aqueducts. That was many years of infrastructure creation that was destroyed in a day. The second quake was a nail in the coffin. So they came back to bury their dead for a while. It became more of a cemetery, ghost town, a place for ceremony, and not a place you could safely stay in, and faded over time. But one thing about Rome is they also didn't like the inhabitants and encouraged trade routes to change, to weaken them, because they eventually gave up, and they were allies, but they were uneasy, didn't like each other, allies. So Rome wasn't about to help, and this place wasn't necessary for Rome's needs, because they weren't about to invade the Arabian desert. They had a hard enough time with Babylon and stuff, places where there's waters. Arabia would not have been conquerable. So they kept losing territory in the Middle East and gaining it back. Same thing with the Byzantines. So they just were reluctant to really shore up a place that later could turn against you, militarily especially. So there was no real incentive to create a big place where an army could all water themselves. You know. So, look back. Rudy Bees is very interesting, Catherine. Well, I'm glad at least you're listening. As long as I'm talking to one person, I'm at least not dealing with sorrow of being alone and all these fires, right? We have to deviate to topics and to cool down late night sessions. Otherwise, I'm going to go insane. Some people have the weird, unrealistic expectation that we're going to talk about fires 24/7. There's nobody on Earth who can do that unless they don't feel a thing for other human beings. There's no reporter that does that. There's no, and they take turns. There's no public information officer either. Oh, sorry, Raph, I didn't eat yet. You're right. You're scolding me. Let me find food. Something important to do. So, Aqaba, though, if you see Lawrence of Arabia, you get to see a lot of this region. Incredibly beautiful. Weirdest thing about Arabia is, except where these rocks are sticking out on top, the whole peninsula, the sand dunes are like 2 miles deep. As it was once the bottom of the ocean. So that's why it's sandstone at Petra. Sandstone is sedimentary. It's sand at the bottom of the ocean being compacted by the ocean's weight on top of it. That's how it forms. That's why I call it sedimentary. It's sediment, like sand at the bottom of the tank. So this was underwater, but the Africa plate bashed into the Eurasia plate. And I think the Arabian plate is its own little one. And it floated in between, so it's squished. So the land got pushed up high. So the seafloor sand is miles deep under the water. Today's sand dunes, it was like in the process of compacting into true rock that was never finished. Where these dunes are, they're like 2 miles deep. And then you get to the ground. So there's a lot about our planet we don't know. Because how are you going to drill 2 miles deep to look at the ground down there? There's all kinds of fossils down there. I couldn't imagine. There's entire huge intact fossils, I bet, of like proto whales and ancient sea creatures we never even heard of. They're just sitting there, but they're under 2 miles of sand. This is why, a lot of the planet's still a mystery. Inaccessible fossils in inaccessible places and places you can't drill to get the geologic history. Just giant question marks. We only, and look at the rest of the ocean. We basically don't know what's on the bottom of the sea in most places, the ocean. There's this gravity satellite mapping. It gives us a general idea. This is where these lines come from. But it's very not precise. We have these general ideas where there might be some sea mounts and stuff. There's plenty of underwater volcanoes we have never even discovered yet, and they're producing gases and they're producing methane and CO2 and all sorts of things. We just don't even know they exist. And they could be changing the weather. I mean, who knows what the El Nino and La Nina cycle even is about? We're not 100% about what causes it. We recently discovered it. Well, as far as geological time goes, like that's really recent. Wasn't it a couple of decades ago we kind of finalized theories of that? So, who knows exactly what influences them? You're talking about the Arctic ice shelves, and I got in an argument with a guy. I was trying to explain we just don't know much about the planet. Most of it's covered by ocean. We haven't even seen most of it. So we got a long way to go with the whole scientific discovery thing. It's not over. No, we haven't discovered everything. You want to go climb a mountain like higher than Everest? Go climb Kilauea. It's higher than Everest. But there are gigantic underwater mountains that used to be above water in the Ice Age, like this Kiribati and these archipelagos. The sea level was lower. Probably all this stuff is above ground, and we just don't know about it. So these giant gaps in our knowledge about, how people might have sailed all the way to Colombia, which looks like it happened. They could have hopscotched in the Ice Age, all sorts of islands that are no longer there. Or there could have been easy breezy trade winds that circulated that are no longer in existence that would take you there and back and stuff. But somehow things that grow in South America only got introduced to Micronesia, so long before the age of sail. So mysteries, huh? But we really don't know much about the planet. We really freaking don't. I got into an argument with a guy at a bar, and he said this giant ice shelf is broken off because of global warming and CO2. So me, devil's advocate, I said, where is that proven? And he goes, what? I said, look, I took an oceanography course. An entire ice shelf breaking off from the mainland could be the result of earthquake activity. I mean, it's melting rate. That's a different story. We're talking about like it breaking off, moving. And he goes, well, of course it's melting because of global warming and CO2. I said, okay, there's other things that cause global warming, okay, and like nitrous oxide and CFCs. Do you know that there's still not really an ozone layer over here? And that plays a factor. There's other things involved. So I just cautioned him against scapegoating CO2 before really looking into the thing. I said, there's other, I mean, there's volcanoes and stuff in the region. I don't know how active they are, but quakes happen. We know almost nothing about this entire continent. It's not ice like North Pole. This is a continent, mostly a desert, and it's bigger than China. So when they did sleds to get to the South Pole, they crossed so much land. They walked the entire length of China to get to the South Pole here. Not that many visitors have been there since. We barely know anything about the continent. I was just cautioning him. I said there are factors at play which can be different. Just don't immediately think every single thing is because of CO2 from your tailpipe, okay? He got really upset, which I don't like, because nothing I was saying was untrue. Yes, an earthquake can split, like earthquakes in Alaska split their glaciers, and then giant chunks of ice fall into the ocean. That happens a lot. I've seen other things like that occur. So I said just make sure that when the cracks form and stuff, that other factors. So I said, for example, we don't know what's underneath the ice portions of the bays here. There's no land. It's still like ice sheets. Like some of the places where they buried some of the people who try to get to South Pole are on moving things of ice, which will eventually dump their bodies and their graves into the ocean, like the Ross ice shelf, I think. I think that's where they were buried. So anyway, this thing happened, and I said, look, we don't even know what's underneath the ocean under those ice shelves. It'll take some submarine, and surveying. I said there could be volcanoes under there, for all we know. What if volcanoes erupted and heated up the water and that destabilized things and caused a crack to form? That would be something that we should know about. But we just discovered underwater seamounts, which are like mini volcanoes for gases, hot gases that are well beyond boiling temperatures, and a unique sea life that needs to be protected around these things. We didn't even know they existed until like the 80s with some deep sea science submersibles. I said, look, we haven't even mapped that stuff, so there's all sorts of factors here. He goes, underwater volcanoes under ice shelves in Antarctica. Are you crazy? I said, no, I'm a visionary, but whatever. Stuff just starts to come true that I've been talking for decades about. I don't mean visionary like Tesla. I mean, I envision the future and stuff comes true thanks to logical reasoning. I don't believe bull crap. If it's not, the claim is not supported, I don't believe the claim, no matter what it is. So I said, look, I'm just one of those hands-off people where I know we know we're humble. We know jack about the seafloor. And did you know that atmospheric temperature has no real bearing on the melting of sea ice, for example? He goes, what? I said, dude, I had an oceanography class. Sea ice is melted from the bottom up, from warmer temperatures from below. It doesn't matter what the air temperature is. Sea ice forms and melts from below. It's just oceanography 101. So when the sea ice comes down from the Gulf of Alaska with deadliest catch, it's melting when it gets to the warmer water currents as the currents change through the different seasons. It doesn't really matter what the above ground temperature is. So that determines the sea pack and the sea ice and the danger. Same thing over here with Titanic, running into the giant icebergs. This is an iceberg alley that flows down and ice flows. So whether or not their ice is melting or not, or the glaciers which become icebergs melt much, it's a seasonal thing and it changes with the seasonal currents. That cool movie, The Day After Tomorrow, it's just such a campy climate change flick. It's awesome. Where New York City deep freezes after a mega tsunami. That's based on a possibility that if too many glaciers and stuff melt, like in Greenland, that the fresh water will disrupt this banana belt current that comes from off Africa. This is why New York City is not permafrost. There's a hot current that goes from the Caribbean, Africa, Caribbean, and goes up to the New York, past Nova Scotia and all that. I mean, sure, you can have some snowy winters, but you don't have sea ice and stuff here due to the warm water. So if that was disrupted, theoretically, permafrost could be where New York is. So it was a sensationalized movie, but the fact that people are like freezing to death in New York and they barricaded themselves like Jake Gyllenhaal and some friends. The only people that survived were in buildings with a chimney and an actual fireplace. They go into the Met Library and there's big, elegant fireplaces from the 1800s and they're lighting fires in there and they're burning the books. Oh God, that was a cool movie, but it's loosely based on a thing. I tried to explain to him that water temperature is what melts the ice. So currents we haven't discovered and their activities, different flows and different patterns are what we need to study to figure out what happened with that ice shelf. And the presence of underwater volcanoes could possibly have something to do with it, especially if they cause quakes. That's what could cause a glacier to crack. Now, once a glacier or anything in ice cracks, the crack does not get smaller. It's like in glass; it gets bigger. It goes from end to end. So once the crack formed, the rest of it was going to fall off and break off. But what exactly formed it, you got to put it through its paces. So guess what happens later? I want to find this guy in the bar because I read the headlines. Volcanoes discovered under the ice shelves of Antarctica. Brand new. So yes, there are volcanoes underneath it. I don't know if they're shallow enough or if they can change the water temperature or how active they are, but that the likeliness of them generating quakes, we have to know about that because, if a large enough chunk breaks off and melts somewhere, we don't want the North Atlantic current disrupted. That would be a big, epic disaster of unimaginable proportion. That could cause an ice age for parts of North America via warming, which is so weird. But that is the big, fear right now. Too much fresh water hitting the Atlantic could cause a salination crisis, which could change currents, that's why they changed it to climate change, because some places might get warmer, some will get a lot colder. So just won't be the same. If the North Atlantic current dies like that, if it doesn't come back to life, I think the world will be irreparably changed for thousands of years. It's like in the past, Sahara was lush after the Ice Age ended, but when the Ice Age ended, so much fresh water melted. Everything changed about global currents everywhere. And part of that mass melting, not only did it raise sea levels to more like what it is today, and totally destroyed entire huge chunks of land. This was called Doggerland. This was all land. It fell and sank due to different reasons. You see how all this was land. You see the shelf here. So that England became, British Isles become islands. Doggerland sank. That most of the prehistory was in that paradise here. The English Channel suddenly became a thing. So this is like a pretty permanent change in the landscape due to the salinity crisis that happened at the end of the Ice Age, at the end of the Younger Dryas, right, roughly 11,000 years ago. It was a somewhat gradual process, but the Sahara Desert begins drying out, and the rainforest begins forming here. Once the rainforest formed, the Sahara, which was lush and green, was doomed and became a desert because the rainforest here and all the water vapor that evaporates from it changed global weather patterns so that it used to be that the rain fell over the Sahara, at least seasonally. And so the cradle of civilization could be right here where almost nobody can study anything. Like the Egyptians just appear with a half-made civilization, like in your archaeological record. So where were they from? To be straight in the middle here of the Sahara, where all the cave paintings show it as a lush environment full of giant lakes. Now, to this day, the Sahara is still drying out because the Amazon rainforest still exists. If we deforested all of the Amazon, it's possible the Sahara could come back lush again. I wonder if the snow in the Sahara months ago is a sign that there's too much loss of the rainforest at once. If that might be a little taster or something. It could just be a freak event. I don't know. But things change radically when the sea currents do. That's the main thing that determines the climate of like anywhere else. So the whole affair, you rush in volcanic eruptions, which could cause their own ice ages, like the Little Ice Age, and what happened in the Dark Ages. The Bronze Age collapse caused by the eruption of Thera right here, Santorini Island. This is the biggest eruption to have ever hit mankind since civilization began. We're talking last maybe 100,000 years. Unimaginably large eruption. There's no doubt in my mind that destroyed all of the civilizations, every single one. In the Bronze Age collapse, there was a thriving. Turkey was also the Fertile Crescent was different. It was fertile. Oh, green. Baghdad and Syria and Lebanon, Northern Africa was all green. Even the Roman era was still green. The desertification has been somewhat of a slow process. And all these thriving Bronze Age places, Bronze Age was pretty metropolitan. It's like, man, if the Bronze Age collapse didn't happen, could have been on the moon by the year like 500, I swear, man. Like, that the amount of disruption to civilization and the technology lost was incredible. It was a start over again thing. I'm coming around full circle. People who think I ramble, no. I weave together a story of multiple narratives and I tie them up in a neat bow for you at the end of the story. What were we talking about? Water management, the fires in LA County. We as a nation, just like others, will fall. We will not be able to handle anything if we don't control water. We do not have absolute control over water's transportation and storage. Our civilization will not last. No civilization does. So a major water crisis began when this eruption happened. And one by one, every player in this room, Hittites, a huge, powerful nation of Turkey, boom, they go down. Greece, Macedonian Greece, boom, it goes down. Babylonia and those sorts of places, Assyria, they go down. Fucking mighty, huge nations, just as powerful as Egypt. And a couple other smaller ones. They all, one by one, the big players, the superpowers on Earth, go down. Mostly due to sudden climate change. And water just didn't fall like normally again. They had either it was torrential flood years, or it flooded too much and the crops were lost, or it was too dry for many years in a row and the crops were lost. They abandoned farming everywhere. In fact, the whole technology of farming period in this entire Mediterranean region, for the most part, was disrupted and forgotten. 500 years goes by, and nobody knows how to read and write anymore, because most people died. Over the decades, as the civilizations collapsed, all of the mass production of food due to the irrigation systems, which were still dependent on rainfall in these mountains, all of it failed. There's nothing to irrigate when there's no mountain rain. So all of your canals that went down to the Tigris and Euphrates River, they didn't work anymore. So once you lose all of your crops, you have a couple of years of storage, then what? Then what? They probably had decades of winter with no summer in multiple places in the Northern Hemisphere. Then what? If you have a giant agricultural-based society, everybody, first of all, they tear down your government buildings and take all the food they can, so you have chaos. You can't pay your army anymore. Your army dissolves because you can't pay them, and all of a sudden they don't want gold or coins or anything. They want food as payment. You can't feed your army, it disbands. Or worse yet, they become bandits. So giant hordes of bandits and sea people, invaders from God knows where, probably maybe Sardinia, land, and there are no armies to oppose them, so they sack all the cities one by one and carry away everything they can, and everything is totally collapsed. Except for one player in the room, Egypt, which barely survives all this. And their records are one of the few things that piece together this puzzle. The Old Testament, too, is actually an oral history that got later written down. Testifies to the crazy stuff that happened in the atmosphere, like the whole Exodus thing. They probably were eyewitnesses to the Bronze Age collapse. And so the Hyksos took over Egypt for a while, and they were people from the Middle East up here. So coming along with them could have been the Hebrews, right? So they were welcome in Egypt for a while, but then the Hyksos were overthrown and had to leave. So then the Hebrews were not welcome anymore. They were like chopped liver, and I'm like, you came here with the invaders. The Hebrews didn't do any fighting. They were still seen as outside invaders, so they weren't seen as nice people. So the Egyptians that retook over their country were not happy about that. But some of the weirdest stuff in Exodus that explains the moon, like atmospheric things like the Nile turning red, can be explained by that mega eruption. The Nile turning red is likely from so much going on. Sulfuric acid, sulfur dioxide from the eruption drifting the Ethiopian highlands, which is where the headwaters of the Nile form. What the sulfur dioxide is acid rain. The raindrops pick up the sulfur in themselves and fall as acid rain. What does acid do? It eats away at rock. You have sulfuric acid in rock, and so it leaches out minerals like iron from rock, which is rusty red and would be one of the candidates for turning the Nile red. So, act of God or no, I'll leave that to you. But the people were struggling to explain the crazy stuff that happened. Climate change was nasty and crazy and lasted for a long time. And nothing settled down for 500 years. That meant that agriculture did not work anywhere else in Europe 500 years because the seasons were different. Sometimes you didn't have a summer. You would shear your sheep in spring, and they'd freeze to death in June. You got a taste of that with a year without a summer because of one Krakatoa eruption you may have heard of. That was a pretty small burp compared to the enormity of the Thera eruption. So the reason Egypt survives, they have a water source that they can't exhaust, constantly coming down. And they managed that thing, and they picked up their cities where the Nile twisted and moved and changed course. Whenever the farmers had nothing to do in the off season, they said, we're going to move the city back towards the Nile. They adapted to it, and they controlled water via a series of canals and aqueducts and such. Many aqueducts, people think of the bridge things like the Romans built, but honestly, an aqueduct and a canal are like mostly the same thing. It's just it's called an aqueduct when drinking water is the thing, and it's a canal when irrigation or stormwater drainage. But it's the same thing. Even most Roman aqueducts are just canals and pipes through mountains and stuff. So the Bronze Age collapsed. So Egypt survives by learning how to redirect water and still use it, and they were lucky enough to have an imperishable water source. They picked up entire cities, brick by brick. They relocated them where they did not have that option. Still don't, really. Here in Mesopotamia, because of one thing. They don't have stone. Tough luck. So even their city walls are made out of mud, brick, and all their buildings. So you can't really build something like a ziggurat, which is the ceremonial mound, top temple of your entire town. Also, the last line of defense for defending your town. The army retreats up there and fights to the death, right? And so that's a place of refuge. You can't move it. So if the Tigris and Euphrates change their course, whoops, too bad. City's abandoned. There's so many of those in the desert. Still, some we haven't discovered yet out there. So Egypt decides that, fine, it's okay that people build their buildings out of mud brick. You can rebuild your hut somewhere else, your farming hut. But as far as their cities are concerned, they're going to build straight up stone. And they're going to build it in manageable, movable pieces. Anytime the river course changed, they didn't have the huge major economic disruption. They didn't have to build a new town. He said, hey, farmers, I know it's the off season right now. You want to be paid to move a town, a city? We'll pay you. What are we going to pay you with? Well, the food that we taxed you on earlier. Your taxes are food, and our currency is food, grain. There's no such thing as an ancient Egyptian coin from this era. They don't do it. I took one look at it and went, nah, that's unstable. We would have to control gold production in order to make gold coins stable as currency. Silver, nah, we won't do that. So they tax people, most 85% of everybody's a farmer, in grain, and then they stored it. Long-term storage for a rainy day, good planning. And then when they had 85% unemployment during the flood years, every year it floods, or the off season when there's just times when there's nothing to do, they said, hey guys, we'll give you a job. The main job was moving cities, but if the Nile didn't change that much, then they gave somebody something else to do. Erect a statue and paint a tomb or something. That's why they just kept building big stuff. It's hard to deal with 85% seasonal unemployment and have your economy still be intact. It's impossible. So you got to tax and spend for that to work. So, yeah, I did forget to drink. I'm out of tea. Thank you, Ralph. So, yeah. All tied up into a neat little bow. Every single civilization that could not redirect fresh water failed. That's their hallmark. They didn't move their cities. They didn't move their aqueducts. They didn't redirect them. They didn't get new water sources. They failed to adapt. They failed to master the storage of water and the movement of it. The most successful civilizations, and later Rome would come around and show people how it's done, is you thrive when you have high population centers and lots of commerce. You tax the trade, and you allow the trade, the spice must flow, okay, by having stable high population centers. So what is that? Fresh water. You have to have that and lots of food. You get lots of food, you get fresh water. So if you have unclean water, you get cholera, and cholera comes around and says, oh, I'm going to kill 85% of your population in a week. That happens. It happens in the past. It happened, unfortunately, in Haiti after a couple of earthquakes not too long ago. Cholera is when that water is tainted and too many people drink it. You can have giant percentages of your population dying per hour. There's no way to medically attend to everybody who's sick. So they dehydrate. So people die in 24 hours of cholera by the masses. One of the worst plagues you can have. And before antibiotics, and people figured out why cholera was cholera, I believe they figured that out in the 20th century, or very late 1800s. People had all sorts of weird ideas about where it came from, but people didn't connect it. Even if they didn't get it that much, the Romans realized that where they had fresh, clean water, they didn't have cholera outbreaks. Hey, that's just, they don't have to understand it, they just have to understand how it works. So it's even where the pyramids are here, they're figuring out that they redirected the Nile in order to help build the pyramids. Chunks of the Nile, it went straight up here to the Giza necropolis. So old estimates for how long it took to build the pyramids are totally skewed because they didn't realize that they had a canal that went straight up to it, so they didn't have to drag the building blocks from the river. So that increases your production time. They found the traces of it. They had docks and stuff. The Nile changes course a lot. But Egypt also did things like take small oases and make them bigger by redirecting Nile water to them. And it's hard to show in this map, but there's certain areas where the Nile seems to like dead end, but it's feeding an oasis in an aquifer. I think it's this section because it's very green, right? So I think it's right here. But it's just redirected over here and they irrigated all that. I don't think that's natural. Oh. The civilizations fall once they lose water control. So when year 536 came around, which was another year of a gigantic eruption, this time in South America, that caused extreme climate change and it doomed the restoration of the Roman Empire. 536 was one of the worst years to ever be alive on Earth. Massive volcanic eruption happened somewhere where the Mayans lived, so Guatemala or something like that. I can't remember which one. I just recently, a decade ago, figured it out. It caused so much of a plume and so much climate change, blocked out so much of the sun's light that global cooling happened for not even decades but centuries later as a chain reaction. So the blanket of ash that volcanoes produce and sulfur dioxide is basically smog. reflects particles of light back into space and the heat too. So the sun is absolutely dimmer and doesn't heat the planet as much. There's a chain reaction of that causing a lot more snowfall. If there's a lot more snowfall, then it gets worse. The snow in white places of the Earth reflect more of the sun's rays back into space, making the planet colder, which causes more snowfall, which causes a chain reaction. And centuries can go by of it getting colder and colder and colder and staying that way. Or maybe just 1 century. We just came out of the Little Ice Age, which was Krakatoa induced and induced also by a couple major eruptions like, oh God, what's the other one in Indonesia? Canberra, which was even bigger than Krakatoa. That was phenomenally huge. So when these chain reactions start, we can only imagine what happened with Thera here being worse than any of the most recent bad eruptions combined. Unimaginably large. The death toll from the initial tsunami must have killed millions of people. The tsunami may have been so bad that it may have washed over parts of Crete and gone up the other side. That's how bad it was. It wrecked the Minoan civilization on Crete here, Europe's first civilization, so bad that by the time 500 years goes by and people learn how to read and write again, nobody remembers Minoa existed, and they discover it in the Victorian era. It's like, wow. I mean, the whole Trojan War thing is happening right about this time. Mycenae and Greece, snuffed out like a light. They win the Trojan War or whatever. There comes along and wrecks their party. So the amount of tsunamis, it must have completely destroyed the Navy and most of all the coastal towns in the entire Mediterranean. The enormity of it. And if you look at Indonesia's tsunami, that was death toll of a couple 100,000. The Mediterranean was the big freeway. There were so many coastal places have no tsunami warning. Have one of the biggest tsunamis that ever hit the region in all of geologic history. I can't imagine that the waves may have been from the collapsing crater of this giant volcano. This is it's right here. I can pick it out from space. It's not easy. It's not difficult to find Arcadia. And it fell. It was big and pointy, and most of it exploded and fell into the ocean. So when you have entire mountains shattering and falling, chunks of them falling into the sea, there's no limit to the wave height. You have a traditional tsunami, the wave up and down, like this, from an earthquake. 100 feet, 125 is your maximum wave height. That's just laws of physics. Splashing tsunami, from stuff splashing into the ocean or sea or any body of water, there's no limit to the wave height, only the amount of water displaced by the splash. So an entire mountain shattering apart and just falling in. Once it hollowed itself out from the inside and became too weak to stand on its own, that tsunami would have wrecked the place. You could have 300-foot tall waves, 500, not out of the question. It's conceivable that there could be waves reaching 1,000 foot tall. It depends on how much of the mountain broke off and fell at once. It could have been the whole thing. This may be absolutely unimaginable. And some other people have different explanations for why the Bronze Age collapsed. I'm sorry, but there's nothing else that lines up better than Thera. The climate change it would have caused would have been so unimaginable. Can you imagine like 20 years and there's no summer? Just that much dust stirred up and ash in the air? That there's no summer for 20 years? No plants really grow for 20 years? Could have been like that for 80. What the hell are you going to do? This is why civilization just completely and utterly collapsed, except for Egypt. Egypt was the only one functional in Europe and the Middle East. And other places elsewhere didn't fare very well. The places in like the Shang Dynasty or something in China or other places like that were affected for sure. But There's no way that it doesn't cause massive climate change. So remember, it's the Bronze Age. There's a lot of things we take for granted they just don't have. Like barely anybody knows how to read and write. I found out later, most scribes and most book copiers are illiterate. They don't know what the hell they're writing down. The true scribes, like true ones that knew multiple languages and knew how to write multiple languages, were worth their weight in gold as slaves. They're the most pampered slaves ever. Because it's funny, their owners oftentimes didn't know how to read and write. So reading and writing is essential for business. Yeah, civilization, business transactions, because it becomes so much of it, you can't keep track of it. Surely as hell, you can't tax people without tax records. So unfortunately, the vast majority of like the ancient tablets and scrolls and stuff are freaking business transactions, receipts, and tax records. Oh man, it would be so cool if we knew more. But we still haven't deciphered most of it from places like Ashurbanipal's Great Library, which burned in the Bronze Age collapse. The Great Library of Ashurbanipal. Everybody should know that name. You don't? You don't know Ashurbanipal? Oh man, you need to go back to school, man. Cool libraries. But it was burned to the ground, but that was okay. Because it was on clay tablets, so it fired the clay and now they're permanent. But here's the sad, heartbreaking thing. They found some clay tablets that were meant to be correspondence to other civilizations, and former enemies were begging each other for help. There's the Amarna letters in Egypt, which are scrolls, but then there's the clay tablets. Egypt was at war with Assyria and the Hittites. There were these trifecta of giant superpowers that came and went as time went on, but in general, those are the superpowers. And they were at war with each other. The first battle we have a written record for was between Egypt and the Hittites, and it was epic, and it had a lot of chariots. It was cool. So, first memorial plaque to the fallen, and it's talking about a battle that ever happened with Egypt there. So they're like dire, bitter enemies, and poor Levant, the poor Holy Land, was stuck in the middle, and so everybody was somebody else's beep. You're either Egypt's beep, or you're Assyria's beep, or you were the Hittites' beep. But you were not independent. You were not free. Damn, it sucks to be Belgium. Buffer state. So, the Egypt and Hittites kind of hated each other, but and Assyria too. But they were all best buddies. Once this quick event happened, the sea people started to invade and take over towns and utterly sack them. So there's this diplomatic, urgent letter that was being written somewhere in the Middle East, in Assyria. It's cry for help, like Egypt, help us. For God's sake, help us. The sea people are here. They're the enemy of us all. It's time to unite and fight off these weird foreign invaders. They're like Vikings, basically. We don't know where they're coming from. We don't know who they are, but they're arriving en masse and with lightning amphibious assaults, and we can't respond fast enough. Help. Blah, 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 help. And the letters never reached Egypt, not those that were drafted because, well, they burned. So it was like the sea people were there, or the writing people, or somebody was there lighting the town on fire, the city, and it burned to the ground. And they were in mid-writing. I mean, it's like it trails off. I don't even know that the sentences are finished. It's like they dropped it and ran from the fire. And remarkably, we found it, but it never got to the messenger, so we don't know if they had copies, or maybe they dropped it and ran, but they died, you know. There's very few people around that can read and write. And most scribes that are just copying records don't know how to read and write. They just know how to copy text. Because they have neat handwriting. You can see why writing itself disappeared for 500 years. And when it came back, it was quite different. no writing. I don't believe even in Egypt, 500 years. So this is why it's almost certain that Exodus and those sorts of tales about leaving Egypt, well, now you can leave it because the Egyptian army can't stop you. They're busy. Or more likely what happened was a deal with the Hebrews. I mean, some people take Exodus very, very literally, but it doesn't mean that all the Hebrews did that. Remember, there's no concept of a nation. There's concepts of culture. So there's plenty of just like Hebrews going around different nations and being, setting up shop and owning property and owning and doing business in other nations and probably not involved with the whole migrating around the desert thing. And Moses and all that, right? The wandering the desert thing, even that's a clue to the fact that you probably had to do that at the time that they're erupted because you're safe from the bandits and all the chaos. You're safe from the sea peoples. They're not going to come out to the desert. Maybe it was like the Nabateans and the Romans. They knew the secret places where there was water. Oh my God, remember? Oh, I just put two and two together. Moses struck a rock with a staff and water poured out. Oh my God, yeah, that's what that is. That's the secret water that's stored. Okay, I'm not going to get into a debate about religion, about whether or not God led them to this water storage. But it could be that people did it long before the Nabateans did it, and the Nabateans are the Iron Age. Yeah, even better than an original brilliant idea. You can rediscover lost technology and do something with it. And maybe the Nabateans didn't even have to build that many, that they pre-existed from an earlier era. When 500 years goes by, who the hell is still alive to know the secret places? Yeah, Moses strikes a rock with his staff. Water pours forth. Yeah. Now, the Hebrews and Israelites later, they really, really were good water engineers. If you look at the whole David going through the Jerusalem and taking over by going into the springs, the Gihon Springs coming up, because back then the Temple Mount was like a fortress, taking over the place with secret sneak attack. Let's see. Yeah, fork for a taco? Maybe. Taco's a little bit, well, it's tiny remnants of a street taco. It's a little soggy. I just want to over microwave it. Yeah, I'm gonna need a fork in this. Okay. Thank you for your kind donations. Yesterday, C-Pro bought me street tacos. Brought them back from some sort of a mobile food cart thing, big Portland thing. Okay, I'm coming back and starting to wind down here too. So, just talking to entertain you guys who are having just as much trouble sleeping as I am. I like talking to you guys. I'm mostly alone here because I've refused to go shopping or anything. If I get sick, the flu is rampaging. I can't be here for Firestream when the antennas hit. So it's really nothing to see on cams, or I'd be showing cams. Wait, what's this? Clouds, right? Yeah, it's clouds. This is the one that was looking. Yeah, it's now looking elsewhere at the incoming fog and stuff by Monterey. It's no longer looking at Moss Landing, so I really wish we could monitor that better. Never microwave water. Guys, politics is off limits here. This is not a political channel. You know why? Because I don't want to read about it. It also causes fights in chat that go nowhere. So it's the no politics rule. I'm sorry I haven't posted the rules anywhere. That is my fault, but I do have to reiterate that. Everywhere else does it, and I just want to be a sanctuary from that. The only thing we talk about for wildfire-related politics, like is a candidate or an official or a politician or anybody doing a good job as related to wildfires. I will endorse their ideas or their behaviors or their response or criticize them as they relate to wildfires and dealing with the victims. But we are a environment here, and we have to, the left and the right, we have to unite to press for change. Otherwise, we can't get any change. And these wildfires repeat, just as bad as they were, these disasters, because we didn't unite and press for the correct change. So I'm trying to unite the left and the right on this issue. So if you say politically divisive stuff, you're going against my entire mission. So, garbage channel here then by. Yeah, my channel sucks. It saves so many lives. How dare my channel exist, man? And you'll be back when you're in a crisis and you need guidance for evacuation. We'll see you then. There's nobody else to do that for you. I wish I could retire. But my channel's only as good, and my chat is only as good as people in it. So don't allow the people who are. You know what? I have to tell you, you're unpatriotic, Andrew. If you think you're a patriot, you're not. And so that's the garbage behavior you're exhibiting right now. You should really be ashamed of. I'm sure you're gone already, but that's fine. In fact, that's a relief. Anybody dividing right now, the left and the right, during a disaster or a crisis when we need to come together, I don't have respect for. I'm sorry. It's so easy to spew hate and stuff, and you know what? We're down right now. America is down. California is down, kicking us while we're down. Man. What some people want to do, expressing their hate for Californians. You think now's the appropriate time? No. You're despicable scum of the earth. People saying California deserves to burn, or saying it's God's wrath, or Gaza or something. No. My channel hasn't saved Jack. You are a Ritalin victim? What are you talking about? I get letters, and I can show them to you, about thanking me. My family is alive because you were there. Channel was there. So I'm really glad I don't listen to people like you. You're so pathetic with your assumptions. You're so pathetic with your let's stir up trouble between the left and the right. You know what you're trying to do is bring attention to yourself. It's me. It's all about yourself. You're not a patriot. You suck for that reason. Get out of the country, please. Maybe you should go. If you're in the country. If you're not, then what the hell are you doing? You're not welcome here, though. You want to just divide people and use a channel like mine to draw attention to yourself. You're just really not worthy. Being called an American citizen, you're not worthy. Example of the one kind of sucks really bad. People who exploit disasters and make them worse. Try to make people feel worse. Man, I don't know how people are like that, but they are. I would love to retire. Part of the reason I do this, I don't like it. But it's more important to me to be there to help save people during a crisis. Because I know for a fact that we have. Just go ask the people of Westwood. I'm a household name there. My friend died in a wildfire, so I do this because he never got the reverse 911. My brother almost died in Paradise because he also never got the second message that said you have to leave. Just the first one that says get ready. We'll tell you when you have to leave. Well, nobody in Paradise got that second message because reverse 911 failed. So what we do is we listen to the scanner radio, and the moment that you see the cams, the moment a neighborhood is in danger, we get that neighborhood evacuated, and police pull up to find out that it's already in progress. And when the evacuation instructions are incorrect and they say drive into a fire, we are there to correct it and say don't. So you can go back and verify it for yourself. It's live on the stream. Most of my videos are still up, except the ones with copyright issues. So you can go back to the day that the Dixie Fire threatened Westwood, and you can eat your hat, come back and apologize after you watch that video, where I and my team tell people of Westwood to go to the correct direction, not into the fire like the false instructions are from the government. Those are incorrect instructions. So you go back and look. LA could not have begged and demanded harder for this catastrophe. Well, yeah, absolutely. That's true. LA, but not maybe in the point you're trying to make. It was preventable on so many levels. So we have to unite to push for mostly legislative change. They are allowed to build death trap neighborhoods unless we unite and say, no, you can't. Against these much more powerful figures, these powers that be, the giant, deep-pocketed developers and our companies are continuing to kill people in mass death events. Until we actually unite to hold them accountable and demand that, then we will not see anything different. On some issues, really, America can come together. We will either unite on this hill or we will die on this hill. So the thing is that you will respect my authority, because this is Catherine's world. If you don't like Catherine's world, I don't know why you're here. Right now, when we do lulls and things, we talk about other topics, but the no politics rule is there because I don't want to police a chat of political debates. I don't even want to deal with it. And it goes nowhere. It does harm, not good. So there's political channels. I don't know why people don't go there and just bitch all day long. Excuse my language. It is 4:25 a.m. Unfortunately, kids on the East Coast may be watching. Excuse me. But really, go bitch about politics in a political channel. I don't know why you would come here for wildfire tracking and history time. And the stories that I read to fire victims so they can get to sleep. Not sure what your goal is, but you know, there's a million channels that engage in conspiracy theories. So go there if you want those. A million of them. A lot that will turn into a comment cesspool, allow people to fight each other. I don't. And that's called like regular news. Even some of the CAL FIRE channels are completely unregulated with chat. You can go somewhere that allows a lot of explicit talk, and we don't allow that because we know that there are children listening. Families huddle around to listen for. You never know when they're tuning in or not, but so we have general rules like 410. You don't use the bad words, and some of it you use after. Let's go into it sometime. I wonder all that too. Wait, what? Oh, FSU girl. Hello, welcome. Finally. A fire question. Are the fires still burning? Absolutely. I ask because I don't see much coverage, but on watch duty it shows it's active and you're an hour away. Which direction in general? I mean, if you don't mind asking. You're a troll buster, and I'm a troll with a channel. You have no idea who the hell you're talking to. It's a little sad. Free speech when you read my script. Are you one of the people confused about whether or not free speech exists on YouTube? Because it does not. See here. I'll have to go delete and trim some comments here. Oh my god, 77 watching, just a massive audience. Well, you know, on the first day when I streamed, it was 27 hours in a row. We had 66,000 people watching, so what the f are you talking about, honestly? My channel's had over 1 million views, and it's not because it's crap. YouTube doesn't even promote any kind of channel that doesn't do advertisement like we don't. Stay donation based, so ads don't play in front of life-saving information. Wouldn't really work now, would it? They played randomly. So the thing that YouTube algorithm does is it promotes mayhem, destruction, and of course, people who pay for their channel to go to the top. So that's the big media. So it just shows big media and clickbait stuff, such as, I saw the arsonist start this fire, and that'll get 700,000 views. You are not healthy? No shit. Yeah, I had an abscess in my face, and it really started to show how unhealthy I was right before I had that surgically removed. With nasal passage surgery, I mean, you sound very new here. You'll be fun to play with for a while, but then I will tire of you. Just a bipolar bit disorder, honey? Really, you're reaching for apples. Sorry to just out of your little reach. A good troll doesn't go for the below the belt stuff right away. Like you work your way in, and you pretend to be a good person for a bit, and a good troll will always leave it open to question about whether or not they are one. Whether or not they're messing with you is never determined. You are giving you an F in my troll class. You're not really performing. I want an opponent, like bring me an opponent worthy of me. I've never really met a troll yet that so disappointing. This is the best they got. Maybe when we reach 10 million views, that we'll have some worthy opponents. Maybe they're just not finding us. Maybe that's it. Andy says what? I should what? I guess Glassman is asking if you create content. Maybe I should, yeah. Maybe you should try this. I'd like to see you do a good job. Stay awake for 27 hours and see how you do. Get some heartfelt handwritten letters about how you saved somebody's family, and come back and see us when you've actually done something for the world. And you can actually criticize me without looking like a horse's ass if you actually have something to show for yourself. You can be part of the problem or part of the solution right now, man. You reek. The odor's coming off of you, man. Man. You are as legitimate as David Packman, okay? The cool thing is that I'm so delighted to be hated by stupid people. You have no idea how that makes me feel great. And especially jerks, especially aggressive jerks. Man, they are unanimous in their hate for me, and I welcome their hate because it means I'm doing something absolutely right. I am pissing off so many people. The jealous types come in here, and the cowardly types, you just display what you are. You're in here because you see a woman, so you think you can bully. I was a big gruff motorcyclist guy, badass biker. You wouldn't say shit because you're a little pussy, really. I mean, dude, you'd get your ass beat down for running your mouth. But I'm a woman and I look harmless, man. It's just what everybody else sees right there, you know. And then they crave attention so much, they got to go to the channels that are involved with disasters. They have to do their trolling in the middle of disasters. They're pathetic attempts for attention. They have to. Man, I must be the only one covering something at 4:30 because you're here. I bet you know it must be frustrating for you when you do troll comments when there's channels that have more viewers at the time because your comments will go by and not that many people see your pathetic whatever the hell you're saying. I sympathize, man, but you just gotta get better at your troll game for people to really entertain you or take you seriously or give a damn about what the hell you're saying. You gotta find victims who actually are not self-confident, don't have a good track record, or people are new at this, people who actually have thin skins, might actually contemplate or something, but you have to get better at the delivery of it. Start trying to kick people in the nuts, and people have a tendency to report you for harassment, put you on ignore, and that's about it. But you really got to get good at your game, man. It's like D- right now. Bring me a worthy opponent. No one will ever appear. I wouldn't doubt 27 hours and no sleep. Psychosis, here we come. Yeah, that's why I cut it off about then. Aha, not because you are a woman, but I wouldn't doubt that you're a guy playing a woman. Let me check real quick. Hang on. Hang on. Nope. Nope, still female. Man, I always wondered what I would do if I had a. I'd probably swing it around like a baby elephant swings a trunk, man. I had 24 hours of having one of those things. I had fun with it. Try to do those things like pee my name into the snow, and it might be fun to have for 24 hours, man. You know what? It's true. I have to confess right now. I am a guy. I'm actually a 40-year-old Mexican guy. I'm just a very talented actress. Yeah. I'll see here. And now you're using words like libtards and stuff, which got caught in my filter. I'm afraid you won't be able to make that comment. My filters are too good. I've been through this too many times. You're screwing with a veteran. I mean, your struts are fine, but my shocks are better. Here. Back. Chat. In fact, a lot of your comments, I mean, I would have to read them for them to show. I'm motivated. They're not funny enough. I mean, I doubt that you're a guy playing a woman. We could have fun with that. It's cool though. I do like attempts at trollery. Because the more my chat moves, the more controversy happens. The algorithm loves a controversy. So you keep going, keep feeding me. That's cool. Bobby Wimmer Photography. Don't allow the hecklers to get under your skin, Miss Catherine. Keep doing what you're doing and love your channel. See, you're being shouted down, man. Thank you for the love. Appreciate the support anyway. And man, I have nothing but sympathy for anybody who suffers the bipolar disorder. It's a terrible affliction. It's a terrible one. So to me, like somebody saying you're bipolar, like you're using that as a put down disorder that people can't control. It's not their fault. I'm like making fun of people for birth defects. You know, it's just the world's moved on. Yeah. Ruthie B says, Andrew, you need social help. Yeah, it's psychology of the trolls. They seek attention, so any kind really like fulfills them, except when the tables are turned on them and you play around with them for a bit. But the IQ factor is typically low for attention seekers. They don't realize they could like get attention by doing good things for the world, but they got the bully mentality thing. I mean, this guy's gonna get his ass beat down so bad one day. I want you to think about us. We try to warn you. When that happens, when you say the wrong thing to somebody, when your teeth are like you're spitting them out on the curb, just think of us. We tried to warn you, dude. Can't run your mouth like that in front of everybody. I mean, you could try it with the female streams and stuff. Stay in the safe waters. You know, you are not big. Stay in the kiddie pool, like messing with people like me, but don't go to the deep. You're not gonna make it. Just I'm one of those Care Bears. I care about everybody for no reason. I just wouldn't want to see dire bodily harm come to you, but it's coming to you, man, the way you act. And you got to learn foresight. That there are consequences to your actions. One day they're going to be quite harsh and swift. Okay, I boiled this taco. It kind of sucks. I got to find an alternative meal. Man. Look, there's complete aversion to genuinely relevant issues. My censorship programs are superior to your acceptable terminologies. Did AI help you write that sentence? I'm so proud of you. Dear. Eddie Lindsay says, I respect anybody who can go many hours without sleep. I just woke up myself. I'm proud of your efforts here. Thank you, dear. I got fresh gray hairs. It takes a toll, but it is a choice, of course. I mean, except the nights I'm too disturbed to sleep. That's when it's not a choice. Okay. Guys, there's a 3-dot button to report somebody for harassment. Just saying. So if you ever wanted to defend me, you don't ever have to do that. Because typing something, it's cool to have a pat on the head. The kind of bullying and chat that just goes on and on after the warnings and whatever, you can click on anything you find offensive and report for harassment if you felt inclined. So that'll exist before the ban. Something like what just said, you can scroll up now and see it. Yeah, don't jump to cases of the libtards in LA that brought you all the ingredients to make this cake. Something like that is directed at you or something, or go ahead and report harassment. Here, this is just too mild to bother me that much. But if it bothers you, the other 3-dot menu is how to block somebody so you don't deal with their crap. So FSU girl, the fires are still going. Now, I'm trying to get some rest for the next few days. I probably won't stream tomorrow, or unless there's some sort of compelling reason. It won't do any good monitoring stuff that just there's no news. In fact, I'm shocked by Watch Duty putting the Eaton on no update status. Pretty much what that is. The gray flame. Technically, I mean something else. There's the key of the legend right here. So the gray flame with a little bit of yellow in the center is a 50% or greater containment incident, and it also changes your notifications. So technically there's a 55% on the Eaton. So large, though, that I wouldn't put it to gray flame status. That's usually when things become very of little concern. There's great concern about what's going on with the Eaton right now. So there's parts of this whole region still on fire. There's lots of hot spots in both Palisades and the Eaton. People are returning home and becoming disturbed because they find that their flower bed is still smoking. And this one guy came home near the Eaton, and his detached garage was still smoking because there was still fire in the upper parts, and he put it out with a garden hose. So when fire crews are leaving, they're leaving a lot of hot spots, and it's because they can't get to them all. But what is disturbing is we still haven't gotten enough crews to do that. So when the wind picks up with the new Santa Ana's coming, A, I got to rest up to be worth a damn during those. And B, you could have a lot of reignition and fires popping up all over this entire region, depending on where the winds blow, due to the hot spots igniting. The low-key winds right now are giving a false sense of security. Excuse me, a false sense of security. Too many people want to go back because they think things are over. They're not over, and I can show you some of their battle maps. I dig them up. Mostly the containment for the Palisades, for example, is on the Pacific Ocean side. But because there's only 27%, you got almost 24,000 acres. There's a lot of fire in the hills. Now, the problem with fire in hills is if they spread out wide, then they can sweep down as like a 3-mile-long flame front. That's a long thing to police. That's part of what happened with San Bernardino's fire. Go back to chat, make sure there's no more shenanigans. The cams have often looked away from the flames to look for new fires, and I'm very frustrated when they do that. Because I don't mind the ones that rotate and do that, but if there's 2 cams on a pole, one should look at the fires, the other one should look around for new ones. So many just went offline. They either melted up or they're without power and they can't come back online. They would give us a great view of the Palisades. Eaton never had many. In fact, we saw the camera burn over a couple of them. Mount Harvard one, but where was the one that we saw burn? Yeah, there's Mount Wilson. That's not it. Mount Wilson went down for a bit. Arcadia too had a burn over pretty early on in the day. So what happened was so much Pasadena was affected because you could see that the fire spread out sideways in the hill, and then the wind pushed it down as a several mile long flame front. Not all at exactly the same time, but the bigger it is, the harder it is to handle. So the fire above in the hills, the biggest risk, the second risk, it's two different things actually. Second risk is the hot spots coming back up into something bigger, meaning they could have saved your house, but if there's still bark dust fire, it can still burn again. So I'm hoping that they're doing an accelerated hotspot patrol, but seeing all these people on social media go back to their homes and their yards are still on fire and stuff, it's not filling me with confidence. This is part of the reason why so many people are demanding to be let back. They're like, if you're not going to put out the hot spots, let us do it. They got a point. Ideally, it would be ex-firefighters and stuff who would start patrolling neighborhoods and help the heroes. They know what they're doing. They know how to react, how to know when to leave. And they have experience. They can really help this situation. We could just give them some thermal cameras and let them go. Teams of 12 or something. But that's not happening. Everybody who wants to volunteer right now is being told to wait. For what? I don't know. Christmas? This is day 11, right? 11, I guess. Cinnamon says, here for a bit. Wish I noticed you live earlier. Thank you for your channel. Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to be live this long. It just happened. So Mitch Ashdown says, I never heard of that. National Weather Service before this week. So far, I judged him as a boy that cried wolf. So far, the outfits I know were right and wrong at any rate. Sorry, I have to go back up. What are you? I mean, who was right? Who was wrong? Yeah. Eddie Lindsay says, again, I'm glad you're here and safe. And thank you. I enjoy the patch on the head. Air hug back to you. It really helps to combat the negativity. And because all I need to know for motivation is that I am helping people, and I don't give a damn what anybody says. The only times I've ever thought about quitting was when that sort of feedback went away. So I'd have small amounts of people that were listening, but not interacting with chat, people without a YouTube account. Well, that's what they do. But I was hoping, too, that the news media could take over or other people would do this. There's no money in it, so nobody does this. Tornadoes, chasers, and storm chasers get money because tornadoes rip across multiple states and they have millions of views at one time, but wildfires are very personal and very local. And so when they're that big, then most people are seeing the other junk channels, the crying babies and the homes burning down, regular media stuff. Because I don't put advertisements up, and I refuse to pay YouTube for promotion, well, here we are, spreading by word of mouth. But to assume like this troll person in the chat was assuming that your channel is good if you have more viewers, clearly you haven't seen some of the crap out there. Oh man, go give Sniper Wolf a kiss. Oh my god. Man. There's people that have makeup tutorial channels and they make a lot more money, but it's not fulfilling. You know, I've put my life on hold and everything to do this because it is fulfilling. I am finally able to make a difference just by hitting a button. Technology allows us to do that. It's one way, a great time to be alive. I can go make films that would have cost 60 grand in the past because film cameras were that expensive. They're like $50,000. and you'd have to pay people to lug them around, and it's just now with a cell phone, like influence so much. Great time to be alive. In fact, I will get out a battle map right now. Let's go look at our latest maps. Or it'll take me a second. I have to download it first, but I can show you where the containment is and where areas of concern are. For which fire do you want to know about first? Yeah, thanks, Mitch. Totally stoked that we spread my word of mouth. And by the way, on weekdays, 3 in the morning is not really prime time for anybody's channel, but okay. People usually seek out information when there's a new development, but boy, new fire starts or new evacuations happen, and oh boy, people thunder in. So let's see here. Sniper Wolf, yeah. People who know the YouTube controversies know about her. See here. A Glassman's World says, sorry, Catherine, taking care of trolls here for you. Well, go ahead and interact with them. Like I said, anything moving chat around right now this late at night is helping the channel. So I don't mind if trolls want to help out. It's cool. We want to talk about Shrouded Turin and how it was made on Mars. Cool. Sure. But some people are asking real fire questions. I want to make sure they're taken care of first. It's nuclear, says hard to tell on the cams in that area if it's fog or smoke rolling in. Does the humidity has gone up on the weather apps? Well, yeah, this cam, for example, which is now pointed the other way by Monterey, I can tell you that's fog. That's typical every winter, every morning and night. What was crazy is even during the summertime fires, like the lake in Santa Barbara County, Santa Barbara at the coast started having the fog roll in with 80% humidity those mornings, and it was still 15% humidity at the top of the mountains. So the fires were raging in the hills, and it was foggy in the morning. It was just so surreal to see. Yeah. I don't know if they're gone. They may just sort of be in the bathroom, you know. Brian Madsen says not an ideal diet. I'm sure that's what causes irritable bowel. Irritable bowel is a syndrome, not an illness. So what a syndrome is a collection of symptoms. So that can be caused by multiple illnesses, and that's IBS is. I've researched a lot about stomach problems. It just means we don't know the cause of yours. So you are definitely diagnosed with the symptoms of this set, but as a gastroenterologist once told me, it's really difficult based on symptoms to diagnose anybody or get to the root of anybody with a stomach problem. Because there's only 16 symptoms a stomach or an abdomen can have. So there's just not that many symptoms. Period. And that's even the crazier exotic ones like, that you don't want to know about. I mean, we're talking gastroenterology here. So the normal ones, stomach upset, heartburn, like the Pepto-Bismol commercials, diarrhea, all those, even though there's like thousands of diagnoses and problems with stomach that can arise, there's only 16 symptoms. So they overlap so greatly that you need invasive things to figure out what's going on. So, the comment was based on eating trolls for breakfast. Oh, ha ha ha. No, I didn't realize that. Eddie says, I'm going to get some breakfast, take my meds, back on later. I've subbed to your channel. I'll be back later. Take care and stay safe. Thank you, Eddie. Hit the ringing bell if you want to know when we go live. Otherwise, it's really hit and miss with notifications. I'm going to try to take the next days off. Let's find out when the Santa Anas come. And then if people asking about the fires want to know about where they're contained or not, I'll go look up the map for you. I have the battle maps. I have the dozer lines. I can show you where they're making lines. Anything you want to know. It's by request. I was trying to wind down for sleep. I do talk about random stories for people as they try to get to sleep. Sometimes I read a story like from a book. But I am coming down with something. So I'll have to rest my voice, otherwise I'll lose it. But yeah, what are the, you know what? Weather, Santa Barbara, I guess. No, not Santa Barbara, Santa Monica. That's going to be relevant. It's the Palisades. So, how is it 93% humidity down there at the municipal airport, which is where again? Let me identify where the airport is. Santa Monica Airport. Make sure this is a relevant weather discussion. Bel Air is better. Fernwood or something. Yeah, 88% humidity. They got foggy stuff rolling in. Let's check the Wilshire camera. Yeah, that'll show us something. Yeah, it's kind of misty. Is this unreal? Anybody there now? It's your what? It is coastal. Let's try Fernwood or Bel Air or something. That'll be more relevant, I guess. The potential wind gusts and whether or not the high wind warning happens. Let's try. Not more than one. There it is. But it's not Humboldt County. Let's do radio outage statement. I'm sorry, what? 97% humidity? And patchy fog? What? At elevation 1,600 feet? This is the right Fernwood, right? Oh, that's delightful. Oh, yeah. Fire hates humidity. Wow. So patchy fog at Fernwood before 10 a.m., otherwise cloudy through mid-morning, and gradual clearing with a high of 62. East-southeast wind, 5 to 10 miles an hour, becoming south in the afternoon. Patchy fog after 10, otherwise increasing clouds. So it's a race against time to get more containment and before the Santa Anas come back and put out hotspots. I really wish they were accepting volunteers to help, but they were mostly saying, no, we're fine. So Saturday, patchy fog before 10, otherwise a high near 60. So when do the winds hit? And these Santa Anas come back. Martin Luther King Day is on Monday. Sunny, high near 59. Forecast discussion. So it's the calm before the next storm is what it is. And some people even said the fires are out. It's a hoax now. Everybody should go back home. No, they're not out. The hills are alive with fire. And many smoking ruins are still technically on fire. Cooler weather is expected today, Saturday, as onshore flow returns. So that's the moist air from the Pacific. This is a great respite we're getting here. Oh, FSU girl, did you have a question? You retracted it or deleted it? Did you want to see the maps? Oh, Brian, yeah, you were? Okay, thanks, Brian. Oh, yeah, that went straight over my head. That was hilarious. Eat trolls for breakfast. You know what? For Catherine's world, we need to start a cabinet government. It's clear that I need to take over so many places, but, you know, I need to form a cabinet. Which one of you wants to be my minister of slapping? We appoint one from time to time, and my old minister of slapping is gone AWOL. So which one of you wants to be my minister of slapping? You will be called upon from time to time to slap somebody who needs a good slapping. That's the entirety of the job description. So you are to take the little hand in the chat, the little wavy hand. You are to say slap and direct it at the person needing slapping. You have to type in the name if the person's not in chat, such as a political figure, right? If somebody is in chat, you can go ahead and do it too, but you know, you wait for the direction. But we may need a minister of slapping do his duty. We may need a backup minister of slapping because your hand could get sore, you know. Or you're a human being, you have to sleep. A lot of overtime. Brian Madsen, you're slap happy? Okay. J. Cat says I'm the minister of silly walks. Okay. All right. Brian Madsen, you want to be the minister of slapping? From time to time, you may be called upon to do your duty. So, it means you have to hang out a lot. So, or we have to replace you, cheeky baby. But that's what's missing from here. Okay. When the hell is Santa Ana's coming back? That's all I want to know. Hey, blah, blah, blah. Morning low clouds and fog expected in many coastal and some valley areas this morning. And late again night, Saturday morning, the flow will return because the spice must flow. The flow will return weekly, I'm meaning not strong. Weekly offshore Sunday, not weekly, as in a work week. WEAK. With local northeast breezes, less night through the morning, low clouds. Okay, these sentences don't make sense. So many typos at National Weather Service, they need a copy editor. The flow will turn weekly offshore Sunday. You mean diminish? I'm going to interpret this in my own language. The flow will diminish and weaken offshore Sunday. With local northeast breezes, less night through morning low clouds, fewer nighttime clouds that last until morning, and a few degrees of warming. That should have been 3 separate sentences. Okay. Say that again. The flow of wind here will diminish on Sunday. So the one coming from the ocean diminishes on Sunday with local northeast breezes and fewer low clouds that hang around in the morning. Also, a few degrees of warming. And another Santa Ana wind event is possible beginning later Monday into Tuesday. What day is it? It's Friday, you bastards. So that's quoting me quoting somebody. So Santa Ana begins later Monday to Tuesday and continuing at times at least Wednesday. Temps will likely be below normal for much of the week with frost possible in wind-sheltered areas away from the coast. Monday into Tuesday. So I will clear my schedule. Do I have anything going on? I wanted them to get a lot more certain about this before I really changed schedule. Damn it. I have a Tuesday 3 p.m. Zoom doctor appointment. I could change it though. It's hard to know when to change things because if I tell doctors I can't be there for a wind event day or like a fire and then nothing happens, and I say okay, I rescheduled. Well, they tolerate that like once or twice. But then if I bail on them again and don't show up to the reschedule, they're kind of mad. So it's getting a fine line there. So the Glassman's World says I'm a smart ass, so I would have fun with it. But you're a loose cannon a little bit. Remember, the minister of slapping is part of the cabinet. And, the czar. It's my position is you're functioning under my direction. And so I don't know. We'll have to analyze your disposition a little bit more, Glassman's World. You're new here. Gotta vet you a little bit. So stick around though. I just might appoint you. So. Did anybody have a specific fire question or want me to get out the maps? J-Cat, were you lurking? How are you? Good morning. Okay. So look up. Oh, the Glassman's World says the fire guys said the fire was out in Lahaina 100% and it was not. Yep. Yep. That's right. J-Cat says my stomach issues are all done with. So when I walk through the room, I change all the channels on TV just by walking past it. J-Cat got irradiated on the job. I thought J-Cat was screwing with me or joking, so I unfortunately made fun of you at the time. Sorry. I was like, oh, do you glow in the dark? No, for legit reasons. J-Cat was irradiated. You can tell the story if you want now. Later, when I realized it was real, I was like, oh, what? So, damn. Glassman's World says we're supposed to get a crazy cold front on Saturday here in New Mexico, coming from California. Dry air currents cause severe winter conditions. So lots of Rockies and the Colorados, they have their own weird January. It's like a Santa Ana's, but it's different. It's the winds come off the Rockies. So that's why the first day of January in 2022, the crazy fire that was deadly swept through Colorado there. Irradiated, as in glow in the dark radiation. Yeah. Are you still there, J Cat? It's better when you tell the story. I'm not sure I'm doing it right. So, J Cat had stomach problems similar to mine. I mean, I know what most of the cause of mine were. So my stomach's probably permanently damaged now from like C. difficile infection and other things that people missed, and all kinds of health problems, right? We got. So, but also I'm trying to get heal and try to make it better. So J Cat, man, really, you should tell a story about this. The weird consequence was after telling the story of the radiation sickness stuff that J Cat had to go through. Are you still there? Can you tell a story, please? I mean, I don't remember the particulars. Come on, will you? Please, please. We're now very intrigued. A captive audience here. Man, can I ever like call you in person and like have you talk on the phone with us? Like, I would like you to tell the story on stream one day. Probably not right now, but I mean, you can type right now. But would you be willing to? I'd totally plug your business and everything. Which I'm still asking, like, legit. Can I invest? Like, are you going to go public or do private shares exist? Because everybody needs porta potties, man. At every disaster. Since we're having more of them, like, that's a great way to invest in those things, and I'm dead serious. You need sanitation for every big event of any kind, good or otherwise. So let's do a time lapse, a couple fun time lapses. I'm leaving before dawn, guys. Not gonna see dawn. Sorry, flashing lights warning if you have seizures. This is rotating. I'll tell you when it's over in a second. Man, this rotating ruins all the good time lapses. But by God, that is a marine layer fog thing showing up. Okay, it's over. So we can just sort of go back and forth. You just see the clouds coming in proper direction. It's great. What this foggy, dewy situation right now has really helped the firefighters when they're racing against time. Racing against time for the next wind event to make neighborhoods safe, get containment. They don't have to put it out. They just have to get it contained. So containment is just that. There's nothing fancy about it. If you have a campfire and there's wood in it and it's burning, that fire's going to go out when you stop adding the wood. Eventually. So that's the same thing. That's why there's little rocks around the campfire to help contain it there. You babysit it to make sure it's contained. So what the fire crews will do is they count the beams, they do some numbers, they look at the map and they think, okay, what is the speed that the fire is spreading? They have to calculate that in their heads. And then they look at the map and say, okay, the best fire lines are roads, established roads, especially wide ones, especially paved ones. And especially ones that will cross the T of the fire's moving path. Fire has to cross a road, they can man the road and like a line and stop it. It's much harder if the road parallels the fire. What the hell are you supposed to do with that? Watch it go by, right? So as the fire spreads in different directions, they got to find a good road. And then they think, okay, we'd like to stop the fire close by to where it was. So I'm just going to, this is random map example stuff. So just pretend that when the Palisades came out, it went over this ridge past the dry as a bone reservoir and was heading towards the west. Just say it was headed west. What we got here for roads, you got this Topanga Fire Road, which is sad. You got the right idea. Having fire access roads, yay, but I don't know if that'll hold. That's just not good enough. God, we could even, the Google car's been here. Yeah, that's not wide enough to hold very well, not paved. So we have to drive much slower around, and that slows everything down. And then speed is critical. So they will also analyze other factors, like if we tried to hold to East Topanga Fire Road, which this could have happened at one point, who knows? They have to figure out, is there a shelter in place option where the fire crews could retreat if things got out of hand? If that's a no and the fire's approaching it rapidly, no quick way in and out and not multiple directions, they won't try to hold it. They'll go back to the next one. So they do a calculation in their head. How fast is the fire coming? Because we have to maintain, we have to turn an existing line like a road into a fire line, which means get rid of the bushes on either side of it. That takes some time. Cities should already do that, but hey, they don't. Counties should do that. They don't. It's too late by now to think about doing it, but hey, that's the world we live in. It's reactive instead of proactive. One day we'll get as smart as a 6-year-old, the way we handle things. Back to the story though. This is a possible shelter in place option, but the damn power lines make it not one. Damn it. So a lot like this, somewhat large parking lot, if it was like so, could be a shelter in place option if you parked right in the center with bushes being low and there's no big trees to fall on you. What wrecks it is the power lines can fall on you, so or block their way out across the driveway. So that wrecks it. But they will do a calculation and they will not start trying to strengthen a line if the fire is going to cross faster than they can repair it. So they keep having to go further and further out. The more roads, the more options they have. The fact that they had like a road in between, like 2 different roads, I don't know how feasible that is. This looks very steep. But just say they existed right here in this canyon. Then they could do something which is cool. They have new options. Fight fire with fire. So if they had a parallel road just a little bit down the hill, say it existed on the east side, what they could do is go down to that road and light the landscape on fire going up to 27. So they would burn the bushes off, and you do it in little strips at a time so it doesn't get out of hand. So if they had enough crews and water trucks and everything babysitting the 27, if you had a parallel road just downhill, just saying this is making it up. Don't say it's feasible to build one here. It looks like a creek. I'm just saying. Hey, this was a normal canyon. Then you could go down to the road beneath and only burn the stuff in between. You'd have a big black strip of nothing to burn because these bushes go up quick and then they're done. If you get ahead of the fire and you keep strips of black that are really big, then when the fire goes down the hill and roars up the other side, it will hit black and not be able to climb over the other side. Because all the bushes are already pre-burned in the in-between spot. Now say there's another parallel road just a little bit further downhill on the west of any canyon at all. And it's just showing you a broad conceptual thing here. They could do it on the other side of the hill, and they could light it, even if it's against the wind, fire will go uphill. If it was, I don't know about Santa Ana's, right, but in other types of situations. In fact, you should do this before the Santa Ana's hit, when it's safe. And it'd be pre-prepared, and this wouldn't have happened, but hey, you can, on the other side of the hill, burn off the vegetation too, from halfway down to the top. Now, if there was burned up vegetation, a very wide strip, which would be enabled by 2 different parallel roads just down the hill on either side, there's a great possibility that the fire will not pass. Helicopters will have to be around the downwind area to put out the spots. The occasional ember that makes it right over the top of their heads, but that's what helicopters can do. They are very, very adept at flinging water buckets at little spot fires. You can see them babysit it, and that's an awesome service that they provide. So meanwhile, just in case, the neighborhoods down here can be prepped. evacuated. But ideally, this way it would work. You could have options. But if you don't have a lot of roads, you cannot safely fight fire with fire. You can't make that black strip on either side of a hill because it will get out of control if you start it from the very bottom and it goes all the way to the top of a big canyon. What are you going to do if it gets too intense, or the wind suddenly picks up? You can't shut those down. And if it's intense when it reaches the fire crews at the top, they have to retreat. So they have to have multiple roads for options like this. The more roads you have, and the different layers of a hillside or a mountain, the more options you do have. And so where they're present, we see fires stopped quickly and early. And where there's few and far between, and they're not well maintained, and they're not paved, and they're not wide, and I'm not seeing what I would like to see, which is water tank stations or anything. It means you have to find a whole bunch of water trucks, and they have to climb all the way up here to deliver any water. It's just not a good plan. There should be a huge water pipe already. I mean, I don't know how seasonal this creek is. It's probably no good as an option because it's probably seasonal and knee deep or ankle deep the rest of the time. But hey, I mean, it is winter. Sometimes this might be running. You could put a little miniature form pools by rolling boulders there to have little pools and stuff that you could potentially dip out of. It is a creek of some sort. I see something down there. I don't know how feasible any of this is, but the whole point is that there's things we can do, and you could stop them really quickly and early, but firefighters can't if they don't have options. And so with a lack of fire access roads and with poorly maintained brush right up to the roadside, you can't defend it. When the winds hit, these bushes go up, and the flames would normally be like, 8 to 10 feet tall at the initial whoosh. Then when the winds hit it, it's 10 foot tall across the road, just horizontal. And they would then just light people on fire trying to hold the roads. I can't do that. So they have to start clearing the bush. And right now we're doing it retroactively, and it's done. We should have it pre-done. Where are your tax dollars going? We wouldn't have $1 trillion disaster if things like this were already pre-made. We heard on the radio, we can't go up that road, it pops our tires. What the hell? If your fire access road pops tires or anything else, the county, what the hell are you doing? Come on, you're one of the richest. This is one of the richest places in the world. What the hell are you doing with your just boatloads of tax money? You're just raking in the tax. This is one of the most densely populated, richest places on earth, and they're partying like it's 1899, and they've got third world nation fire access roads here. Sorry, but this is third world nation water pressure issues. This is partying like it's 1799, not even 1899, because in 1899 we had competent systems for most cities and even electric trams and stuff in San Francisco by 1906. Oh God, yeah, I just don't believe anything that politicians are saying. How can you tell they're lying? Their lips are moving. Newsom just vetoed a CAL FIRE bill that was bipartisan. What did he just do? I need to read more about that. Vetoes firefighter bill. It just happened. Yeah. This is his own Twitter. Oh wait, Governor Newsom press office. I think that's his own official thing. His reasoning is, if the governor had signed the bill, it would have led to significant delays in hiring seasonal firefighters. And nobody got laid off because he vetoed the bill. But this is his thing, his stupid reasons for vetoing a firefighter bill that firefighters are pushing for. Here's a clue. If you're a good leader, have a very faint interest in wildfires, in fact you don't know jack about them, go with what the firefighters are saying and just do it. Educate yourself, think you know better than they are, and don't veto whatever they're doing. So this bill would, amongst other things, require the Department of Forestry and Fire Protection, CAL FIRE, to employ seasonal firefighters through the use of an employment list. He takes issue with this list. This bill would also require the Department of Human Resources to coordinate with State Personnel Board. Oh God, how terrible. And any other relevant state agency to take the necessary actions to allow CAL FIRE to employ seasonal firefighters for longer than 9 months in a consecutive 12-month period. Yeah, sometimes we need them that long. We didn't used to in the past, we do now, so sign the damn bill. Increasing CAL FIRE's capacity is an important objective, and with the introduction of the 66-hour work week for firefighters, wow, what did it used to be? My administration will need to hire more than 2,000 new year-round firefighters. And that significantly increases the department's capacity in the off-season. Therefore, the bill's unnecessary. I'm sorry, we need a lot more than 2,000 firefighters right now. This is September 22nd. This is ridiculously stupid. This will go down in history as one of the worst letters ever. Brain dead politics here. 2,000 firefighters is totally fine. We don't need any more than that. It's fine. We don't need no stinking extra firefighters. With the fire seasons we've had since he took office? Are you nuts? Are you nuts? He thinks it's a terrible thing that there would be a list of employment. CAL FIRE would work with a state personnel board. That's what he's not happy. You can't make this up. This is why he's not liked. September 22nd, LA County still had fires going. Let's see, when did the airport stop? The airport fire in Orange County. No, not firefighter, airport fire, Orange County. September 9th is when it was ignited. So in the middle of the airport fire's devastation, with the bridge and the line fire still going, he's signing this crap, making it harder for CAL FIRE to when they finally get a temporary employee. Right now they have to release them at 9 months, but they wanted them for a couple more for 12. So the temporary employees come from out of state and stuff. They have to send them back home to Montana or wherever the heck they came from. Sometimes they're from Mexico or Canada or Australia, where we have mutual aid agreements. So none of them can stay beyond 9 months. They have to get kicked out of California no matter how bad fires are. There's something about that I'm missing. You do correct me, but I believe that is exactly what that means. There was a big problem. Legislation did a bipartisan thing. They passed it. The governor was like, nah. So there's a reason he's not liked very much. Or his wildfire policies, they suck. They suck so bad. They're so short-sighted. This fire is raging, and he vetoes helping CAL FIRE out on the desk. So I don't know how quickly the bill would have taken effect. Maybe it would have taken effect January. Maybe this would have helped retain some of the fire crews that we needed that came in to help the bridge line in the airport. So the very moment he was signing this stuff is still going and raging. And it looked like we were going to have another possible majorly dry winter. They're coming around more than once in a lifetime, but they're not that. They're pretty exceptionally bad. A dry winter for Southern California. So the red tape is so enormously frustrating, and the fact that nobody wants to cut it. The fact that governors and such veto bills like that. Because they object to the fact that another agency has to work with another one. Wow. Mitch Ashdown says, so abusing temporary labor is cheaper than salary? What are you talking about, man? So, like, there's plenty of temporary jobs that last a year. I've had them before. Right now, it's stupid. You hire a fire crew and say, hey, we need you for this fire, right? So you should be helping out with that specific fire. Even if you still need the people you hired and they come from different states, help out, maybe even different nations. The fire's still raging, but you have to let a lot of them go just because that the clock chimes 9 months. Even if they want to work still, you have to send them back to wherever they came from, which is probably states away. Sometimes these fires just need a couple more weeks. Remember, every single fire is a race to contain it before the next big wind event. If the next big wind event comes 9 months and 2 weeks later, you better use the last 2 weeks there before the big wind event to do as much containment as possible. But if you have to release them all, your extra help, odds are you won't beat the clock. You won't be prepared for the next wind event. And guess what? The next wind event happens, fire gets worse, and you go on a new round of hiring, new temporary guys. And they may have a contract that says we get paid for 4 months at least, even if we're not required for 4 months. This enormous money-wasting current system sucks. There's a lot of crews where it would take them, they say, we have a minimum you're paying us for because it takes so long to get back to where they came from. That's pretty typical when you have a plumbing job. Like, if it takes you a very long time to drive to a place to fix their toilet, then you're going to pay for like a certain hourly minimum, even if it doesn't take that long, because of all the other jobs you missed that you're not going to be able to do because you had a long drive. You could have maybe had 3 jobs that day, made 3 times the money. So it doesn't matter if it takes 8 minutes to fix your toilet. You're paying for X amount of hours. It's the way that it works so that the economy functions. Mitch Ashton says, but 9 months, how is that in this? That's the current limit. So we've had fires that rage for many, many months in a row, or ones right next to them. They just keep going, keep going. And so sometimes you hire a fire crew and they go to different fires. But they're contracted with CAL FIRE, so any CAL FIRE fire on state land, they could be shuffled back and forth. So when we had the big three raging, the airport was going on in the general region. So was the bridge and the line. They shuffled crews back and forth. Like they took them off the line in the bridge, which was looking a lot better, and rushed them over to the 5-alarm emergency that was the airport fire, the new one. So they can work multiple fires back to back and return to other ones. And there's one thing that I got to tell you about, and that's experience, local experience. Once you see fire react in a certain and behave in a certain area, you are educated on how that fire behaves in that certain area. You are no longer a newbie. You are no longer green. So, like Mike Wink, the guy I really admire, with CAL FIRE, he and CAL FIRE in general made a mistake, and he said and apologized later. They over-relied on computer modeling, and they were not locals. So when Greenville burned down, it was just a complete surprise that Greenville was still vulnerable. They thought that they did a good enough job with the lines in the hills above Greenville. Local firefighters said, no, not good enough, but they were not consulted. It's part of the flaw of the whole system is people come from all over the state and all over the country, and the incident management teams oftentimes come from Montana or something. They have no idea what the local wind and fire behavior is like. So nobody told them that the Feather River Canyon was a 7th circle of hell. It's one of the most challenging places on the entire planet to fight fire. So they were green. They didn't know. As soon as the fire ripped through and took out All City and then later Greenville, you could see in his eyes, and like some of the people you're seeing, they know. They now know what it can do. They've seen the elephant. They're not green, and anybody green who comes in, they can say, hey, sober up. This is serious. Like, you've never seen fire behavior right here because it's a unique environment. You're going to see some crazy stuff. Watch your back. Don't turn your back on it, and other precautionaries. They can correct the plans of the newbies and the green people and say that ain't going to work. Different plan. That kind of knowledge is priceless and worth its weight in gold. You don't want new to cycle in perpetually green people. The green people, they're brand new to the region. They're sure fresh and everything, but they are also, well, they're not blooded yet. Raw recruits. So at least, why would you want to hire like somebody for 12 months to tell the newbies what it's like? If a fire rages for like 6. Some of them do. We just had the never-ending Caldor that got snowed on. Snow stopped it. And we had the never-ending Dixie that was stopped finally by rain. So, Find It, Fix It says, is the fire still on? Which one? We both have somewhat low containment on the Palisades. So you have 27% containment on the Palisades. There's a lot of the hills still burning and could. We got a 55%, which is something that I'm a little bit skeptical of, honestly, for the Eaton. So there's still critical danger. It's just that right now the wind has come in from the ocean and there's been some humidity. Fire struggles in humidity. It's down there in Santa Barbara and stuff, and up in the hills right here it's like 88% because of fog and dew. So the current fires, well, they're kind of like beaten down, but they're not dead. They're not out. There's new rounds in this boxing match. And when Monday's Santa Ana's come, we'll get to find out if they won the race against time to make the more neighborhoods safe. So, no, having it out by now because of what I illustrated earlier, the lack of fire access roads, the water pressure problems, they never called for enough help in the first place. They still don't have enough help. They're not adequately putting out the hot spots. They're saying that'll happen. Okay, it better happen by Monday. I think they do need citizen help, but they're too proud or embarrassed or whatever to ask for it or don't trust people enough. Look, there's plenty of trustworthy people that you could recruit here. That's what I'd be doing. I'd be recruiting citizen brigades. That's made all the difference in Malibu. The Malibu Citizens Brigade helped out with the Palisades in a great way. And you heard today on the stream, the Malibu mayor thanked them. So it's part of the difference between the Franklin response and this one is CAL FIRE will one day learn that, and other agencies will one day learn, you cannot keep people in the dark, feed them shit, excuse my language, feed them crap. Okay? You cannot keep people in the dark, not let them know what's going on, expect them to trust you. When you do make a comment about what's going on, have it be questionable, such as the statistics they stretch all the time. You can't constantly scold the public, say they're doing a bad job and hampering you, and half the time it's you. Okay? Start with the apologies. Like if you fail to rescue somebody in 6.5 hours, don't blame the public when they do it themselves. Go get their loved one. Like, I'm sorry. You don't blame the public for being mad at you when you let their pets starve to death. 11 days later, don't let them in to get them. That's a bad plan. So you all this rage is something that can be avoided. When people want to help, you don't say no. Okay? You have a way that they can. There's many small ways people can help. There's plenty of ex-firefighters right now saying, hey, what can we do? All around the state. I'd come from Oregon. If I was given a job by them right now, I'd drive and just get in the car. I'm sure I could do a better job down there, perhaps, if I could look out my window and see what the hell fires are doing. Might help them out. I'd help them out with their YouTube and their sound problems and setting up their channels the way they did it wrong. But they're not asking anybody for help. So you tell people you can't help and you suck. All of you guys are hampering our efforts and scolding people. And your drones and stuff are grounding our planes. Guess what? A Red Cross drone flew and you guys didn't tell the pilots. The communication is so bad. Some of these drones are totally legit and they're your own partner agencies and you're not telling the public that sometimes mistakes happen and some of them are just legit drones. I'm sure there's a couple bad actors out there, but hey, If we weren't listening live to the radio and heard it was a Red Cross, we'd never know that, would we? We'd be just as mad as the infuriated public, assuming that there's tons of drone flyers right now being selfish. Well, the truth is more complicated, isn't it? So tell the rest of the story. So half-truth is a full lie. So you can't just sit there and half-truth the public. Say stupid stuff like, last year at this time there were only 38 fires. This is unprecedented. Oh my God, last year you were flooding right now. I was covering the Ventura County floods, and it was pretty torrential in LA County too. So of course last year there weren't many fires during a flood. Are you kidding me? Like, you just say stupid stuff like that to the public, you lose their confidence, you lose their trust, and then you make them angry. So I applaud the people who've actually done apologies and actually said we care and expressed that emotion. But the rest who are just gritting and saying, hey, just trust us. Give us a reason to trust you, actually. Tell us what the hell's going on. Tell us if we have to fear an arsonist or not. Tell us if it is the power companies that you're going to figure that out real quick and make sure the power company turns off the power for Monday when Santa Ana's hit. Otherwise, you could have another one of these. Can you imagine? It could be Thousand Oaks. It could be Simi Valley. It could be anywhere. You could have Anaheim burned down. You could lose Disneyland. I mean, you technically possibly could come out of these mountains. Can you imagine that? If you hit the fire history button for this region, it's pretty elaborate. So, yeah, the donor party, David Glassman. We started on that. Holy mackerel. So, they got a lot to learn about dealing with the public. They blame the public, but if you don't take any responsibility, then you can't make anything better. If you realize, like I think CAL FIRE and other agencies like Forest Service need to learn, you've got some super good communication people, but they're few and far between, bright stars in a whole muddy mess. You got to have better PR. You really talk to the public and not at them. And you can't just expect, hey, we're authorities and we said so, so we're right and you listen and you be happy. No, a good leader wins trust. You win the trust of the people. You demonstrate competency. You tell people straight. People would rather hear, hey, the neighborhood will probably be lost, but we'll do everything we can, than nothing, right? Because not knowing is the biggest torture of all. The mind, when it doesn't know things, imagines stuff that's worse than reality. You can't do that to people. You gotta share as many videos and personal stories as you can with people. Walk the line of in between traumatizing people and just letting them know what the hell's going on. And to let us know every step of the way what we should be doing now. Don't tell us to do nothing, tell us what to do. If there's any possibility of copycats, which there always is, people should be doing citizen patrols right now and looking out. Even if these weren't arson, arsonists are getting all kinds of ideas about this stuff, and the Kenneth is possibly arson. Now, that's what happened with the Bel Air, this sort of stuff. It's Santa Ana's. The fact that all the firefighter crews are busy right now means that an arsonist can get ideas that I can act right now, and whatever I do will be big. They won't catch me because people are not even suspecting arson right now. These are the wrong things to set up. So I hope they learn, We've had some bright spots, some really good people like Mike Wink and other CAL FIRE reps are just awesome. But you need to retain them, the good ones. My God. And somebody like Mike Wink was in charge with the Dixie. I was very confident that he wouldn't allow another town to burn down without people knowing ahead of time it was a risk. Because you could see it in his eyes. He was never going to allow a Greenville to happen again. A town to burn down with people in it. He would this time safely evacuate people ahead of time if they knew. Well, thank God we were here to help Westwood later, but that was not his fault. That was a problem with reverse 911 failing. So, but you can tell. You got to retain the people who know, and the people who are smart, and the people that the communities trust. And when they're rotated out too fast, it really sucks. You get totally green new people in. you can get mistakes repeated. There's no substitute for people who know staying around and overseeing different fires in different regions. So it really sucks right now. They hit the 9-month time limit. Poof, they're gone. No matter what you do, can't retain them. So Cal Fire wanted a bill, so did many others, so that they could retain them for any reason. Especially, why would you release a lot of fire crews right before a big wind event? Now it makes sense. Timeout. We kept asking that question. The bridge got way worse. They released a lot of crews right before a big wind event, and then it spread, and it jumped lines. People were pretty mad, rightfully so. And now a lot is making sense, which is just so depressing. The timeouts started to occur. It was September. So even as crews are timing out and the bridge is getting worse, and the airport breaks out, and all these people are being sent home, you wonder why it's a huge population center and there's almost nobody there to fight fires. Crews time out. They reach their maximums and they're sent home no matter what the hell's going on. So I can't believe the governor just vetoed that. You can read all the crap here. It's just his own letter. So, some of the most depressing stuff ever. So I don't comment on politics. They are off limits, except for the topics of fire. We have to change leadership or you get the same result. And these people are at the top. They're the ones making the big decisions that have the biggest effect. The biggest effect on how fires are fought. And destroying fire budgets, cutting the fire budgets, protecting power companies that kill people, and failing to pass new legislation that would give agility and cut through the red tape of the past. Like, I'm sorry, but I rate politicians when they're talking about fire. And Gavin's so disappointing, I can't tell you. But this is not news to people who have already suffered fires. It's just new to those who haven't. He's not who you want when trying to rebuild and rebuild your life or prevent new disasters. He does not care. Sorry. He was in LA at the time and he went somewhere else. Was he there? Like, I don't really like certain politicians, like, for example, but the day September 11th happened, walking down the street, the moving press conference was Rudy Giuliani, the mayor there. Like, he was there. At least he was in New York when September 11th happened. And he was there to give orders and direct things. So you got the mayor AWOL, Gavin was in town, but he leaves. President was in town, but he leaves. Oh boy, this is not good. But if I don't tell people like who to vote for. I just rate people based on their fire response. And we unfortunately have to touch on politics, otherwise you're not going to get a good result with bad leadership. You have all the prep in the world, you're just not. So anybody who comes back from Africa or wherever they were when they left this county in a red December and a red January, if you are pivotal, like you are a mayor, you're not there during a disaster, then everything breaks down and you can't get approvals to do this or that. That's absolutely unconscionable to leave the country on a little vacation or whatever the hell was going on when everything was setting up for a crisis. Santa Ana winds in a forecast, you bail, you leave town, you go on a vacation or whatever that was. I'm sorry. If you are the key pivotal person at the top of a pyramid during disasters, you don't leave when disaster weather comes. I'm sorry. Can't believe it, man. So, you all see the same results with the same conditions and same leadership. You got to change it. So just make sure you vote for somebody who doesn't take money from the power companies. That's all I got to say. Yeah. There's also a lot of fires at homeless encampments because people are trying to kill the homeless or drive them away. The homeless, just like prostitutes and sex workers, whatever buzzword you want to use right now, are targeted because police are not that motivated to find the killers. So homeless are targeted as well by serial killers and frustrated people who don't want the homeless encampment in their backyard or whatever. Nearby landowners and people. I wonder how many times it's truly murder when a homeless person's found dead in their tent or something, and it just wasn't investigated as a murder. That's kind of the perfect segment of society to target and just have a huge kill count if you're a serial killer and not be caught for a long time. Yeah, the Glassman's World says they'll be able to introduce their new LA on a global stage during the Olympics. Finally place a U.S. city on the Small City Index Top 20. Yeah, no time to rebuild safely. We just need to rebuild. That's the problem with San Francisco. In 1906, they could have built earthquake-proof structures. They saw what collapsed and where. Mainly, the buildings that collapsed were mostly wood, actually. So instead of banning development of the areas that liquefied, the former marshland or reclaimed wetland, don't build there, put parks there, but don't build homes there. Instead of building homes with better earthquake codes and revising that and not rebuilding where everybody died, like the Barbary Coast, well, they did something worse. They did more infill. They dumped all the debris with bodies and everything of more than 6,000 victims, just bulldozed it into what's today's Marina District, and then they built homes on top of it. So the decision of 1906 affected people that I knew who were trapped in the rubble, family, friends, and stuff, in the Marina District, the 89 quake. Because we knew the 89 quake would happen. Like, we may not be alive when a huge fire or something rolls through or a big quake again, but the decisions of rebuilding today will determine how many people live in the future. So if you just care about people, you would care about rebuilding and where. But there's so many short-sighted people, especially like government types. That's a problem that people of the future will have to deal with. Sucks to be them when they have a disaster. That's not what I respect. Hey, good morning, Calistoga Refract. I was trying to find a way to. I promised that we'd be offline by dawn. So, like I said, this is one of the richest regions of the world, and the Bay Area is too. Have some of the biggest homeless populations. California has the biggest homeless population of any state, and it has the biggest tax base and revenue, like by far. So if you just take the Bay Area alone, the revenue from it would be the world's sixth richest country on earth. California itself has more tax revenue than the GDP of hundreds of nations. So this homelessness is a manufactured and maintained problem that these cities want to have. And finally, the homeless advocates are just explaining that there's no solution to it. It gets worse. By the way, it's not people coming into California. Most homeless in California are Californians. Most of them were born here. All the different money from all over the place that they get, especially raising taxes and things, they don't give it to the homeless. They do these little token things. Like Portland hands out tents instead of giving them housing. So they do that sort of thing and pocket the money, and they see the homeless as a revenue income stream. So it's not me saying it, it's more and more homeless advocates are just saying enough. This is corrupt. So the homeless problem is not something that has to happen. In fact, with the amount of income that comes in to help the homeless, they could have bought every homeless person a 2-bedroom house. That's how much income comes in to help them, but it doesn't. Where's it go? It's not to housing them, not to building more affordable housing. They make sure that there's red tape, roadblocks in front of that, and slow down that construction. Portland does it all the time. They have these weird, crazy rules that are so stupid it would blow your mind. So no developer wants to build low-income housing because it takes so many lawyers to get through the red tape that it costs usually $1 million to build one apartment complex just by paying the lawyers to figure it out. Like there were low-income housing that developers were trying to build in Portland, for example, and they gave up because an inspector from the city walked in and said, "Hey, your doors are not good." And they said, "What's wrong with our doors? They're fire rated. They're to code. What's wrong with them?" You didn't buy them from a business that is on our list of businesses. So rip them all out. So that's what you have to get for the government grants to build subsidized, low-income housing. And that's it. They do stupid stuff like that. So they had to rip all the doors out and buy the exact same identical doors from a company on the list. So this guy went in a rage. It was kind of viral in Portland and explained just the stupidity. The red tape is there to prevent low-income housing from being built. It doesn't become a revenue stream for the city. It becomes a revenue sink. Low-income people don't pay as much taxes, so they don't want low-income housing. They want that to be the problem of another city. They want the homeless to go on to somebody else's city and be somebody else's problem. So the Supreme Court decision was really, really bad. Everything's about to get worse. In the past, you couldn't remove the homeless unless the city provided some other shelter. You couldn't wreck their only tent they had when the blizzard was coming and take it away from them and leave them without shelter. That's basically murder. You can't shut down homeless, shelters and stuff when the blizzard's coming. It's murder. If you just send people out in the cold to freeze to death. And Portland has been doing stuff like that. And, LA is no innocent victim here. Skid Row, has that gotten any better with all the millions that poured in to help everybody there? No, they section off. They have, little areas where they're absolutely comfortable with poverty there. They don't want it to stay. They want, as long as there's income and revenue for the homeless problem that they get to pocket, hey, it's a revenue stream. But if they only approve high-income housing, then you only get high-income tenants who pay more taxes, and hey, the city revenue stream is back in action, baby. So this is not going to be solved until legislation is passed to make them. Until then, we get the miserable Hoovervilles, the misery of people homeless, most of them because of mental illness. It's because they can't balance a checkbook because the numbers keep changing on them and stuff. And how is it so difficult to balance a checkbook and keep a bank account in order when all the voices in your head are arguing about your checkbook? I tried to do social work type things for some homeless people I met, and I realized it's hopeless. I bought them food and they wouldn't touch it. I said, okay, let's get to work with filling out the papers for your benefits that you're missing out on. And I said, why aren't you eating the food I brought? You're hungry, right? And this one guy looked at me, and he looked at me like I was the devil, backed away from me. He goes, what's in that food? I tried to explain, it's just fast food. I brought you some Jack in the Box, and he's looking behind me. He goes, and who's with you? And he interrupts me and says, no. And it's like he thought somebody was behind me. I looked behind me, nobody's behind me. I said, nobody's with me, dude. So he said, well, why is he angry? I'm like, nobody is with me. Is that food poison? Did that guy touch the food? And I went, oh, God. Okay. Yeah. You can't expect people to pull themselves up by their bootstraps when they're mad as a hatter and unmedicated, and needing extreme mental health services. That's like 75, 78% of the homeless population is because of mental health. You just can't expect reasonably that they're going to be able to show up to work on time and do a good job when, stuff like that is interfering with their whole thought process. You can't expect them to hold down a job. Who the hell would hire somebody like that, And then at the same time, they're too paranoid to get help. So they're victims, But the new Supreme Court thing says you can now destroy a homeless person's only shelter, and letting them freeze to death is now legal. So what this will happen is you're going to see cities divided. Some will be sanctuary homeless cities, which will piss off people who live there, and the homeless will flock to them and be that city's problem. And other cities will say no homeless allowed, no camping, bye, and clear all the camps. And so you're going to have an unequal burden here. But that was a very bad Supreme Court decision. It's very the repercussions are coming. So, you know, they put the homeless. Portland decided to mandatory close shelters with a rule. So, like, even if it was a private affair, I believe the private entities had to shut down too. As soon as it got to be a warm, balmy 27 degrees, everybody had to leave, get out, go back out to the street. So we had a blizzard. Portland doesn't get blizzards very often. We had 3 last winter, not this one, like one before. And there was freezing rain, so there was 1.5 inches of sheet ice on the ground, like you see on ships and stuff, like Deadliest Catch. And they let people out into that, and they were sliding around. It was like banana peel ice, so people started shattering their hips and stuff the moment they stepped out the door. And then people froze to death. You know, it's just what happened. So the cruelty, who you elect for city council and all that, it really matters. What did they do? They started lighting fires. And so I looked at Pulse Point and all the different illegal fire, under the bridges again, under the overpasses. We also had an overpass melt, kind of California style, on the 205, excuse me, the 405. And can you freaking blame them? It was a blizzard. It's 27 degrees with a wind chill to like -10. So, wow. It is more expensive to have the homeless problem than to solve it. It's been like that for decades. Completely, absolutely optional. There's nothing wrong with the economy that causes it. I mean, other than, well, crazy housing prices, right? The lack of safety net. But even the way it's currently running, there's not a lack of funding. There's not a lack of public willpower to end this thing. It's just, I'm sorry, but that's seeing people as nothing but a revenue stream is the way municipalities look at it. I think we need to change to a system where politicians don't get paid unless they get results. And if they don't do their promises, they get kicked out automatically. So, or they're caught lying. Wow, everything would be different. So, if like everybody you elect says we're going to do X, Y, and Z, and nothing happens, there should be like a ticking clock for results, and then they get booted out automatically by the system, or like an algorithm, you know. We've had so many betrayals where grassroots people, I even supported, like got on Portland City Council, and then they did the same thing. Just got corrupted or intimidated or something, and they were doing the same thing, saying, "I'm going to help change the system. We'll have more, you know, low-income housing built." Because what Portland was doing was destroying the low-income housing by issuing 24-hour demolition permits, even to historically protected buildings. And as soon as they were destroyed, there was no new construction approved. So they replaced it with a condo tower for the wealthy. And then it would be 78% empty. But as long as Portland painted itself into a corner, as long as rent was extremely high, meaning lack of housing, then they could charge the 20% of people in these condo towers high rents and still not go bankrupt. But they have these big empty condo towers all over Portland, and they destroyed 25,000 units of low-income housing in like a year. So what do we have? We have like 28,000 homeless people in Portland, something crazy like that, bigger than most small towns. And it's a manufactured problem. They're so surprised by it right now. Gosh, what we did. They made it happen. So if the problem is now that it's been called to turn the condo towers into mixed income housing, can't really do that because they overbuilt you have to charge crazy rent, otherwise these developers go out of business. So they put pressure on the city council. So don't do that. So there's all sorts of housing in really nice places. They're completely empty while people freeze to death outside and start fires all the time, like daily, just every day in Portland. Fires, 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 fires. Hoovervilles everywhere. So the reason that Portland doesn't burn down is it's just more wet than other places. But they're there every day. Yeah, winter too. You can get on Pulse Point and you can see all the 911 calls and the dispatch. It's fire, 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 and you go to map mode and it's where they congregate. Yeah. Actually, Calistoga refied electroshock therapy. There's a merit to it. It just wasn't cool when they did it to people against their will. There are parts of the brain that have certain memories, and if you zap them a bunch of times, they let go of that bad memory. I actually know somebody who voluntarily went in for electroshock therapy because he saw some bad stuff. He was just throwing back vodka every hour of the day and could not stand being a minute sober. And so I just asked him a while, about what his journey was like. And so he had been sober for a bit. And I said, what was part of your treatment and stuff? Thank God he wanted a treatment. So he did electroshock therapy to destroy some of the bad memories. And it worked. So he goes, I'm not sure what I used to react to so much, but I don't even want to think about it, but I'm doing better now. I went, holy crap, that's still done? Wow. And it became like a bad buzzword, like a thing, but strangely, it's done nowadays without hurting the patient. It can be useful. Don't ask me why. Back in the day, though, they just tied people to a chair and shocked their brain a bunch and said, oh, we're giving them a cure. And in reality, it was a way of making people fall in line and running like a prison camp, an evil prison camp. So there has to be oversight of everything. We need our mental health asylums back because letting them fend for themselves on the street has been a very cruel experiment since the 80s when Reagan defunded the mental health system. It's okay to defund the one that was corrupt and hurting people, but he didn't replace it with anything like a good mental health system. That's why we have so many mass shootings now. There's always somebody who says, hey, warning signs, red flags. In the past, if somebody threatened anybody for any reason or said, I'm going to shoot up the place, they could be arrested and they're held in a mental hospital until they're proven to be not a danger to society if they were crazy. That was it. So we didn't have this stuff happen. When did the mass shootings mostly begin? Right as the mental health care system was shut down. So now when cops arrest people, they can hold them for 24 hours, and even if they say, I'm going to shoot up a school, kill all the babies, and, do terrible things, they have to release the person. Even if they're mad as a hatter, and talking to themselves and gibbering. There are no facilities to transfer them to, and the criminal rights are way out of hand. In the past, if you said such and such is a danger to society, get here now, the padded wagon would show up, they would be tested to see if they were a danger to society for real. And if they said, oh, God is telling me to burn the world, well, they were kept in custody. Nowadays, it's catch and release. If you look at every mass shooting, there's somebody who called the authorities and nobody did anything. Partly because the authorities can't do anything. They really can't. So the system is utterly broken. You would think that somebody like Reagan would be keen to put the truly deranged, violent mental patients in a mental hospital, but he let them out. Strangely, he was shot by one of them. And I'm not saying he was like that, but he was shot by a deranged, violent person who should have been in a mental hospital. So you'd think that Reagan would take that seriously. Didn't. So we've manufactured this problem. It didn't always exist this bad. We had a phase in the 30s in Hoovervilles. Did a great job with some social safety nets, but my God, the social safety nets now are still keeping people poor. Did you know right now that if you don't make very much money or haven't worked much in your life because you're disabled, you'll get Social Security disability, but you'll also get SSI, supplemental security income. But your SSI is taken away from you. You know, like you only get it if you don't make enough to make ends meet. So your Social Security check is based on how many hours you've ever worked in your life, right? Complicated math. So if you still haven't worked much, like say you were disabled young or some other thing, SSI checks come to fill the gap, to get you to the poverty line, So if you save $1,000 in your bank account, like you're trying to save yourself from poverty, they tell you that you owe the government money and give it back. And they've been doing that to people since COVID, and I've seen it happen, and you have to go through a long appeals process. And they say you're not allowed to have $1,000 to your entire name, period, even in assets. If you own anything worth more than $1,000, you're not allowed to have the SSI check until you are forced to sell that thing. You go straight back down to the bottom of the poverty again. You're so poor you don't have anything worth $1,000 at all. You're allowed to have a vehicle to it. There's a couple exceptions, but the vehicle can't be a nice one, not a very nice one. If you do own such an asset, you can't have it. So they fine you and get it back, even if you're homeless, in poverty, or anything. They call it an overpayment. So every once in a while, they look at people's bank account balances. They see that, in the month of April and June and July, you had over $1,000 in your bank account, so you owe back. You give us the money back. It doesn't matter why. If a person is in a coma and they did not pay all their bills and they got behind in their bills, got behind in their rent, it doesn't matter. You still have to pay the government back. That's why you had up to $1,000 in your bank account. The system that was supposed to be a safety net and help people out of poverty keeps them in it. Because the moment that you lose SSI, if somebody is that impoverished, they can't lose it. Otherwise, how do they eat? How do they get their medication? Can't. So you get a little bit ahead in life. You get kicked off the programs, and your life's worse than if you were still on them. There's so much change that has to happen. But you can't penalize people for saving money. Does that make any sense? You penalize people for trying to get out of poverty and saving money and being good? Right now, the people are, you know how people hide the money? They have to. Right now, you're supposed to have a safety net of 6 months of rent in your bank account in case a disaster happens. Can't even have 1 month's rent if you're on SSI. So the way that they get around this crap hole is they store money under the mattress, or they bury it somewhere. There's plenty of people in Paradise and other places, and I've heard in the Eaton, where my chair is sliding, where they lost their cash. And what they're talking about sometimes, I don't think these are impoverished neighborhoods, but sometimes fire victims are talking about losing their cash. It's a lot of cash. Because if they had it in a bank account, they'd be penalized somehow, like Social Security. So sometimes it's the elderly relative that you have. They can't have that many assets, so they withdraw it and put it under a mattress. A lot of that is just completely burned up, and there's no way to prove it, and they won't get reimbursed. The cycle of poverty is something encouraged somehow. It's so crazy, but when I try to help people, I've learned just how bad the red tape was. And my God, it just needs to be cut through with a chainsaw. It is like people want the country to fail. Our politicians are so brain dead. Our laws are so stupid. I don't get it. Yeah. And Mitch Ashdown makes a point. It's hard to hide your belongings when you're homeless. Yeah. The very little that you will be able to collect to start building your life back, will be destroyed by the cops when you come back. You fill a shopping cart with some stuff you found, you dumpster dive for an entire week, and you're about to go take it to a pawn shop and sell it. You've maybe even repaired some electronics or whatever. And you come back and the police put it in a dumpster and carted it away. And robbed you of everything you own. That's what I keep hearing when I try to reach out to the homeless. Yeah. Brian Madsen points out Reagan didn't start the idea of stopping forced institutionalization of people. That started in the 60s and for very justifiable reasons. Yes, but I'm not critical for him stopping the old system. I'm critical for him not replacing with one that worked. With some oversight, it's not like we can neglect it. You can't just say as an industrialized nation we don't need mental health care. Oh, you're going to find out you do. They're called mass shootings and mass killings and arson and people lighting the landscape on fire because their dog told them to do it and their dog is in league with Satan. And, you get stuff like that. You get stuff like that happen. It's the whole lack of replacement thing. So you can't shut down something critical and not have a replacement. Then you should just leave it alone. But hey, defunding mental health care and subsidy for education led to the homeless crisis and the reason that healthcare is unaffordable. Popular trends, yeah, let's stop that. Let's save $1 or $2 in tax money. Meanwhile, doctors, you can no longer go and see them. You break an arm and you're bankrupt because you don't have health insurance and you get your arm reset surgically. Oh wow, that was $48,000 without health insurance. You're bankrupt. Guess your savings goodbye. Medical reasons is the #1 cause of bankruptcy in the United States because people can't afford it. There's a reason why you could afford health care before and after the 80s. Everything changed. There's some things that we needed to keep going that were good. Not the greatest generation was for, but the boomers were not for. I'm not trying to blame the boomers on things. I'm just saying it was a different culture and boy, a different way of looking at things. The greatest generation was investing in society and looking to build a better future and sacrificing to do that. And the next generations later, they got seduced by material wealth and stuff, and they decided to sacrifice the future to enjoy the present for themselves. So now it's not just one generation doing it. It's not like one ends, another one begins abruptly. It fades in and out. So it's different ways of looking at things. There's some things we should invest in, like fire access roads and stuff. Saying that everybody can agree on. But all of our problems we created, therefore all of them we can solve. You get cancer, and all of your money is gone. Yeah. I had my own college fund evaporate due to having a gallstone. So why I'm pretty passionate about that. Nicola Kramer says, here in Germany, no woman in a big city can go out alone in the evening anymore. In my opinion, we are unfortunately all partly to blame, because we have helped to bring this all about, at least here. I know I had the stupidity of not engaging in world peace that's meaningful. You can't just take in refugees for every conflict. You need to stop the conflict so there's no refugees. People don't deal with mass migrations and deal with that very well. But that's been the wussy way that we've been ineffective, United Nations stuff. I'm not sure the United Nations is going to survive for much longer. It has been completely useless in preventing the resurgence of the Cold War between us and Russia, the two proxy wars between us and Russia again. Middle East is not looking any better than anything. Japan's about to pull out because they said that as soon as the whales recovered, they could whale again, and they're not happy. People lied about that. If the United Nations doesn't solve world problems, it'll just be dissolved like it was before, when it was called the League of Nations. So if it doesn't solve problems, people wonder why the hell do we have it. So it's okay, Nicola. You're good. You make sense. Yeah. Yeah. I'm not saying the feds should have dumped mental health care on the states because things like Alabama, like, can't afford it. I'm not saying that. I'm saying you should reform the system. You can do that without, destroying a basic part of it. So let's see here. Yeah, I don't know the entirety of all the conversations that are on, but we will keep having we will keep losing. It's just cause and effect. If you have homeless problem still around, we will still lose historic buildings. What did we just lose a couple of weeks ago? The Doors Hotel, right? That one just burned down due to presumable squatters or whatever. So you go to crap. Probably a cooking fire, and if it wasn't straight up arson for the new owners, I don't know. They could be victims, I don't know. But we are going to lose more history, more historic buildings will have huge disasters. The homeless problem is causing more problems than is costing us more than solving it. There are other alternatives in between mental institutions and a straight up shelter or giving people a free house. There were things called the poor farm back in the day. So usually, if somebody lost everything, then they had nowhere to live, they'd be sent to the poor farm and they worked for their keep. They were given jobs according to what they could handle. So the farm was a big sprawling complex, had housing, and you could learn skills for a job, generally agricultural, but others for that weren't, because farming is not all 100% pushing a plow. Everything from managing, it was almost like a hotel portion, and then there's a farm outside. So you could learn things about agriculture and become more of a skilled laborer. You could learn about chickens or whatever it is, so you could get a job. Help with the harvest, do whatever, and you didn't have to worry about freezing to death outside. So you gained skills, you gained a reputation, you gained, as you left the poor farm, a job reference. Instead of begging, you were working. So you retained dignity. Sucked, you lost a bit of dignity having to go to the poor farm, but when you came out of it, you were, equipped to actually start, and they wouldn't let you out until you were equipped to start. Give you a good push start. Things like that need to return. They're in between. And oftentimes you can have a lot of support from private entities as well, because people would like to support. Hand up, then hand up, right? So why are those no longer around? The people with a lot of mental problems but who weren't violent oftentimes just stayed there and they were happy. Like you didn't get kicked out. You didn't produce. If, sitting there with a baby bottle and, giving milk to an orphaned calf was the best thing a person with mental problems could do, great. That's what they did. It's not like Goodwill doesn't make people that they hire who have disabilities, sometimes severe disabilities, work hard. Like you just do what you want to do, and you get to go when you want to go home, and they get a sense of fulfillment and interacting with the public. So it's kind of like that. And that was a fake news thing, demonizing Goodwill a couple years back, saying they enslaved the mentally ill or the people with disabilities. That's a bunch of crap. So that was just one of those clickbait things where let's be yellow journalists. So let's see here. Go back to the chat. Yeah, mankind needs to be kind, of course. Yeah, but yeah, let's go back to chat. Alki70 says, did you know we all have a trust fund? Our placenta is worth $400,000 and it's put on the stock market. I have no idea. I should talk too early in the morning or late at night to get that joke. See here. chat. If you have the same conditions, you have the same results. It's kind of basic. We will continue to have big fires that cost a lot more than housing people. There's this one lady that I was arguing with, and she said, I don't like it that food stamps covers hot meals sometimes, or meals that are ready to eat. I said, what? Food stamps? Wait, what are you upset about? She goes, I don't think people should be able to use food stamps and have like a meal that's already prepared. I said, well, food stamps doesn't cover hot meals anyway. Stupid. So if you go into a grocery store, you can't get the hot soup. You have to get a canned soup that's cold and then heat it up yourself. So that's a bad plan. Many things have changed here. Ah, the sunrise. That tells me to go get off the stream. I'm supposed to be saving my voice. We're coming at 11 hours and 44 minutes on the stream, and I'm supposed to stream for 2 hours, briefly. It just happened. It just happened. So I asked, what are you upset about? Why is it, what do you want? And she says, I think people should have to cook their meal from scratch. If it's on my dime, then they should buy the cheaper materials like bags of rice, bags of flour, bags of sugar, and make their own food, make their own bread. You should not be able to just buy bread that's already made for them. I said, okay, what do you do for a living, ma'am? It was just one of those awkward dinner parties, you know? He was really vocal and loud about this outrage. She goes, I manage properties. I have homes that I buy, and I flip them and I rent them out. Okay. Any business properties? She goes, yeah. A couple old brick buildings downtown in one of these major towns in Oregon. Okay. Are they vacant right now? Yes. Okay. So what you want is homeless people to buy absolutely cold food and like make their own bread. So they take shelter in your building and burn it down trying to cook. That's why hot food, not only prepared meals, but hot food should be okay for food stamps. Like, why can't they buy the hot soup at Safeway, but they can buy the clam chowder that's canned in the back? Later, they have to take a Bunsen burner type propane tank thing and try to warm that up. Do you want that running in your building that they took shelter in? The little camp stove? And she's like, no. I said, then don't create the problem where they have to. So allow them to buy hot soup. That also heats up a person. They're less likely to create a warming fire. Well, no. See, the fire, the police should just keep them out of my building. Okay? So then they go to the river bottoms and they light the warming fire there, and the river bottoms are on fire, then your building burns down because it's downwind. Is that any better? Your town does? Like, how is this better? So she didn't really have a lot of answers except more rage and stuff. But I said, look, you take personal responsibility. So if we take personal responsibility, and some of our current rules are making the situation worse, like forcing them to do this stuff, I'm go try to be homeless and don't go home at night. Be on the street in the freezing cold and try to survive the night. Just try it. It's not going to be fun. Of course she wouldn't. Of course not. So instead of like facing reality that come up with solutions, there's these ideas. Shouldn't. She kept using the word shouldn't all the time. And I said, guess what? Shouldn't does not exist. There's only what is. You create a situation, it manifests. So if you don't want that situation, you eliminate the things that lead up to it. So, if you don't want them taking shelter in your abandoned building, then you give them shelter, provide it. Tiny homes at least, tough shed. If you don't want our historical buildings to be squatted in and burned down, then, give them a place to go, then they won't. Guess what? Nobody wants to be an abandoned warehouse full of asbestos and rats and stuff. That's not really what anybody's idea of a dream home is, or the way the Doors Hotel ended up in that state before it burned down. When did it burn down? The Doors Hotel? Fire. December 26th, day after Christmas. So, Pico Boulevard and Hope Street in LA. The Morrison Hotel, that's right. It's called Morrison. It was Jim Morrison there for the album covers. It was a big tourist attraction. Hey, it's a heaping, smoking pile of rubble right now because LA doesn't house the homeless, even though they have enough money to do it. So I said, look, you really should be mad at the government. They have enough money to solve the homeless problem, but they don't use it for that. They just tax you and don't do it. I couldn't really redirect her anger. She just hated the homeless. It became clear after a bit. She kept going on about how it was their fault. And I realized I couldn't have a conversation any longer because she was stuck on what should be. You know, what should be is anybody homeless should be able to work their way out of poverty. Yeah, sure. Yeah, that's a should, but America doesn't work like that. If you're disabled, you get fired for being disabled. You can't just call in sick all the time. You can't expect people who are truly traumatized, have PTSD and addiction issues to just like quit and be fine and just go to work. You know, these are unreasonable expectations. And 75% of the homeless are so because they are mentally ill. You can't just wish that they are cured. You got to do something about it. You have to be practical. You have to take responsibility for society for how this happens and solve it, and then stop bitching. Excuse me, stop complaining. But the argument goes in circles with people who just are stuck on what should be. Should does not exist. There's just what is. And there's cause and there's effect. We will have many more huge fires. I mean, until we take care of that issue. It's been more expensive than it is to solve it. Eventually, people will get it. I don't know how many more decades have got to go by, though. So, Glassman's World says, my mom never learned how to manage money. Our father took care of the house and the bills and worked. They did some crap that created a lot of mental health in our mom, and then when they divorced, she was broken and couldn't handle the responsibility of the bills. We lost it all and went homeless when I was young. I'm so sorry, Glassman's World. I've seen that happen. When the 2007 housing crisis thing happened, I've seen that happen. And when I tried to help, I'm the enemy of the paranoia that people experience. I'm like, hey, I can teach you how to balance the budget. I have a magic spreadsheet which will show you how to pay off credit cards one by one to get out of poverty. And I've got this whole set of, community resources that you can reach out to before you lose your house, before it gets too bad. And I would start counseling, and you're trying to take over my life. You're evil. You're one of them. Is what I got. Ooh. That was definitely somebody losing their house because they were mentally ill. And I looked, and there was a stack of papers, stack of mail, big. And said, "Can I look at your bills?" No. Why? Why you went into my business? I said, because those are awful big, thick telephone bills for them to be mobile phone bills. Why are they this thick? I don't know. I said, well, you have 6 months of them piled up here. You should open them. All I know is that my kids are talking too much on the phone, and therefore I have big bills I can't pay. It's draining my bank account, mostly the phone bill. They just need to stop talking. I yell and scream at them, and they still don't stop talking. I said, well, that's why you should open the bill. Do your kids say that they don't use a lot of cell phone time? Yeah, they say they don't talk much on the cell phone. But I know that they are because my bill is huge. Well, how big is your cell phone bill? I don't know, but my bank account is empty. I said, well, every month for the last 6 months, yeah. I go, okay, so what's wrong? This shouldn't be happening. And yeah, we were on a family share plan. I'll regret that forever. I can't quit it because my kids are talking too much. So I finally convinced this person to open the damn bills. They were like $800 cell phone bills and $600. Because when one of the kids went to the store to get an iPhone, they got their plan changed. It's AT&T. They're evil. So these AT&T reps, like some of them confess later on Reddit and stuff, that they changed people's plans on purpose in order to jack their bills up. And if people didn't notice or didn't take action, then they got crazy bills. And so there's like this 15-day thing they put in there, or 30 that AT&T put in, where if you didn't notice the problem on your bill in that time period, then it was their mistake, you did not get reimbursed. What happened when they got the iPhone was they went from a 3,000 minute plan per person to 300. And then that kid went off to college and was on hold for 6 and 7 hours at a time, trying to register for classes via a phone system when the college's computer system went down. So they were on hold that long, and you couldn't lose your place. So there were a few phone calls like that, but nothing crazy. But 300 text messages were the limit too. So remember, this is 2007-ish. So every time a text message was sent beyond the limit, beyond the 300, they were charged 28 cents per text message. And so that's why the bill was so thick. Every time there was an overage charge, there was a new line that says you're over your limit, so that the charge for this text message at this time is 28 cents. And so it just said 28 cents, 28 cents. It's just spam. The bill was 12 pages long. And so I said, if you just opened your bill, you could have solved this. Here's an $850 bill one month, $550 the other, $345 the other.